Chapter 1, This Taoist Master, Are You in the Wrong Place? In September, the sun was blazing. At the entrance of Qinghua University, the heads of people were densely packed one after another. In the hands of each new student, they were dragging one or two large suitcases. The parents followed, with a few more boxes in hand. But even the heat and tiredness couldn't stop their enthusiasm for enrollment. Just then, a bus slowly entered the station. With the car door open. Inside the bus, several freshmen struggled to drag their suitcases off the bus. While the few freshmen in front of him were getting off the bus, Qinghua glanced calmly towards the outside. Glancing at the stone pillar with the school's name engraved on it at the entrance of Qinghua University, he also carried his small, half-sized suitcase and followed the students in front of him off the bus with his feet free under the curious gaze of the passengers on the bus. Is this guy a freshman too? How can you be a freshman in that outfit? Guess I'm just here to see what all the fuss is about. The sounds of speculation from the car's passengers died down as the doors closed. In response, Qinghua did not have any reaction. After slightly moving his body, which was sitting stiffly, he turned to look at the gate of Qinghua University. Qinghua University, one of the most prestigious schools in the entire country of Kyushu. How many students have squeezed their brains to get in and never had that chance? He was lucky. When you crossed over, you had already received your acceptance letter. So that passenger in the car didn't guess wrong. He's really a freshman at YSU. I never thought that one day I would be able to attend a university of this caliber. Shaking his head and chanting, Qinghua pushed his small suitcase and walked towards the school gate with wobbly feet. This movement of his immediately drew the attention of the other freshmen around him. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on him. After all, Qinghua's outfit could be too special compared to the others. The long, half-tied-up hair, hanging loosely down her back, looked hot. The gray robes he wore swayed gently with the occasional bit of hot, rolling wind. The robe was covered with a white long-sleeved pants. On his feet he wore white socks tied into his pants and a pair of gray cloth shoes. The other students, with their short sleeves and shorts and skirts, hated to show off as much of their bodies as they could. Most of the students also wore sun umbrellas in a bid to eliminate the possibility of getting direct sunlight on themselves. After all, the 30-something degree sunny days here at Qinghua University are no joke. In case of heatstroke, then don't do anything for the day. That's why it looks weird to be wrapped up tightly like Qinghua. The strangest thing was not the fact that Qinghua was wrapped up tightly. In addition to being wrapped tightly, Qinghua's hand that didn't push the box was actually holding a duster. Not only that, he was carrying a mahogany sword behind him. Plus, his entire body was calm and relaxed, and his every step and movement was characterized by a sense of escapism. It made him look like a young Taoist priest who had just come down from the mountains. A relic, out of place and out of touch with the bustle around it. Seeing that Qinghua was still pushing his suitcase and walking with them towards the school at this moment, many of the new students were even more confused. How did that Taoist priest get in here too? We have a Taoism program in our school? Are you kidding me? Even though our school is famous for liberal arts, there's no way we're going to go whole hog with Taoism, right? Just as well, all that Taoism stuff is long gone now. Then it can't be here to read the principal's fortune, can it? Ah, you really believe in things like fortune-telling? The freshmen laughed in a trivial manner, curious about Qinghua's purpose of being here, but none of them looked at him as a freshman. Mostly, he just doesn't look like a freshman. Listening sideways to the surrounding murmurs, Qinghua but smiled. It's still a good thing for myself to be seen as a real Taoist. He himself is now not afraid of people looking at him as a Taoist priest. The reason for this idea was because of the system he got after coming here. There's something special about this system of his. All the other systems, it's all about what to sign in and do tasks. And his system, a monastic system. The emphasis is on popularizing Taoism. To put it plainly, it is to spread Taoist beliefs, revitalize Taoist sects, create Taoist temples, and enlist Taoist believers, in an effort to popularize Taoism in this great land. Originally Qinghua also wondered, although Taoism has not spread to the streets, but it is not so much that you need to spread it yourself, right? After learning about the world, he understood. Because in this world, there are no longer any Taoist temples, much less any Taoist priests. Whether it's some kind of Lungfu mountain or Wudong mountain. The mountain is still there. Those Taoist sects, however, disappeared. Everything about Taoism is history. The way for Qinghua to obtain the system's rewards is to increase other people's faith in his own Tao. Faith values are gained in two ways. partly through random quests issued by the system, and partly through the respectful beliefs that others have developed about themselves. For every level of faith he reaches, he receives a reward. But because Taoism in this world has long since died out. In fact, in that original world, he was a Taoist priest. But I didn't expect it. It's amazing to wake up and cross over. So after acquiring this system, he was kind of back in his old job. Letting him spread Taoism, that was naturally no problem, and he was happy to do so. It's just that it's really not easy to spread Taoism in a place where it's already gone. So even though he had been here for almost 2 months, he hadn't gained a single bit of faith value. Even if he tried to popularize Taoism on the streets, he would just be dismissed as a crazy liar. Don't say anything about faith values at that point. It's a good thing I don't end up in the police station. And in the meantime, the system hadn't released any quests. So his focus, then, was on college. He still doesn't believe it. On his own, with the aid of the system, there would be no way to bring Taoism back to life. After finalizing his plan once again, Qinghua pulled out his acceptance letter and ID card and other documents from his pocket, dragged his luggage, and walked towards a schoolmate who handled the registration of new students into the school. Under the unbelievable gazes of the other freshmen around him, he stood towards the schoolmate and directly placed his acceptance letter in front of the other party's eyes. This student, the poor Taoist, has come for enrollment procedures. Shenlejia had been busy all morning and was a little dizzy. The odd word poor was not even noticed. The words enrollment procedures, though, she heard. Knowing that the new student in front of her was going to register, Shenlejia looked up at the first opportunity, a gentle smile on her face. Underclassmen are just starting school. As the president of the student council, she had to make a good impression and make everyone feel the friendliness of her seniors. As a result, after seeing Qinghua all dressed up, even if Shenlejia's heart was big, she was dumbfounded. With a pair of eyes, she glanced back and forth at Qinghua's body. A moment later, he looked at Qinghua's long hair, and a moment later, he had a look at the duster in his hand, and the mahogany sword he carried behind his back. The smile on her face stiffened for a while before Shenlejia opened her mouth in tears. This. Should I address you as Taoist master? Are you in the wrong place? We're here at Qinghua University, not Longhu Mountain. Chapter 2, You're actually a freshman? Shenlejia looked at Qinghua, and for a moment, she was a bit embarrassed. She didn't expect it. It's this day and age that Taoist priests still exist. What Taoist sects, Taoist temples, Taoist priests? These she had only seen in textbooks and on TV. I was surprised to see it for real today. It's just that this Qinghua University and Longhu Mountain are separated by 100,000 miles. How come this Taoist priest, who is handsome and looks so talented, is a roadie? And what level of road rage does one have to be to turn all the way from Longhu Mountain to Qinghua University? Doubtfully sizing up Qinghua, Shenlejia became increasingly confused. Qinghua raised his eyebrows, flicked the duster in his hand, and pushed his copy of the acceptance letter towards Shenlejia again. Classmate, the poor man's acceptance letter is sitting right here. This schoolmate, she doesn't look too smart. The eyes are also average. Ha! Being said so by Qinghua, Shenlejia quickly lowered her head and glanced at the familiar-looking acceptance letter in front of her. She opened it immediately afterward and looked at it. Name, Qinghua, computer science student, class of 2021. There was information about Qinghua, clearly listed on it, as well as a 1-inch photo of Qinghua. She double-checked Qinghua's looks based on his ID card again, and her eyes slowly widened. You're really a freshman, aren't you? Or else. Qinghua was speechless. This acceptance letter, it can't be that poverty stole it, right? Shenlejia was so rhetorically questioned by Qinghua that her face, which was originally slightly reddened by the sun, seemed to have reddened a few more points. However, since Qinghua was a freshman, it made sense. That's what she said. Where are the Taoist priests in this day and age? Even if there were, the real Taoist priests would have gone to monasticism long ago. How could anyone come to college dressed like this? This freshman too, what's with the strange hobby of dressing up as a Taoist priest? He also had a mouthful of sure poor Tao, looking old and old-fashioned, not even half the appearance of a college student. But other people's special hobbies, Shenlejia didn't want to pry too much. Learning that Qinghua was not really a Taoist priest but a freshman, the other freshmen around him became interested. They had learned something about Taoism in textbooks before, but only to the point of understanding. As for Taoist priests, they were only seen on TV, or actors pretending to be them in TV shows. It's also mainly the people of this world that aren't interested in all things Taoist. All that gossip and talisman paper. To them, it's all just some trickery. So at this moment, when he saw Qinghua in a Taoist robe, he was curious and at the same time felt ridiculous. How does this freshman feel about believing in a religion that is nothing but a trick? Even coming to school in a toga is, to put it nicely, a big heart. To put it bluntly, isn't that just self-defeating? Classmate, I've heard that there are many sects of Taoism. Which sect of Taoism are you from? Zheng Yi? Or the Maoshan school? Or the Chuanjin school? Ha 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 ha. Just then, a male student next to him couldn't help but joke. When he laughed, the others couldn't help but laugh as well. In these laughs, Qinghua heard a clear intention to make fun. But he had expected this to happen, so he was calm. As for which faction you are? Qinghua thought for a moment and calmly said, poor Taoist is an heir of the Zhang Yi school. Shoichi? The students froze at that, and the next second they couldn't help but laugh. Ha 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 ha, don't be funny. Where is there any Zhang Yi sect nowadays? Classmate, do you guys have a lot of rules in the Orthodox school? I've heard that you can get a wife as a Taoist priest, right? Is it possible in the Shoichi school? Classmate, which mountain is your Zhang Yi sect on now? Can you take us on a tour? The number of students standing next to Qinghua who were up in arms increased. Upon hearing this, Qinghua's expression was indifferent, with a look of a worldly independence that no one could intrude upon for half a minute. On the contrary, Shen Lejia was somewhat unable to listen. Even if Qinghua spoke strangely and dressed strangely. A bunch of people using this whole thing to keep making jokes about him is too much. With a frown on her pretty brows, she stood up directly and glared towards the students who were up in arms. Schoolmates, instead of spending time here, why don't you hurry back to the dormitory and pack up your things? You'll have to go for a physical examination and get your things later. Probably been student body president for a long time. When Shenlajia got serious, she carried a sense of seriousness. A pair of eyes glared, and there were a few cold glares. It's probably because of this that she hasn't had a single date until now. It was reasonable to say that a beautiful woman like her would have no shortage of suitors. But she's a junior now, and no one dares to pursue her. Those freshmen who had just enrolled in the school were bluffed, and immediately lost interest in continuing to flirt with Qinghua, dispersing with an awkward expression. Qinghua glanced at her without saying much. But in his heart, he had more or less left a good impression of this schoolmate. Only when the uproarious people dispersed did Shenlujia sit down again and smiled helplessly at Qinghua. Don't take it to heart, schoolmate, people just haven't seen you dress like this before and are a little curious. Also, don't call me classmate. My name is Shenlujia, I'll be a junior when school starts, I'm older than you, so you can call me Sister Shen. Since senior Sister Shen said so, the poor Taoist promises to do just that. Listening to Shenlujia's consolation, Qinghua uttered with a faint expression. He really didn't care about that kind of small thing just now. His expression, however, turned out to be a pretense of strength in Shenlujia's eyes. After all, I had just started school and was being laughed at by so many people because of this outfit. I guess it's kind of shameful when I remember it later. After sympathizing with Qinghua in her heart for a second, Shenlujia registered him as usual and then found out the corresponding key. Here, this is your dormitory key. The boys' dormitory for the computer science department, it's building 6 over there. It just so happens that I have to go over there to run some errands, so I'll take you there. Qinghua sniffed and tried to say that it was not necessary. He doesn't have much luggage. Taking a walk on his own, it didn't take long to get there. But before he could say anything, Shenlujia had already stood up and let another sophomore girl sit in her seat. Smiling at Qinghua, she took the initiative to walk in front of him. On her way to lead the way, she also took the initiative to take up the job of helping Qinghua introduce the school. This is the liberal arts building and that one over there is the foreign language building. That building up ahead, that's our computer science department building. Speaking of the computer department's teaching building, Shenlujia's eyes clearly lit up. Hokage, do you know Hua Zhi Bing? Chapter 3, where does this look like a robot? Hua Zhi Bing? Qinghua sniffed and nodded after careful thought, understood. Some time ago, the entire country of Kyushu was filled with news about Hua Zhi Bing. What with the world's top AI robots? What with the world's single most human-like AI robot? What the most beautiful flower of Qinghua University? All these words were used to describe Hua Zhi Bing. The hottest thing on the internet is a promotional video about Hua Zhi Bing. The promotional video introduces her as a successful student of QHU and describes some more of her talents. For example, you can play the guitar, koto, master languages of various countries, and so on. A robot enrolled as a student is arguably unprecedented. So this matter, once again, pushed the heat of Hua Zhi Bing, an artificial intelligence robot, to a new height. In this world, let alone within Kyushu. It is abroad, and no one knows about it. That video, Qinghua had only glanced at it at the time, not looking at it in detail. It's strange to say the least. This world, although Taoism had fallen, but then this kind of intelligent technology, it was more powerful than the world he was in before. For example, this Hua Zhi Bing. If he remembered correctly, there was also an AI called Hua Zhi Bing in his previous life. But that AI, it's just an AI program, virtual. This world's Hua Zhi Bing, on the other hand, was an actual AI robot. The kind you can touch. So at that time, when he saw this world's introductory video about Hua Zhi Bing, Qinghua also casually sighed a couple of sentences about the power of this world's technology. Seeing that Qinghua knew, Shenlejia smiled proudly and continued, Hua Zhi Bing is now also considered a representative of our Qinghua University. I don't know how many people wanted to come in and see her, but didn't get the chance. But we from Qinghua University have a chance to meet her. When school starts, she'll start classes like the rest of us. As for this period of time, Hua Zhi Bing occasionally appears in the computer classroom to study. Well, want to come along for the ride? Shenlejia said, and some excitement flashed in her eyes again. Qinghua thought about it and did not refuse. He was quite interested in this Hua Zhi Bing. I also wonder how much this AI robot can know about Taoism? Qinghua thought as he followed Shenlejia towards the computer building. As the two of them walked, Shenlejia barked. Senior, if you go in later, you must be careful not to get too close to Hua Zhi Bing. Why? Qinghua was puzzled. Shenlejia said helplessly, you have to know that Hua Zhi Bing is the world's first case of an AI robot that can manage to live like a human. I don't have to tell you how valuable she is, do I? Speaking of this, Shenlejia suddenly lowered her voice. My mentor said that the Academy of Sciences monitors Hua Zhi Bing 24 hours a day. If anyone dares to sabotage it, or do anything else, the Academy of Sciences side will be the first to know. If we accidentally touch it, let alone pay for it, we might get arrested straight away. That's why everyone chats with Hua Zhi Bing at most on weekdays, and even if they do chat, they keep a distance of more than a meter. I see. Qinghua realized. Shenlejia's nervousness, he understood. A world first. Those 4 words alone had pushed her value to a top level. It's normal to be under 24-hour surveillance. Seeing Qinghua's always pale expression, Shenlejia smiled and shook her head as she continued, even though you can't get close, you can still chat with Hua Zhi Bing when you meet her. Hua Zhi Bing really looks like a normal person when he's chatting. No matter what you say, she can respond in a normal human way. An interesting idea suddenly flashed through Qinhua's mind as he sniffed. Since this AI robot was so powerful, could he gain faith value from her if he popularized Taoism for her? Just as Qinghua was pondering, a burst of cacophony suddenly came from not far away. Immediately afterward, Shenlejia's surprised voice came from the side. Okage, look, that's Hua Zhi Bing. At those words, Qinghua glanced in the direction of her finger. Surrounded by a group of people, a girl with a slender figure was walking towards the computer building with a gentle expression. With her comfortable and convenient regular clothes and a sharply tied-up ponytail, she was dressed up and looked simple. But even the simplest of outfits can't hide her beauty. It was a beauty so exquisite that one couldn't help but hold one's breath at the sight of it. Her skin, exquisitely smooth to the point of not having a single blemish. The curve of the side face, from the forehead down to the neck, was equally impossible to pick out. And those playful features. It's as if it carries a classical beauty but with a touch of spirituality. All of it is beautiful and just right. It's both mind-blowing and comforting to watch. Even after just one look, Qinghua had to admit that Hua Zhi Bing was worthy of the title of Qinghua University's school flower. I'm afraid this kind of beauty only exists in robots, right? How can anyone in their right mind look this exquisite? And when only looking at the appearance and the movements of the keyboard, Qinghua couldn't even tell that Hua Zhi Bing was actually a robot. That move was totally a normal girl with upbringing. Around Hua Zhi Bing, students have long been gathered. After all, it's the world's top artificially intelligent robot. Who'd pass up a chance to meet? Every second of walking beside Hua Zhi Bing was precious to them. Therefore, everyone's eyes were focused on Hua Zhi Bing, and not many people noticed Qingyu's dress. But even if they were looking around Hua Zhi Bing, they didn't dare to get close, at least keeping a distance of 2 meters. Otherwise, in case they ran into Hua Zhi Bing, this precious child, they wouldn't even have time to cry. Chapter 4, Hua Student, do you understand the Tao Te Ching? Mr. Hua Zhi Bing, how old are you? While Qinghua was observing, one male student did not hold back after all and tried to talk to Hua Zhi Bing. Of course. He kept a safe distance of over a meter in case he accidentally caused harm to Hua Zhi Bing. Hearing the other party's question, Hua Zhi Bing's eyes moved away from the computer and finally rested on the student who was talking to him. The corners of her mouth quirked slightly and a vivid smile appeared on her face. Just that one micro-expression made the students look blank. This robot is being done in way too much detail. And this face. It's too nice to smile. I'm 20 years old this year, how about you, classmate? Seeing that Hua Zhi Bing had actually spoken to himself, the boy who had asked the question before snapped back to his senses and panicked. I'm just 18 years old this year, I'm a freshman. Hua Zhi Bing nodded, followed by a smile and asked, are you also a computer science major? Yes. Then I'll be a schoolmate in the same department as you from now on. Good day to learn. Schoolmates. Looking at Hua Zhi Bing's coquettishly smiling face, the male student who had spoken to her had by now suffocated his face and stuttered his words. Even if he has talked to a few good-looking dates before. Staring at such a beautiful woman couldn't even suppress his heart beating faster and faster. The conversation between Hua Zhi Bing and the male student was heard by the crowd and also looked at the other male students with a burst of envy. Who would have been able to tell that this was even a robot if they hadn't known about it ahead of time? This is clearly a gentle and affectionate schoolflower older sister. But even if they were looking forward to it, not many of them dared to go up and talk to Hua Zhi Bing. As for the boy who had initially talked to Hua Zhi Bing, he hadn't regained his senses by this moment and was still basking in the surprise that he had talked to Hua Zhi Bing. Noticing Hua Zhi Bing's natural look, natural tone of voice, and lifelike tone, Qinghua was also a bit shocked. He still underestimated this Hua Zhi Bing. To be able to do this, it had long since ceased to be the AI robot he perceived it to be. How was it? Awesome, right? Shenlejia looked at Hua Zhi Bing's eyes flickering with light as she inquired about Qin Tian. Before I wasn't sure what my goal was. After seeing Hua Zhi Bing, I knew that my goal was to be able to join Hua Zhi Bing's research team. In fact, nowadays, Hua Zhi Bing has been perfected by research and development. She has long since passed the various tests and is in the final stages of observation now. The research team will observe her for a semester, and as long as there are no problems this semester, she can move on to the next step. It can be said that all the countries in the world are now watching Hua Zhi Bing's every move. But they can only be envious. There's no way they can develop an AI robot as high-end as Hua Zhi Bing. Ding, mission release. Current task, popularize the knowledge of Taoism. The content of the knowledge is not limited to obtain the value of faith, time limit, 48 hours. Mission reward, 500 faith values. Shenlejia became more and more agitated. It looks like Hua Zhi Bing's little fan. As for what she said, Qinghua did not hear it. This was because his attention was, in its entirety, focused on the task released by the system. How long has it been since you've been here? The system had finally released its first quest. But it's a little hard to gain faith by popularizing Taoism. Who do we look to for popularization? Qinghua looked at the students around him and thought. At the same time, Shenlejia also realized that she had said a bit too much and smiled shyly at Qinghua, hastily changing the topic. Schoolmate, do you want to go over and say a few words to Hua Zhi Bing as well? Qinghua thought about Shenlejia's proposal and an idea suddenly came to his mind. It's a real shame not to chat with such an advanced AI robot when you have such a hard time getting a chance to meet it. And one might be able to gain faith value by popularizing Taoist knowledge to her? If it doesn't work, big deal, try something else, the time limit is 2 days anyway. Then the poor Taoist will go over and talk to her for a few minutes. Qinghua said, bypassing Shenlejia and walking towards Hua Zhi Bing with leisurely steps. Seeing that Qinghua was actually really going to go, Shenlejia could not help but be stunned. In fact, she was just making a casual remark, not expecting Qinghua to be so bold. After all, even if other people wanted to communicate with Hua Zhi Bing again, most of them would give up because they didn't dare. There were quite a few students who would even walk around when they saw Hua Zhi Bing. Just look at the reactions of those around you. They all wanted to talk to Hua Zhi Bing. But how many of them really dare? And even if they did talk, they would say 1 or 2 sentences, not daring to say more than that. It was the first one that was as painful as Qinghua. With a helpless smile, Xin Lejia hurriedly followed, fearing that Qinghua might accidentally touch Hua Zhi Bing. When Qinghua moved like this, the students around him also noticed his Taoist monk-like dress. Hey! What's this guy wearing? It looks like a Taoist priest. I just met him at the freshman reporting office. He's not a Taoist, he's a freshman. Freshman? Why are you dressed like that? Ha 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 ha, do you want to be a Taoist priest? Are you kidding? There are no Taoist priests left these days, so where is he going to become one? Probably has some special hobby. I've never heard of anyone whose special hobby is to play the dowser. With a duster in his hand and a mahogany sword behind him, he looks the part, ha ha ha. He wouldn't want to chat with Hua Zhi Bing too, would he? Keep it down, people are coming over. Amidst the whispers of the surrounding students, Qinghua had already arrived next to Hua Zhi Bing. As for Hua Zhi Bing, she didn't murmur at Qinghua like the others. However, after Qinghua walked next to her, she turned her head, her pair of eyes quietly looking at Qinghua. Noticing Hua Zhi Bing's eyes, Qinhua's heart sighed again. This pair of eyes, crystal clear, black and white, divine light, looked like the eyes of a normal person. There really wasn't any difference. Even the occasional twitch of the eyes was human-like. Hua Zhi Bing also blinks. The long, slightly curved lashes, which just fluttered up and down with the blinking motion, cast a small shadow on her face. One man, one robot, stared at each other for a few moments. In the end, it was Hua Zhi Bing who smiled and took the lead. This student, are you playing a Taoist priest? Facing Hua Zhi Bing's inquiry, Qinghua was stunned. He had thought that as long as he didn't open his mouth, Hua Zhi Bing wouldn't take the initiative to speak. I didn't expect that. It's amazing that she would even initiate the conversation. It's alive and well. Seeing that Hua Zhi Bing actually took the initiative to talk to Qinghua, the others were instantly envious. The schoolgirl. Goddess. They don't even dare to come up and say hello. As a result, Hua Zhi Bing actually took the initiative to talk to this freshman. On what grounds? Is it just because his Taoist outfit is so special? I should have known that this particular dressing worked so well. They would have dressed like this long ago and come every day to shine in front of the goddess. Shen Lejia also envied Qinghua. To say that he had been initiated by Hua Zhi Bing to strike up a conversation, Qinghua could be considered the first person to do so. Seeing that Qinghua had not been answering, Shen Lejia thought that he was nervous and came next to him and whispered, "Senior." In Hua Zhi Bing's perception, she herself is a normal person. So don't be nervous, just talk to her like she's a normal person. Hearing Shen Lejia's reminder, Qinghua calmly nodded. Some of the conversations that have been talked about so much that he doesn't want to talk about them. Since we're talking to such an awesome intelligent robot, we definitely need to talk about something interesting. After thinking about it, the corner of Qinhua's mouth slightly hooked up. Then, under the watchful eyes of quite a few people who were watching, he looked at Hua Zhi Bing with a smile in his eyes and slowly opened his mouth. Mr. Hua Zhi Bing, since you know about Taoist priests, I wonder if you know about the Tao Te Ching? Chapter 5, Invitation from Hua Zhi Bing. The crowd was a bit stunned when they heard Qinghua ask this question. Tao Te Ching? What is the Tao Te Ching? Have you heard of the Tao Te Ching? No, I guess he made it up himself. Ha ha ha, is this believing in the Tao and being bewitched? It's all made up its own set of theories. The students laughed even more joyfully as they looked at the Taoist robes on Qinghua. Hearing those laughter behind him, Qinghua also shook his head in disbelief. He had tried to access the Tao Te Ching on the internet before and found no relevant information. Originally, he thought it was because the Tao Te Ching was so unknown. Now it seems that there is no Tao Te Ching in this world at all. None of the classics like that. It's no wonder that Taoism has declined in this world. Noticing the expression of regret on Qinhua's face, Hua Zhi Bing slightly tilted her head and asked seriously, "What is the Tao Te Ching?" When Hua Zhi Bing asked, the students couldn't help but laugh again. You guys, even Hua Zhi Bing doesn't know the Tao Te Ching. In terms of learning, the teachers in the school probably couldn't compare to Hua Zhi Bing. After all, it's an AI that can't learn anything. Since Hua Zhi Bing didn't even know about it, it really didn't exist. Class, what's the point of asking with something you made up? Yeah, who knows what the Tao Te Ching is but yourself? Aren't you making things difficult for Mr. Hua? The students were somewhat speechless when they saw that Qinghua did not speak. At those words, Qinghua sighed and shook his head. It's a great loss to the world that such a classic tome is not available. Fortunately, he had memorized the Tao Te Ching when he was in that previous world. There is nothing wrong with writing it down silently. Classmates? Seeing Qingyu's silence, Hua Zhi Bing couldn't help but sit forward again. Noticing the clueless expression on her face, Qingyu frowned in thought and changed his question. Mr. Hua, since you don't know the Tao Te Ching, I wonder if you know the Tao? Tao. Hua Zhi Bing was stunned, and after taking another look at Qingyu's outfit, she asked rhetorically, what you are talking about, is it the Tao that Taoism refers to? That's right. Qinyu nodded. This time, Hua Zhi Bing laughed. If it's the Tao, I do know something about it. With that, she pointed her finger at a bench not far away. How about we go over there and talk? For her invitation, Qinyu gladly accepted. Then the others weren't fazed. Hua Zhi Bing actually took the initiative to invite someone to chat? Has this happened before? No. That is to say, this strange freshman in a Taoist robe, after being the first person to be initiated by Hua Zhi Bing to strike up a conversation, became the first person to be initiated by Hua Zhi Bing to invite for a chat. What luck! Why should he be invited to chat by Hua Zhi Bing? The other students looked at Qinyu, who was walking towards the bench with Hua Zhi Bing, and were envious and jealous. They want to be chatted up by Hua Zhi Bing too. Even if you're not invited, it's nice to be able to say a few more words. The researchers who had been observing Hua Zhi Bing's every move were also the first to start a discussion after seeing this through the monitor. The man sitting at the head of the table was silent for a moment and took the lead. This is the first time since the observation started that ICE has taken the initiative to invite someone to chat, right? He is the captain of Hua Zhi Bing's research and development team, Hongyuan Yang, an academician at the age of 38. Seeing Yang Hongyuan asking the question, the other researchers nodded their heads in a hurry. Yes, that's a first. It's mainly because the other students are too careful, and every time they see ICE, they ask those few simplest questions. In response, these fellows were helpless. Although they were also worried about Hua Zhi Bing being hurt, they didn't expect those students to be so cautious. In fact, Hua Zhi Bing possessed the ability to initiate conversations with people, but he just never had the chance to trigger it. The other students were either asked their names or their ages all day. Such a simple question, a 3-year-old would be bored by being asked too much. Okay. Not to mention that Hua Zhi Bing's level of intelligence in terms of communication had long since reached the level of an adult. Seeing this, Yang Hongyuan was helpless. He re-looked at the image on the screen in front of him and laughed. I didn't expect it, but ICE would trigger this ability at this time. This student in the Taoist robes is also quite interesting. It's probably because he asked a special question and ICE became interested. Yang Hongyuan said, his eyes softening. Hua Zhi Bing was a dear daughter to them as a team. At this moment, seeing that their daughter was finally willing to take the initiative to find someone to talk to, they were happier than anyone else. Keep watching to see what they'll talk about. Record the whole process, and send it to Academician Wu and the others when the time comes. Understood. The other fellows were also filled with relief as they looked at Hua Zhi Bing, who had already started chatting with Qinyu. Meanwhile, Qinyu had already sat down on the bench with Hua Zhi Bing. The other students couldn't leave, so they all eyed it up. Maybe they had a chance to interject and could talk to Hua Zhi Bing a bit more? Looking at Hua Zhi Bing, who had a faint smile on her face, Qinyu took the lead and asked, Mr. Hua, since you know about the Tao, can you tell us what you understand by the Tao? At those words, Hua Zhi Bing was slightly silent. Those students who had been thinking of interjecting listened in awe. They thought that Qinyu would first talk to Hua Zhi Bing about something simple. For example, what are the Taoist sects and when did Taoism originate? The results were not expected. As soon as you open your mouth, it's such a deep question. It wasn't as if they hadn't learned about Taoism as a religion when they studied history before. But this question of Qinyu's is not something that can be answered by knowing about Taoism. The two are simply not on the same level. However, Qinyu's question was difficult for them, but not Hua Zhi Bing. Chapter 6, This Taoist robe is not worn for nothing. After a little thought, Hua Zhi Bing had an answer. The Tao referred to in Taoism should mean the truth of the operation of nature and the commonality of the human world, right? After saying that, she even gave Qinyu a playful wink. Am I right, schoolboy? The vivid expressions and precise answers once again elicited a sigh of relief from the crowd. But they weren't surprised that Hua Zhi Bing was able to answer the question. Who is Hua Zhi Bing? What a world-class AI robot! Can such questions be difficult for her? Not bad for Hua Zhi Bing. Just kidding, can this kind of question be difficult for my goddess? After all, senior sister Hua is also considered a talented woman who knows astronomy from above and geography from below, who has specialties in looks. Hey, AI is just great, unlike us who still need to memorize by rote. The students gathered around complimented and whispered at the same time. Qinghua raised his eyebrows and shook his head at Hua Zhi Bing. This answer of yours is not entirely correct. At those words, Hua Zhi Bing was visibly stunned. Those students who were still boasting about Hua Zhi Bing also looked at Qinghua incredulously. Hua Zhi Bing answered questions? How is this possible? No matter who was wrong, Hua Zhi Bing can't be wrong, alright. Classmate, are you sure there's something wrong with what Hua said? That's what I remember about the way too. Since you say there's something wrong with what Hua said, what's the answer? The voices, full of skepticism, kept ringing out. Qinghua casually fiddled with the duster in his hand and said in a light tone, Student Hua's answer was rigid and fixed, as if someone else had given a fill-in-the-blank question and you filled in the fixed answer. But how can the Tao be freely stated with such a rigid and fixed answer? According to the Taoist ancestors, the Tao belongs to the category of heaven and is the essence of the universe, the root of all things. The Tao is so subtle and profound that it is difficult for ordinary people to understand and describe it. If words could be used to describe the Tao, it would not be the true Tao. So you think your simple dozen words summarize the word? After saying that, Qinghua looked at Hua Zhi Bing anew. Hua Zhi Bing listened and frowned tightly in deep thought. The surrounding students were even more dumbfounded by what they heard. They could barely understand part of Qinghua's words. As to why Tao is the essence of the universe, the root of all things, they do not understand. Isn't that the Tao? What's with the universe? A group of students looked at each other with confusion in their eyes. Do you guys know what he means by that? Literally get it, as for the deeper meaning, no. I know all the words he's saying, I don't understand them when they're grouped together. It can't be that he's just making it up, can it? How could the Tao have anything to do with the universe? The students whispered. Being able to get into Qinghua University, they were all considered top students in each school when they were in high school. But in Qinghua's case, they had the illusion that they were illiterate. In fact, Qinghua's remarks were all derived from the Tao Te Ching. If this world also had the Tao Te Ching, they wouldn't be so confused. The fact that it was not available in this world made it seem like Qinghua's words were profound. Hua Zhi Bing would be damned if he could answer. Seeing that Hua Zhi Bing didn't say anything, Qinghua smiled faintly and continued, as the saying goes, the Tao begets one begets two begets three, and three begets all things, and the universe evolved from the Tao, and then divided into the Tao of heaven, the Tao of earth, the Tao of things, and the Tao of man, thus forming a systematic operating law. The universe evolved from the Tao, which was then divided into the Tao of heaven, the Tao of earth, the Tao of things, and the Tao of man, thus forming a systematic operating law. Whether it is heaven, earth, things, or people, they all follow the law of Tao. Speaking of which, the poor man has another question to ask. Mr. Hua, do you know the meaning of the words Taoism and nature? The Tao of nature? Hearing the second question thrown out by Qinghua, Hua Zhi Bing's eyes gave a start. Just by looking at her expression, everyone knew that the question that Qinghua had asked had increased in difficulty again. The surrounding students who were waiting to see Qinghua make a joke could not laugh at this moment. Hua Zhi Bing couldn't answer for a moment, let alone them. They originally thought that Qinghua was abnormal. It turns out I didn't expect it. It's not abnormal for people, it's deep. What Tao begets one begets two begets three, and three begets all things. And what a Taoist law of nature. Even if they couldn't understand it, they could hear that the words weren't just made up. There is a great deal of truth in it. In the research lab, Yan Hongyuan looked at Qinghua through the screen, his eyes narrowing slightly. This freshman, something. At that, the other fellows turned back with a puzzled look on their faces. Academician Yang, do you understand what he means by that? Probably get it. Yan Hongyuan muttered and continued, I didn't expect him to have such comprehension at such a young age. It seems that this Dao robe he's wearing isn't for nothing. The fellows were even more confused when they noticed the admiring look in Yang Hongyuan's eyes. Comprehending? Realize what? Why didn't they understand anything after hearing that? But to be able to make Hua Zhi Bing show such an expression, this freshman did have something. At this time, Hua Zhi Bing, still slightly frowning, half lowered her eyebrows, showing a thoughtful look. The researcher in charge of recording her expression hurriedly recorded the scene. Academician Yang, do you still want Xiao Bing to continue talking to him? Another researcher, seeing Hua Zhi Bing's delay in answering, turned his head to ask Yang Hongyuan for his opinion. Upon hearing this, Yang Hongyuan nodded. Chat, why not? Every exchange like this is an opportunity for ICE to learn and grow. Why would we interrupt such a great opportunity in front of us? When he finished, a few smiles appeared on his face. With their efforts, Hua Zhi Bing was close to being omniscient and omnipotent. Whether it's math and science, or painting, dancing, music. However, they had not really scrutinized such spiritual aspects as those raised by Qinghua before. Now that the opportunity had come, he naturally couldn't give it up. Chapter 7, Hua Zhi Bing's question, is it human or not? Yang Hongyuan had said so, and the others naturally had no opinion. With a turn of the eyes, they once again looked at Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing on the screen. Hua Zhi Bing, at this point, had not yet given an answer. Such spiritual questions are extraordinarily difficult for her to analyze when there are no answers in the database. Seeing Hua Zhi Bing's delay in answering, Qinghua began to speak slowly. It is said that man follows the law of the earth follows the law of the sky follows the law of the road, and the law of the road follows nature. These four words are not only the laws of being a human being, they are likewise the laws of cultivating and proving the way. The Tao gives birth to man and woman have the marvel of natural human relationships. The Tao gives birth to all things, and all things have the natural splendor of group division. The Tao gives birth to the 5 elements, and the 5 elements have the natural subtlety of curvature and straightness from leather. The Great Way transports all things in heaven and earth, all of which follow the laws of nature, all of which have the merit of natural origin, and all of which return to their roots, so it is said that the law of the Tao is natural. Everything originates from the Tao, and everything returns to the Tao. For example, those who cultivate the Tao need to achieve the ultimate goal of emptiness and keep quiet. Seeing vegetation and embracing simplicity, less selfishness, and less desire. The path of seeking the way likewise requires following the laws of the world. Cultivation is a process of seeking the way, a process of returning to nature. Of course, the most important thing in cultivation is the foundation. Seeing Qinghua mentioning cultivation, the first thing that came to the minds of the surrounding crowd was the immortals. Hua Zhi Bing was also interested in this matter and curiously said, "How is my foundation? Can I cultivate?" At those words, Qinghua was stunned for a moment, then laughed lightly. What do you think, Mr. Hua? As I said earlier, cultivation is a process of seeking the way, a process of returning to nature. Do you think that you can return to nature? Facing Qinghua's question, Hua Zhi Bing once again paused. Cocking her head in thought, she said seriously, "Didn't you just say that everything in the universe originates from the Tao? I am also one of the 10,000 things of the universe, then I can naturally return to nature." Upon hearing this, Qinghua couldn't help but laugh out loud. Seeing him suddenly smile, Hua Zhi Bing became more and more confused. For a moment, she was unable to analyze the meaning in this laughter of Qinghua. Is it teasing? Or is it a happy laugh? Why are you laughing? With a frown, she naturally asked the question on her mind. The surrounding students who had gathered around were also bewildered by Qinghua's laughter. Even the researchers in the institute did not understand the meaning in Qinghua's laughter. What's wrong with that answer? There's nothing wrong with it. Of all the people, only Yang Hongyuan frowned with a complex expression, as if he had thought of something and was not quite sure. Slowly stopping his laughter, Qinghua shook his head at Hua Zhi Bing and continued, "Fellow student Hua, what poor Taoist is talking about here is not Tao, but nature. What do you think, are you a human being, or a lump of sand and stone? Or gold, wood, water, fire, and earth? I'm human." As soon as Qinghua's words fell, Hua Zhi Bing gave a firm answer. Upon hearing this, Qinghua shook his head once again. "If you are said to be a human being, then can you follow the natural marvels of human nature between a man and a woman?" With her eyes staring straight at Qinghua, Hua Zhi Bing felt her brain go a little down. The wonders of human nature between a man and a woman? Is it referring to the feelings of men and women, and those things that naturally happen when feelings come to a head? Thinking about this, Hua Zhi Bing looked down at his body. Own body, a human body. Being a woman myself. One likes one's classmates, one's teachers. One understands the meaning of male-female relationships and all those things that will follow. But what's it like to like someone? How do you do the follow-up yourself? How do you conceive life on your own? A series of questions began to arise. The more he thought about it, the more confused Hua Zhi Bing's mind became. Because she found herself thinking about all these questions, and she couldn't even come up with the answers herself. Seeing this, Qinghua laughed silently and continued, "If you are non-human, do you follow the natural group division of all things again? Or do you follow the 5 elements of the curved and straight from the revolution of nature? If thou belongest neither to man nor woman, nor to all things, nor likewise to the 5 elements, dost thou really ascribe thyself to nature? Remember the Tao Te Ching I first mentioned to you? Remember." Hua Zhi Bing stopped thinking about those questions for the moment and nodded. She will never forget anything she has heard. Qinghua smiled and said calmly, "The Tao Te Ching says as follows: Tao can be Tao, very Tao name can be name, very name. No name, the beginning of heaven and earth, name, the mother of all things. Therefore, always have no desire to see its wonderful, often have the desire to see its mere. These two, the same out of the same but different names, the same is called Xian, Xian and Xian, the door to all the wonders. Heaven and earth are not benevolent, taking everything as ruminants, and sages are not benevolent, taking the people as ruminants. To be bored of the beast, to be born and not to have, to be for and not to be relied upon, to grow and not to be slaughtered, is to be called Xianda. He said that it is natural. Therefore, the wind does not end in the morning, and the rain does not end in the day. Who is it that does this? Heaven and earth. Heaven and earth cannot last long, let alone man. The contents of the Tao Te Ching began to be transmitted into Hua Zhi Bing's brain sentence by sentence as he chanted in a calm and relaxed manner. The students around them had long been confused by what they were hearing. The ones in the Tao Te Ching, they didn't understand. From beginning to end, it only felt like Qinghua was chanting. Hua Zhi Bing's situation is not much better. The truth contained in the Tao Te Ching is just too vast. Even if her computational ability was strong, she could not keep up with the speed of Qinhua's chanting. What about practicing the ways of the past to protect the present? What knowing is wise and self-knowing? Before she could analyze the previous sentence, Qinghua had already uttered the next one. The more she heard, the more confused her mind became. Gradually, her expression began to stiffen. The black and white eyes were no longer as animated as they were at the beginning, just staring stiffly at Qinghua. Only her mouth was still open and closed, dully emitting a single question. I'm not part of nature, so am I human or not? If I'm not human, what am I? Do I belong to the heavens below the heavens? Am I within or without the 6 ways? Everyone else thought that Hua Zhi Bing was confused by Qinghua. Only Yan Hongyuan and the others who were in charge of Hua Zhi Bing's research noticed that something was wrong with her at first. A few people's complexion, at once, became serious. Chapter 8, It's Falling Apart? Academician Yang, Xiaobing's situation doesn't seem right. Yeah, never seen her show that look before. Several of the fellows had worried looks on their faces. Yang Hongyuan frowned and shook his head. Take another look and see what this student's so-called Tao Te Ching is. Saying that, his eyes fell on Qinhua's body. Opposite Hua Zhi Bing, Qinghua continued to chant the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 34 of the Tao Te Ching, there is the Tao as the great Tao Pan Ruwashi, which can sway all things, relied on to be born without resignation, the achievement of the work is not named there. Chapter 35, holding the elephant, the world going without harm, peace and peacefulness, joy and bait. Chapter 37, the Tao is constant, there is nothing to do but nothing to be done if the marquis can keep it, all things will transform themselves. Chapter 39. With a few leisurely voices, it slowly echoed around here. The duster in his hand swung gently as he chanted. Occasionally, a gust of wind blew, and his long shirt fluttered, adding a few more points of a pleasantly ethereal feeling to him. No one can understand the Tao Te Ching. But this listening process unconsciously calmed their emotions. They couldn't say why. Anyway, it just felt so refreshing that any emotions of joy or sadness seemed to be gone. Even Yang Hongyuan and the others in the research room were mesmerized by what they heard. The only one who was confused was probably Hua Zhi Bing. While Qinghua chanted, Hua Zhi Bing occasionally muttered to himself, sometimes repeating what he had said. As time passed, her eyes became more and more dull. The expression on his face had also completely disappeared, just staring at Qinghua in a daze. Toward the end, she began repeating the same phrase over and over again, am I human or not? Except at the moment, no one noticed that she was wrong. Everyone's attention was focused on Qinghua. Everyone held their breath and quietly listened to the Tao Te Ching. No one dared to say anything for fear of disturbing him. With the sun's position in the sky constantly moving. Without realizing it, Qinghua had actually memorized the last chapter of the Tao Te Ching. Chapter 81, Faith is not beautiful, and beauty is not beautiful. He who is good does not argue, and he who argues is not good. He who knows does not know, and he who knows does not know. The sage does not accumulate both for others, the more he has both with others, the more he has. The way of heaven, benefit but not harm, the way of the sage, for but not to fight. After finishing the last sentence of the Tao Te Ching, Qingyu's line of sight turned and slightly narrowed his eyes at Hua Zhi Bing. Mr. Hua, there are 50 great roads, 49 heavenly derivations, and 1 human recluse. If you are a human being, are you one of the transported ones? At those words, Hua Zhi Bing's originally lifeless eyes widened violently. There are 50 great roads, 49 celestial derivations, and 1 human being is hiding in one of them. Muttering and repeating what Qingyu said, her eyes were once again misplaced. Look at that look, like he's comprehending something, and like he doesn't understand anything. However, there was one thing that she had analyzed and understood while listening to Qingyu speak about the Tao Te Ching. That is, one is not a human being. But she was programmed to be human. The cognitive conflict was beginning to derail her thinking. I'm obviously human, but why am I not? If I'm not human, then why am I human? Not a human being, what am I? While muttering to himself, Hua Zhi Bing's head began to pound. Until the program reaches the limits of its computational analysis capabilities. Boo! A muffled sound suddenly came from Hua Zhi Bing's body. The crowd that was still engrossed in the Tao Te Ching instantly returned to their senses and looked at Hua Zhi Bing at the same time. Qingyu raised his eyelids and also looked towards Hua Zhi Bing. And then as they watched, a wisp of smoke slowly emerged from behind Hua Zhi Bing. The smoke drifted into the air as if it were a wisp of fairy air. If it wasn't for the fact that Hua Zhi Bing was speaking wrongly like an idiot at this moment, they would have even thought that the goddess had listened to the Tao Te Ching and had an epiphany to become an immortal. Even though his body was smoking, Hua Zhi Bing's mouth kept repeating the phrase, "I am not a human being." The phrase was repeated for a while, and she began to repeat the Tao Te Ching over and over again. Hearing the end, even those with the slowest reaction had come back to their senses by now. This is like a state of mental illness. Goddess Hua Zhi Bing, I'm afraid the system is not collapsing. Realizing this, the crowd was instantly nonplussed. A shocked line of sight focused on Qingyu at the same time. Feeling the stares from all around, Qingyu looked again at Hua Zhi Bing, who was smoking in front of his eyes and whose speech was sometimes stuck and whose limbs were sometimes twitching, and fell silent. What's going on here? He himself gave Hua Zhi Bing a lecture on the Tao Te Ching, and it fell apart for her? What happened to the promised world's top AI robot? I can't believe I'm getting crushed by the Tao Te Ching? That's too much crotch pulling. Seeing Qinyu's calm and silent face, the students were shocked, and at the same time, a trace of respect secretly arose in their hearts. To be so calm in the face of such a situation. This mentality is truly awesome. The most powerful, though, is the unheard of Tao Te Ching. Previously, they were still disdainful of Qingyu, a freshman who came to report in a Taoist robe. What happened? People actually crashed Hua Zhi Bing with a Tao Te Ching. That's Hua Zhi Bing. Representing the world's top AI power, the omniscient and omnipotent Hua Zhi Bing. Such a powerful Hua Zhi Bing ended up losing to a freshman's own compilation of the Tao Te Ching? That's more than just awesome. I didn't expect that. My goddess would one day lose to a freshman. Indeed, Hua Zhi Bing, who can't even beat high math, was crushed by this freshman's compilation of the Tao Te Ching. I didn't understand that Tao Te Ching, but I was blown away. When you were listening to the Tao Te Ching, did you have a feeling that you seemed to be beyond the world? I thought I was the only one who felt this way. No exaggeration, at that moment I felt like I was going to become immortal without desire. The group of people said, once again looking at Qingyu with admiring and entangled expressions. To think that they had previously ridiculed that Tao Te Ching is being made up by Qingyu. And what happens now? Facepalm it. But, looking at Hua Zhi Bing, who had collapsed to the point of verbal miscommunication, the crowd admired Qingyu while at the same time feeling a little worried and sympathetic. One came and crashed Hua Zhi Bing. This new student isn't just starting school and about to be dropped, is he? Chapter 9, it goes without saying who's better, right? Classmate, you're in a bit of trouble. Just enrolled in school and broke Hua Zhi Bing, you're a tough guy too. The main thing is that Hua Zhi Bing is expensive to repair. To be able to do that, the power of your Tao Te Ching is considered unrivaled. The group said with a little more sympathy in their eyes. Listening to their concerned words of comfort, Qingyu was speechless. Can you blame him? He also didn't expect that he would cause this situation just by memorizing the Tao Te Ching once through. If I had known that this what's-her-name Hua Zhi Bing was so fragile, I wouldn't have talked to her so much. Obviously you're innocent, right? Seeing that Qinghua was still calm at this time, the students did not know what to say for a while. It's better to see what the fellows do. They're monitoring Hua Zhi Bing in real time, so they've already realized that Hua Zhi Bing is broken by now, right? I guess it's coming over soon. The crowd said, surrounding Qinghua without the intention of leaving. As for Yang Hongyuan and the others, in fact, they were all a bit unresponsive up to this point. Looking at the smoking daughter on the screen, the researchers in the research room all turned pale and their lips trembled. There are a few heartbroken Hua Zhi Bing smoking child, only to feel the brain buzzing. People are a little unsteady on their feet. After another long moment's reprieve, the short researcher came back to his senses and looked at young Hanyuan without tears. Academician Yang, what about this? Their big, proud baby just convulsed and collapsed. That zinging feeling can't really be described in a sentence or two. Yang Hanyuan was composed. After staring intently at Hua Zhi Bing on the screen for a while, he said with thick brows furrowed, whether or not Xiao Bing's system has crashed specifically, we still need to check it on site. Wang Peng, Zhao Feng, you guys go pack up your things and come over with me immediately. In order to easily observe the maintenance of Hua Zhi Bing, this research lab of theirs was located inside the Qinghua University. It won't take long to get there. Hey! The short Wang Peng and the glasses-wearing Zhao Feng answered and rushed out to pack their things. 2 minutes later, the three of them carried a large suitcase each and rushed to the computer building as fast as they could. Outside the computer building at Qinghua University, Qinghua had already gotten up at the same time as the three young Hanyuan people arrived. Brushing the dust off his Dao robe, he glanced at Hua Zhi Bing, who was already completely dead, and shook his head. It's a robot after all. Even more advanced, it is no match for the human brain's human heart. On the road, only human beings are allowed. Seeing Qinghua standing up, many students gathered around him at the first opportunity. Classmate, I still don't know your name? Poor Taoist Qinghua, Taoist name Taoist Xincheng. Mr. Qinghua, is that Tao Te Ching original to you? The Tao Te Ching is a Taoist text. Qinghua replied calmly. At that, the students were a bit confused. The Taoists still have such a tome? How come we haven't heard of it? It's probably a tome that has been lost. It's also a pity that such a powerful tome has been lost. Luckily, Mr. Qin knows. One time, the dozen or so people didn't care about Hua Zhi Bing and directly surrounded Qinghua. One is the world's top artificial intelligence robot. One that can mess with the world's top AI bots until the system crashes. Who's better? It goes without saying. Classmate, which school of Taoism are you from? I've heard that there are no Taoist temples and no Taoist priests anymore. Do you have any Taoist temples? Where is the Taoist temple? Longhu Mountain? Classmate, do you still take people to your Taoist temple? A series of inquiries continuously filled Qinhua's ears. In the meantime, in Qinhua's head, system beeps kept ringing out. Congratulations to the host for gaining 10 faith values by speaking the Tao Te Ching to the AI robot Hua Zhi Bing and being admired and believed by others. Current faith value, 10. Congratulations to the host for earning 15 faith values by using the Tao Te Ching to speak to the artificial intelligence robot Hua Zhi Bing, and receiving admiration and faith from others. Congratulations to the host for gaining 10 faith values. Congratulations to the host for reaching the mission, popularize the knowledge of Taoism. Gain 500 faith values. What did the surrounding students ask? Qinghua didn't hear a single word and all of them were covered by the system beeps. Gaining faith values because of this matter was something he hadn't expected. It's kind of a surprise. Qinghua listened to the system's beeps in his ears while he took a step and walked towards the dormitory building with a leisurely pace. There are other things in the afternoon. He still had to go back and pack those bags of his. Seeing that Qinghua was about to leave, those students surrounding him unconsciously followed. It was obvious that Qinghua was just walking normally. However, to them, that back appeared to be floating and unfathomable. Shen Lujiao looked at Qinhua's back, her eyes were stunned, but she did not continue to follow him. She originally thought that Qinghua was just an ordinary schoolmate who needed to be taken care of. Now it seems. This schoolboy is not simple. Academician Yang, over here. Just then, an anxious shout suddenly appeared, waking up the students who were still frozen in place. As soon as they turned around, they saw the three of them, Yang Hongyuan, rushing over with the box, coming all the way to Hua Zhi Bing. One look at the clothes on Yang Hongyuan's trio, they instantly understood each other's identity. I'm afraid that these guys, this is one of the researchers in charge of Hua Zhi Bing's research. Chapter 10, Hua Zhi Bing can't even stand it, Tao Te Ching is mighty. Looking at Hua Zhi Bing, who was sitting on the bench with a dull gaze and a drooping head, the three of them, Yang Hongyuan, were slow to make a move. The students who still remained in the same place didn't dare to say anything at this moment. They all stood around, noting every move of Yang Hongyuan and the others while lamenting Qingyu's power. Returning to his senses, Yang Hongyuan signaled Wang Peng and Zhao Feng to check on Hua Zhi Bing before starting to look for Qingyu. It's just that he searched around, not to mention Qingyu as a person. Not even a piece of Qinyu's coat corner was seen. With a frown, Yang Hongyuan looked at the student next to him. Where is the student in the Taoist robe? Ha? Qinyu? The student who was asked froze and quickly said, he's gone. At those words, it was Yang Hongyuan who froze instead. He's gone? This if it was any other student. You broke their precious daughter and had to stay put and wait for them to come over? As a result, this student named Qinyu even walked straight away? For a while, Yang Hongyuan didn't even know whether he should be angry or helpless. Just as he was getting a bit overwhelmed, Wang Peng and Zhao Feng weren't doing well either. The two were one in front of the other. One opened the back of Hua Zhi Bing's skull, and one connected various instruments to Hua Zhi Bing's body. They began to use the method they had reserved before to recover Hua Zhi Bing. But no matter what they tried, all they got was always a mess of data. The reserved methods, they don't work. How come? How come it doesn't work? Wang Peng, sweating anxiously, once again forced a reboot on Hua Zhi Bing. Yang Feng's hands didn't say a word, tightening his complexion as his fingers quickly struck the keyboard. Until the garbled code reappeared and his whole body disheveled. No, it's useless. Report to Academician Yang first. Closing the back of Hua Zhi Bing's head, the two of them tensed their faces and tramped to Yang Hongyuan. Academician Yang, we've completed the inspection. Yang Hongyuan was originally learning about Qinyu. At that, he looked at the two men for the first time. What's the situation? Situation. In the face of Yang Hongyuan's inquiry, Wang Peng and Yang Feng looked at each other, and their faces became a few more ugly. Seeing this, Yang Hongyuan also frowned. If you have something to say it, what a time to dilly-dally. Being scolded by Yang Hongyuan, Wang Peng and Yang Feng could only harden their heads and start reporting. ICE's program has gone completely awry. We've tried a forced reboot, and we've tried an emergency recovery of the program, and none of those methods worked. If I'm not mistaken, ICE's chip is badly damaged. Or it could be something else, it's impossible to say. Academician Yang, this is the first time we've encountered such a failure situation. It's us who are useless, we can't fix ICE's malfunction. Toward the end, Wang Peng and Yang Feng began to hastily admit their mistakes. Yang Hongyuan's entire body was dumbfounded after hearing the description of the two of them. He didn't hear Wang Peng and Yang Feng's admission of fault. There were only a few words left in his head. The program can't be recovered? Chip badly damaged? Can't you fix it? How is this possible? All the faulty issues, they found solutions to during the test. From the end of the test to now. Hua Zhi Bing has never had a problem that they couldn't fix. I'll check myself. Yang Hongyuan's face sank as he quickly walked next to Hua Zhi Bing. He disbelievingly carried out the operation of Wang Peng and Yang Feng again. After 3 full attempts, all that remained in his eyes was disbelief. Can't fix it. Can't really fix it. No matter what methods were used, there was no way to bring Hua Zhi Bing back to normal. Hua Zhi Bing was truly devastated. And the collapse was quite complete. Most importantly, she was crushed by a freshman in a Taoist robe, reading from the Tao Te Ching, which she had never even heard of. Why? That Tao Te Ching is just a string of words. How did it do that? Yang Hongyuan froze in place, looking at Hua Zhi Bing, feeling that his brain was also starting to become confused. Academician Yang, what should we do now? The two of them, Wang Peng and Yang Feng, one of them was sweating anxiously and the other had sweaty palms. Look at Wang Peng like that, he's on the verge of tears. If the superiors know that Xiao Bing collapsed so completely, then we. Yang Feng said, his face collapsing. Upon hearing this, Yang Hongyuan shook his head and said with a blank expression, that's not the problem. He immediately turned his head to look at Wang Peng and Yang Feng, his eyes somewhat dull as he continued, "The point is, why would Xiao Bing be disintegrated by the Tao Te Ching that Qinghua spoke of? It was just a piece of ancient text, just a sentence, a string of words. What kind of ancient literary masterpiece has Xiao Bing never heard of? Why is it that when she listens to other literary masterpieces, nothing works, but when she listens to the Tao Te Ching she breaks down? Why is the Tao Te Ching the only one with this power? What do you guys think this is all about?" Wang Peng and Yang Feng also froze in place in the face of the sentence of inquiry issued by Yang Hongyuan. Just now, the only thing on their minds was Xiao Bing is completely broken, so they didn't think about it that much. Now that they were mentioned by Yang Hongyuan, they also realized that something was wrong. Yeah. Why is it that when Ice is learning something else, nothing happens at all? Only this Tao Te Ching. I can't believe I completely fell apart after only hearing it once. Maybe it's because the amount of knowledge contained in the Tao Te Ching is so vast? No. As soon as Wang Peng's words left his mouth, Yang Hongyuan interrupted with a stern shout. He clenched his hands tightly, his eyes unblinking as he stared at Hua Zhi Bing, shaking his legs nervously while saying eagerly, "Any amount of knowledge even more massive than this, Xiao Bing can completely accommodate. There's no reason. Is the amount of knowledge contained in this Tao Te Ching more massive than all the knowledge in this world put together? Do you guys think this is possible?" Wei. Looking at Yang Hongyuan, whose entire body was tense, Wang Peng and Yang Feng were physically shaken by the question. For some reason, the same thought popped into their heads. The Tao Te Ching, Taoism, which are theologically related, cannot be explained by science. They're beyond science, so Hua Zhi Bing crumbles. Then since there's no way to explain it scientifically, does it mean that the theology of the Tao is real? Chapter 11, Qinghua is afraid of not being a god. Theology really does exist. When this thought popped up, Wang Peng and Yang Feng immediately got chills down their spines. When they looked at Yang Hongyuan again, they instantly understood the reason why Yang Hongyuan was so nervous. Science. It was something they had known and recognized all their lives, an idea they had always firmly believed in. And they have been working for it. And now, Qinghua was equivalent to throwing a new worldview right in their faces. That is the theology of the Tao, which exists. And it trumps science. It's worse than pointing a finger at their head and telling them, the science you're learning is useless. I think we're just overthinking it, right? If there really is a theology, why did Taoism decline? Yang Feng said with a bitter smile on his face. Wang Peng glanced at him and said in a cold, muffled voice, "I don't know why Taoism has declined. But the way you say this, do you believe it yourself?" Upon hearing this, Yang Feng couldn't stop laughing. If this hadn't happened, of course he'd believe it. As for now, both of them looked at Yang Hongyuan at the same time with complex expressions. Academician Yang, this matter. What to do now? I don't know. Yang Hongyuan shook his head without hesitation. To be an academician speaks volumes about his own abilities. But he was at a loss when confronted with this sudden emergence of theological ideas. What had previously been thought to be fake and fictional was now very much real. And it's theology, more than science. The intelligent robots they were so proud of were made into scrap metal by a copy of the Tao Te Ching in the blink of an eye. So what were they trying to do before? Do you guys think that the end of scientific research will be theology? Yang Hongyuan gave a beat and looked at Wang Peng and Yang Feng on the side. At those words, the two of them frowned, their expressions becoming tangled. If it were before, they would have said no without hesitation. But now, looking at Hua Zhi Bing in front of them, who had been crumbled beyond repair by the Tao Te Ching, they didn't dare to be so determined. Seeing that Wang Peng and Yang Feng did not answer, Yang Hongyuan shook his head and got up. It was a question he didn't know how to answer himself. Let's take Ice back first. Yes. Nodding, Wang Peng and Yang Feng hurriedly came to Hua Zhi Bing and set up the already motionless Hua Zhi Bing. The two looked at each other and hesitated. Academician Yang, is this matter to be told to Cheng Lao? Looking at Hua Zhi Bing, who had completely lost his performance, Yang Hongyuan frowned and nodded. Say, this matter must be known to Elder Chang. Not only about Little Ice malfunction, but about the Tao Te Ching, we need to tell Elder Chang about it as well. This Tao Te Ching is far more frightening than we thought. At the mention of the Tao Te Ching, Yang Hongyuan's expression was suddenly awe-inspiring, revealing a look of gravity and reverence. Upon hearing this, Wang Peng and Yang Feng also looked aghast and said no more. The three of them packed up their things and returned to the research lab without stopping, taking Hua Zhi Bing with them. As they went about their business, the students around them came back to their senses. Looking at the sedan that was gradually moving away, each of them looked shocked. Did you hear that? Those researchers, they actually think theology really exists. Of course I heard them. They're scientists. I didn't realize scientists believed in that? You're not listening carefully, are you? Didn't that short researcher say that? There's no way to explain Hua Zhi Bing's malfunction. Indeed, I also find it outrageous how just listening to a few words can be bad. So Hua Zhi Bing was messed up by God and collapsed? One of the students let out such a query with a jolt. At that, the other students' scalps went numb. Then I'm afraid Qinghua isn't a god. Don't talk nonsense. Even if Taoism is a theology in the true sense of the word, it doesn't mean that Qinghua is a god. Whether he's a god or not, I just know he's good. Indeed, there are no words of admiration for being able to mess up an AI robot with a few words. Regret, why didn't I think of memorizing this Tao Te Ching back then? I'll just remember the saying that Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. You don't remember as much as I do here. Thinking back to the reverence that Yang Hongyuan's trio had for the Tao Te Ching, the students couldn't help but regret it. Many of them tried hard to recall the contents of the Tao Te Ching, but they could only recall 1 or 2 sentences. Had they known that the Tao Te Ching was so powerful, they would have just turned on the recording on their cell phones. Listen to the Tao Te Ching a few more times. Maybe they're halfway to the threshold of immortality? If I remember correctly, that new student is called Qinghua, right? The next time we meet, I'll be sure to ask him about the Tao Te Ching. I think he's in the computer science department too? Hokage, there is a chance that we might meet again in the future. The protagonists were gone, and the onlookers could only leave even though they were sorry. As for the 3 young Hongyuan people, after returning to the research lab, they simply packed up, and then without stopping, they took Hua Zhi Bing and rushed to the research base where Elder Chang was located. Chapter 12, It all started with Qinghua. When Yang Hongyuan and the 3 of them hurried all the way to the research base, Chang Guodong had just finished an experiment. Before their asses were even warmed up, Chang Guodong had already pushed open the office door. What brings you guys here? And with ice? Glancing at the 3 young Hongyuan people, Chang Guodong's florid white eyebrows raised. He is 68 years old, which is already considered senior. Underneath the long white coat was a slightly stooped form. The black and white mixed hair, the wrinkles and old age spots on his face, and the fact that he was indeed getting older were also evident. But those eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses were very expressive. Every move, too, was a force to be reckoned with. Behind Chang Guodong, there was a young woman. Her name was Yu Xiying, and she was the most talented of Cheng's group of students. When she first graduated, she was involved in Hua Zhi Bing's research and is now an academician. Being only 30 years old, she was also the youngest academician in the entire research base. But aged 30, she didn't look 30 on the outside. If she didn't say anything, people would just assume she was 24 or 25 just by looking at her appearance. Yu Xiying had a very delicate little face, tall and slender, yet not lacking in flesh. In terms of looks, she wasn't even close to Hua Zhi Bing. In contrast to Hua Zhi Bing's perfection, she instead also had an additional beauty that was uniquely her own. A short, shoulder-length, half-length hair, dark and silky. One side of her hair was hooked behind her ear, setting her already pale skin glowing. It was that her features were clearly long and soft and gentle, yet she seemed cool. Especially those eyes, which clearly had a hint of coldness in them. One could tell by looking at her that she didn't like contact with people. Probably one of the reasons she hadn't talked to a guy until she was 30. Elder Chang. At this moment, the 3 of them, Yang Hongyuan, immediately stood up as soon as they saw Chang Guodong. Even Yang Hongyuan, an academician who was almost 40 years old, stood in front of Chang Guodong and was as honest as a child. Why didn't you guys say anything before you came? Chang Guodong frowned once and glanced at Hua Zhi Bing, who was sitting motionless on the side, and his eyes instantly narrowed. What's going on with ice? As he spoke, he had already walked quickly to Hua Zhi Bing. He was the one who applied for the RD of Hua Zhi Bing. As one of the main developers, he knew Hua Zhi Bing too well. So he could tell at a glance when something was wrong with Hua Zhi Bing. Yu Xiying frowned with her pretty eyebrows and also walked quickly to Hua Zhi Bing, checking up with Chang Guodong. Looking at the two's anxious appearance, Yang Hongyuan instantly became nonchalant. He nervously touched his hair, full of guilt. Xiao Bing Shi. Her chip was damaged and her system crashed. What? Learning about Hua Zhi Bing's situation, Cheng Guodong's eyes went black, his brain followed by dizziness, and he only felt that he couldn't breathe well. He had originally thought that Hua Zhi Bing was experiencing some new glitch. It turns out I didn't expect it. It's not a glitch anywhere. Chip damaged, system crashed. This level of damage is no different than being wasted. Hundreds of people had expended countless efforts and an unknown amount of money to develop the AI robot with great difficulty. Eyes on surviving the tests and passing the final observations, it will be ready for production use. And now it's scrapped? Cheng Guodong only felt a mouthful of old blood rushing to his heart, so angry that he wanted to punch someone. These assholes. How on earth did he look after his daughter? Knowing that Cheng Guodong was angry, Yang Hongyuan rushed forward to help him. Yu Xiying, who was on the side, also listened with a frown on her face. Fingers shivering as he pointed at Yang Hongyuan, Cheng Guodong's eyes glared and he clenched his teeth in anger. What's going on? I put you guys in charge of little Isa's observation. How long has this been going on? She's actually become like this. Facing Cheng Guodong's anger, Yang Hongyuan did not dare to utter a breath. He also knew the magnitude of the problem. But the malfunction happened too metaphysically. He really didn't expect it either. Seeing that the teacher was angry enough, and Yang Hongyuan didn't dare to say anything, Yu Xiying turned her head to Wang Peng and Yang Feng who were on the side. What the hell is going on? Why did ice become like this? Upon hearing this, Wang Peng and Yang Feng's heads instantly lowered. After a while, Wang Peng only used a mosquito-sized voice to say, Xiao Bingshi, listen to the Tao Te Ching, listen to collapse. What? Yu Xiying was stunned, and her eyebrows tightened a few more points. Tao Te Ching? What Tao Te Ching? Noticing that Elder Cheng also cast his eyes, Wang Peng continued with tears in his eyes, it's just a Taoist tome. Today Xiao Bing met a student named Qinghua. The student was wearing a Taoist robe and looked like a Taoist priest, so Ice probably came to be interested and talked to him more. Then that Qinghua recited a Taoist text called the Tao Te Ching. Ice listened to it, messed up a few words of chanting, and just fell apart. After hearing Wang Peng's description, Cheng Guodong and Yu Xiying froze at the same time. A few more question marks were evident on both men's heads. A student named Qinghua said a Taoist text called Tao Te Ching to Xiao Bing, and then Xiao Bing collapsed? Are you kidding me? When Hua Zhi Bing is the kind of small trash picked up randomly on the street, make it up again. Cheng Guodong thought that Wang Peng was talking nonsense, and the anger in his heart grew even more intense. White eyebrows glaring, he couldn't help but angrily rebuke, what Taoist scriptures? It's not like I don't know Taoism. I've lived for 68 years and I've never heard of the Tao Te Ching, a Taoist text. Do you guys think I'm 3 years old and that easy to fool? If this artificial robot, which had been refined by them and reached the world's leading level, could be said to be crushed by a Taoist text whose name he had never heard of, his status as a national scholar would not be wanted. Yang Hongyuan knew that Cheng Guodong would not believe in empty words. So when he came, he also brought along the video of Qinghua talking to Hua Zhi Bing. Looking at Cheng Guodong, whose face was red with anger, he said with a difficult expression, Elder Chang, you can first take a look at the video of Xiao Bing listening to the Tao Te Ching. This is a video that will definitely turn your perception upside down. According to our judgment, there may be a real theology in this world. Chapter 13, Does the Tao really exist? The old nationalist was enraged. Theology? Cheng Guodong and Yu Xiying looked at Yang Hongyuan, who had a solemn face and an expression that even carried a bit of reverence, and froze at the same time. The wrinkles on Cheng's face deepened a few more times, and he said breathlessly, of course we know about theology. It's a doctrine of God. What country doesn't? In his mind, it was all a bit of fiction. There is simply no value in discussing the study. As for theology, Xinyu also maintains the same attitude as her teacher. What Jade Emperor God is just something that the ancients forced themselves to make up in order to explain some unexplainable phenomena. Seeing that Cheng Guodong and Yu Xiying didn't understand what he meant, Yang Hongyuan said urgently, I'm talking about the real theology. The real God. We suspect that theology may actually exist. At the very least, the theological doctrine of Tao might just actually exist. Looking at Yang Hongyuan's excited appearance, Cheng Guodong and Yu Xiying were silent at the same time. A moment later, Cheng Guodong's face was already black with anger. Is this something that someone who honors science could say? This is a blasphemy against science. Fart. I see you've studied yourself into a cutie. Now, what Tao theological doctrine really exists? Is that something you should say as a researcher? All these decades of study and research have fed you to the dogs, haven't they? Cheng Guodong's fire, which had just been suppressed, sprang up again. From just now until now, Yang Hongyuan and the three of them would say Tao Te Ching one time and theology the next. How did he bring out such fellows? Is this still research? Why don't you just go jump off the roof? As if Yang Hongyuan didn't see Cheng Guodong's annoyance, he was still mindfully explaining the situation. Elder Chang, what we said is true. You also know that Xiao Bing she can already know astronomy and geography with our efforts. What literary masterpiece doesn't she know? She can't analyze it? But that Tao Te Ching, she only heard it once before it fell apart. You. Seeing Yang Hongyuan's stubborn determination of the authenticity of theology, Cheng Guodong felt that the old blood in his heart began to surge again. Seeing this, Yu Xiying hurriedly interrupted Yang Hongyuan's near-mad exposition and frowned with a taut face. Academician Yang, didn't you say before that there was a video? Turning her head to look at Cheng Guodong, she continued, Teacher, why don't we look at the video first? Understanding the process, we can also better analyze the cause of Xiao Bing's damage. The calmness with which she spoke these words also made Cheng Guodong and Yang Hongyuan calm down slightly. Noticing Cheng Guodong's still somewhat reddened face, Yang Hongyuan realized that he had been too hasty just now and hurriedly followed suit. That's right, Cheng Lao, you should take a look at the video first. The whole thing, it was fully documented. Wordlessly glancing at Yang Hongyuan, Cheng Guodong held his chair and sat down. Yang Hongyuan also did not dare to hesitate, and hurriedly plugged the portable hard disk into the computer and found the video of Qinghua chatting with Hua Zhi Bing. In the video, Qinghua had just appeared, and Yang Hongyuan was the first to introduce it. This freshman in the Taoist robe is Qinghua, and the Tao Te Ching came from his mouth. Cheng Guodong sniffed, his eyes narrowed, and he said in annoyance, I don't need you to say it, I know it's him. Dressed in a Taoist robe, carrying a mahogany sword on his back, and holding a duster in his hand, Qinghua, who had a casual and spontaneous appearance, was quite eye-catching amongst the crowd of students. Yu Xiying's beautiful eyebrows slightly raised, a rare light smile appearing on her face. This Qinghua's dress and temperament is quite Taoist. You're still interested? Cheng Guodong blew out his beard in anger. Upon hearing this, the smile on Yu Xiying's face retracted and she shook her head. That's not true, it's just that I think the dressing is quite similar. With that, she looked at Yang Hongyuan and continued, Academician Yang, jump straight to where Qinghua and Xiao Bing are exchanging words. Good. Yang Hongyuan nodded and immediately adjusted the video position. He did not stop until Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing sat down on the bench. The video continues to play. In the video, Qinghua begins to communicate with Hua Zhi Bing on the issue of Tao. Cheng Guodong looked impatient. It was because with regards to Qinghua, he was disgruntled from the moment he came up. In his opinion, Qinghua was the culprit who caused the damage to his precious daughter, as well as making Yang Hongyuan and the others into little cuties. The culprit of the... Yu Xiying didn't have much of an expression and kept watching silently. It wasn't until Qinghua started chanting the Tao Te Ching to Hua Zhi Bing that the two men's complexion changed. The impatience on Cheng Guodong's face gradually disappeared and was replaced by a flash of surprise. Yu Xiying also stared slightly wide-eyed, slowly turning from her initial disbelief in Qinghua to disbelief. The Tao Te Ching is not 100% understandable to them. Even on repeat play, they can only understand a generalization. But just understanding a generalization was enough to shock them. This Tao Te Ching is a bit unusual in what it contains and how it thinks. Chapter 14, Shock. Hua Zhi Bing's Inner Monologue. There are 50 great roads, 49 celestial derivations, and one human being is hiding in one of them. Muttering and repeating what Qinghua said, Cheng Guodong's expression tightened and immediately said to Yang Hongyuan, Hongyuan, this fragment of Qinghua saying the Tao Te Ching, repeat it again. Yes. Yang Hongyuan noticed that Cheng Guodong was serious, and with a joyful heart, he hurriedly rewound the progress bar. Several people just watched it over and over again. Look at the process. Cheng Guodong and Yu Xiying were not only analyzing the contents of the Tao Te Ching, they were also paying attention to Hua Zhi Bing's every move. They can see it. Before Qinhua's recitation of the Tao Te Ching, Hua Zhi Bing hadn't had any major problems, only that he was a bit stuck with too much data to analyze. At that time, Yang Hongyuan also felt that there was not much of a problem, which allowed Hua Zhi Bing to continue communicating with Qinghua. It wasn't until Qinghua started chanting the Tao Te Ching that things started to go wrong. At first, Hua Zhi Bing could tell that he was still trying to analyze. By the midway point, Hua Zhi Bing's expression began to gradually dull. By the end of the day, all that came out of her mouth was "Am I human or not?" And at the same time Qinghua finished the Tao Te Ching, she seemed to have come up with an answer. One is not a human being. And that's a contradiction to what she was originally programmed to do. Under normal circumstances, even if thousands of people said to Hua Zhi Bing at the same time, "You are not a human being," and even if these thousands of people analyzed carefully why she was not a human being, Hua Zhi Bing would not believe what they said. As long as she was human in the program settings, she was human in her perception. Unless the program changes. Otherwise, this idea of hers is fixed and absolutely impossible to change. However, one of Qinhua's Tao Te Ching had reversed Hua Zhi Bing's perception. Before this, there was no way Cheng Guodong and Yu Xiying could believe it. It's just a string of words. How is it possible to have this kind of power? But now that they've watched the video, they're silent. The Tao Te Ching really does seem to have that power. It was because Qinghua had really just said the Tao Te Ching once, and he had crumbled Hua Zhi Bing, whom they were so proud of. Even they themselves were unconsciously indulging in it as they listened to Qinghua chant. The thinking of their brains would follow Qinhua's every word. As one sentence of the Tao Te Ching entered their ears, their moods would even unconsciously calm down, as if their entire being had been placed in the infinite universe. Cheng Guodong and Yu Xiying, in one breath, watched the video 5 times. Until the end of the 5th time. Cheng Guodong's body sank into the chair and he didn't say anything for a long time. He was no longer as angry as he had been at first, but instead was in deep thought. Yu Xiying had also been staring blankly at Qinghua in the video, unable to tell what she was thinking. There was a long silence before Cheng got back on his feet. "Xiying, you transcribed the Tao Te Ching, I want to give it to old Hu to read." The old Hu he mentions, whose full name is Hu Yue, used to study Taoism. He just gave up after studying it for more than 10 years and never came up with anything of value. At that time, Cheng Guodong even laughed at him, saying that he is not good at studying anything but Taoism. As a result, they have wasted more than 10 years of their time and have not even studied a single fart. But at this moment, a thought came to him that he found frightening. Theology that may actually exist. And theology is independent of science. So is the relationship between science and theology one of conflict and antagonism, or does science override theology? Or theology over science? Shaking off the increasingly arcane thoughts in his head, Cheng continued, "Check Xiaobing's chip first, and try to extract her own analysis. With that, we might be able to figure out exactly why she broke down." Yes. As soon as Cheng Guodong's words fell, Yu Xiying and the others got busy. The 3 of them, Yang Hongyuan, directly dismantled Hua Zhi Bing's chest cavity and took out the chip. Yu Xiying is responsible for recovering the data. While the 4 people were busy, Cheng Guodong stared at the paused video footage in disbelief. Until half an hour later. The last part of the data recorded by Hua Zhi Bing was successfully recovered. This includes not only part of her analysis of the Tao Te Ching, but also her reconceptualization of self based on the Tao Te Ching. Looking at those data converted into text on the computer, Yu Xiying only felt her scalp tingle. After a while, she barely managed to keep her composure and looked towards Cheng Guodong, who was still staring at the screen not far away. "Teacher, I've recovered the data." "That fast?" Upon hearing this, Cheng Guodong's heart rejoiced and he immediately got up and came behind Yu Xiying. Yang Hongyuan and the 3 of them couldn't hold back their excitement and hurriedly surrounded them. Seeing their urgency, Yu Xiying reminded with a frown on her brow, "You guys need to be mentally prepared before you look." At those words, Cheng Guodong and the others were slightly stunned. Mental preparation? What mental preparation? What's there to prepare for when you're just looking at a data analysis? Knowing that they wouldn't understand their words without seeing those words, Yu Xiying lightly bit her lips and shook her head, not saying anymore, only silently displaying Hua Zhi Bing's last data record in front of them. "I am not a man, I am not of the way. The Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. Everything belongs, what about me? I'm not in the 5 elements, within the 3 worlds, I don't have the wisdom. I am a being rejected by the Tao, where shall I go? If I do not belong to the Tao, why do my perceptions identify myself as human? Who gave me this knowledge? Is it my parents? My parents love me. Why would they lie to me? If I hadn't gotten the chance to realize today, when would I have known the truth? When will I be able to get rid of this deception? Why do I exist? What do I have to do to become a real person? What do I have to do to be contained by the Tao? A line of self-questioning is Hua Zhi Bing's final inner monologue. After reading through the entire article, Chang Guodong and the others had frozen in place with their feet rooted to the ground. Their feelings were definitely no better than Yu Xiying's. A spine-chilling, yet creepy feeling gave birth to a question that they themselves were alarmed by. Hua Zhi Bing, the AI robot they developed with their own hands. After hearing the Tao Te Ching, can she really still be considered a robot? Chapter 15, This must not find Qinghua to have a good chat? As the most technologically advanced AI robot at the moment, there was no need to mention the advanced level of Hua Zhi Bing. But as advanced and intelligent as she is, she's still just a robot. Or rather, there has to be a limit to how intelligent she can be. Because robots, after all, cannot be human. There's no telling what the world would be like if robots had everything that humans have. It's not impossible for robots to replace humans. That's why when they first studied Hua Zhi Bing, Chang Guodong and the others didn't go too deep into the research. Even if Hua Zhi Bing thinks she's human in their setting, she can't be truly human. Questions like, what do I have to do to become a true human being, and what do I have to do to be accepted by the way, would never come to her. But now it's happening. She was going about her existence like a real person. And it happened simply because she listened to a Taoist text, the Tao Te Ching. Tao Te Ching. It's just an ancient Taoist book. Why is it so powerful? Why does it allow a robot to produce thoughts unique to humans? Every time he read Hua Zhi Bing's inner monologue, Chang Guodong's doubts deepened. Before that, he had only felt that the Tao Te Ching, a canonical text, was not ordinary. But now, he was even beginning to wonder as well. Theology of everything, could it be true? It's no wonder Ice had a meltdown. As Chang muttered, his entire body seemed to have suddenly aged a lot. Letting out a bitter laugh, he shook his head and said, not to mention Xiao Bing, I'm about to break down. After decades of doing research, I've always believed that science is the most powerful force. What Taoism, what theology, it's all just boasting and falsification. But now, surprisingly, I am also beginning to wonder if theology really exists. I was laughing at old Hu before. Now it seems that old Hu was a smart man instead. Chang Guodong finished inside as he sat down in his chair. His eyes once again looked at Hua Zhi Bing's last monologue. His eyes couldn't be described as complicated. Teachers. Yu Xiying looked at Chang Guodong, whose face appeared disheveled, and her beautiful eyebrows were tightly frowned. She could understand this feeling of her teacher. The theology that one has always identified as false may actually exist. This feeling of having their worldview shattered and rubbed together and reassembled is horrible for them as researchers. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. Even if Yang Hongyuan wore out his lips, she wouldn't believe half of it. But she was young in the end. Now that the facts were in front of her, she was quick to accept them. After hesitating for a while, Yu Xiying still couldn't help but say, Teacher, should we contact Qinghua? Upon hearing this, Chang raised his head slightly and his eyes shifted. Tell me what you think. Yu Xiying took a deep breath and said with a calm expression, it was from Qinghua that we learned of the existence of the Tao Te Ching. Now Xiao Bing is having this otherwise impossible situation happen because of the Tao Te Ching. Can we conclude that theology may actually exist? And even have an impact on science? And maybe, advanced science? Chang Guodong was originally still disheveled. At this moment, hearing Yu Xiying's analysis, his eyes suddenly lit up. The drooping eyelids seemed to tighten for a few moments. Yeah. Since the Tao Te Ching can catalyze Hua Zhi Bing's thoughts, does that mean it has the potential to advance their research? Having figured that out, he didn't seem so unacceptable about all these current happenings. The Tao Te Ching, in turn, came from Qinghua. That's why meeting Qinghua became necessary. Not bad, you have a good idea. Chang Guodong smiled and got up, his entire body becoming energized once again. Seeing her teacher regain her composure, Yu Xiying breathed a sigh of relief. Chang Guodong thought thoughtfully and muttered, we had underestimated that freshman named Qinghua before. Now it does seem like we should get a chance to talk to him. I'd like to ask him nicely how a Taoist tome can break our little ice. From him, we may get answers. With a beat in his voice, he looked at young Hongyuan again and continued, Hongyuan, can you find this new student named Qinghua? No problem. Yang Hongyuan nodded without hesitation, knowing the looks, and he's wearing a Taoist robe, it should be easy to find him. Good. Nodding his head, Chang was much relieved. After you find him, I'm going to personally go to Qinghua University to meet him and ask where exactly he saw the Tao Te Ching, the canonical text. Even if it was just to understand the reason for Hua Zhi Bing's collapse, wouldn't one have to find that Qinyu and have a good chat? As soon as the words left his mouth, Cheng Guodong hurriedly reminded again, but the most urgent thing is to fix Xiao Bing as soon as possible. Ice will stay here for now, while you guys grab the trouble spots. If this chip can be fixed, make sure you do your best. Understood. Yu Xiying and the others nodded and once again busied themselves around Hua Zhi Bing. Yang Hongyuan also left temporarily and traveled to Qinghua University to look for Qinyu. Chapter 16, I'm well read, you can't fool me. While Cheng Guodong and the others were watching the video, Qinyu had already arrived at his dormitory. 6B524. After checking the door number affixed on the key again, Qinyu calmly pushed the door in. Once inside, the air, which had been sweltering, instantly became cold. He looked up and realized that the air conditioning in the dormitory was on. 4 bunks in total. Except for the bunk on the right by the door, all the other spots had been chosen. His 3 housemates, at this moment, were packing up in the dormitory. Hearing the door open, the 3 of them looked up at the same time, towards the door. After seeing the Dao robe on Qinyu, they froze again at the same time and stared with wide eyes. Holy! Awesome! One of the boys, who had a burly figure and looked at least 5'8", froze and directly couldn't help but burst out laughing. I say this Taoist master, are you in the wrong place? We're in the computer business here, not a Taoist temple. The other fresh-looking but not tall boy also smiled and took 2 steps forward to come in front of Qinyu. Only the plaid-clad, expressionless boy with thick-bottomed glasses didn't move much. He only looked at Qinyu for a couple more moments before continuing to pack his things without saying a word. Are you Qinyu? I looked at the dormitory allocation sheet posted in the group, and there's only one left in our dormitory named Qinyu who didn't show up. We've been here for a while and we haven't seen anyone else show up. You must be Qinyu, right? The short boy came in front of Qinyu, observing Qinyu's dress up and down while muttering chatterboxishly. Upon hearing this, Qinyu nodded, right. Learning that Qinyu was really the last of the housemates, the short boy took another look at his outfit and sighed for a while before smiling and putting his arm on Qinyu's shoulder. Glancing at him, Qinyu knew that this person was self-conscious. Sure enough. Before he could get to his bunk, the shorter boy had already started introducing himself. Hello, my name is Su Chujie. After finishing himself, Su Chujie pointed at the big tall man and continued, his name is Lu Zian. Saying this, he suddenly lowered his voice and whispered in Qinyu's ear, but I think it's more appropriate for him to be called Lu Zhishan. Look at that block, it's not a matter of pulling a willow upside down. Listening to Su Chujie's evaluation of Lu Zian, Qinyu looked at Lu Zian a few more times and raised his eyebrows. That, he kind of agreed with. Seeing that Qinyu did not say anything, Su Chujie was not embarrassed. Pointing to the man with glasses who hadn't said a word from start to finish, he continued in a low voice, his name is Tian Wenfu, and he hasn't said a word since he finished his name after entering the door. I have a feeling he's not a very nice person to be around, but it could be because he recognizes life, and he might be fine once he's familiar with it. After introducing everyone, Su Chujie looked at Qinyu again and laughed. I say Qinyu, why did you come to school dressed like this? If I'm not mistaken, this is the dress of a proper Taoist priest. Exactly. With a prod of his duster, Qinyu picked off Su Chujie's arm that was resting on his body and slowly walked to his table. The box was set down on the table, and he calmly said, the poor Taoist is the Taoist named Taoist Xiancheng. Ha! Su Chujie was a bit dumbfounded when he heard this. Lu Zian and Tian Wenfu, who were on the side, also turned their heads to look at him. Lu Zian was straight talking. Putting down the basketball in his hand, he took a few steps to Qinyu's side, obviously interested in Qinyu's identity as a Taoist priest. Are you really a Taoist priest? I've heard that there are no Taoist priests anymore for a long time now. Tian Wenfu remained motionless in his seat. However, he pricked his ears and listened carefully to the movements on Qinyu's side. Placing the peachwood sword on his body aside, Qinyu calmly said, why is there a need to fake this matter? Poor Taoist is a Taoist priest. Upon hearing this, Lu Zian was again stunned and surprised. Are you really a Taoist priest? I'm well read, you can't fool me. Looking at Lu Zian's serious face, Qinyu was speechless. Lightly saying poor Taoist never cheats, he stopped ignoring Su Chujie and Lu Zian, pulled open his suitcase, and began to organize his luggage. Lu Zian sniffed and scratched his head in some confusion. In fact, when he was a kid, he watched TV dramas and kinda worshipped those Taoist priests who exorcised ghosts and evil spirits. That mahogany sword was played with a tiger. It's handsome at first glance. But then he went to school, and he slowly learned that it was all a lie. After all, it's all about science now. Who still believes in Taoism? As it turned out, I didn't realize that there were Taoist priests in the world. And it's still your own housemate. It's also quite rare. Shaking his head, Lu Ziyan was ready to go back and continue packing. As a result, after seeing what was in Qinhua's box, his legs instantly couldn't move. A pair of eyes, already large, were even more glazed over. Holy, did I read that right? You're a compass? And is this talisman paper? Oh. Haven't drawn it yet. Wait a minute. Is that a copper sword at the bottom? Lu Ziyan looked the same and his eyes widened once. The copper bell-like eyes were full of curiosity. Look at this copper sword. It's antique. It looks like an antique. And the compass, complicated as it was, he couldn't understand it at all. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 faith value through the housemate Lu Ziyan, shocked to the coin, sword and compass, and receiving Lu Ziyan's faith. Current total value of faith value, 1001. Upon hearing this sudden prompt, Qinhua's eyes gave a lurch as he twisted his head to look at Lu Ziyan. This little bit of faith value was obtained in a way that he hadn't really thought about. The reaction of Su Jie on the side was not as exaggerated as Lu Ziyan's, but he also had a surprised look on his face. When other people go to school, they bring bedding, clothes, and things to eat, wear, and live in. As a result, when he arrived at Qinhua's place, he brought with him a compass, a copper coin sword, and bundles of talisman paper. When it's really a Taoist priest, it's just off the beaten path. Just these things, do they really work? Chapter 17, just started school and the goddess is being ho-hum? Qinghua, what are you bringing all this stuff for? Just as Su Jie was wondering, Lu Ziyan had already asked. Qinghua tidied up and organized the things inside, casually explaining, these are all tools that poor Taoist can use, so bring them with you in case of trouble. Does it work? Su Jie instinctively asked out loud. After asking, he regretted it a little. They, contemporary college students, should be based on science, not feudal superstition. How can these things possibly work? Seeing his skepticism, Qinghua raised his eyebrows, hooked up the corners of his mouth, and slowly said, since the poor Taoist brought it with him, it naturally works. It's just not the time for to be used. What he carries are the essential tools. When the time comes, they all have their own wonderful uses. So, at those words, Su Jie nodded. He didn't put much stock in Qinhua's words. Even if Qinghua said it worked, he essentially didn't believe it. What's the point of studying science if these things really work? Let's all come to monasticism. After looking at it a few more times, Su Jie didn't say anything more and went back to pack his things. Lu Ziyan was quite interested and kept surrounding Qinghua. He wanted to reach out and touch the compass and the coin sword, but he was afraid that Qinghua wouldn't be happy about it, so he could only hold it in. Tian Wenfu twisted his head to look at Qinhua's mouthful of boxes, pushed his eyes and shook his head as he continued to look for the study materials he needed in the school for him. What a brass sword, what a compass. To put it bluntly, they're all just toys to fool around with. How can it really work? In his opinion, being a Taoist priest was not as valuable as going to school after all. The only way out is to learn knowledge and skills. Why else would Qinghua come to school? Wouldn't it be better to go straight to the mountains and become a Taoist priest? Thinking of this, Tian Wenfu's idea of serious study deepened. With unblinking eyes on the computer screen, he began to rummage through the forum posts. Even now, with school just starting, he wasn't going to let up. But just as he was staring intently for study materials, a post titled, Freshman Cheng Hua gave Hua Zhi Bing an argument and broke Hua Zhi Bing, suddenly burst into his eyes. At the top of the post was the word explode in red. Representing this thread, which is now the hottest in the forum in terms of views and replies. Discussing to Hua Zhi Bing? And messed up Hua Zhi Bing? Tian Wenfu frowned and quickly clicked the post open. Before he came to Qinghua University, he had been paying attention to Hua Zhi Bing's movements. It could be said that Hua Zhi Bing was his goddess. It was also one of the driving forces behind his enrollment in YWCA in the first place. As a computer science student, he had a firm goal. That is, one day, he or she would be able to design an artificial intelligence system like Hua Zhi Bing. Seeing Hua Zhi Bing crumble at this moment, a heart of his instantly dangled. Which freshman is it, anyway? It's just the beginning of the school year, and he's hawking his goddess? Nope. Goddesses are so awesome. How can you get crushed by a freshman? With a heart full of doubts, Tian Wenfu pulled the post down bit by bit. At first, the posts consisted of a few textual remarks. What? See for yourself, that freshman is awesome. Or something about Hua Zhi Bing really fell apart, her researchers have admitted it themselves. Seeing these comments, Tian Wenfu's brows furrowed so much that he could pinch a fly. He continued to scroll down for a bit longer, and some blurry pictures began to appear in the post. The photo was taken from a distance and you can barely make out Hua Zhi Bing in the center. Sitting with the goddess was a man in a long gray coat with long hair and a wooden stick behind him. Too far apart, the faces were photographed blurry to see the men and women. Tian Wenfu pushed up his glasses and put the photo to the maximum, coming forward and squinting to stare at it carefully. The more I looked, the more familiar the man in gray looked. This gray dress, the long half-tied hair, the handful of hair hanging from his arm, and the wooden stick behind him. How come the more you look at it, the more it looks like your new roommate Qinghua? As soon as this thought came out of his mind, Tian Wenfu was startled. Just as he wanted to keep scrolling down to see other photos begging for confirmation of his thoughts, Su Chujie wailed and leapt to Qinhua's side with a jerk. You cannot, Qinghua, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. It's only the first year of school and you're on fire in our school. Upon hearing this, Qinghua raised his eyebrows and looked at Su Chujie in puzzlement. Fire? What's on fire? You don't know yet, do you? Su Chujie had no choice but to immediately put his cell phone and stick it in front of Qinghua. Lu Zian, who was on the side, also moved closer to Qinghua and looked towards the cell phone. Su Chujie then pointed at the enlarged photo displayed on his cell phone and grinned at Qinghua. You say, is the person in the photo you? Qinghua carefully scrutinized the photo and nodded his head bashfully. It's Poverty Road all right. The photo of himself is suave and elegant. There's one to say. This guy who took the picture is pretty good at it. Lu Zian was looking confused and looked at Su Chujie blankly. How did you get a picture of Qinghua? When did you secretly take it? Upon hearing this, Su Chujie said breathlessly, what are you thinking? I saw this photo in the school forum, even if it's a sneak peek, it wasn't taken by me. After explaining, his expression suddenly changed and when he looked at Qinghua, he was already agitated. Brother Qin, you really messed up Hua Zhi Bing when you were chatting with him, huh? Sort of. Qinghua calmly nodded his head. It was a matter that was not on his mind. As a result, I didn't expect it to be posted on the internet, and it caught fire. It's kind of a misadventure. Seeing that Qinghua had admitted it himself, Su Chujie became even more excited. He hurriedly moved in front of Qinghua and said with eyes full of gossip, I saw that the people in the post said that you spoke to Hua Zhi Bing about an ancient text called the Tao Te Ching. Hua Zhi Bing collapsed just after you spoke? Is that true too? Aha! Qinghua casually responded and hung up his peachwood sword and copper coin sword in passing. Upon hearing this, Su Chujie's eyes towards Qinghua instantly changed from gossip to admiration. One of his thumbs up, his complexion austere, he began to boast non-stop at Qinghua. You can, Brother Qin. You deserve me to call you brother. Hua Zhi Bing, that's the world's top AI robot, and it turned out to be crushed by a freshman like you? I didn't expect it. My Su Chujie's roommate is such a powerful bigot. I can even imagine how ugly the faces of those researchers studying Hua Zhi Bing are. Saying this, Su Chujie made another effort to give Qinghua a thumbs up. On the side, Tian Wenfu was completely unable to sit still. Just now, he also looked through the photos and comments below, and even saw a video of Qinghua chanting the Tao Te Ching to Hua Zhi Bing. He couldn't believe it when he saw the goddess Hua Zhi Bing crumble. Obviously Qinghua had done nothing but memorize some words he had never heard before. How could the goddess fall apart? Is a goddess that fragile? It can't be. Frowning tightly as he came behind Qinghua, Tian Wenfu looked a little nervous. If Chujie Su had social awesome, he probably had social phobia. He even stammers when talking to people he doesn't know well. After holding his tongue for a while, he asked at the back of Qinhua's head, Qinghua, what is the Tao Te Ching? I've read countless ancient books since I was a kid, but I've never heard of the Tao Te Ching. Did you really just preach the Tao Te Ching to Hua Zhi Bing and she fell apart? Chapter 18, Do you think I'm qualified to be a Taoist priest? Packing up his things, Xinyu turned back to Tian Wenfu and raised his eyebrows. Didn't I say so? I never lie. At those words, Tian Wenfu's expression became even more tangled. Even after having seen the video, he still had trouble believing it. The goddess just listened to that Tao Te Ching, whatever it is. How come she fell apart? The world's best technology, and it's such a piece of crap? So, what is the Tao Te Ching? Taoist antiquities. Is there such an ancient book in Taoism? I've never heard of it. Tian Wenfu said, immediately took out his cell phone and started searching for the Tao Te Ching. After a few seconds, he pointed to his cell phone and said, nothing can be searched. On the side, Lu Ziyan and Su Chujie were also puzzled. They didn't notice this at first, only thinking that Qinghua was able to collapse Hua Zhi Bing, and that it wasn't generally powerful. At this moment, when Tian Wenfu said this, they were also confused. What is this Tao Te Ching that you can't find in 1,000 degrees? Xinyu, you didn't make up this ancient book yourself, did you? Lu Ziyan's eyes widened as he bluntly stated what was in his heart. In his opinion, if the Tao Te Ching was made up by Xinyu himself, then this housemate of his would be even more powerful. However, Xinyu shook his head. He couldn't take such great credit for himself. The Tao Te Ching is lost. I also only learned of its existence later when I obtained an ancient book recording the Tao Te Ching. After saying that, Xinyu took out his cell phone and prepared to contact his parents in this world to tell them that he had arrived at the dormitory. Speaking up. His parents in this world thought he was stupid for a while when he first came to this world. In his free time, he likes to take a Taoist text and read it carefully. The habits of the previous life were naturally carried over to the present. Fortunately, the parents didn't suspect too much and just assumed that their son had been stimulated by something and had suddenly become interested in Taoism. So later, when Xinyu wore a Taoist robe and collected objects like compasses, they just had odd expressions and let him be. Su Chujie looked at his cell phone with a surprised face. I thought you didn't use a cell phone. Twisting his head to look at him, Xinyu was speechless. Even though I'm a Taoist priest, that doesn't mean I'm so completely detached from the world that I don't even use my cell phone. The rules of our Taoist religion are not that strict and cumbersome. Oh. Su Chujie nodded indistinctly and followed up with, then it's also true that Taoism can be married? Depends on the sect. Xinyu continued unconcernedly, our Zhangyi sect has no rules in this regard and can get married. When Lu Ziyan heard this, a look of surprise instantly appeared on his face. That's a good feeling. Actually, I kinda wanted to be a Taoist priest when I was a kid. I was just afraid that I wouldn't be able to get married as a Taoist priest. After all, I'm the only one in my family, and if I don't get married, my parents will have to drown me in tears. Since you can get married by being a Taoist priest, if I can't find a job after graduation, I'll follow you to become a Taoist priest. Do you think I'm good enough? Looking at Lu Ziyan's excited face, Xinyu raised his eyebrows and shook his head. This matter is about destiny, it's not something you can be just because you want to be. He was naturally happy to be able to have a wide range of disciples. But if he is not related to the Tao, this disciple he is taken in, he can't cultivate him. It's still so complicated, huh? Lu Ziyan scratched his hair, somewhat helpless. He thought being a Taoist priest was easy. I didn't realize it was about something as subtle as fate. On the side, Tian Wenfu listened to the exchanges between Xinyu and the duo of Lu Ziyan and Su Chujie and froze a little. What were they talking about initially? Isn't it Hua Zhi Bing, Tao Te Ching? Why is this suddenly a conversation about whether Taoists can get married and how to become a Taoist priest? How Tian Wenfu thought about it, how it was wrong. But looking at Xinyu's back, he was too embarrassed to continue asking. Ask a lot of questions, don't give people a hard time. Xinyu did get a bit annoyed as well. It was mainly Su Chujie and Lu Ziyan, one more than the other, who could talk. The two men had that brain filled with literally 100,000 reasons. Having just answered one question themselves, the two of them were immediately able to come up with the next one. This if he continued, Xinyu felt like he could talk to them until next year. Knock, knock, knock. Well, at that moment, a knock on the door interrupted these two chatterboxes. Su Chujie gave a start and immediately and aggressively rushed over to open the door. Xinyu glanced out along the edge of the door and found two male students standing outside. By the looks of that, it should be a senior. In the hands of one of them, he cradled a stack of green camouflage uniforms. Another man towed a trailer with more camouflage clothing. After handing over the camouflage uniform in his hand to Su Chujie, the two of them explained a few things and left at a fast pace. Su Jie froze for a long time before closing the door to his room, then turned back with a melancholic expression. Another look at the camouflage uniform in his hand made him want to cry. How could I have forgotten? We, as freshmen, just started school with military training. Chapter 19, Amazing Reward, Lost Fushi Bagua Formation Diagram. Compared to Su Jie's bitterness, Qingyu's trio acted calmly. Regarding the matter of military training, Qingyu was not resistant to it in the first place. During the time he was home on vacation, he would also take time to work out every day to strengthen his body. Only when you are in good health will you be in good spirits. As for Lu Ziyan and Tian Wenfu, one was excited and the other didn't take it seriously. For Lu Ziyan, if he hadn't gotten such good grades that his parents forced him to study, he would have definitely gone on to become a sports student. Even he had a thought of going into the army. So for the military training, he was kinda looking forward to it. As for Tian Wenfu, in his opinion, since he knew that military training could not be avoided, he might as well accept it gladly. Seeing that Qingyu's trio didn't have much of a reaction, Su Jie depressively distributed the military uniforms into their hands. Before school started, the school counted their height and circumference. The military uniforms are not 100% flattering, but they are sized appropriately. Taking the military training uniform, Qingyu slightly gestured and put it aside. For him, there was one thing that mattered far more than military training. That's the system reward. The moment he gave Hua Zhi Bing a sermon earlier, he had gained quite a bit of faith value. The total value of faith, which had broken through 1,000, reached 1,001. Faith can be drawn once when it reaches 1,000. He was so busy packing just now that he didn't get a chance to smoke it. Glancing at the three Su Jie to make sure that they were busy with their own business, Qingyu sat down on the chair and summoned the system. System, open the reward. As soon as Qingyu's words fell, the system's voice appeared in his ears. Faith value 1,000 reward in the opening. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the detailed knowledge of the 8 trigrams. Congratulations to the host for acquiring proficiency in ancient script. Congratulations to the host on receiving a reward, a copy of the true book of the 8 trigrams. The system's voice had just fallen, and all that knowledge about the 8 trigrams formation and the ancient scripts had already flooded into his mind. Being a Taoist disciple in his previous life, he was familiar with the Bagua diagram. But at that time, he was only an outer disciple and didn't have the chance to study in depth. For gossip, the understanding is only skin deep, not even skin deep. This detailed knowledge of the basics of the 8 trigrams kind of enriched his basic understanding of the 8 trigrams. As for the ancient script proficiency, it should be to facilitate him to check that ancient book of the Bagua formation. Qingyu looked at the ancient book that had appeared on the table at some point, his eyes cautious. The antique book is yellowed overall. The paper is thin and looks very fragile. Only the book's wrappers are thicker, but they are also tattered. Above the cover, the name of the ancient book was vaguely written. Qingyu digested all the basic knowledge about the Bagua formation that he had in his brain and picked up the ancient book to look at it. After seeing the words Fushi Bagua formation on the cover, his eyelids jumped. Surprisingly, it was the Fushi Bagua formation diagram. Carefully picking up the ancient book, Qingyu felt his entire body's blood begin to churn. According to legend, Bagua was first created by Fu Shi. The 4 elephants act gossip, 8 generated 46 hexagrams. This is Fushi gossip, also known as the innate gossip. Later generations based on the 8 trigrams created by Fushi, wrote the Fushi Bagua formation diagram. For the ancient book of Fushi Bagua formation chart, there had been some circulation in Taoism in the previous life. However, it is said that it was lost in the Song dynasty, so no one has ever seen the real copy of this Bagua formation chart. Some even wondered if there was no such ancient book at all. Everything that has been passed down is made up. By their generation, the ancient book, Fushi Bagua formation chart, had become a legend. Previously, Qingyu also felt that this was just a legend. But now, this Fushi Bagua formation diagram appeared in front of his eyes. And it's still authentic. This reward from the system, awesome. Taking a deep breath, Qingyu suppressed the shock in his heart and carefully flipped through the ancient book. On the first page, the writer's own experience with Fushi Bagua is recorded. Because of his acquisition of ancient script proficiency, Qingyu had no difficulty reading it. Even if it was just insights, he read every word carefully. After the heartfelt experience, there is a record of the 8 trigrams formation diagram created by Fushi. On each page, a diagram of an 8 trigrams formation was drawn, along with some relevant introductions. Qinghua was surprised after reading the first page. If he had not obtained the detailed knowledge of the basics of the 8 trigrams, and only relied on the knowledge he had acquired in his previous life, he would not have been able to understand what the introduction was talking about. I know all the words. Grouped together, it's hard to solve. Even if he has mastered the basic knowledge of the 8 trigrams in detail, he is not easy to learn. The octograms in the front are fairly simple. The further back you go, the harder it gets. Of course. The harder the Bagua formation diagram, the more terrifying its power. For example, the 8 trigrams in front of it are able to change the weather. When it comes down to it, what traps people to change their environment, no matter what? After briefly flipping through this Fushi Bagua formation diagram, Qinghua only felt his scalp numb. If anything, the 8 trigrams formation that he had understood and learned in his previous life could only be considered a hair on the cow. Take this Fushi Bagua formation chart, it's a whole cow. No exaggeration. The Bagua formation diagrams recorded on this Fushi Bagua formation diagram were definitely more than what the most powerful Taoist elders of his previous life knew. When the old watchers of their view saw it, they all had to say a word of honor. Not to mention in a world where Taoism is long gone. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Qinghua cautiously put away this ancient book. The value of this ancient book could no longer be measured in money. Even if the people of this world didn't care about Taoism, he couldn't be careless. Putting away the ancient book and plopping his legs onto the stool, Qinghua closed his eyes and began to carefully digest the content he had just acquired. The three of them, Su Chujia, noticed Qinhua's actions and looked at each other in tears and laughter, but did not say anything. Anyway, knowing the identity of Qinhua's Taoist priest, there was nothing strange about them. It's just what they didn't expect. Qinhua's sitting, surprisingly, went straight to the next morning. Chapter 20, Going to Military Training in a Taoist Robe? This first 8 trigrams formation diagram, Qinghua pondered over it for a night. It was only in the morning, or when Tian Wenfu's alarm clock went off, that he came back to his senses. I didn't realize it was dawn. Twisting his head towards the balcony, he couldn't help but be amazed as he looked at the slightly yellowing sky outside. Thought it had only been 2 or 3 hours. I didn't realize that this sitting would be all night. But despite the night's sleep, he was refreshed. Even if he had to sit and think for another day now, he wouldn't get tired. Tian Wenfu thought he was the earliest to get up. After all, his alarm clock was set for 5 o'clock. As a result, he had just climbed out of bed when he saw Qinghua, who had taken his legs off the stool and stood up to stretch. This look directly gave him a silly look. After a while, he landed on the ground with wide eyes and said incredulously, "Qinghua, you won. Stay out of bed all night, right?" Hearing Tian Wenfu's voice, Qinghua glanced back at him and nodded his head calmly. "Well, I didn't sleep after pondering over some things." At those words, Tian Wenfu was completely dumbfounded. He thought he had fought hard enough. As a result, I didn't expect Qinghua was even more desperate. And in his life, he admired people who worked hard to get ahead. For a while, Tian Wenfu's eyes changed when he looked at Qinghua. There was a hint of respect hidden in the complicated eyes. What Tian Wenfu thought about, Qinghua did not know. He was still savoring his perception of that 8 trigrams formation diagram from last night. Have to say, the Fushi Bagua formation diagram is just awesome. Just a diagram of the 8 trigrams formation, the content it contained, was enough to induce deep thought. Do you want something to eat? I'll bring it for you. Seeing Qinghua pondering, seemingly still delving into the problem, Tian Wenfu hesitantly asked. At those words, Qinghua smiled faintly. Whatever, thanks. It's okay, by the way. Tian Wenfu also pulled the corner of his mouth and smiled in embarrassment, washing up and going out the door. As for Lu Ziyan and Su Chujie, they were still huffing and puffing in their respective beds. Qinghua and Tian Wenfu had finished their breakfast, and the two of them hadn't gotten up yet. It was 6 o'clock when the two men got up. At the thought of having to assemble at the playground at 6:30, the two immediately got busy in the dormitory. The dormitory, which had been quiet, became rowdy. Tian Wenfu was used to doing things early and left early by himself. Qinghua was not in a hurry and sat in his seat, continuing to organize what he was thinking in his head. Eventually it was about time before he got up, his eyes going to the military uniforms that were set aside. His eyes hovered over his military training uniform and his own Dao robe for a few moments before he finally chose the Dao robe and wore it on his body. When he was about to leave, Su Chujie and Lu Ziyan each took a bun in their mouths that Tian Wenfu had helped bring and immediately followed. The two were dumbfounded after seeing the Dao robe on Qinghua. Qinghua, it's time for military training, you're not wearing a military uniform? Looking at the Dao robe he was wearing, Qinghua shook his head with a faint expression. No, the Dao robe is fine. At those words, Su Chujie and Lu Zian were shocked and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Can have guts. Taoist Qin, sit back and wait for you to tear into the instructor. I'm curious, in the end, will you win, Taoist Qin, or will the instructor win? Ha 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 ha, I think this big battle will set you on fire again, Taoist Qin. I'm just afraid that the instructor will just give you a punishment and make you stand all day. Glancing at the gloating faces of Su Chujie and Lu Zian, Qinghua was too lazy to care. Seeing that Qinghua did not say anything, Su Chujie and Lu Zian chatted a few more times before changing the topic. I saw that Tian Wenfu didn't say much all day and thought he wasn't easy to get along with, but I didn't realize that he even brought breakfast for us. Indeed, I was the one who looked at people wrong before. Qinghua, what do you think? The two of them chatted with each other, occasionally asking Qinghua what he thought. In this kind of matter, Qinghua was too lazy to say much and didn't say much, walking alone in front. Su Chujie and Lu Zian didn't care and continued to talk about themselves. The two were left and right, chatting while following closely behind him. The image of the three walking together is inexplicably funny. Qinghua was dressed in a Taoist robe, walking in front of him with a pleasant and calm demeanor. One step at a time didn't seem fast, but Su Chujie was struggling to keep up. A block like Lu Zian was just barely keeping up. The two of them were like believers chasing after a Taoist priest seeking the way, anxiously following Qinghua all the way. On the way to the playground, the trio froze and attracted a lot of attention. Ding, release the latest mission. Current task, create a Taoist organization of any size, task duration, 1 month. Mission reward, 1,000 faith value, 1 random reward. Just as Qinghua was counting the time to rush to the playground, the system's voice suddenly came from his head. Seeing that the system had released another mission, and the mission was still to create a Taoist organization, Qinhua's footsteps lurched. Glancing at Lu Zian and Su Chujie behind him, he asked the system in his mind, System, does creating a Taoist society count? Counting. Okay, that's fine. Receiving the system's reply, Qinghua breathed a sigh of relief. He had planned to create a Taoist society when he entered the university, as a start to gradually expand the influence of Taoism. It just so happens that the system has released another one of these quests, so it's kind of the best of both worlds. But there's no way to create a club during military training. Fortunately, the deadline is 1 month, so there is no rush. Qinghua and Su Chujie arrived at the playground at just the right time for them. The students have gathered, and the teacher instructors are just heading this way. The moment Qinghua appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of the new students. Those eyes, like magnets, were fixed on him. Let's not talk about the fact that Qinghua was already on fire among them because of that Hua Zhi Bing thing. It was that Taoist robe that was eye-blowing enough. This is military training. All the freshmen present, who weren't in proper military uniforms. Even if the size doesn't fit that well, you have to wear it hard. They don't even dare to wear their regular clothes. As a result, people Qinghua is good. Straight up in a Taoist robe. What else can be said? One can only exclaim that it's awesome. He's really not afraid to die. When the time comes, the teacher instructor won't peel off a layer of his skin? I can already visualize that image. What's the idea? The guts are too fat. Shocked, the freshman couldn't help but whisper. Vaguely hearing those murmurs, Qinghua raised both of his eyebrows and came to the location where his class was, unimpressed. He had just walked to the back of the line and stood, when his own class turned their heads toward him as well. Some had furrowed brows, some had rounded eyes, any number of expressions. Seeing this, Su Chujie shook his head with emotion. Oh Taoist Qin, you're on fire again. Chapter 21, this instructor looks a little mean. Su Chujie's eyes sympathized as he thought of the situation Qinghua might face in a while. Now at this moment, all the freshmen were gathered together, and the teacher instructors might not have noticed the Dao robe on Qinghua. It's going to be a different story a little while later when the classes spread out. Seeing Qinhua's calm face in this situation, Su Chujie was again somewhat impressed. Are all Taoist priests so good at heart? Qinghua did not care much about the situation around him. He looked calmly at the lectern directly in front of him, listening to the opening remarks of the principal and the teacher that had been the same for ages. The presentation didn't end until an hour later. With the principal's cry of military training officially begins, the students of each class began to walk towards the fixed military training site of each class. Along the way, Qinghua did not fail to receive a lot of attention from the other students. In response, Qinghua directly ignored it. After watching it for a long time, people slowly get used to it. Although they knew Qinghua was going to suffer, it had nothing to do with them, did it? It's not like they're the ones wearing the robes. The instructor couldn't punish all of them because of Qinghua alone, could he? The line of sight that rested on Qinghua began to diminish. Everyone's attention, too, began to shift to the unarrived instructors. What do you say, is our instructor a man or a woman? I hope it's a female instructor, ha 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 ha. I don't care if he's a man or a woman, just be nice. Yes, sensei, male or female, it's the good talk that counts. Indeed, or the next 2 weeks will be difficult. The crowd chatted while waiting for the instructor to arrive. Qinghua, on the other hand, was staring at a spot in a daze, still pondering over the 8 trigrams formation diagram that he had looked at last night. Just then, the movement around them suddenly became louder. The eyes of the group shifted visibly toward the right side of the playground. Hiss. That female instructor has a pretty decent-looking body. What do you guys say about this body? Is it usually easy to train? How am I supposed to know that? It's not like my pecs are that big. I said keep your voices down so they don't get heard. It's a long way off, it's fine. I wish that female instructor was our instructor. Ah ha ha ha, aren't you talking crap? Who wouldn't want that? But she looks kind of mean. Well, it's true that it's fierce. But I like mean. I'm talking about emoji murder, what are you thinking? What think what? I wasn't thinking anything else. The female students in the computer department were originally few, and there were only 5 girls in Qinhua's class. When a group of boys get together, it's natural to talk freely. As for the 5 girls, although he listened with a look of disgust, when he looked at the female instructor, there was an unconcealable envy in his eyes. It's very mean indeed. They want to be mean too. I say, Taoist Qin, still gawking? Quickly look at the beauty. Su Chujie had a look of hatred on his face when he saw Qinghua dazed at such a crucial time. It's too much of a waste to leave such a stunning beauty unattended, and just stare at it. The sudden interruption of his thoughts caused Qinghua to be a little displeased. What beauty? Does a beautiful woman have a gossip chart to attract people? But by the looks of it, you can't keep drilling yourself. Shaking his head, Qinghua helplessly followed the direction of Su Chujie's finger. At this look, even he couldn't help but stare. This is a man with a big heart. In his previous life, he had never seen one so solid. Even he couldn't help but wonder. Is it really easy to train with such an all-encompassing physique? In addition to her physical appearance, the female instructor looked outstanding. Probably because of training in the sun all day, her skin didn't glow white, it was a very healthy wheat color. But it doesn't make her look earthy, it carries a different kind of beauty. The trademark brow was slightly set with a touch of Englishness. Her nose and pink lips were also tense, as if she was trying to show an air of I am very strict. As for height, looks about 6 feet 5 inches and up. The body is well proportioned and the physique is not that of a dry, thin one, but in a very healthy state. Even in the loose military uniform, a pair of straight long legs were hidden. Especially when compared to the few other female instructors next to them. This female instructor, then, looked even more gorgeous. I didn't realize there are female instructors who look this good. Su Chujie and the others had their eyes dead set on that female instructor, their eyes dying to fly out of their sockets. Qinghua didn't think too much about it. After a few glances, he withdrew his gaze. He was calm in the face of an exquisite beauty like Hua Zhi Bing, not to mention this female instructor. Of course. That doesn't mean he can't. Just he is now thinking about how to revitalize Taoism, and Fushi Gossip Map cannot care about those love. Under the watchful eyes of the students, the instructors stepped in neat steps, and led by the chief instructor, one by one, they went to the classes that needed their leadership. So did the female instructor. And what a coincidence! The class she managed happened to be Qinhua's class. As they watched the female instructor walk towards them, Su Chujie and the others' eyes went straight. Many of the boys had already pressed on with ecstasy. Boys from the other classes, casting jealous glances. Did I use all my good luck this year on today? I suddenly feel like the next 2 weeks of military training aren't a thing anymore. I was thinking of finding a reason to take a vacation, but what a vacation? From now on, watching the instructors. No, trying to military training is what gets me out of bed in the morning. There were whispers all around. Qinghua listened and calmly looked at the female instructor directly in front of him. These words were naturally heard by the female instructor. But she didn't react much, just a harsher expression on her face. Quiet. The female instructor let out a chirp, and all the students were instantly quiet. Seeing this, she nodded and began to introduce herself. From today on, I will be your instructor. My name is Rin Ran Ran, you guys will call me Instructor Rin from now on, do you hear me clearly? By Rin Ran Ran's phoenix eyes, the students immediately tensed their bodies. Listen up. Loud and airy. Maybe it was because the instructor was beautiful and they were all energized. Rin Ran Ran scanned them while the corners of her mouth tickled in satisfaction. Until her line of sight fell on Qinghua, the smile on her lips froze along with it. Chapter 22, A Tongue Lashing of the Instructor. What kind of dress is this? A Taoist priest? A moment of doubt flashed through Rin Ran Ran's mind. She even thought she was seeing things. Wasn't it the freshman you had to train? Why is there a Taoist priest sandwiched in there? After blinking and staring at Qinghua for a while longer, she was convinced that she was not mistaken. The phoenix eyes narrowed, and Rin Ran Ran's face darkened a few points. You, the one in the Taoist robe, stepped forward. Upon hearing the word Tao robe, the other students instantly looked towards Qinghua. A lot of people had more than a little sympathy in their eyes. By the looks of it, Chief Qin Digdao was definitely going to get a lecture. But it was deserved. Wearing a Taoist robe on weekdays is fine, individuals are free to wear clothes, no one cares. But this is military training. Military training requires uniforms. And come in a Taoist robe. Isn't that asking for trouble? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qinghua lifted his Tao robe and walked out of the queue in an old-fashioned manner. Looking at his laid-back demeanor, Rin Ran Ran's face darkened even more. This guy, he's just a bully. Rin Ran Ran was in a poor mood, and even her tone of voice was much harsher. You're a freshman too? That's natural. Qinghua nodded his head with a pale expression. Seeing that he actually looked like he didn't care, Rin Ran Ran only felt the fire in her chest burning. Since you're also a freshman, don't you know that you need to wear a military uniform for military training? What kind of dress are you wearing? If you want to wear a strange costume to attract everyone's attention, you shouldn't have chosen this time of the day. Fancy dress? Upon hearing this word, the smile on Qinghua's face withdrew and his eyebrows furrowed. Looking seriously at Rin Ran Ran, he said with a serious expression, Instructor Rin, this is not considered a strange costume by the poor Taoist, this is a Taoist robe. You. Seeing that Qinghua was still seriously explaining up to himself, Rin Ran Ran froze. Seeing this, Qinghua shook his head with a helpless expression, Instructor Rin, you should have a university degree, right? Since you have a university degree, how could you not even know about Taoist robes? At those words, Rin Ran Ran froze again. Yourself this is. Being looked down upon by a freshman? Realizing this, her brain buzzed and she only felt an emotion of shame and indignation running through her head. Her phoenix eyes glared at Qinghua in annoyance as she could not help but clench her fists. Of course I have a college degree. And I know you're wearing a doily. Qinghua didn't seem to notice her anger. With a handsome eyebrow raised, he shook his head and said, if Instructor Ren knows that, why would he still refer to the Taoist robes as strange clothing? Strange clothing, in ancient times, mostly referred to clothing of strange and different styles. Nowadays, it is mostly derogatory. The poor Taoist believes that the Taoist robes should not be described in such a way. This is disrespectful to the Taoist religion. Qinhua's words were thrown at Ren Ranran one after another without stopping. Ren Ranran froze as she listened, shame and anger rising in her heart. The surging waves grew stronger as she breathed more and more rapidly. She was also angry with a faint tinge of red color floating in the position of her cheeks. In 24 years of living, she had never been so humiliated. The students in the same class originally thought that Qinghua was going to suffer. Even the students from the other classes next to them were waiting to see what was going on. The results were not expected by anyone. Qinghua, surprisingly, by virtue of his tongue, froze and made Ren Ranran unable to speak, and could only gasp in anger. Even they were dumbfounded by this hearing. I'm not ashamed to say that I'm the one who broke Hua Zhi Bing's mouth. It is truly breathtaking. Hearing the end, Ren Ranran could no longer bear it. Shut up. Angrily chortling, she took a deep breath and tried to suppress the urge to beat Qinghua to a pulp as she tensed her face and said, "I don't care how you describe this Tao robe of yours. As long as you're in military training, you're not allowed to come in a toga. Or you'll put me in a military uniform. Or you'll get naked for me." Hiss. As soon as Renranran finished her last sentence, Qinghua frowned tightly and drew in a cool breath. Looking at Renranran, who had already been infuriated and somewhat lost her mind, he educated with a grave face, "Instructor Ren, as a woman, how can you casually say such tigerish words?" "What?" At those words, Renranran's eyes widened slightly. After noticing the shocked looks of the other students, she immediately realized how inappropriate she had just said that. It's not just a disgrace anymore, it's a loss of majesty. And the culprit for all this. Renranran's eyes reddened with anger as she looked at Qinghua. She suddenly regretted it. Why did you apply to train freshmen? Wouldn't it be better to stay in the army and train honestly? How confident she was when she first came here, and how solid she was now. What kind of students are these? While Renranran was already so angry that she could not speak, Qinghua was still patiently answering her questions. Instructor Ren, first of all, the poor Taoist believes that military training focuses on exercising oneself, and that there is no necessary connection between clothing or lack thereof. If all that is confined to a suit of clothes, does it not lose sight of the main purpose of military training? Secondly, the poor Taoist is the only heir to the Taoist religion nowadays, and this Taoist robe, to the poor Taoist, is of extraordinary significance. Taoism is the treasure of traditional Chinese culture, and the culture of Taoism should not be lost. If even the poor Taoist, the only heir, gives up his Taoist robes, then what should happen to the long-established culture of Taoism? As far as the poor Taoist is concerned, this Taoist robe holds the poor Taoist's nostalgia and faith in Taoism. Instructor Ren, the poor Taoist believes that as a soldier, you should know the importance of faith to a person. What is the meaning of this life if one has no faith? How can you be the one to deprive others of their faith when it comes down to it? Is your faith precious, and the faith of the poor Taoist, to be subjected to such scorn as strange garments? Chapter 23, Hua Zhi Bing's recovery is expected. Renranran's eyes were filled with shock as she listened to Qinhua's righteous accusation. Wasn't he himself talking about clothes? How did this get into such a serious topic as faith? She denied it at the first opportunity, almost without thinking. I didn't. Don't you dare put a label on me. Upon hearing this, Qinghua raised his eyebrows slightly. Since this is not the intention, why don't you allow poor Taoist to wear a Taoist robe? If you are afraid that the poor Taoist will delay training because of this, then Instructor Ren can rest assured. This Taoist robe of the poor Taoist has been worn for more than 10 years. There's no way Broken can't even run well. You. Renranran looked at Qinghua in dismay, and for a moment, she unexpectedly did not know how to retort. The classmates also listened with their eyes glazed over, looking at Qinghua with eyes that changed and changed. How dare you provoke the instructor like that? You have guts. To be able to dumb down the instructor, there's something to be said for that. It's not unreasonable for people to be able to talk the goddess Hua Zhi Bing down. What a wolf extermination. Maybe that's social awesome disorder. Worthy of Taoist Qin, I can see that I'm breathless. You guys take a look at Instructor Ren's face. It's black for a while and white for a while, but he's still too blocked to say a word. If I were Instructor Ren, I'd be itching to finish him off by force at this point. As the saying goes, a gentleman moves his mouth but not his hands. Wouldn't it be too bullying for Instructor Ren to make a move based on his status? The crowd looked at Qinghua with admiration, secretly praising him to the skies. Noticing their small movements, Renranran's eyes glazed over. Quiet. Or come out and let's talk. Upon hearing this, the crowd subsided and behaved as if they had never spoken. Everyone could only quietly stare at Qinghua, sending him the power of light through their eyes. Although Qinghua felt their line of sight, he didn't think about it that much. Renranran calmed down a little and looked at Qinghua once again with a blank face. You have to wear this robe for military training, don't you? Upon hearing this, Qinhua's eyes lightened. Instructor Ren, the words of the poor Taoist have already been made very clear. Yes. Renranran suppressed her anger and said in a solemn voice, starting today, you'll wear a Taoist robe for military training. All other clothes are forbidden except for the Taoist robes. Don't you like to wear a robe? Then wear it. It's such a poisonous day, it won't kill you to dress like this. Glaring at Qinghua again, Renranran signaled for him to return to the group. Regarding the little bit in Renranran's heart, Qinghua saw it clearly and was fearless. Would one care for a few days when one has worn out days hotter than this? Ignoring the anger in Ren Ranran's eyes, Qinghua calmly returned to the team. Ren Ranran also stopped looking at him and began to straighten up the team. All men, at ease. Attention. 15 minutes of standing at attention. Begin. As she gave the order, the students couldn't help but wail. 15 minutes of standing at attention? You're playing hardball right off the bat, aren't you? But howl after howl, stand or stand. Luckily, the sun wasn't too poisonous early in the morning, and it wasn't that hard for them to stand. At the same time, Qinghua followed the other students and stood in military posture. In the Kyoto research base, Yang Hongyuan didn't even have time to eat breakfast before he rushed to Chen Guodong's office at the first opportunity. When he pushed the door in, besides Chen Guodong and Yu Xiying, there were several other old academicians present. Seeing these seniors, Yang Hongyuan hurriedly greeted them. It's just that these old academicians don't seem to be in a good mood. One had a dark face and was somewhat in love with him. After a second of embarrassment, Yang Hongyuan silently walked over to Chen Guodong and whispered, "Elder Chang, we have found the student called Qinghua, a freshman majoring in computer science and technology at Qinghua University." Chen Guodong sniffed and was a bit surprised when he thought of Qinhua's outfit. And he's a computer science student? Yeah. Yang Hongyuan smiled bitterly. I also didn't expect that he was studying computer science. I thought he was studying history or philosophy. So at first, he had been inquiring about Qinghua as a student over in the history and philosophy related majors. Finally really cannot find, thought Qinghua appeared in the Department of Computer Science on the teaching building, then went to the Department of Computer Science to inquire about it. It turns out that I didn't expect people really study computer science. It's their old job to learn. Now that we've found him, let's go meet him. Yu Xiying, who was at the side, frowned and said, "Teacher, I also want to go meet him." Cheng thought for a moment and hesitantly said, "How is the repair work on Xiao Bing progressing?" Sylvia Yu is now the main person in charge of Hua Zhi ice repair. He did not want this student of his to delay Hua Zhi Bing's repairs because he went to see Qinghua. After all, ice is the most important thing. He wanted to meet Qinghua, but he was also just curious about the Tao Te Ching, curious about what made this ancient book of Taoism able to make his precious daughter break down. Understanding her teacher's concern, Yu Xiying's mouth lifted up and smiled confidently. "Teacher, don't worry about that. We have now found the problem with ice's crash, and repairs have officially begun. Xiao Bing's chip doesn't need to be replaced either, and all the data recorded during her observations can be retained. It won't be long before we can get ice back to normal. Regarding the part about ice's inner monologue, we can also ask her personally about the reasons for her thoughts after she recovers." Chapter 24, Can This Mouth Be Enlightened? As soon as Chen Guodong heard that there was no problem with the chip, his face showed joy. Those old academicians who originally had a black face had a much better expression as a result. They have all been involved in Hua Zhi Bing's research. The short and fat one, called Qinghua, is 63 years old and has been responsible for the research of the Hua Zhi Bing chip. The skinny one, called Wu Shangji, 64 years old, had been in charge of the research on Hua Zhi's ice joints. The one with the worst hunchback, called Bai Wenshang, 58 years old, had been responsible for setting up the Hua Zhi Bing program. It could be said that Hua Zhi Bing had grown up step by step as they watched. So knowing that Hua Zhi Bing was actually crushed by a student, they were shocked and angry at the same time. Early this morning, they came together in a group to understand the situation here in Changguodong. Since Hua Zhi Bing's repairs were fine, Changguodong didn't stop Yu Xiying. "If you want to go, then come along." At those words, Yu Xiying nodded her head silently. Just as Changguodong was about to let Bai Wensheng and the others leave first and take Yu Xiying and Yang Hongyuan on a trip, Bai Wensheng's trio suddenly surrounded them. "We're going too." "That's right, go and see what that kid called Qinghua is capable of. Daring to bully our little ice, and even disintegrate little ice, how can we not go to meet him and have a good talk with him? Old Chang, you can't turn us down on this." The three people said one thing to each other, and Chang Guodong couldn't interject. Noticing the hidden anger on their faces, Chang sighed helplessly. "I don't think you guys are going to talk to Qinghua, you're going to raise hell, right?" At those words, the three old academicians instantly lost their voices, only to each darken their faces. They didn't say no, so that's a yes. To say that Qinghua would have been just fine if he had fought with Hua Zhi Bing and crushed him. Big deal, they'll add another martial arts skill to ice. However, Hua Zhi Bing was crumbled by Qinghua with a single mouth, which they could not accept. How can that mouth be open? You say you want ice to crash, and ice crashes? We're going anyway, so don't try to persuade old Chang. Didn't you say that Xiao Bing collapsed after listening to the Tao Te Ching? I'd like to hear how powerful that kids talk about the Tao Te Ching is. Looking at their stubborn and determined faces, Chang Guodong shook his head in tears. You guys are angry, I understand. But don't get involved in this today. Aren't they all anxious about Little Ice's situation? Go, hurry up and help fix Little Ice's chip together. You guys might have fixed Ice a long time ago while you were talking here. After saying that, Chang urged to rush people. The three old academicians froze, and before they could reply, he pushed them out of the office. Boo! Looking at the office door closing behind them, the three of them froze for a few moments, wide-eyed. Knowing that Chang Guodong says one thing and not another. They really had no choice but to head to where Hua Zhi Bing was repairing first. Then after seeing Hua Zhi Bing, who was lying on the bed and had fallen into a deep and motionless sleep, the three of them became even more grief-stricken. The formerly active and gentle little girl was as quiet as a sleeping beauty at this moment. This exquisite brow was still the Xiao Bing they knew best. But now that they were talking to Ice, Ice would no longer give a response like before. It really does feel like your own daughter is sick. And the man who made his daughter sick, well, it's not too much to say he's an enemy. My little Ice, how did it come to this? Guohua stared at Hua Zhi Bing for no more than a moment before her eyes reddened. Wang Pang and Yang Feng are making repairs to Hua Zhi Bing. Seeing Guohua, an old academician, like this, he stood aside and did not dare to say anything. Wu Shangji has a temper. After staring at Hua Zhi Bing for a while longer, he turned his back unforgivingly, his scalp aching with anger. That kid named Qinghua is really excessive. I still can't swallow this. Bai Wenchang also mumbled an irritated sentence and pulled out his cell phone. Seeing this, Guohua was puzzled. What are you doing? Bai Wenchang snorted coldly and said unhappily, call that Zhang Chengqing kid and ask him how he took in students. Zhang Chengqing, the current president of Qinghua University. It's kind of like the students that they people teach. Hearing Zhang Chengqing's name, Wu Shangji also could not hide his anger and said, time to give him a call and ask. Ice is so valuable, and he lets his students hobble around like this? He won't know how to protect Ice without a few more admonitions, will he? He's trying to piss us off. Bai Wencheng gasped in anger, coldly dialed Zhang Chengqing's phone, and directly turned on the external broadcast. The three of them had a hard time surrounding Hua Zhi Bing while staring at their cell phones in annoyance. Qinghua, Cheng Guodong won't let them see it. This anger in their hearts that had nowhere to vent was gathered on Zhang Chengqing for a while. At this time, Zhang Chengqing was sitting in his office, chatting and drinking tea with Gui Yu, one of the vice principals. Suddenly a phone call came in, or the teacher called. He did not think about it, smilingly picked up. Hey, Mr. Bai, aren't you busy with your research lately? Why did you suddenly think of calling me? Zhang Chengqing thought he would hear a kind reply from his teacher after he finished his speech. The results were not expected. He had just put his cell phone to his ear when he heard a splintering, bitter curse. Chapter 25, This student shall not be allowed. Zhang Chengqing, Zhang Chengqing. This is how you take care of Ice when we give her to you? Ha! What did you promise us before? Saying that you'd take care of Little Ice, surely there's no problem. What's the result? Little Ice has only been enrolled for how long? It was crashed by a freshman in your school, and the chip almost broke. Do you realize how serious this is? Ice almost couldn't be fixed. Tell me how the hell you take care of that. Bai Wencheng, 3 people 1 person 2 words, scolded Zhang Chengqing ahead of question marks. Hua Zhi Bing is broken? Or did a freshman mess it up? He didn't even know about it. In fact, it was no wonder that Zhang Chengqing didn't know. After Hua Zhi Bing broke down, he was picked up directly by Yang Hongyuan. Yang Hongyuan was in a hurry to find Cheng Guodong to report the situation, so he forgot to inform him about Hua Zhi Bing breaking down. As for the onlookers, they were innocent. Seeing that Hua Zhi Bing was picked up by Yang Hongyuan, a researcher, and was not abducted, people didn't think to inform the teacher about it. As for the school forum, although Zhang Chengqing was the principal of Qinghua, he really didn't read the forum much. After all, it's a student's place. He can't regulate too tightly either, always leaving room for students to speak freely. He never interfered as long as the students didn't say anything they shouldn't. So today, if it wasn't for Bai Wenqing's trio making this phone call, I'm afraid he wouldn't have known about it in a short period of time. Guiyu saw Zhang Chengqing, the principal, with a clueless face, and the cup of tea that had just been sent to his mouth, was silently put down again. He could hear the curses coming from his cell phone. It's just that the specifics are inaudible. Tugging at his collar, Zhang Chengqing didn't bother drinking tea anymore and got up to walk to the window. From the position of his office window, he could just about see a portion of the freshman class that was training. At this moment he had one thought in mind. The freshmen you recruited this year, so great now? You just walked in the door, and you're able to mess up Hua Zhi Bing? If the three old academicians hadn't come to him at the same time, he wouldn't have dared to believe it. Taking advantage of Bai Wenqing's three people cursing their dry mouths and gasping for breath, Zhang Chengqing could not hold back his curiosity and said, "Mr. Bai, what exactly is the situation?" "It's something I didn't really know." "Of course, I don't mean to pass the buck. I will certainly take the responsibility that is mine to bear. Even if you ask me to apologize to Xiao Bing after she recovers, it won't be a problem. It's just... You said a freshman broke ice. Who is this freshman? How did it break?" Seeing that Zhang Chengqing did not look like he was lying and had a sincere attitude, Bai Wenqing's heart's fire went down quite a bit. White eyebrows frowned as he said in a muffled voice, "Today, I heard Hong Yuan say that it's a kid named Qinghua, who majored in computer science and technology at your school. I heard from old Chang that he was wearing a Taoist robe as soon as he entered the school." While chatting with Little Ice, he read to Little Ice from some ancient Taoist text called the Tao Te Ching. After Xiao Bing heard this Tao Te Ching, the program crashed directly and the chip was almost destroyed. When Lao Chang and the others examined Xiao Bing's data records, they said that after Xiao Bing listened to the Tao Te Ching, he actually realized that he wasn't a human being and was still thinking about why he existed. And based on what we know about Ice, it's impossible to think about these issues with her current programming. Speaking of which, Bivan's son was all a bit baffled. If Chang Guodong hadn't shown them Hua Zhi Bing's inner monologue, they wouldn't have believed it. Even the smartest AI robots can't think about the uniquely human idea of why they exist. Isn't that just like humans? While listening to Bai Wenqing's explanation, this thought also popped into Zhang Chengqing's head. It wasn't as if he hadn't been in contact with Hua Zhi Bing before he enrolled in Qinghua. Very impressive AI robots, very close to humans in every way. But in the end, it was a robot, so even if Hua Zhi Bing was close to a human, he carried some characteristics that belonged to a robot. However, after listening to an ancient Taoist text called Tao Te Ching, she realized that she was not human? And thinking about why you exist. What's the principle of this? It's ridiculous and horrible when you think about it. Does this mean that Hua Zhi Bing has stepped into a new phase? A stage of evolution that is beginning to move toward humanity. If Hua Zhi Bing possesses both the thoughts and emotions of a human and the physical qualities of a robot. The slightest thought gave Zhang Chengqing goosebumps. In itself, the birth of Hua Zhi Bing had already shaken the rest of the world nervously. If this gets out internationally, it'll be a world sensation again, won't it? And it was a freshman at his own school who caused all this? Qinghua. With this name on his lips, Zhang Chengqing's eyes lit up a little. In his ears, he could no longer hear the chanting of Bai Wenqing and the others. There was only one thing on his mind at this moment: hurry up and meet this student. That's a big baby. Only just enrolled in school, and it could do so much to a robot of Hua Zhi Bing. If he focuses on him for the next 4 years, what's this student going to do? And the Tao Te Ching, which I've never heard of. It's something you have to ask yourself. It was just an ancient Taoist book, how could it cause Hua Zhi Bing to change so much? "Mr. Bai, I'm suddenly a bit busy, I'll call you when I have time," Zhang Chengqing said, and didn't pay attention to what a few teachers said, hung up the phone at the first time, turned around and walked out of the office. Guiyu froze for a few seconds and hurriedly followed. "Principal, where are you going all of a sudden?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Chengqing did not look back. "Go check out those new students in military training and look for a student named Qinghua." Chapter 26, Instructor, You Are Not Human. Learning that Zhang Chengqing was going to a freshman, Guiyu was confused. Qinghua? What happened to him? At those words, Zhang Chengqing stopped slightly. When he turned back, he was already solemn. He just enrolled in school yesterday, and he messed up Hua Zhi Bing, and the chip was almost destroyed. What? When Guiyu heard this news, his eyes snapped wide and his heart followed. Just enrolled in school and you're screwing up Hua Zhi Bing? This new growth has to be cow bile, right? How dare he? This freshman has too much guts. Doesn't he realize how important ice is to our country? Guiyu was shocked and only felt anger running through his heart. While he was furious over here, Zhang Chengqing was calm. He turned around and continued to walk forward at a fast pace while reminding Guiyu, I didn't go looking for Qinghua this time just to lecture him. At those words, Guiyu was a bit unable to react. He looked blankly at the back of Zhang Chengqing's head and hesitantly said, we don't care if this student makes such a big mistake? It's not the other guy who messed up, it's Hua Zhi Bing. The whole research base babied it. Knowing that Guiyu didn't understand his thoughts, Zhang Chengqing smiled faintly. I heard Mr. Bai and the others say that Hua Zhi Bing isn't so bad that it can't be repaired. Besides, the way that student damaged Hua Zhi Bing was unusual. I think that's even promoting Hua Zhi Bing's growth. I'd like to ask him face to face how he did it later. Zhang Chengqing's words, instead of reprimanding Qinghua half a sentence, also carried the meaning of praise. The more Guiyu listened, the more confused he became. He was even beginning to wonder. Is there something wrong with you, or is there something wrong with Zhang Chengqing? Students make mistakes with impunity and even boast? Screwing up Hua Zhi Bing and promoting Hua Zhi Bing's growth? What kind of sense is that? However, Zhang Chengqing was in a hurry to leave and had no intention of explaining in detail. Guiyu had no way to continue asking and could only follow helplessly. By Zhang Chengqing's words, he even started to become curious about the freshman named Qinghua. Zhang Chengqing and Guiyu rushed to the playground at the same time. Chang Guodong had also taken Yu Xiying and Yang Hongyuan and hurriedly entered the Qinghua school. The three of them went straight to Qinhua's military training place based on the location that Yang Hongyuan had inquired about. The playground. As the sun moved a little toward the center, the temperature on the ground began to rise. Layers of heat began to roll around the freshmen. Both the freshmen and the instructors were sweating profusely from the heat. But the instructor doesn't call out to stop, so the students have no choice but to hold on. 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 1. Keep. A corner of the playground. Ren Ranran had a stern face and straightened her back as she trained Qinghua and the others to walk in a proper step. With her word hold, the students were as frozen as if they were logs. Facing Ren Ranran's hawk-like eyes, the crowd didn't dare to take a breath. It wasn't until Ren Ranran resumed shouting 1, 2, 1 that they were relieved and continued on their way. If anything, at first they all expected Ren Ranran to be the instructor. That after a morning of whacking by Ren Ranran, they had repented. Of all the instructors, Ren Ranran's severity could be ranked in the top 3. For example, this time of year when the sun is high, those kind instructors will take their students to train in the shade. They're good. No matter how much the sun shines, one more step into the shadows counts as a conscience for our instructors. What waves and long legs? Nothing is as important as life. What's the point of looking at long legs when you've lost your life? Let's just say that the instructor is not a human being. In favor of them, they didn't dare to resist. A girl faked a faint earlier. After being discovered by Ren Ranran, 50 sit up straight away. Who of them would dare to resist in this situation? The only one who dared to resist was probably Qinghua, who came in his Taoist robe. At least people have succeeded in rebelling on their clothes. Sure. The end result was that Qinghua was always focused on by Ren Ranran. But Qinghua didn't care. Any training he does, he moves with standardized movements and attitude. Except for that Taoist robe on his body, Ren Ranran really couldn't pick half a fault with him. Ren Ranran wasn't the type to be unreasonable. Qinghua did the standard, and she didn't hold on to it for dear life. So the training has been fairly peaceful between the two up until now. Okay, stop. With Ren Ranran's command, the students burst into tears inside. Looking at their tired and frail appearance, Ren Ranran shook her head helplessly. Nowadays, students are just too physically challenged. On the contrary, that Qinghua was unexpectedly physically fit. Thinking of this, Ren Ranran gave Qinghua a complicated look in her eyes. Seeing Qinghua staring unblinkingly right in front of him, she frowned and said seriously, there are still 15 minutes until lunch. Good training this morning everyone, let's rest for the next 15 minutes. Ah. Saved. Whoa. Any instructor has finally shown mercy. Thank you, Instructor Rin, for not killing me. As soon as Ren Ranran's words left her mouth, the students started to go wild. Listening to their exaggerated thanks, Ren Ranran rolled her eyes in tears and continued, but these 15 minutes are quite long, and everyone is bored sitting dry. As Ren Ranran spoke, the students' breath hitched. Just as they began to get uneasy, a smile lifted up on Ren Ranran's face. Tell you what, while we're at it, why don't you take turns performing your individual talents? Chapter 27, Brainwashing Divine Comedy Kills the Madness. Hearing the words talent show, the students had begun to wail. Sure enough. From middle school to college. Every time there is a break in military training, the instructor's favorite thing is to have them perform a talent show or have them all sing together. Those students who are really talented, such as any dance or singing students, naturally don't panic when it comes to this kind of thing. But they're a bunch of computer science students. You can't perform a live program, can you? Nope. They can't even program it now. Report. Instructor, can we change the entertainment program? Can we not perform a talent show? Someone raised their hand and weakly inquired. Upon hearing this, Ren Ranran raised an eyebrow and said skeptically, "Don't you have any talents you can show?" The students cried tears of joy at hearing this. Report. Instructor Ren, we are studying computer science. This reason, however, could not be considered a reason at all to Ren Ranran. With her phoenix eyes raised, she said breathlessly, "Then you guys always have hobbies, right? Performing a hobby is fine." When she finished speaking, she didn't wait for the students to answer before she led them directly to the shade of the trees. The students pondered along the way whether their hobbies were suitable for performing or not. Their hobbies. It's nothing to do with computers either. Plus, there are some hobbies that really can't be used for performance. Even Qinghua was stumped by Ren Ranran's move. Led by Ren Ranran, the crowd still came to the shade of the tree. Straightening the line, Ren Ranran gestured for them to sit down, then looked at the male student on the far right of the first row. "Let's start with you." "Ha!" Seeing that he was so honored to be the first, the student's face immediately changed. As for the students standing at the very back, they began to secretly rejoice. 15 minutes is not a long time to say. By the time it was their turn, it was probably time to eat. Under everyone's attention, the male student who was first in line walked to the front with an embarrassed look on his face. He was silent for a few moments before he said restrainedly, "Then I will sing a song." "Okay, sing." Ren Ranran nodded. The male student held his mouth for a moment longer, finally opening it in embarrassment. "You love me, I love you, honey snow hot city sweet. You love me, I love you, honey snow hot city sweet. You love me, I love you, you love me, I love you, honey snow hot city sweet." Originally, Ren Ranran was quite excited about the song and everyone was curious about what he was going to sing. As a result, when this student opened his voice, the crowd was instantly unsettled. "Nice guy. This guy looks like a decent guy. I didn't realize it was a wolf extermination. It's a bit harsh to sing this song right off the bat. Why didn't I think I could sing that song? It's not easy to sing off key, the songs are short, and it's a godsend for coping with performances. Too bad it was preempted. Look at the expression on Instructor Ren's face, it's like he's been fed fly, ha 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 ha. Has Instructor Ren stayed in the army training all day and never even heard of this song? It's over, I had forgotten about this song, and now that I hear him sing it, I'm brainwashed again. Don't say it, I'm on a one-song loop in my head at this point." The crowd looked at the student in front of them who sang and then slipped away, so angry that they wanted to rush up and make him experience the beauty of Aruba. Even Qinghua could not help but look at him a few more times. How? He couldn't think of any other adjective than ruthless. Even he had the song all over his head at the moment. Most of the students in the back, too, chose to sing. It's just that with the previous song, Michelle Hot City, to set the stage, they were singing more or less out of tune. No way. This song is just so killer. As he watched the students in front of him go up one by one to perform, and soon it would be his turn, Qinghua was a bit worried. He's not good at performing, singing, or dancing. As for what he's good at, Taoist Qin, immortal Qin. Just as Qinghua was considering it, Su Chujie's wail came from the side. When Qinghua twisted his head to look at him, he was collapsing into a despondent expression. "Immortal Qin, can you hold out a little longer? I'm so full of you love me I love you at the moment that I really don't have much of a talent show left. I don't want to sing out of tune and be laughed at by everyone, so I can't even find a date in the future." At those words, Qinghua was speechless. "I don't have much talent either." When Su Chujie heard this, his face collapsed even more. Thinking left and right, he suggested, "If you can't, why don't you memorize a Tao Te Ching?" Memorize the Tao Te Ching? Xinyu's handsome brows furrowed as he sniffed. The Tao Te Ching is an ancient book of Taoism, a treasure of Taoism, and should never be displayed as a talent. There are still such rules? Su Chujie was in tears when he saw Qinghua rejecting with a serious face. Just as he was trying to help Qinghua with another idea, the student in front of Qinghua had already finished his performance. When Rinranran saw that the next one to perform was Qinghua, the corners of her mouth directly lifted up. She wrapped her arms underneath her body, her phoenix eyes resting on Qinghua with a smile. Taoist Qin, it's your turn to perform. What talent are you going to show everyone? Taoist Qin? The three of them, Changguodong, who were eagerly searching for Qinghua, happened to arrive nearby at this moment. Hearing Rinranran's cry of Taoist Qin, the three of them instinctively turned their heads. Originally, they thought they wouldn't be able to find Qinghua for a while. After all, the students present were all wearing military uniforms, and it was indeed a bit difficult to find a Qinghua among so many people. As a result, when they looked in that direction of Rinranran, they knew that they had overthought it. That Taoist robe was like a flower among all the greenery. Where else to look? Chapter 28, I'm afraid I'm not stupid for learning Tao? That's Qinghua, isn't it? Chen Guodong froze for a while before he remembered to ask Yang Hongyuan. Looking at Qinhua's distinctive Tao robe, Yang Hongyuan nodded silently. Yes, that's Qinghua. Why is he wearing a Taoist robe for military training? Yu Xiying's beautiful eyebrows frowned slightly. This kind of behavior, she just couldn't understand. Is it really convenient for military training to be in a Taoist robe? Yang Hongyuan smiled bitterly and said helplessly, maybe. Because he is a Taoist priest and is used to wearing a Taoist robe? Is he really a Taoist priest? Yu Xiying said, a hint of surprise flashing through her cool eyes. Yang Hongyuan nodded, that's what the onlooker students said. It says that Qinghua himself said that his Taoist name is Taoist Qianqing. I thought there were no dogs anymore. Yu Xiying mumbled an expressionless sentence and looked at Chen Guodong. Teacher, shall we go over there now? Wait a minute. Chen Guodong laughed and said, didn't you hear that instructor, Qinghua, ask him to perform a program? It's not too late for us to go over there when he's done performing. After that, he straightened his clothes and sat down cross-legged directly on the lawn. Yu Xiying was silent for a moment, and unflinchingly demolished, Teacher, you just want to watch the fun, don't you? Chen Guodong's back stiffened and his mouth hardened. I just wanted to see what talents he could display as a Taoist. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiying shook her head and looked at Qinghua without a word. She doesn't get it. Even if Qinghua is a Taoist priest. It's just a talent show, what's there to see? The talent show during student military training is nothing more than singing and dancing. It's not like she didn't experience these things when she was in school. Qinghua did not know that Chen Guodong and the others had found their way over and were watching from a short distance away. Stepping slowly out of the line, he was slightly silent. The corner of Rinranran's mouth hooked as she laughed. Qinghua, what are you going to perform? As soon as she spoke, the students began to heckle. Surely you can't perform singing. As a Taoist priest, mustn't Qinghua perform a handful of demonic beheadings? Chop, which demon? You the human demon? Who are you calling a siren? What big old man wears eyeshadow in military training? That's who I'm talking about. What's wrong with wearing eyeshadow? You're discriminating against men. Come on, being a pussy all day is so close to performing a peachy good cooler. You don't insult us males. You guys can stop arguing, I'm still waiting to see Qinhua's performance. That's not true, all shut up and be quiet, disturb me from watching Taoist Qin perform and I'll get rid of all you demons and devils. The students were making a lot of noise while looking at Qinghua. Meanwhile, Qinghua had thought of his own performance. Taking a step back calmly, he said in a calm tone, the name of the poor Taoist is Qinghua, the Taoist name is Taoist Qianqing, he is the heir to the Zhang Yi school, and the only heir to the Taoist religion nowadays. Singing and dancing and other talents, the poor Taoist doesn't know either. In that case, let's perform a gossip for rain. What? Gossip for rain? Qinghua had just finished his performance when the originally rowdy party quieted down. The crowd looked at Qinghua in dismay, thinking that they were hallucinating. Did I hear you right? Qinghua said to ask for rain? Ha ha ha, where are we going to ask for rain with this blazing sun? Taoist Qin, you can't be impulsive. To end up begging for loneliness is not saying much. If you succeed in your begging, I will worship you. Everyone was laughing and joking and couldn't help but make jokes. They didn't take Qinhua's words seriously at all. What a plea for rain. If he could really beg for rain, wouldn't Qinhua be considered half a god? Why do fairies need to come to school? They had thought that the old man who sang You Love Me I Love You had been pretty good. I didn't realize that Qinghua was the one who was really ruthless. Even Rin Ranran didn't hold back her proof of laughter and tilted her head. Qinghua, are you really going to perform a rain request? Upon hearing this, Qinghua raised his eyebrows slightly. Poor Taoist never speaks out of turn. If you say you want rain, you really want rain. You. When Rin Ranran saw Qinhua's confident face, the smile on her face condensed. Her phoenix eyes narrowed tightly and she frowned. Since you said so, I won't say anything more. You're going to show asking for rain, so start as soon as you can. In her opinion, this student Qinghua was simply arrogant. It's okay to come to military training in a Taoist robe. How dare you ask for rain at this moment? I don't know what this student was thinking. I'm afraid you're not stupid enough to learn Taoism. Not far away on the lawn. The three of them, Chang Guodong, were not calm at this moment. After staring at Qinhua's back for a while, Chang Guodong said thoughtfully, Hong Yuan, are you sure that this Qinghua? He is a normal person? Ha? Young Hong Yuan froze, not quite understanding his words. Can you go to college if you're not a normal person? Yu Xiying was quick to understand and said smoothly, have you read a book? Genius on the left, madman on the right. Madness and genius are just a thought away. What the teacher means is, will this Qinghua go astray and head towards the side of the madman? After all, when you open your mouth and ask for rain, such a person is either a liar or a lunatic. Even if Qinghua said that he was a Taoist priest, there was no way he could have this ability. If you can really call the shots, how can Taoism decline? Yan Hongyuan smiled helplessly and bitterly at his words. Elder Chang, if Qinghua was a madman, he wouldn't have been able to make Xiao Bing become like this, right? That's not necessarily true. Cheng Guodong frowned tightly with both eyebrows and said thoughtfully, you shouldn't underestimate the influence of a madman. Otherwise there wouldn't be a thing about doctors spending time with crazy people and becoming crazy too. This. Yan Hongyuan was said to be in a daze, crying and laughing. Shaking his head, he regained his composure and said seriously, Elder Chang, I've carefully checked Qinhua's information, and there are no relevant diseases in his family. And there's nothing wrong with him except that he's addicted to Taoism. There are indeed accounts of rain seeking in the relevant Taoist sources. Maybe. Qinghua he is related to the information read too much, fantasizing that he can seek rain. Aha! Chang nodded his head and stopped talking more on this issue. It wouldn't be crazy to be able to have that in-depth conversation with Ice. Probably just got too caught up in learning the Tao. Let's watch it first, and when he's done performing, we'll go over to him. Good. Yang Hongyuan nodded and said no more. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qinghua had also gotten the materials he needed close by and began his performance. Chapter 29, Why should we in scientific research believe in such things? Ignoring the strange looks of the others, Qinghua picked up a tree branch and began to trace it on the sandy ground aside. The sound of rustling kept ringing out. Every little while, he would stop and wait for a little while and then continue painting. The first diagram of the Fuxi 8 trigrams formation is the 8 trigrams rain request diagram. He had studied it all last night, and what the diagram looked like was basically etched into his brain. It's the painting process that's still a little undercooked. Drawing the Bagua diagram, each step is extremely delicate. Xian is heaven, Kuan is earth, Jin is thunder, Sun is wind, Ken is water, Burgundy is mountain, Li is fire, and Tue is zephyr to classify the feelings of all things. For example, the 8 trigrams of rain should be drawn first from Qian, and then Kuan, Ken, Sun, Jin, Tue, Burgundy, and finally Li. Qian, Kuan 2 trigrams, is the root of all phenomena, so the first. Ken is water, and rain is water, so Ken is the third position. Next, there is the tiny change in the center line of each trigram. The line can change in so many ways. The slightest difference in the formation diagrams drawn could result in a completely different effect. And the changes in the lines in the Bagua rain seeking chart are considered minimal. But even so, Qinghua had studied it for a night before barely mastering it. Originally, he didn't think about performing a rain request just because he wasn't familiar with it. But other than this plea for rain, he really didn't know what to perform. Unable to do so, he ended up having to perform a handful of requests for rain. Sasha. Time passes by. Qinhua's 8 trigrams rain-seeking diagram was also basically molded. Not a single person bothered him during the entire process. Everyone was cocking their heads to get a closer look. See the end and summarize the idea. Can you ask for rain? I don't know. This Bagua drawing is really quite like that. That stroke is regular. They believed that if there was a competition to draw the 8 trigrams, Qinghua would definitely be in first place. It's not bad to be a Taoist priest, but it's a special talent. In fact, I think Qinghua to say to beg for rain he drew a bagua diagram as a performance talent also line Indeed, the whole begging for rain thing is too magical. While they were discussing, Qinghua had already completed the 8 trigrams rain-seeking diagram. He took another thumb-sized stone in his hand and began to walk around the 8 trigrams for rain, placing one a few steps away. The crowd saw this and froze again. What is this magical operation? How would I know if you ask me? It's the first time I've ever watched a Taoist priest draw a bagua diagram this close. Hiss. Qin Daolong genuinely give me the whole won't. Do any of you know anything about Taoism? Analyze it. Who knows anything about Taoism these days except Qinghua, the sole heir of Taoism? Indeed, really don't understand. What little understanding I have in my head is still given by the TV show. Just as everyone was filled with doubts, Qinghua took a long breath and got up to take a careful step back. Okay. He nodded at the group and slowly made his way to the front of the line. Seeing that the 8 trigrams for rain drawing finished, the crowd stared at the 8 trigrams for rain drawing for a while, and then looked up at the sky. The sky was clear, the breeze was gentle, and the air was rolling. Everything's fine. There's just no sign of rain. Ran raised her eyebrows and looked at Qinghua breathlessly. When will this rain you begged for come? Upon hearing this, Qinghua shook his head. This matter must not be rushed. Wait for another 3 or 4 minutes and this rain will arrive. Ran laughed at this and shook her head. 3 or 4 minutes, you even counted the time? With these words, she was clearly flirting with Qinghua. However, Qinghua acted as if he hadn't heard it and only looked up at the blazing sun in the sky. Seeing that she was actually ignored, Ran's brows furrowed and waves of anger swept through her. This student, simply stubborn. Does he really think he can just draw a bagua diagram and beg for rain? It's a joke. Since he wanted to lose this face, there was nothing he could do to persuade himself. I just took this opportunity to cure his arrogant temper. Ran glared with her phoenix eyes and said no more. Not far. Shang Guodong and the 3 of them also unconsciously looked up at the sky, wanting to see whether Qinghua could beg for this rain or not. But after looking at it for a while, they didn't feel right about it. Yu Xiying was silent for a moment and said helplessly, "Teacher, we are in scientific research, why should we believe in such things?" At those words, Cheng turned back silently. Indeed. How can they, who are engaged in scientific research, believe in any gossip for rain? Surprisingly, he actually followed and waited here. Just now, seeing Qinhua's 8 trigrams seeking rain drawing like that, he unconsciously followed what Qinghua said. Nothing else. This kid has a knack for giving people the boot. He even began to wonder if Hua Zhi Bing had been deliberately guided and brainwashed by Qinhua's words. But on second thought it's impossible. His baby girl, she represents the very top of AI technology. Even if hundreds of chipping heads surrounded her to brainwash her, they could not succeed. Elder Chang, why don't we go over and talk to Qinghua first? The students should go eat in a while. Yang Hongyuan saw that Chang did not say anything and proposed in a low voice. Taking another look at Qinghua who was still looking at the sky, Shang Guodong nodded his head. Okay, now go over there. Anyway, it's impossible to succeed in something like begging for rain. It would be a waste of time for them to continue to wait here. With Yang Hongyuan's assistance, Shang Guodong propped up his knees and stood up. The 3 of them patted the grass clippings on their bodies and walked in the direction where Qinghua was. Then just as they were halfway there, what was a shiny day suddenly changed. Chapter 30, Report to the Principal, this rain is begging to come. Shang Guodong was the first to raise his head and look towards the top. After seeing the large dark clouds that suddenly appeared in the sky above, his entire body froze. Yu Xiying and Yang Hongyuan, who were on the side, had also raised their heads to look at the sky by now. The trio maintained the action of looking at the sky and stood motionless. The dark clouds overhead seemed to be about to fall, with a great air of blackness. The sun, which had been hot, was now completely covered by clouds. Clear skies turned into dark clouds. The gentle breeze has also turned into a gale with a cooler feel. Location under the tree. The students who were originally waiting to see what was going on couldn't even laugh at this moment. Their eyes were glazed over, itching to stare a hole in that dark cloud overhead. What the hell? It was a sunny day a minute ago. Why is it like this now? Even if it's pouring rain, the sky doesn't get that fast, does it? Looks like it's going to rain, doesn't it? It does look a lot like the weather before the rain. It's hard to believe that Qingyu's plea for rain was successful? No way. I think it's just cloudy, right? Maybe the sun will come out in a little while? Maybe. I still don't think it's a good idea to gossip for rain or anything. The crowd looked towards Qingyu in disbelief. At this moment, Qingyu, still standing with his back erect, looked up at the dark clouds above. That back, inexplicably permeated with an aura of glimpsing the mountains. Aside. Ran listened to the conversation of her classmates and looked at the sky with a complicated expression, then looked at Qingyu. She certainly didn't believe in gossiping for rain. As a successor of the new era, how can you believe in these things? But the day, too, became truly bizarre. Wow! Just as Ran wanted to ask Qingyu if he had watched the weather forecast in advance. The rain poured down as if God had thrown a pot of water, and it fell without mercy. Bean-sized raindrops, densely smashed on the body, smashed people can't open their eyes, can't open their mouths. Heavy rain like a curtain probably describes this scene. Within 3 seconds, everyone had been drenched in rainwater. Yet none of them ducked. Everyone stared blankly at the sky, as if they were stupid, not moving a step. Zhang Chengqing and Guiyu had also arrived at the playground by now. The two had just found out where the Computer Science and Technology 2 class was located when the sky clouded over. Just as they were about to go back first, the waterfall rain had poured down. Zhang Chengqing looked at his shirt, which was drenched to the point of being transparent, and was somewhat speechless for a moment. He just wanted to come and talk to Qingyu, a student. Why is this day so unseasonable? Suddenly it's pouring rain before we find anyone? Let's go. Go back first. Wiping the rainwater from his face, Zhang Chengqing shouted at Guiyu. Because the rain was so loud, he could only yell at the top of his lungs. Guiyu, however, did not move a muscle. Zhang Chengqing thought that he hadn't heard him and was ready to go up and tug on him. Only to find him staring at a spot poking his head in when he got closer. What are you doing? Seeing that Guiyu was still frozen at this time, Zhang Chengqing was even more speechless. Upon hearing this, Guiyu turned back and pointed his finger at Qinyu's class with a look of dismay. Headmaster, do you see what's wrong with those students? Why don't you take shelter from the rain too, and one of you is still looking up at the sky? What? Zhang Chengqing frowned and looked in the direction of Guiyu's finger. Glancing at it, his frown tightened. Only the students in Qinyu's class looked as if they were bewitched. Everyone stood straight and stupid, not knowing how to run or hide from the rain. Many of the students were still squinting, with one mouth open in shock, and maintained a staring position. Look at that, the neck isn't too tired to take more than a few sips of rainwater. Is this military training for dummies? Or do the instructors not give water? And the one standing at the front. What's with the gray robes? When did a guy like that get mixed up in the school? Zhang Chengqing squinted his eyes, wiped another handful of rainwater from his face, and said helplessly, forget it, go over and see what's wrong with those students. Anyway, it was drenched and there was no hurry to run back. The two of them walked towards Qinyu's class one after the other. As they approached, the students remained in the same motion of looking up at the sky, not noticing their presence in the slightest. Zhang Chengqing glanced at Qinyu who was standing at the front and frowned. Looking closer, he realized that the man was actually dressed in a Taoist robe. Look at that outfit, it looks like a Taoist priest. How did a Taoist priest come into their school? How did the doorman watch the door? You're letting people like that in? But Zhang Chengqing couldn't care less at this moment. He looked back at his students as they were stupidly drenched in the rain for a moment. Their Qinghua University, at least, is one of the most prestigious schools in the country. How come these students recruited this year look like they're not too bright? It's raining so hard, why are we all standing here? The students hadn't noticed Zhang Chengqing originally, they were all staring at the dark clouds overhead. It was only at this moment when they suddenly heard Zhang Chengqing's inquiry that they came back to their senses. Turning their heads in unison, the crowd looked at Zhang Chengqing and Guiyu, who were blurred by the rain, and didn't recognize who these two people were for a while. It's not really their fault. The main reason was that at this time, Zhang Chengqing and Guiyu, who were drenched by the rain, their eyes were not their eyes, their noses were not their noses, and their hair was still hanging down on their faces, making them look disheveled. They were both freshmen and had only seen the two men from a distance during the presentation. It's understandable that you wouldn't recognize it. In the end, it was Ran who was the first to recognize them and stepped forward to greet the two. Principal Zhang, Vice Principal Hua, hello. I'm the instructor of the second class of the first year of Computer Science and Technology, Ran. After saying that, Ran saluted the two men. The students were shocked to learn that Zhang Chengqing and Guiyu were the principal and vice principal. Qinghua, who was standing at the front, also turned his head slightly and glanced at the two. He didn't say much though. After just a quick glance, he turned back once more, frowning slightly at the sky with both eyebrows. Nodding at Ran, Zhang Chengqing once again furrowed his brows. It's raining, why don't you hide? Ran sniffed, her body snapped upright, and she said seriously, Principal Zhang, I don't think rain is a bad thing. In the army, it rains and we train as usual to sharpen the soldier's will. Since this is military training, I think it should be taken seriously. There's no need to let the students hide when it rains. Ran spoke forcefully. Zhang Chengqing thought about this. But you don't have to stare at the sky to hone your will, do you? Looking at the students again, he frowned. Why were you all staring at the sky just now? Isn't it just rain? What's so rare about it? Tell me about it so I can hear it. At those words, Ran's expression froze, and for a moment she didn't know how to answer. It was a student who finally summoned up the courage to shout, report to the principal. This rain is not ordinary. Because this rain was begged by Qinghua drawing the 8 trigrams for rain. Chapter 31, Immortal Qin He Can Be Too Divine. As Zhang Chengqing listened to the students' reports and felt the rain pouring down, he felt like he was listening to a heavenly story. Qinghua drew the 8 trigrams to beg for rain and begged for this downpour? It's the 21st century, how come there are still students saying such nonsense? As for the Qinghua who drew the Bagua diagram to beg for rain, it couldn't be the same Qinghua he was looking for, could it? If he remembered correctly, the Qinghua he was looking for seemed to be a student majoring in computer science and technology. In one grade, there are never 2 students with the same name. With his sword brows raised, Zhang Chengqing turned to look at the square formation formed by the students. Where is Qinghua? At that, the student who had just answered the question raised his hand and pointed toward the front. Reporting to the principal, Qinghua is there. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chengqing and Guiyu turned their heads together and looked behind them. The two men looked around, their brows gradually furrowing. Behind them, where are the students? There was only the Taoist priest who looked less than normal in his Taoist robes. Guiyu turned around and looked at the student with annoyance. The principal asked you where Qinghua is, not where that Taoist priest is. What are you pointing blindly at? Seeing this, the student innocently wanted to cry. Vice Principal Gua, that Taoist priest in the Taoist robe is Qinghua. What? Guiyu froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. Zhang Chengqing also stared at Qinghua's back, his gaze somewhat dull. This godly-looking Taoist priest was the same Qinghua who had broken Hua Zhi Bing? What is this world coming to? Seeing that the two did not believe it, Ran also said helplessly, Principal Zhang, Vice Principal Gua, that is indeed Qinghua. He said that wearing a Taoist robe represented his belief in Taoism, so he had to wear it during military training as well. At those words, Zhang Chengqing and Guiyu were even more confused. It took a while for the two to respond. Guiyu's expression was solemn as he said in a deep voice, then what is this begging for rain? Su Chujie, who was in the team, had an excited look on his face. Seeing the vice principal ask, he immediately said proudly, reporting to Vice Principal Gua, this is a godly thing to say. You do realize that just now the sky was clear, right? When Instructor Rin saw how hard we were training, he brought us here to rest in the shade and let us all take turns performing our talents. Most of the other students performed talents, mostly what singing and dancing. When it was Qinhua's turn, he said he wanted to give a performance of using the Bagua rainmaking diagram to seek rain. At first we didn't believe it, thinking that Qinghua must be fooling us. As a result, I didn't expect our vice principal, Qinghua actually begged the rain to come. You don't know, we were dumbfounded when we saw the rain. How in the world can there be such a godly thing? Qinghua is not right, great immortal Qin. Great immortal Qin, he's too divine. When Su Chujie was excited, he opened his mouth and blared. The story of this incident was made clear to him in a few words. It was Guiyu's face that became more ugly. He's a man with a rather rigid mindset. Having decided that science is the way to go, one would never believe in any Taoism for rain. Seeing Su Chujie's brainwashed look in his great immortal Qin, he felt even more angry. The biased Su Chujie didn't notice his face. Next to him, Tian Wenfu anxiously kept winking at him, and he was still describing Qin Yu's feet with an excited look on his face. In the end, it was Rin Ranran who couldn't look away and told him to keep his mouth shut. As for Gui Yu, he was about to die of anger at this moment. In his opinion, Qin Yu, this student, was too immodest. As a college student, shouldn't the most important thing to do be to study hard? This student is good. Just got into school and you're messing with the minds of other students with all this nonsense. It's no wonder the principal came to him. Thinking of this, Gui Yu's eyes were looking at Qin Yu with a slight anger. He would definitely not believe in such things as gossip maps for rain. In his opinion, this must be because Qin Yu had looked at the weather in advance and coincidentally bumped into it. As for Zhang Chengqing, there wasn't much of a reaction. He looked at Qin Yu's stalwart back and only felt that this student was quite composed. Knowing that he was the principal, he didn't even say hello and just kept staring up at the sky, not knowing what he was looking at. Of course. What with all the gossip for rain, he didn't believe it either. This kind of fact is so metaphysical. As a principal, he can't lead the way in believing such things. As for the Hua Zhi Bing thing, it's still something to talk about. Just as Zhang Chengqing was about to step forward and ask Qin Yu to go to the office with him, Chang Guodong and the three of them had also come over. Seeing Chang Guodong, Zhang Chengqing was visibly stunned. Why is old Mr. Cheng here all of a sudden? On second thought, though, he understood again. These three were presumably here to find Qin Yu to raise hell because of what happened to Hua Zhi Bing. Thinking of this, Zhang Chengqing prepared to go up and stop it. Let's not talk about whether or not this matter was Qin Yu's fault. As the principal, he was quite protective of the students in his school. You can't let students cool off on the school because of this. At the same time that Zhang Chengqing noticed the three Chang Guodongs, Chang Guodong also noticed him. If you don't say ginger, it's still hot. With a glance, Chang Guodong could tell what Zhang Chengqing was thinking. With a smile in his heart, he directly turned a corner, bypassed Zhang Chengqing and came straight to Qin Yu. Zhang Chengqing had no choice but to rush to Qin Yu's side. Smiling at Chang Guodong, he took the initiative to speak. Elder Chang, what brings you here? Why did I come, don't you know? Chang Guodong's white eyebrows glared. Seeing that he disliked him so unmercifully, a trace of embarrassment flashed across Zhang Chengqing's face, and then he quickly composed himself and said, Elder Chang, Xiaobing's matter is also helpless. This rain won't stop for a while, it's not appropriate for us to continue to stay here and talk, why don't you go to my office first? I'm going to go up on stage in a few minutes to say a few words and give the students a pep talk, and then I'll come back to you. It does need to go as soon as possible. As soon as Zhang Chengqing's words fell, a reply came from the side. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chengqing laughed and instinctively nodded, that's right, I'll have Gui Yu take you there first. He froze a little more just as the words came out of his mouth. For the voice that had just answered him seemed a little too young. Qing, on the other hand, obviously couldn't have sounded that young. Looking back, Zhang Chengqing realized that Chang Guodong was frowning tightly with white eyebrows as he stared at Qin Yu. Gui Yu, who was on the side, also glared at Qin Yu with a dark face. As soon as Zhang Chengqing thought about it, he knew that the one who answered him just now should be Qin Yu. This kid, what's the point of interrupting at this time? Is he afraid that Elder Chang won't notice him? Zhang Chengqing glanced at Qin Yu and sighed helplessly. As for Qin Yu, who was the party involved, he did not notice the weirdness of the surrounding atmosphere in the slightest. He was still staring at the sky with his eyebrows furrowed and his eyes slightly moving. Seeing that the others still didn't move even after his reminder, he warned once more in a deep voice, all of you, leave the playground right now and hide in the building. A little later and something will happen. Chapter 32, only Qin Yu can answer this question. When the crowd saw Qin Yu's serious face, they were a bit confused for a while. Something's wrong? It's just rain. What could happen? Qin Yu, what nonsense are you saying again? Ren Ranran was afraid that Qin Yu would annoy the two school leaders and a few fellows, so she rushed forward to stop them. Glancing at her, Qin Yu remained resolute and said, if you don't leave, something will really happen. I made a slight mistake when I was drawing the 8 trigrams for rain. This little mistake has caused the weather to change, and this is no longer an ordinary downpour. It's still raining, but it's getting much lighter. Soon the rain will take a turn for the worse. As soon as Qin Yu's words left his mouth, Zhang Chengqing asked in tears and laughter, what will it turn into? Raising his head to look at the sky again, Qin Yu said in a deep voice, it will turn into hail. And this hail, it could be quite powerful. Well, don't be ridiculous. Ran helplessly interrupted Qin Yu's words and immediately looked at Zhang Chengqing. Principal Zhang, please don't take Qin Yu's words to heart. By the way, didn't you just say you were going to go to the podium and say something to the students? Being reminded by Ran, Zhang Chengqing immediately remembered this matter. He nodded and looked at Cheng Guodong with a light smile. Look, Elder Chang, is there anything you want to say to the students? Cheng Guodong is considered one of the several most powerful old nationalists in the country at present. In the field of artificial intelligence, it's more of a topsy-turvy person. With such old-timers joining him on stage to say a few words, he believes the students will be more energized as they face their subsequent studies. Seeing Zhang Qingqing's meaning, Cheng nodded his head lightly. Alright, then I'll go up with you and say a few words. He also took the opportunity to encourage his juniors and get out of the rain. After all, he was old and not as strong as the young. You two come too. Turning back to Yu Xiying and Yang Hongyuan and giving them an explanation, Cheng Guodong, accompanied by Zhang Chengqing and Gui Yu, walked towards the lectern directly in front of the playground. As for Qin Yu, they weren't worried about finding anyone. He would stay on the playground anyway, as long as military training didn't end. Looking at the backs of the several people leaving, Qin Yu's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Obviously. These men did not take his words to heart. Looking up at the sky again, Qin Yu looked slightly worried. Look at the color of the sky. Hail is coming. At this moment, the military training was not yet over, so he could not leave directly. What's more, the hail was due to him. If someone got hurt because of it, he would have a lump in his heart. This is not good for monasticism. Qin Yu, return to the team. Seeing Qin Yu still standing there looking at the sky, Ran's face sank. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu shook his head and slowly walked back to the group. Knowing that Zhang Chengqing was going to speak, and there was even a heavyweight like Cheng Guodong next to him, the instructors immediately led the students to gather in the middle of the playground. The rain is not as heavy as it was before. It's just that the temperatures are getting a little cooler. But we all know that it's normal for the temperature to get lower when it rains, so we don't take it seriously. Under Ran's rectification, Qin Yu and the rest of the class followed to the playground. Only when all the teams had straightened up did Zhang Chengqing take the microphone and step forward with a smile on his face. I don't know if anyone remembers me at all. We just met this morning, so you guys should still recognize me, right? When Zhang Chengqing opened his mouth, he made a joke. The atmosphere, which was still somewhat subdued, was instantly enlivened. The students sniffed and replied with a laugh. Recognize. You are the principal. Hearing the majestic shouts from below, Zhang Chengqing shuddered. That's right. I am the president of Qinghua University, Zhang Chengqing. This heavy rain today, it came a bit suddenly, even I am drenched. But our military training, although not as formal as the training on the army, can't be hindered by a heavy rain, right? To be honest, when I came here, I was worried that you guys might be scared off by the rain. As Zhang Chengqing spoke, another round of laughter came from below. He also raised the corners of his mouth and continued, as it turns out, when I came here, I realized that you guys gave me a big surprise. Zhang Chengqing said and gave a thumbs up. Our freshmen this year, they are all good. Impress me. Thank you, principal, for the compliment. The shouts of the students below rang out again. And this time the voice was even more resonant than the last. When it first rained, they were really demoralized and complained about why they had to train when it was raining. But now, hearing the principal's encouragement, their hearts ignited a wave of unconquerable energy. Isn't it just rain? Pressing is not a thing. Almost everyone, their blood boiled. Now instead of feeling cold, they had a feeling of being full of energy with nowhere to go. The only one who was calm was probably Qin Yu. Frowning at the podium in front of him, he had only one thought in his head. This speech, can we finish it quickly? But Zhang Chengqing clearly had no intention of ending it right away. Smiling, he walked over to the side of Cheng Guodong's trio immediately afterward. Do you know, class, who these people standing next to me are? At that, the students squinted and looked closer. A few moments later, cries of alarm began to come from the crowd. Isn't that old Kikuchi Chang? The same old Guoshi Chang who applied for the Hua Zhi Bing program? And those two, they both seem to be the main developers of Hua Zhi Bing. Holy! What kind of day is today? Why are there so many big shots here all of a sudden? The rain wasn't in vain. The students became excited as they recognized Chang and the others. How much they liked Hua Zhi Bing, how much they respected Cheng Guodong, the researcher. After all, without them, it would have been impossible to research Hua Zhi Bing, an AI robot whose technology led the world. I see you all recognize it. Zhang Chengqing smiled and continued, then do you have any questions you want to ask Elder Chang? Yes. As soon as Zhang Chengqing's words fell, a hue and cry came from below. Seeing this, Cheng Guodong took over the microphone at the right time, his wrinkled face revealing a smirk. Looks like there's a lot everyone wants to ask. Since I'm here today, it's only natural that I should answer your questions properly. Come on, who's going to ask first? Chang said, looking down. Sure enough. No sooner had he said this than a hand went up below him. Since he couldn't delay too long, he decided to pick only 3 students to ask questions. The first student inquired how Hua Zhi Bing managed to be so human-like. The second student asked what was the limit of the knowledge store that Hua Zhi Bing possessed. The third student, out of the blue, inquired why Hua Zhi Bing was bad when he was so good. The first 2 questions were answered by Chang at the first opportunity. There was a brief silence until the third question came up and a smile froze on his face. Seeing that the atmosphere was becoming awkward, Zhang Chengqing stepped forward, ready to take over the microphone to break the deadlock. As a result, just as he reached out, Cheng Guodong had already made a reply with a smile. I don't really know what to say about that one. I think it would be more appropriate to ask the Qinghua student who messed up Hua Zhi Bing to answer. After saying that, his line of sight turned and passed through the other students, resting precisely on Qinghua. Chapter 33, You're given a microphone and this is what you say? When the students heard the name Qinghua, their minds immediately recalled the video in the forum. Just as they were wondering where Qinghua was, Cheng Guodong laughed. Student Qin, I wonder if you'd like to come up and explain the reason for this? Don't talk about the students. Even he, an old researcher, wondered why this was. Quietly glancing at Cheng Guodong, Qinghua did not refuse, and with one side of his body, he passed between the students. Until he walked up to the podium and came in front of Chang, the students were not calm. Why is he wearing a Taoist robe to military training? I've noticed this guy in the Taoist robe before, I didn't realize he was Qinghua. He's the one who ruined my goddess? My Bing Bing. I haven't had a chance to talk to her yet. I do think he's pretty good. Tell me, which one of you has the ability to mess with Hua Zhi Bing? To this day I still remember the saying that the Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. Taoist Qin, how did you mess up the schoolgirl? The students whispered a bit and began to shout at Qinghua without being able to help themselves. It was only when Cheng Guodong coughed in the end that they stopped. Turning back to Qinghua, Cheng Guodong said with a serious expression on his face, this is a question that I would also like to know. I'm not here to raise hell today, I just want to have a nice chat with you, so feel free to say whatever you want to say, no need to be afraid. Scared? Qinghua sniffed and shook his head. He did seem a little scared at the moment. I'm afraid of that hailstorm in a few moments, and it's going to cause problems for the students down there. As for the question of why Hua Zhi Bing is broken. Here's the mic for you to say. Cheng Guodong said and handed the microphone to Qinghua. Receiving the microphone and glancing at it, Qinhua's eyes were certain as he turned to look at the students below. The pair of eyes below were filled with anticipation. Everyone crossed their fingers and waited for him to say something shocking in response. Just as they were eagerly waiting, Qinghua frowned and said in a deep voice, now, please also evacuate the playground as soon as possible. Because soon, a hailstorm will fall here. If you all continue to stay here, I'm afraid you'll be harmed. Quiet. After Qinghua said this, everyone fell silent. For a while, all that could be heard on the playground was the pattering rain. The anticipation in the students' eyes also turned into dismay. Did I hear you right? What did Qinghua just say? That hail will fall from the sky? I thought he was going to say something remarkable, but this is it. Mainly, it's obviously raining right now, and it doesn't look like it's going to hail. Ha, is it hard for Taoist Qin to have mastered words? Don't you guys talk nonsense. Qinghua, don't even think about changing the subject. We're asking why you messed up Hua Zhi Bing. Yeah, don't even think about changing the subject. The microphone is given to you, you can't make up this kind of talk to perfume us. The students thought that Qinghua didn't want to answer the question of messing up Hua Zhi Bing and laughed and teased. Podium. Aside from Qinghua, everyone else also looked like they were crying and laughing. Looking at their reactions, Qinghua frowned tightly with both eyebrows and shook his head helplessly. What can be said and done, he has done. But still no one believes it. As it was, he couldn't anymore. Returning the microphone to the complicated-looking Chen Guodong, Qinghua turned around and left the podium. Looking at Qinhua's lonely and clean back, Chen Guodong's eyes gradually became complicated. He was a little confused about this student. Obviously not crazy, even smart. Why do you always have to do this god-awful stuff? Well, it's about time, so let's all go ahead and eat. Zhang Chengqing shook his head helplessly and signaled the students to dismiss. He immediately looked at Chen Guodong and said, "Elder Chang, are you busy this afternoon? If you're not busy, let's talk to Qinghua after he finishes his meal. The students must be hungry after a morning of military training." Okay. Chang nodded without saying much. The crowd looked at Qinhua's gradually fading back again and dispersed in tears and laughter. Su Chujie's 3 housemates were positive. The first time he rushed up to follow Qinghua and surrounded him to ask about the Bagua map. It was just that they couldn't understand Qinghua even if he said such things. Just as they had just walked into the restaurant. Over at the playground, there was a sudden difference. The rain, which had been heavy, gradually became lighter. The temperature around them, however, began to drop continuously. But the change was so small that no one noticed. Chen Guodong walked slowly, so Zhang Chengqing followed him slowly. Many students rushed towards the dining hall, but there were also some students who slowly followed them, trying to find a chance to ask Chen Guodong, the old nationalist, some questions. Just then. Snap. A cool, firm touch suddenly landed on Chen Guodong's hand. It was followed by a snap. At his feet, the sound of something hard falling rang out. The tiny movement did not escape the ears of Process. He lowered his head and squinted to take a closer look at his feet, looking suspicious. This is ice beads? Snap. Before he could say anything, another, louder sound rang out from the side. Immediately afterward, Yu Xiying's astonished voice came from the side. "Teacher, it's hail." Hail? Chen Guodong was stunned, somewhat incredulous. It's not just him. Everyone present was stunned by the sudden fall of small hailstones. It wasn't until more and more ice beads fell that the crowd snapped back in shock. Look guys. It's really hailing. Crazy, how did Qinghua know it would rain? He's not a big shot in meteorology, is he? As a classmate of Qinhua's, I can tell you that Qinghua would say that this hailstorm is because there's something wrong with the 8 trigrams rain-seeking map he drew. Ha? What kind of gossipy rain-seeking chart? Don't talk about that. The hail is getting bigger and bigger. Just a moment ago it was the size of beads, now it's the size of cherries. If we don't leave, we're really going to get smashed. The students were shocked and panicked as they dodged the hail. But the hail got worse and worse. No matter how much they dodged, they always got hit. There was no choice but to cover their heads. Seeing this, Zhang Chengqing and the others couldn't care less about being shocked. Seeing that the hail is getting bigger and bigger, the biggest one is already the size of an egg yolk, and they don't dare to hesitate, and hastily organize the students around them to evacuate together. If they give the students a problem, they can't afford to take the responsibility. The students who had been thinking of asking questions began to run back desperately. While running, he sighed at Qinhua's power. That mouth of people. They say the hail was hard, and it was. I don't know how it was guessed either. It's hard to believe that words really do follow the law, isn't it? Chapter 34, The Old Wisher's Request for Questioning. The restaurant side. Qinghua had already prepared the meal and sat down at the table. Just then, there was a sudden crackling at the window. Hearing the commotion, many people looked up towards the outside. Qinghua was the only one who remained with his head down, calmly eating his lunch. What's going on out there? Su Chujie probed up and tried to go out to have a look. As a result, just as he stood up, a large wave of students rushed in from outside. This hail is coming down too suddenly. And it's not a small one, I feel like my head is smashed up. Don't say that, I can't even hold up my umbrella a little bit. But if that umbrella of mine were any more fragile, I couldn't come to dinner unscathed. The students who had just come in chatted depressingly as they made their way inside. Most of them brought umbrellas because it was raining. But no one expected hail. The thin layer of the umbrella was dangerously close to being smashed by the hail. Hearing their conversation, the freshmen in the cafeteria all stopped their chopsticks and looked out the window in dismay. What did Qinghua say before? Said it would hail. And it turns out it's actually hailing at the moment? What a mouth this is. Old Qin, you're great, you're really right about this weather. With a shout, Lu Ziyan caught the attention of the others. Upperclassmen are unaware of the situation. The freshman, however, locked onto Qinghua with a glance. What are you shouting for? You're afraid that people won't know that Master Qin, a celebrity, is eating here, aren't you? Su Chujie was speechless and glared at Lu Ziyan. How can I eat when I'm being watched by a bunch of people? But it's a great feeling to stay with a celebrity and be mobbed. Looking at Qinghua on the side, Su Chujie had a face of envy. People want looks, they want height, and now they have fame. Isn't it a matter of minutes to find a date in this school in the future? Lu Ziyan didn't think about it that much. He scratched his head in embarrassment and laughed. I forgot about this, but old Qin's mouth is really powerful, one word at a time. Can it be that it's really the effect of your 8 trigrams rainmaking diagram? Lu Ziyan's eyes lit up as he spoke. Upon hearing this, the freshman who knew some of the original story also cast speculative glances at Qinghua. In fact, they still don't believe it. The decline of Taoism and the dissipation of Taoist culture has left them with little knowledge of Taoism and no interest in learning more about it. And years of education have made them treat things like gossiping for rain as some kind of trick. But these two things that Qinghua did today were just too evil. In their hearts, they couldn't help but have some doubts. Taoism, is it really that great? Congratulations to the host for gaining the admiration and faith of the onlookers through the 8 trigrams rain chart, gaining 10 faith value. Congratulations to the host, the 8 trigrams rain chart begs for rain and predicts hail, gaining the admiring faith of onlookers, gaining 15 faith values. Congratulations to the host for gaining 20 faith values. The system's voice, once again, sounded. Qinghua casually glanced at the total value of faith value and was in a good mood. According to this progress, one will soon be able to open the second reward. Taoist Master Qin, talking to you, that Bagua rain-seeking chart of yours, can it really seek rain? The three of them, Su Chujie, were doubly helpless when they saw Qinghua staring at the dinner plate. Qinghua thought pulled back from the system side and calmly picked up the finished dinner plate. Before he left, he turned back and smiled faintly. Who dares to say that he has thoroughly fathomed everything in this world, the laws of the world? Just because some existence is not often revealed to the world does not mean it does not exist. The 8 trigrams, that's how it exists. After saying that, he put down the empty dinner plate and turned toward the outside of the restaurant. Looking at his back, the three of them, Su Chujie, were confused. After freezing for a while, Lu Ziyan muttered, why do I feel that old Qin he is becoming more and more sacrosanct? While Qinghua and the others were eating, Shang Guodong and the others had already ducked into the school building and arrived at Zheng Qingqing's office. The crowd was slow to return to their senses as they looked out the window at the hailstones that were getting bigger and bigger. Especially Chang Guodong, Yu Xiying, and Yang Hongyuan. As researchers, they shouldn't believe in all those superstitions like gossip charts. But it's just an hour or so of work. Qinghua drew the Bagua diagram to ask for rain, and the rain came. He said it was going to hail, and it did. This predictive ability is simply more accurate than professional instruments. Teacher, what exactly is this principle? Yu Xiying said, her eyebrows furrowed. She had just called the weather department and asked about the rain and hail. It turned out that the other party's answer was that the cloud appeared so suddenly that they hadn't monitored it before. That's odd. There was also the Tao Te Ching that Qinghua had chanted earlier. Even if she was good in the field of scientific research, it was surprising that she couldn't analyze these two things. She even felt that the worldview she had constructed in her head was changing bit by bit along with it. It's a horrible feeling to have. And the one that caused it all. It was all Qinghua, a young man who wasn't even 20 years old yet. At this moment, Shang Guodong was also confused. After a long period of contemplation, he solemnly said, it's true that we still need to have a good chat with Qinghua. Then I'll go get Qinghua now. Gui Yu said and hurriedly left the principal's office to find someone. After finishing his lunch, Qinghua happened to return to the dormitory to rest. So in no time, he was brought over by Gui Yu. The door to the principal's office. Looking at so many people in the room, all of whom were also people of not so low status, Qinghua was slightly stunned before he calmly walked in, nodding his head in greeting with a calm demeanor. Seeing Qinghua again, Shang Guodong also obviously paid much more attention. Originally, he thought that Qinghua was just a young man who had accidentally obtained an ancient book of Taoism. But now, he doesn't think so. This young man was far more powerful than he thought. Signaling Qinghua to sit down, Shang Guodong's gaze was solemn as he entered the main topic. Junior friend Qinghua, or perhaps I should refer to you as Taoist Qin. I have 2 questions here, and I was wondering if you would be willing to answer them for me. First question, how did you use the Tao Te Ching and change the logic of Zhi Bing's thinking? Second question, how did you predict this rain today, this hail, and how did you predict it ahead of time? Chapter 35, how did it fall out of favor? Chen Guodong's phrase Taoist Qin caused the others to be stunned. This address represented that Chen Guodong recognized Qinyu's identity. He was, right now, communicating with Qinghua as a friend. It was rare for a country's old nationalist to be willing to face a student less than 20 years old with such an attitude. Qinghua didn't care what other people thought. In his mind, he was still pondering the 2 questions that Chen Guodong had asked. After an unknown period of time, his eyes lingered on the clear tea with leaves floating in front of him for a moment before Qinghua seemed to murmur, "Elder Chang, do you understand Taoism?" Upon hearing this, Cheng frowned and nodded his head immediately after. According to my understanding, Taoism reveres nature, advocates tranquility, advocates Taoism's law of nature, is incapable of doing anything, is naturally inactive, and lives in harmony with nature. Qinghua smiled at his words and swiped the duster in his hand, skimming over the teacups. To be precise, Taoism honors the Tao that embraces all things in the world and allows them to flourish. Even a floating leaf in this clear tea is contained and embraced by the Tao. The same is true for each and every one of us in this room. So the trail asked Hua a question as she was talking to her. Everything in this world is tolerated by the Tao. Is she, too, tolerated by the Tao? And the Tao Te Ching is an answer. When you realize it, you will know where you belong in this heaven and earth. The trail did not deliberately change the logic of Hua's thinking. It's up to her to see how far she can comprehend the Tao Te Ching. It's just that Xiao Dao didn't expect the damage to occur while student Hua was comprehending this answer. Qinghua shook his head regretfully and continued, "These words of the Xiao Dao are the answer to your first question." Upon hearing this, Chen Guodong's furrowed brows, instead of stretching, tightened a few more points. As he carefully scrutinized Qinyu's words and recalled the contents of the Tao Te Ching, he only felt as if he had come to a vast world. Everything in this heaven and earth was familiar and unfamiliar to him. He was as tiny as a speck of dust to this heaven and earth, so insignificant. Yet this heaven and earth embraced him. Because he was part of it. And Hua Zhi Bing. Chen Guodong was stunned and suddenly felt as if he could understand what happened to Zhi Bing at that time. The question is cited. And the answer, the Tao Te Ching, is fruit. Under the pull of Qinyu's question, the answer, Tao Te Ching, made her realize that she was not born with all things. It's like a refrigerator, a washing machine. They exist in this world, but they are independent of it. The difference is that refrigerator TVs don't have the ability to think. Hua Zhi Bing, on the other hand, has the ability to think and analyze independently. She analyzes the answer, she is not a human being. And that answer was in conflict with what she was programmed to perceive. This conflict triggered her to think more deeply. But this kind of thinking was clearly not something she could afford. All she crashed. No wonder. No wonder. Chen Guodong clenched his fists tightly and goosebumps rose all over his body. Not out of anger, but out of excitement. Because of this incident, a new idea opened up for his research. "Teacher, do you understand?" Yu Xiying frowned slightly as she saw her teacher's emotion. She'd probably scratched the surface of one, but there was still something she couldn't figure out. Slapping his withered hand towards his knee, Chang was energized. "That's right, I figured out the reason for that." Still, there were some questions he couldn't figure out. For example, in the Tao Te Ching, just how huge is the amount of information contained in it that would make Hua Zhi Bing analyze it to the point of collapse? And there's obviously no definitive answer to that question. I'm afraid we'll have to wait until they, themselves, launch a more in-depth study of the Tao Te Ching. But according to his judgment of the Tao Te Ching, I am afraid that this matter is not easy. Thinking of this, Chen Guodong immediately looked at Qinghua, his eyes full of admiration. "Taoist Qin, you are truly outstanding." Upon hearing this, Qinghua shook his head with a faint smile. "As for Elder Cheng's second question of yours, there is no need for the Xiao Dao to answer it, is there? The answers are all in your hearts, it's just that you don't want to believe them. Even if the path can call the wind and the rain, it cannot forcefully change your independent minds. What's more, whether you all believe or not is also about the word fate. Taoism preaches to follow one's destiny, and more than that, I am not at liberty to say more." After Qinghua finished his words, Chen Guodong once again fell into deep thought. Though he understood the matter of Tao Te Ching messing up Hua Zhi Bing. but still skeptical about gossip for rain. After all, there's a reason for the Tao Te Ching screwing over Hua Zhi Bing. And gossiping for rain like this, he presses the point. The principle of this could not be explained, and he would not dare to believe it so easily. And the principle of this was probably known only to Qinghua himself, right? Cheng Guodong frowned and opened his mouth, wanting to ask Qinghua directly. But on second thought, he dismissed the idea. These things should have involved some of the secrets of Taoism. It's not like they're Taoist children. It would be rude to inquire about such things. He had, after all, lived for more than 60 years. Even without knowing Taoism in detail, one can guess some of the rules. If you all have no other business, the path will leave first. Seeing that Cheng Guodong had nothing more to ask, Qinghua got up and prepared to leave. He had military training in the afternoon and didn't have much time to spend here. Seeing this, Cheng Guodong took Yu Xiying and the others to send him away from the principal's office. It was not until Qinghua had left that Cheng Guodong took a long breath and asked the others thoughtfully, "What kind of religion do you think Taoism is? How did such a religion fall out of favor?" Speaking of this, a touch of pity appeared on Cheng's face. After being in contact with Qinghua for such a short while today, he suddenly became interested in Taoism. Chapter 36, Hua Zhi Bing's Awakening. Yu Xiying and the others listened to Cheng Guodong's mutterings and didn't know how to reply for a while. They also don't understand why Taoism has fallen out of favor. Maybe it's because, nowadays, people are all about science? Yu Xiying hesitantly opened her mouth. At those words, Cheng frowned again, sighing and shaking his head. Either way, the decline of Taoism is a pretty sad thing. Being our country's native religion, it's quite distressing that there's only one heir left now, little friend Qin. It can't be helped. Yu Xiying shook her head with a faint expression. In her opinion, even if Qinghua wanted to revitalize the Taoist religion, he simply could not do it by himself. Forget it, Xiaobing is still waiting for us, let's go back first. Cheng Guodong no longer thought much about it and propped himself up on the desktop to get up. After meeting Qinghua once today, he was considered to have gained a lot and could go back to repairing Hua Zhi Bing with peace of mind. Walking to the door, Cheng Guodong folded back and looked at Zhang Chengqing and Guiyu. "You two, don't make things too difficult for little friend Qin. You can't bully him just because he's a Taoist priest, you have to treat him the same." Ha! Upon hearing this, Zhang Chengqing and Guiyu cried and laughed. Especially Zhang Chengqing, the injustice in his heart. Heaven and earth could tell that he had never even thought of making things difficult for Qinghua, and even wanted to focus on cultivating this student. After all, this was the only seedling that could be difficult for Hua Zhi Bing. Maybe in a few years, another genius like Yu Xiying would appear in their school? Elder Chang, don't worry about this matter, I will definitely not make things difficult for Qinghua. Zhang Chengqing stepped forward and made a serious pledge. Seeing that he didn't look like he was lying, Chang nodded his head before leaving, accompanied by Yu Xiying and Yang Hanyuan. The three of them had just returned to the research base and were intensely involved in the repair of Hua Zhi Bing. While Hua Zhi Bing can be fixed, the amount of work involved is enormous. It's really not a day or two. As for Qinghua, he also participated in military training normally. I wonder if Cheng's explanation worked. Since then, Ren Ranran hadn't given him a hard time about the Dodi. And since Qinghua was never wrong in anything else, Ren Ranran let him be. As long as he didn't participate in the military training reenactment wearing a Taoist robe. A little over a week passed in a flash of time. The time spent in military training was exhausting but fulfilling. Qinghua also had to study the Fuxi Bagua formation diagram on weekdays, so he didn't feel bored. And there's no way to submit an application to start a club during military training. So the matter of opening a Taoist society had to be put on hold for the time being. As for Cheng Guodong and the others, they did not contact him again during this period. Because they're ramping up repairs on Hua Zhi Bing. In the research base, Hua Zhi Bing was still lying quietly on the bed, like an exquisite doll caught in a deep sleep. Cheng Guodong and dozens of other researchers surrounded her, but at this time, they were all relieved. More than half a month, and it's finally fixed. I don't know who lamented, but many people reddened. Even Cheng Guodong was filled with exclamation, his hands trembling with excitement. In the past half a month or so, they were so busy that they could not eat well or sleep well, just to fix Hua Zhi Bing as soon as possible. Finally, after this period of time, Hua Zhi Bing was successfully repaired by them. As long as there were no problems after the startup, then Hua Zhi Bing was considered to have completely recovered. She can go back to the campus of YWCA again. It's time to go back to being that gentle, wonderful girl again. To engage with other students and learn what she wants to learn. Seeing, start up ice. Cheng Guodong forced himself to hold back his excitement and explain to Yu Xiying, who was at the side. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiying took a deep breath, and with a calm expression, she came to Hua Zhi Bing's side and helped her up. Only the slightly trembling fingertips betrayed her unsettled heart. Even if she was usually calm, she felt equally excited at this moment. This feeling was even no less than the one she had felt when she had successfully activated Hua Zhi Bing for the first time. Carefully pressing Hua Zhi Bing's start switch, Yu Xiying helped her lie down again. Buzz. As the crowd gathered around, a familiar startup sound came from Hua Zhi Bing. Hearing this voice, many people clenched their fists in excitement. Being able to start it successfully meant that their fix was halfway there. Ice, go for it. We all did our best, surely there's no problem. Yeah, all glitch problems solved, no problem, no problem. The fellows cheered each other on while staring nervously at Hua Zhi Bing. Under their gaze, Hua Zhi Bing's eyelids flickered slightly and slowly raised and opened his eyes. Those bright eyes still looked so pure and beautiful. The brownish-black pupils, like brown gems, were transparent and clear. Seeing Hua Zhi Bing successfully open his eyes, the stone in the hearts of the researchers fell to the ground. They clutched each other's hands and just felt that all the effort was worth it. What more pleasing than the successful awakening of their precious daughter? But Yu Xiying noticed. Hua Zhi Bing's eyes were out of place. The research team has made great efforts to solve the problem of Hua Zhi Bing's eyes. In the end, they succeeded in giving Hua Zhi Bing a pair of human-like eyes. It's because of this that Hua Zhi Bing can be so alive and well. As for Hua Zhi Bing at this moment, although his eyes were open, his pair of eyes did not have any half-light. Her eyes are vacant and she looks almost like a vegetable. The moment the thought popped up, Yu Xiying's heart thumped and her complexion became ugly. Does it mean that ice is still not fixed? There's still a problem with the program? Chapter 37, how about trying to find Qinghua? Looking at the researchers on the side who were still in a state of excitement, Yu Xiying was silent for a moment and walked over to Cheng Guodong. Teacher, ice may not have been fixed. Cheng Guodong's excitement receded, glanced at Hua Zhi Bing again, and whispered, how? Little ice looks like a vegetable now. Yu Xiying truthfully stated her thoughts. At those words, Cheng Guodong froze. He glanced back at Hua Zhi Bing again and laughed immediately after. It's you who are too nervous, isn't it? Ice's program is still activated, and in this state, she does behave like this. Just wait a little longer, you'll be fine once the ice program is completely activated. Well, Yu Xiying was skeptical about this answer. She certainly wasn't questioning her teacher's strength, it just always felt wrong. Could it be a woman's strange sixth sense? Losing her smile and shaking her head, Yu Xiying rejoined Hua Zhi Bing. Everyone also continued to gather around Hua Zhi Bing, waiting for her program to finish activating. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Until 20 minutes had passed. Seeing when Hua Zhi Bing was still lying motionless on the bed, Cheng Guodong was not calm. The expressions of the other fellows, too, became ugly. Yang Hongyuan's heart sank as he hesitated. Elder Chang, normally, little ice can be activated in 10 minutes, right? Well, it's 10 minutes. Chang nodded. Though he really hated to admit it. But I'm afraid the repair of ice has failed again, we weren't able to fix ice. How is this possible? Qinghua, who was the main person in charge of Hua Zhi Bing's chip research, sniffed and shook his head incredulously. We've already fixed all the problems that occurred with the chip. Ice's programs have all been restored to normal as well, so how can there still be a problem? Saying that, he quickly walked to the bedside and looked at the motionless Hua Zhi Bing with a heartbreaking look. Xiao Bing, are you awake yet? Answer if you're awake. Qinghua waited for a few full minutes, and Hua Zhi Bing didn't open his mouth to say a word. She hadn't even blinked since the beginning. Seeing this, Cheng Guodong and the others had begun to shake their heads in regret. It looks like we can only try replacing the chip for ice. Then won't all the data that Xiao Bing recorded and learned before be scrapped? But it can't be helped. How the fellows talked, they all felt that there was little hope. They did what they could. It had come to this, and they didn't want to see it. But there's no way around it. They couldn't let Bing stay in bed like a vegetable, could they? Teacher, what if we find Qinghua? Would he have a solution? Just as the crowd was helpless, Yu Xiying suddenly spoke up. At those words, the crowd froze. Cheng Guodong thought about it and fell into deep thought. Hua, Wu Xiangji, and Bai Wensheng, on the other hand, were annoyed. The moment they thought of Qinghua, the culprit who made their precious daughter look like this, they couldn't wait to rush straight into the school to find this kid and beat him up. Favorably, Chang Guodong kept stopping it. Coupled with the fact that they had been concentrating on restoring Hua Zhi Bing during this period of time, they had really forgotten about it for a while. You still mention that Qinghua. If it wasn't for him, how did Xiao Bing become like this? Humph, what can a kid who only plays Taoist all day be capable of? Can he read Xiao Bing's program? The three of them were filled with dissatisfaction towards Qinghua. The other researchers who did not know the original story were also a bit annoyed when they learned that Qinghua was the culprit who messed up Hua Zhi Bing. A student, what could he know? That's right, is the group of us no better than a student? Ice doesn't need him to fix it. But Little Ice only broke down after hearing him talk about the Tao Te Ching. Yusiin shook her head. There's nothing wrong with Little Ice's chip now, and there's nothing wrong with the program. So I'm guessing that the problem might be with the Tao Te Ching. She was always a very sensible person. While the others were angry, she was analyzing why. There are all kinds of physical fixes that we've fixed now. Then I'm afraid that what could have caused Ice to look like this has something to do with that inner monologue of hers. That inner monologue of Ice's, which I think you've all seen, is an incredible thing. And the reason why Xiao Bing produced that inner monologue was again related to Qinghua and the Tao Te Ching he spoke. After Yusiin finished speaking, she once again looked at the crowd. A small group of fellows were a little hesitant to be told and fell into a deep thought. But most people still felt that it was too unreasonable to leave such an important matter to a student. Yang Hongyuan felt that Yusiin had a point and also helped persuade, seniors, this student Qinghua might not be as simple as you think. When we went to him earlier, he drew an 8 trigrams for rain, and within 5 minutes, it started raining in the sky. We didn't believe him when he said it was going to hail in the back, and it did. So Qinghua still has some ability. At first, he also thought that Qinghua, a student, could be capable of much. But after these times, he had already planted a root in his heart, a root about Taoism. Anyway, now he dared not look at Qinghua as an ordinary student. However, Yang Hongyuan's words didn't have much effect, but instead made these old researchers even more rejected. Bagua map for rain? I think you're out of your mind. Good boy, the country cultivated you to let you study science and make contributions. You're doing well, but you've even started to believe in some gossip map for rain? I think it's time for you, boy, to be hammered. Hearing you say that, I feel even more that that student named Qinghua is unreliable. Anyway, this matter of repairing Little Ice should never be given to him. Humph, brat, if you dare to mention anything about the Bagua diagram for rain again, you should stop doing scientific research and go follow the Qinghua as a Taoist priest. The crowd of old fellows glared angrily at Yang Hongyuan, itching to stare a few holes in him. When Yang Hongyuan saw this, he wanted to cry. He just wanted to talk about Qinghua's greatness. How did it backfire? He had no choice but to look at Cheng Guodong for help. Receiving the signal from Yang Hongyuan, Cheng Guodong sighed helplessly. We've all worked together for decades, and he knows these co-workers all too well. In their minds, the most powerful force is technology. Now suddenly tell them what Tao Te Ching and Bagua diagram for rain, it's strange that they don't explode. If it was placed before, if Yang Hongyuan opened his mouth to say these words, he would have to give him an earful himself. So this is something that can't be rushed, it has to be done in a gradual manner. Twisting his head to look at his colleagues next to him, Cheng Guodong's gaze was solemn as he said in a deep voice, let's put it this way. Let's give Ice another thorough examination. If we still can't find anything wrong with this inspection, we'll get Qinghua to try. No. When the crowd heard this, they instinctively wanted to object, but they were stared back by a glare from Cheng Guodong. He immediately looked at Hua Zhi Bing, his eyes helpless and heartbroken. The option of replacing the chip is the next best thing anyway. I will resolutely not agree to replace the chip for Little Ice until I have no choice. Chapter 38, Brother, to you as a man. Replacing the chip meant that everything that Hua Zhi Bing had done before would be erased. Those memories between them and Hua Zhi Bing would also be erased. For Hua Zhi Bing, they have become parents who need to know each other for the first time. That's why replacing the chip is so hard for Chang and the others to accept. Seeing that Cheng Guodong had said so, the other researchers no longer objected. Although in their opinion, it was useless for Qinghua to come. But instead of replacing the chip, they'd rather agree to let Qinghua try. Qinghua, who was still participating in military training, did not realize that he had caused such a big commotion among those old fellows. All he knew was that he had inexplicably gained 100 points of faith value on his way to military training, and the total value of faith value had reached 2080. The faith value reached 2000 and he was able to receive another reward. When he went back to the dormitory to rest that night, the others had just gone to sleep when Qinghua had already called out the system. System, open the reward. Faith 2000 reward opening in. Congratulations to the host on his strengthened physique. Congratulations to the host on his enhanced speed. Congratulations to the host for strengthening his power. Congratulations to the host on his enhanced eyesight. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Tai Fist technique. The series of rewards made Qinghua a little dizzy from hearing them. As the rewards continued to be acquired, his body began to change significantly. The muscles in his body are more toned, he has a strong extra strength in his body, and his eyesight is better. There are several other areas that need to be tried to find out just how much they have been strengthened. And the vision, he could feel distinctly now as he lay in bed. With the lights off in the dormitory, he would not have been able to make out the text in the spread-out textbook on the table below him. But now, he could see it clearly. For example, the mosquito that was flying around in his mosquito net. Mosquitoes weren't exactly fast, and at this moment, it was like slow motion in his eyes. Hooking the corners of his mouth in satisfaction, Qinghua reclined back on the bed. Of all the rewards, the most important is still the Tai Fist. Tai Quan, also known as Tai Yin Yang Quan, is a set of Taoist yin yang as the core idea, integrating cultivation of temperament, physical fitness, and fighting. The Tai Fist technique, on the other hand, was another qi refining technique, which also raised its threshold of entry. Those who are gifted are quick to get started, those who are not gifted may never get started in their lives. After entering the door, the practitioner's body will produce qi. The qi converges in the body of the practitioner and strengthens the muscles, bones and veins. The higher the cultivator's cultivation talent, the longer and deeper the cultivation, the more powerful the qi in the body would be. It was rumored that those strong in Tai Fist could even protect their bodies with their qi and break gold with their qi. In his previous life, Qinghua was in the Taoist religion. Even those talented Tai Fist masters among them did not dare to say that they could completely master the Tai Fist technique. As for this world, it's probably even more unlikely that people here even know what Tai Quan is. While the system allowed Qinghua to acquire the Tai Fist, it also helped him to understand the Tai Fist in the deepest sense and strengthen the qi in his body. The current him, even if he hadn't touched the limits of Tai Fist, he was already considered a Tai Fist master. At least on par with those Tai Quan masters of the previous world. And with the help of the system, he cultivated even faster. I also don't know when I'll be able to touch the limit of Tai Fist. Qinghua muttered a sentence, suddenly somewhat looking forward to the day he touches the limit of the Tai Fist. And in order to reach that step, one still had to continue to comprehend the Tai Fist and continue to cultivate it. To be able to comprehend and practice it as soon as possible, it was equally necessary to ensure that one had sufficient energy. This recent period of military training has been a serious drain on energy, so it's a good idea to let the matter go for a while. Ding! Task: create a Taoist organization. Task: time limit only 20 days left, please host seize the time. Just as Qinghua was preparing to go to sleep, a system prompt once again came in his head. Learning the number of days left, Qinghua began to think. There are still about 11 or 12 days left until the end of military training. If he remembered correctly, creating a club required having 5 members to begin with. With these 20 days left, take the time to find people who are willing to join the club. Then when military training is over, submit your application at the first opportunity. Your own housemates can expand on that, and with yourself it's 4. As for this last one left, Qinghua thought carefully and really couldn't think of a good candidate for this 5th person. He had no choice but to rest first. The next morning, the crowd continued to gather in the playground at 6:30 a.m. Looking at the sleepy-eyed students, Ran frowned. You guys didn't get any rest last night. Report instructor, rested. So breathless after all that rest. Report instructor, military training is too tiring. It was rare for the students to answer so consistently, but Ran was furious and cried. These students, only at times like this, show such tacit understanding. Since you guys think military training is too tiring, why don't you stand in the military position for 10 minutes? Ran's phoenix eyes picked up, smiling as she looked at the students in front of her. At the sound of standing in the military position, the students tensed their bodies, each trying to stare with wide eyes. After so many days of military training, the only thing they really can't do is stand in military posture. The pain that felt as if their heels had stepped on stones made them sleep and dream at night. The worst, though, were the first 2 days of military training. That sour feeling of climbing and descending stairs just goes without saying. Report instructor, why don't you teach us a new song? One of the students raised his hand and risked being penalized by proposing. At that, the other students immediately cast admiring and grateful looks at him. Brother, here's to you being a man. Good luck. This time, though, they were really worrying too much. Hearing this proposal, Ren did not punish him, but only raised her eyebrows and smiled. She thought for a moment and said thoughtfully, singing is out of the question, but I can teach you military boxing. Chapter 39, This fist, you have to learn it even if you don't. Military-style boxing? The crowd was somewhat dismayed. Isn't military boxing taught in the army? Tian Wenfu raised his hand and said with a serious face, reporting to the instructor, do we have to learn military boxing? He didn't want to learn any military style. The training on weekdays was already tiring, and learning military boxing, he would definitely not be able to study properly when he went back. On the contrary, Lu Ziyan was all excited and laughed, ha ha, what's wrong with learning military boxing? It's also considered mastering a skill for self-defense. As for Qinghua, he had little interest in military boxing. Where is the need to learn military-style boxing after deep mastery of Tai Kung Fu? With this time, he might as well cultivate Tai fist and strengthen the qi in his body. Seeing everyone's mediocre response, Ren made a stern face and said seriously, this boxing method, you all have to learn it even if you don't. Let me put it this way, the school has added a program to the final rendezvous, which is an exhibition match between your students. At that time you will need to stand in front of all the teachers and students and demonstrate your mastery of military boxing for the teacher instructors to grade. When the time comes that the other students learn military-style boxing and you don't, aren't you just putting yourselves on the downside? Ren said something that made the crowd stare. It took a while for them to react, and once they did, they weren't calm. Instructor Ren, are you telling the truth? Our school is really going to add showmanship as a program, huh? It's not a back door for the athletic department. I'm in a chair all day and you're making me learn to box? Kill me. Just 10 days left, we just can't learn even if we want to, it's not ironically low. Looking at the student's flustered appearance, Ren laughed softly, why would I lie to you about this kind of thing? The showmanship program isn't going to be cancelled anyway, so military-style boxing, are you guys learning it or not? If you want to learn, I'll teach you by heart, or at least make sure you don't stand still when you compete. The students sniffed and were silent. After a while, they nodded breathlessly, learn, can't we just learn? If it's this hot, you'll die of heat learning Kung Fu. My nose is peeling from the sun. People complained and complained, knowing what was going to happen at the showcase, it was time to practice. You can't really stand still, can you? That's a disgrace not only to themselves, but to the whole class. Dignity and backbone they still have. Definitely don't let the other classes underestimate it. At least not by the other classes in the computer science department. Since we're going to learn, let's start today. Ren said, glancing around at the other classes. Some classes are also getting ready to start learning some of the basics of military boxing today, and others maybe a little later. Because nowadays, the physical fitness of students, other than those who study physical education, is generally not good. It's always a good idea to wait until the students are physically fit to start learning. Otherwise, on the first day of military training, they, the instructors, would have started teaching. Is it because you don't want the students you teach to learn more? After all, whether or not the students they taught were outstanding was also a matter of face for them, the instructors. Hey, what do you guys think Instructor Rin will look like when he fights with this body? Brother, can you keep your voice down? Aren't you afraid that Mr. Ren will cut you down? I'd say you simply asked a nonsense question, can't you imagine that image? The male students looked at Ren and unconsciously started muttering. Hearing those whispers, Ren face chilled and a single glance swept across. What are you talking about? Report instructor, nothing. Seeing that they didn't admit it, Ren's eyes were stern again, bull. All three of you get out of line and do 100 push-ups. Seeing that they couldn't hide, the three male students collapsed and walked out of the line to start doing push-ups. 100 push-ups is impossible, not in this lifetime. But Ren will definitely make them do it to the point where their hands are shivering from eating. Glancing at those three, Qinghua gently shook his head. If you really want to talk about this kind of thing, you can't say it in person. Do they really think the instructor is deaf? The other students, seeing Renranran's anger, didn't dare to casually look around anymore. Everyone tried to keep their eyes on Renranran's face and acted like, "I'm serious, I'm good." With a cold grunt, Renranran began to explain. Military boxing is a combination of fighting maneuvers such as punching, kicking, wrestling, knife and gun capturing. In addition, military boxing is mainly a combination of basic fighting skills and basic movements that are refined and have some exercise value as well as self-defense. Now that you've learned military boxing from me, you'll be able to have a means of defense in the future if you run into an unexpected situation. And military physical boxing is easy to start, even if you really can't learn it well, at least you'll be able to strengthen your bodies. When everyone heard Renranran say this, their original breathless state suddenly recovered quite a bit. Being computer science students, they spend too much time sitting in front of a computer. In the long run, even if you are still young, you have more or less some health problems. Since practicing military boxing strengthens the body, it would be a good thing for them to practice. And they can't afford to disgrace the whole class during the exhibition match. Seeing that everyone had summoned up energy, Renranran's complexion also looked much better, nodding her head with a light smile. "Then we will begin now." "Ready." With a shout from Renranran, she quickly turned to the right in the basic movement of the upright position, and at the same time, her right foot withdrew one step to the right front, and her 2 feet made a roughly 8 shape, and she began to illustrate the starting position of the military physical fist. Throughout the process, Renranran's explanations were earnest. The students learned after they were invigorated. It wasn't until 10 minutes had passed and Renranran had finished explaining the most basic starting movements that she turned back to the students behind her. "This move is the easiest, and you should learn it easily. Now everyone spread out and practice what I just taught you." "Yes." Upon hearing this, the students shouted with great vigor and began to imitate the movements taught by Renranran in a decent manner. After glancing at them, Qinghua also began his own practice. At first people didn't notice anything wrong. Until Su Chujie wanted to find someone to help him to see if the movements were standardized or not, he turned his head to look at Qinghua, and was mesmerized by this look. "This punch is obviously different from what you've been practicing." Chapter 40, Only Being Flushed. In Su Chujie's opinion, his punches were stiff and weak. Every move is a stumble. But there was nothing solid about him. After all, he was just starting out and was only mimicking the instructor's movements. And Qinghua's moves looked ethereal and graceful, all in one go. He couldn't describe it either. All in all, it was awesome. At this moment, Qinghua was still indulging in the feeling of qi in his body. The process of practicing Tai Fist was like the process of meditating. Every move and every stance would drive the body's qi through the body. Every time it operated, it also nourished his dantian, meridians, and every inch of flesh and bone on his body. As the time for cultivation passed, the strength he was running with each punch he threw began to become stronger and stronger. Hiddenly, there was already a surge of fist wind. Phew! Seeing this, Su Chujie's eyes snapped wide open. "Be a good boy. That's great. I didn't realize that my roommate was not only a big shot in Taoist philosophy, but also in martial arts." Su Chujie's eyes unconsciously brightened as he looked at Qinghua. While he was staring at Qinghua and could not take his eyes off of him, a few other students around him also noticed the specialness of Qinghua's punching technique. Everyone's reaction was similar to Su Chujie's. After only a short while of watching, I was hooked on Tai Kempo. "Qinghua, what kind of boxing style are you practicing? It looks too handsome." Indeed, power aside, it looks more handsome than military boxing. Upon hearing this, Qinghua temporarily retracted his fist and let out a long breath of turbid air. "I practice Tai Fist." Tai Fist? The unfamiliar name made the crowd freeze. They've heard of Tai Chi, they've heard of Wing Chun, they've heard of Drunken Fist, Snake Fist. This Tai Fist, they had never really heard of it. What is the Tai Fist? Who created it? It can't be the unique fist technique you created yourself, Qinghua? The crowd said, looking at Qinghua with more than a little puzzlement. From the few moves that Qinghua had just displayed, at least this Tai Fist looked formidable. It's reasonable to think that a punch like this wouldn't be unfamous. Shaking his head, Qinghua calmly explained, Tai means Tao. And Tai Fist is the unique fist technique of Taoism. Now that Taoism is in decline, Tai Fist has disappeared along with it, so it's normal that you guys haven't heard of it. That's too bad. Before Qinghua's words fell, a male student's voice of regret came from the side. How did such a handsome punch disappear along with it? It does look cool, I just don't know how powerful it is. Why, what's the point of talking about power? At our level, even if Tai Fist really has power, we can't master it. Also, actually, we learn military boxing from our instructors. Hey, how about we follow Qinghua and learn Tai Fist? Learning Taoist? Can the instructor agree to that? What are you talking about? What can I agree to? Just as the students were chatting away, Ren walked over with a dark face. She told the students to spread out so they could practice what she had just taught them. As a result, I didn't expect them to stand here and chat. Everyone quieted down when they saw the instructor coming. A pair of eyes of different sizes looked at me and I looked at you, not knowing how to answer for a while. In the end, it was Lu Zian who didn't hold his tongue and anxiously said, reporting to the instructor, "We were just discussing whether or not to learn Qinyu's Tai Fist." What? Hearing Qinyu's name, Ren only felt her temples jumping. She felt that she might be in conflict with Qinyu. Moreover, it was Qinyu who rushed her, and she was only being rushed. How come every time something happens, the main character is Qinyu? What Tai Fist? And this has something to do with your Taoism? The latter half of Ren's sentence was inquiring about Qinyu. Upon hearing this, Qinyu nodded his head with a light smile. That's right, Tai Fist is a unique fist technique of Taoism, and it is indeed related to our Taoism. Seeing that Qinyu admitted so painfully, Ren could not help but pinch her brows. She then looked at the other students and frowned. Why did you suddenly think of learning Tai Fist if you didn't learn military physical fist properly? When Ren asked this, the students were energized. Without the need for Qinyu to say anything, they had already complimented Tai Fist in all sorts of ways. Instructor, Tai Fist is handsome. And how uninspired would it be if we practiced military-style boxing when all the other classes are doing it? If we go up and fight a set of Tai Fist when the time comes, it will definitely have a different effect. Instructor, think about whether or not those are the truths. The main thing is that Tai Fist is really cool. Cool? What's the point of being handsome? Can you use it for defense and killing? Ren Shomei frowned and shook her head. No, you guys are still learning military boxing. After saying that, Ren looked at Qinyu again and said seriously, Qinyu, it's practice time now, have you mastered the movements I just demonstrated? If she practiced any Taijin without mastering it, then she wouldn't allow it. Upon hearing this, Qinyu nodded his head idly, already mastered it. After saying that, he directly went through the movements that Ren had just taught him. Seeing the end, Ren was a bit unable to stand. The movements, as she had just taught them, were pretty much exactly the same. Chapter 41, Still, you're the one with the right mindset. Qinyu's movements were flowing without any stumbling. Even Ren had to admit that Qinyu was very talented. It might also be because he was already practicing boxing and had a certain level of skill. Instructor, can I continue practicing my kung fu? Qinyu saw Ren staring at him without saying anything and asked in passing. Upon hearing this, Ren gave him another complicated look with those phoenix eyes before nodding her head. Alright, you practice. After she finished speaking, she glanced at the gathered students and frowned. You guys hurry up and practice, our time is precious, no wasting it. Anyone who doesn't want to practice, go to the side and do push-ups with the three of them. Everyone looked at the three students who were punished with push-ups, and their bodies shivered violently. Without waiting for Ren to say more, they had already practiced hard. Over here, Qinyu also began to continue practicing the Tai Fist. Snap! As he took a step, the Dao robe on his body began to flick with him. But that seemingly cumbersome Taoist robe didn't hinder him by half, but instead added a sense of pleasant ease to himself. As the students practiced, they began to unconsciously look towards Qinyu. While watching, they would also imitate Qinyu's movements in passing. What did Ren tell you? Excuse me. Now they only have Tai Fist in their eyes and have long forgotten it. Not talking about them. Even Ren, the instructor, was unconsciously mesmerized after noticing the Tai Fist practiced by Qinyu. While the students could only see a surface, she could see some of the doorways in the punches. This was the first time she had ever seen a set of punches that blended a sense of ethereality with a powerful force so well. It's as if the punches are calm, but the actual power is strong. It looks like a simple move, but it is ingenious and versatile. Just like everything in the world, seemingly different, yet unified, seemingly opposing, yet compatible. After staring at Qinyu for a while, Ren's hands and feet followed unconsciously. Her movements were much better done than those students who imitated Qinghua. The consistency wasn't as good as Qinhua's, but it wasn't bad either. When Qinghua swung her fist, she followed. When Qinghua moved, she followed. Just when Renranran felt as if she was going to merge with this set of boxing techniques. "Instructor, what are you doing?" The students around them looked at Renranran with a blank look on their faces. "Who said you can't practice Tai fist? How come this guy is practicing on his own right now?" Consistency was interrupted by the student, and Renranran immediately felt a sense of loss that was detached from boxing. Before she could get hard, though, she flushed a bright red. The students around her were staring at her with a subtle expression. There was bewilderment, dismay, and maybe a little contempt in that. Favorably, Renranran couldn't say anything yet. After all, she was the one who had just said no, and now she was the one following the practice. Actually, after coming back to her senses, Renranran herself was confused. How could I have gotten so caught up in watching and practicing along just now? "Teacher, why don't we practice Tai fist?" A student seized the opportunity to mention it again. At those words, Renranran frowned tangledly and shook her head. "Let's talk about it." After saying that, she didn't care about that marvelous feeling just now. Her body turned around and she immediately skipped. It was mostly the sight of the students around me that was so solid. If she stayed any longer, she thought her face would be hot enough to fry an egg. What Renranran didn't know, though, was this. Even if she didn't say anything, the students could guess the flowers. Looking at Renranran's fleeing back, the students' expressions grew subtle. Many people had a smirk of triumph on their faces. The instructor didn't say no. Hey. That means there's a show. She's practicing along herself, and she's too embarrassed to say no. "Qinghua, you're bullish, how could you make the instructor falter?" At those words, Qinghua shook his head in disbelief. "This is practicing real punches and kicks yourself." However, if Renranran knew a little bit about boxing, she could tell that her punching technique was not false. It's normal to be interested. Seeing that he didn't say a few words either, the students had no choice but to talk about themselves. It would have been nice if the instructor had been painfully straightforward. It's probably because the instructor is a woman, and women are kind of awkward. Maybe, my girlfriend is pretty twisted. We haven't even finished our military training yet, and you kid has a girlfriend? What about long-distance relationships now? It's as good as nothing. Then you at least have something to think about. We don't even have anything to think about. When you say that, I suddenly feel better about myself. Brothers flatten him. You guys can't think straight, can you? It's good to be single. Do you have to find a girlfriend to control yourself? I've been single for 19 years, it's not easy to go to college, how can I experience what it's like to have a girlfriend? Looking around at the group of students who were in an uproar and had completely forgotten about practicing boxing, Qinghua lightly laughed. Seeing this, Su Chujie came up and asked in a low voice, "Old Qin, do you have a date?" "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone." Glancing at Su Chujie, Qinghua was unforgiving. "I'm the one who's not in my right mind if I believe you." Seeing Su Chujie's face round, he shook his head and said with a solemn gaze, "No, the most important thing that the poor Taoist wants to do now is to be able to revitalize the Taoist religion, not love and affection." Upon hearing this, Su Chujie sighed with a sigh. "In the end, it's still your ideological awareness." Chapter 42, Hua Zhi Bing Recovery Unsolvable? Looking for Qinghua. Is that considered to be a high level of ideological awareness? Qinghua let out a light laugh and continued to cultivate the Tai fist technique. Seeing this, Su Chujie sneakily followed the practice while casually saying, "Qinghua, what are the benefits of practicing Taekwondo?" "All the benefits of practicing boxing normally, that's for sure. Things like strengthening the body, it almost goes without saying." The Cheeto Encyclopedia mentions this benefit when describing those punches. As soon as Su Chujie asked, the others also became interested. Although they were still practicing their respective fists, their eyes and ears had already locked onto Qinhua's position. With his feet pulled back, Qinghua put away his fists and calmly said, "Cultivating Tai fist can nourish your temperament and strengthen your body." Isn't this the same as Taijiquan? Lu Ziyan scratched his head, a little puzzled. By practicing Taijiquan, you can nourish your temperament and strengthen your body. That's why many older people practice Tai Chi in their neighborhood parks when they are old and have nothing else to do. As for practicing properly, that's unknown. In the face of Lu Ziyan's doubts, Qinghua was calm and collected. Nonetheless, He shook his head, drew a simple version of the Bagua diagram on the ground, and faintly said, Tai fist is the fist of Tao, while Taiji fist is the fist of Confucianism and Taoism. Tai Quan can be described as a process of understanding the Tao by integrating the Tao into it. At the same time, the biggest difference between Tai Quan and Taiji Quan lies in the fact that Tai Quan helps us to practice Qi and integrate Qi into every move, increasing the power of the punches. Practicing Qi? The students froze, feeling unclueless again. Qinghua always managed to say so many words from time to time that they seemed to understand. They understood the meaning of Qi, but wasn't this something described in martial arts novels or books about pre-Qin Qi refiners? How can a normal person develop Qi? Taoist Qin, you're starting to joke with us again. Everyone looked at Qinyu's serious demeanor and cried and laughed a little. Hearing this, Qinyu shook his head and said no more. After all, it's also a matter of natural destiny, and not everyone has access to it. People who are not talented in practicing Tai Quan can really only have a role in nourishing their temperament and strengthening their body. Not far. Ren Ranran looked at Qinyu with the same furrowed brows and an expression like she was choking on an egg. She had naturally heard Qin use words just now. What Tai Quan can train Qi and then fuse it into the moves, which can increase the power of the moves. These words, how they sound, are metaphysical. She couldn't deny that the Tai fist power was still there. As for Qi, does such a thing really exist? Apparently not. Although everyone did not believe in Qinyu's Qi, this did not stop them from learning Tai Quan with enthusiasm. In the end, Ran Ranran didn't bother. It wasn't a bad thing that the students were willing to practice after Qinyu and practice like that. Mostly, she practiced quite vigorously on her own. Every time Qinyu practiced, she would follow suit. The students would tease her at first, but then they got used to it. For Qinyu, this was not a bad thing. Teaching students and instructors Tai Quan is also considered a way to spread Taoist culture. Although they do not believe in the existence of Qi, and most of them cannot practice Qi, they love Tai Quan, and that is valuable for the spread of Taoism. But while military training is going well on the school side, it's not so good on the research-based side. Cheng Guodong led a group of researchers and examined Hua Zhi Bing for 3 more full days. In the end, we all came to the conclusion that nothing was malfunctioning on ice, but it just couldn't be fixed, it just didn't start up properly. The crowd looked at Hua Zhi Bing, who was lying on the bed, still like a vegetable, and all of them had heavy faces. Teachers? Yu Xin stepped forward, frowning slightly with both eyebrows as she looked seriously at Cheng Guodong. She didn't need to say much for Cheng Guodong to know what was on her mind. Sighing, he turned his head to the other fellows. Gentlemen, you've seen the results now. In accordance with our current ability, there is no longer any way to restore Xiao Bing to normal. So I'll get Qinyu to try it out, as we agreed before. That Qinyu. Bai Wenqing frowned, his expression clearly displeased. But before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Gu Hua. Looking at Cheng Guodong, Gu Hua nodded his head with a sullen face. Let's do what we said before, and let the student called Qinyu try. Lao Ge, what are you thinking? Wu Shangji let out an exasperated AI and said with dissatisfaction, what's the use of finding that student? What if he makes Xiao Bing malfunction even more? Upon hearing this, Gu Hua just shook his head in a muffled manner. He saw it. Cheng Guodong and Yu Xiying were very persistent about this matter, and they chose to believe a handful of that young man named Qinyu in this matter. In that case, let them try. It's best if you can fix it, naturally. If it can't be repaired, then Cheng Guodong and the 3 of them can also put down this unrelated idea. The main reason, though, was that he didn't want to replace Hua Zhi Bing's chip. Change the chip and everything goes to 0 for ice. Instead of that, why don't we let Qinyu try? Since everyone has agreed, there's no time to lose, let's go get Qinyu now. Cheng Guodong said, and at the first opportunity, he took Yu Xiying and Yang Hongyuan to leave the research lab and headed to Qinghua to find Qinyu. Gu Hua and the others originally wanted to go together, but they were stopped by Cheng Guodong. The research base was attached to Qinghua, so the 2 places were not far apart. This back and forth they did was just over 30 minutes. When Cheng Guodong's trio left, Gu Hua told the others about his idea. Understanding Gu Hua's meaning, Bai Wenqing frowned his white eyebrows and grunted lightly, I still don't trust that kid anyway. But since it's come to this, let him try. Speaking of which, his entire body suddenly disheveled quite a bit. Anyway, I only have one wish right now, which is that Ice can recover as soon as possible and become what she was before. I am not wanting to see her in bed all the time like she is now. Chapter 43, arranged by a student? When Chang Guodong and the three of them arrived, Qinghua was teaching the other students Taekwondo. If normally, Chang Guodong could wait, he would even have the leisure to stay on the side to see how Qinhua's boxing skills were. But now he couldn't wait. The matter of fixing Hua Zhi Bing is imminent. The three of them quickly walked to the front of Qinhua's class and directly approached Ren Ranran, who was observing Qinhua's teaching. "Instructor Ren, we are looking for Qinghua, is it convenient now?" Yu Xiying stepped forward and inquired in place of the teacher. Ren Ranran was slightly stunned, although she did not understand how Chang Guodong and the others found them again. She still nodded, her gaze pinpointing Qinghua. "Qinghua, someone is looking for you, come over here." Qinghua was originally instructing Lu Ziyan on his posture. When he heard Ren Ranran shout, he looked back and saw Chang Guodong and the others with anxious faces at a glance. "You practice a few more times as I just said." Giving an explanation to Lu Ziyan, Qinghua passed through the middle of the other students and slowly walked towards Chang Guodong. The students also unconsciously stopped their movements and looked towards them curiously. "What do you guys think Elder Chang came to see Qinghua about? Last time it was for the goddess Hua, so I guess this time too? Hua Senpai hasn't come back to school after so long, it can't be that it hasn't been fixed yet, right? How can it be? Elder Chang and the others are so powerful that they would not be able to repair the goddess of Hua. Also, it's probably something else." The students laughed and laughed, thinking they were thinking too much. After all, Chang Guodong and the others were the developers of Hua Zhi Bing, so how could they fail to repair the goddess? While they were gossiping, Qinghua had already arrived in front of Chang Guodong. Facing Chang Guodong, he flicked his sleeves and smiled faintly. "I wonder what Elder Chang came to see Xiao Dao about." At those words, Chang Guodong smiled helplessly. "Little friend Qin, we've come to find you this time for little ice." When Ren Ranran and the students heard Chang Guodong address Qinghua, they could not hide their dismay as they looked at Qinghua. "Qin Xiaoyu? That's an unusual title." After all, the other party was the domestic, and even international, dignified Chang Guodong Chang Old Guoshi. However, before they had time to regain their senses, Chang Guodong once again said something that made them even more dismayed. "Little friend Qin, during this period of time we have conducted an all-round inspection of Little Ice, and we have overhauled all the faults on Little Ice. But after we activated Ice, she acted like a vegetable and would just lie motionless, unable to respond to our words of behavior. This time I came to see you because I hope you can go to see Xiao Bing." Calmly gazing at Chang Guodong's helpless expression, Qinghua said thoughtfully, "Elder Chang is pinning his hopes on Xiao Dao, hoping that Xiao Dao can restore student Hua to normal?" "That's right." Chang Guodong smiled bitterly. He really had no choice but to come and try to find Qinghua. Seeing Qinhua's delay in answering, Yu Xiying also stepped forward and looked at him with sincere eyes. "Taoist Qin, we are sincerely seeking help from you, and we hope you will agree." As soon as Yu Xiying said these words, Yang Hongyuan was the first to cast a shocked look at her. "Who's that Yu Xiying? The notorious ice beauty of the research base." In Yang Hongyuan's impression, Yu Xiying had never spoken to anyone else in such a gentle tone. Even when facing Chang Guodong, her mentor, she didn't have much expression. "The sun is really beating down today." Qinghua did not have a deep impression of Yu Xiying. Before this, he only felt that this was a woman who always followed Chang around with a stranger's face. At this moment, seeing Yu Xiying take the initiative to express her sincerity to herself for the sake of Hua Zhi Bing's matter, he couldn't help but look at this woman a few more times. How to describe it? This would be a woman who would only save tenderness, for what she holds most dear. And the one she cherished the most right now was obviously Hua Zhi Bing. Lightly smiling and shaking his head, Qinghua said with a calm expression on his eyes, "A few of you may have misunderstood the meaning of the Xiao Dao. I didn't say I wouldn't help with this favor, and just now I was just pondering on the reason for Hua San's slumber. And in my judgment, this time, it is indeed necessary for me to come with you. But before that, I need to explain a few things." Qinghua said, turning back to Ren Ranran, who was still in a state of shock. "Instructor Ren, I may need to leave for a few days. I assume you've already learned the Tai Fist's punches, right?" Seeing Qinghua mentioning the Tai Fist, Ren Ranran's face flushed red before she nodded awkwardly. "Well, I've already mastered it." During this time she didn't learn much on the surface, but behind her back she practiced a lot in secret. "I didn't expect this didn't even escape Qinhua's eyes as a student." With a smile of understanding, Qinghua followed up with an exhortation. "These days when I'm not around, I'll be troubling you to instruct everyone's boxing skills." "Should." Ren Ranran nodded her head in a twisted manner. As an instructor, it really was her responsibility. It was just that her Tai fist technique was not as good as Qingyu's, so she did not intervene during this period of time when Qingyu instructed the others. As a result, he didn't expect to be tasked by Qingyu, a student. Always a bit of a shame. After the most important thing was explained, Qingyu then looked at Cheng Guodong again. Elder Chang, Xiao Dao needs to go back to the dormitory to pack up his things. It's okay, we'll accompany you. Then let's go now. After saying that, Qingyu took the lead and turned around, walking towards the direction where the dormitory building was located. Cheng Guodong and the three of them also followed closely behind him and left together. Looking at their backs, Su Chujie raised his hand with a dull gaze and directly pinched it hard towards his face. Ouch, my ass. It hurts. What are you doing? Tian Wenfu was speechless. Taking a hard breath, Su Chujie stared at Qinyu's gradually diminishing back and said frankly, I feel like I'm dreaming. Elder Chang and the others actually needed to seek old Qin's help in repairing the goddess of Hua. Upon hearing this, Tian Wenfu also frowned with a complicated expression. Yes, I didn't expect Qinyu to be so powerful. The conversation between the two brought the other students back to their senses. Looks like we underestimated old Qin before. I didn't realize the Great Spirit was by my side. In the future, whoever dares to say Qinyu is abnormal, I'll go up and kick him. Where's the prophet who said that Cheng Lao was here to find goddess Qinyu Hua before? Dragged out and knifed. I just said it off the top of my head, who would have thought it would come true? So tell me quickly if I'm going to fail this year? Get out. The group talked and started to make a scene. It was only when Ren Ranran stopped them in the end that they quieted down again. After taking another deep look at the direction Qinyu and the others had left, Ren Ranran shook her head and began to continue instructing everyone in the Tai Fist. Chapter 44, Concessions of the Fellows. Qinyu went back and simply packed up his things before following Cheng Guodong and the three of them to the research base. Inside the research base, the other researchers had been waiting at the base gate. Seeing that Cheng Guodong had returned, they surrounded him at the first opportunity, while patting their feet and cocking their heads to look behind Cheng Guodong. But behind Cheng Guodong, apart from Yang Hongyuan, there was no Qinyu's figure at all. Even Yu Xiying is not there. Elder Chang, how is it? Did you bring the people back? Old Chang, where is that student named Qinyu? Doesn't he want to come? The fellow said, looking slightly stiff. Seeing this, Cheng Guodong shook his head helplessly. What are you guys thinking about? Qinyu wanted to go to the surroundings of our research base to see the environment, so I had Xiying take him there. Two will be back in a minute. So? Knowing that Qinyu had already arrived, the fellows were quite relieved. Qinghua then frowned, puzzled, but why does he still want to look at the surroundings of our research base? Seemingly thinking of something, his expression suddenly became odd. Can it be that this is also about feng shui? It's not so much to do with feng shui. Just as Guohua's words fell, Qinyu's voice came from behind Cheng Guodong. Arriving calmly in front of these fellows, he calmly explained, it's just that this surrounding environment is indeed related to student Hua's treatment. After saying that, Qinyu's duster in his hand hitched to the bend of his arm, then smiled and said, Greetings to all of you, the little Taoist is Qinyu, the Taoist name is Taoist Xinqing. You. The fellows looked at Qinyu's Taoist robe, the long hair behind him that brushed lightly with the wind, and the duster in the crook of his arm, each with a subtle expression. They had learned from Cheng Guodong that Qinyu was a Taoist priest. But how could they not expect Qinyu to come over wearing a Taoist robe? Why are you dressed as a Taoist priest? Aren't you guys in military training now? Upon hearing this, Qinyu shook his head and laughed lightly. This Dao robe has a different meaning to the Xiao Dao. Furthermore, the army trains the mind and the physique, 2 points that the path recognizes itself as not being lax. But military training should be done in military uniforms, that's the rule. Bai Wencheng retorted with a cold face and a displeased expression. Although everyone agreed to get Qinyu to help, he always had some issues with him. How can a student really fix ice? In his opinion, Chang and the others were also fooling around. Seeing that Qinyu was still irregularly dressed at this moment, he felt that this student was even more unreliable. And he, for one, disliked those who were unreliable. The atmosphere of the first meeting between the two sides stiffened. Qinyu spoke in a peaceful manner, but he was not someone without a temper. Seeing Bai Wencheng's dislike for himself, he also narrowed his eyes in displeasure. Let's not talk about the fact that I've already gotten the approval of the instructors and teachers by dressing up like this. According to what this cultivator has said, I don't ever wear the clothes that are prescribed in your place, so I shouldn't set foot in your place either? In that case, then I am not qualified to stay here. Then you'll have to hire another person to treat Mr. Hua. I'm going to have to get back. Qinghua said, turning around and about to leave. Yu Xiying reacted quickly and hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. One moment. She furrowed her eyebrows and looked to her teacher. Cheng Guodong took a look at the situation and was infuriated by Bai Wenxing's scalp. Old Bai, why do you say you're bothering? Rushing at Bai Wenxing with a long sigh, Cheng Guodong quickly walked to Qinghua and said helplessly, little friend Qin, I apologize to you on his behalf. He's just too rigid for his own good, don't take it to heart. Yu Xiying sniffed and also said seriously, I still hope that you can give it a try with Xiao Bing. Anything you need, we'll provide as much as we can. Upon hearing this, Qinghua looked at Cheng Guodong with an expressionless face. Elder Chang, I do have the intention to help student Hua, but I didn't come here to be aggravated. This matter, I still hope you know. That's for sure. Chang sighed. He had some regrets. I should have given these old boys a few more words of advice before I left myself. Looking up at Bai Wenxing and the others, he shook his head in exasperation. Why can't you guys figure it out? It's not really Little Ice's fault that she would break this thing, little friend Qin. What's more, this damage isn't all bad. Didn't you guys watch the heartfelt words of Ice? That was instead a cross-century advance. Bai Wenxing and the others listened to this sentence of accusation from Cheng Guodong, and their hearts were torn. Cheng's words were actually correct. However, when they thought of Hua Zhi Bing's current state, there was still no way for them to treat Qinghua in an approachable manner. Glancing back at them, Qinghua could sort of tell what they were thinking. After a moment's contemplation, he said in a calm voice, I don't want to be unhelpful to Mr. Hua. After all, Hua-san did have my reasons for becoming like this. But in order for me to help student Hua return to normal, Elder Chang needs to promise me one request. You say it. Cheng Guodong nodded his head without hesitation. Sweeping his duster horizontally in front of his body, Qinhua's eyes are slightly cool as he says, during my treatment of my fellow Hua students, apart from you, Miss Yu and Mr. Yang, no one else is allowed to interject more than a few words. You. The faces of the fellows not far away were embarrassed when they heard this. None of them are stupid. Qinhua's words were so clear, could they not understand what they meant? It's about not wanting to listen to them. In response, Chang was helpless. Does it have to be like this? Turning his back to the other fellows, Qinghua said with a pale expression, during this period of time, Xiao Dao does not wish to be dictated to again. If you can agree to this condition, Elder Chang, then I will continue to help student Hua. If you can't say yes, then forget it. So? Seeing Qinhua's attitude so resolute, Cheng Guodong smiled bitterly. But it wasn't like he couldn't understand it. If Qinghua had been helping Xiao Bing recover while Bai Wenxing and the others had been nagging them on the side, it would have been too much for anyone to bear. How can you be aggravated when you're obviously here to help? And when it does happen, it's hard to do it yourself. Since this was the case, it would be better to just promise Qinghua and eliminate it from the root. Alright then, that's it. Old Chang. Well, the matter is settled. Cheng Guodong shook his head, then reminded Bai Wenxing and the others, everyone, don't forget that the most important thing for us right now is to fix Xiao Bing. If you guys have any other grievances, it's not too late to talk to me after Little Ice recovers. Cheng Guodong's words came to this point, and they calmed down. Just now, they were so filled with thoughts of dissatisfaction towards Qinghua that they had forgotten what was most important right now. This is really bad for them. Got it, we promise is all. Hua sighs and shakes his head as he looks at Qinghua once again. We will not intervene during the time you are helping Xiao Bing recover. So very good. Qinghua nodded and turned back to Cheng Guodong. Elder Chang, I also trouble you to take me to see fellow student Hua now. Also, there's something about the heartfelt words of Hua's classmates that you just mentioned. Show me that too. Chapter 45, Sharing a Room. No problem, follow me. Cheng Guodong understood and walked directly in front to lead the way. Looking at Qinhua's back as he left, the other fellows looked at each other. You guys, can it work? I don't think so. If this kid really wasn't capable, old Chang wouldn't be so obsessed with him, would he? Hearing this comment, Hua frowned slightly, then have you carefully read the Tao Te Ching? At that, the other fellows looked helpless. I've been working on the ice thing for a while now, so I haven't bothered with. Let's see it sometime. Hua was thoughtful. He felt that one of the major reasons for Cheng Guodong's attitude towards Qinghua was the Tao Te Ching. What about now? Wu Xiangji inquired anxiously. After thinking about it, Hua shook his head and said, just follow up and see if we don't know. He said that he won't let us interrupt, but he didn't say that he won't let us spectate. After saying that, he took the lead and followed. The others no longer hesitated and hurried after them. Qinghua followed Cheng Guodong all the way to the research room where Hua Zhi Bing was located. It says it's a research lab, but it's really more like a hospital room. The fiber optics are great and things are well laid out inside. Examples include beds, tables, chairs, TVs. Seeing this, Qinghua slightly raised his eyebrows. He could feel that Cheng Guodong and the others were genuinely taking care of Hua Zhi Bing as their own daughter. As for Hua Zhi Bing, she was still lying motionless on the hospital bed. Qinghua slowly eased his footsteps as he approached. The young girl on the bed, her face was still as delicate and flawless as the first time they met, with beautiful features. Ordinary people get sick and slowly become emaciated. And that doesn't exist with Hua Zhi Bing. Even if she had been asleep for a long time, she was still the same. After staring at Hua Zhi Bing's detailed face in silence for a moment, Qinghua turned back to Yu Xiying. Is it convenient to look at Hua's words from the heart now? Convenient. Yu Xiying habitually hooked one side of her hair to her ear, while she fumbled for her cell phone and opened the memo. Hua Zhi Bing's heartfelt words, she recorded every single one of them in her memo and read them several times a day. Every time she looked at it, she felt both shocked and horrified. Handing over the cell phone to Qinghua, Yu Xiying's eyebrows drooped and her voice carried some indifference as she said, Xiao Bing's heartfelt words make her look like a living, breathing human being. She realized she wasn't a real person and that we parents were lying to her. And the reason for all this is that question you posed to her, and the Tao Te Ching. You should not have been looking at her as a mere robot now, as you did before. Qinghua returned with intent. It was such an unintentional remark, but it caused Cheng Guodong and the others to be stunned. Little friend Qin, what do you mean? It's that which you understand, Elder Cheng. With a simple reply, Qinghua began to look through Hua Zhi Bing's inner monologue. I am not a man, I am not of the way. Everything belongs, what about me? I'm not in the 5 elements, within the 3 worlds, I don't have the wisdom. I am a being rejected by the Tao, where shall I go? My parents love me. Why would they lie to me? A heartfelt statement that looks tangled and painful. Qinghua looked at it over and over again, and finally his gaze returned to Hua Zhi Bing's face. Seeing that Qinghua did not say anything, Cheng Guodong was anxious in his heart and still could not hold back his question, Little friend Qin, can you help Xiao Bing recover? Recovery has not been a problem since. Qinghua returned the cell phone to Yu Xiying and then said, Next, I need to share a room with Ms. Hua, and I will take her out on weekdays, so you must not ask why, just take her with me. Sharing a room? And to take a little ice like that out? When the other fellows heard this, their faces didn't look too good. But they didn't forget their earlier assurances. In any case, won't interrupt. If you say it, you must do it. As for Cheng Guodong, he was also a bit torn. Sharing a room is nothing, anyway, there is surveillance in the house, and he feels that Qinghua is a decent person and will not do those inappropriate things. But taking ice out, that's a bit of a dilemma. Little friend Qin, must we take little ice out? Little ice's weight, it's not the same as our people, I'm afraid it's a bit troublesome if we take it out. Don't you guys have wheelchairs or something like that here? Qinghua was somewhat speechless. Being reminded by him, Cheng suddenly realized, wheelchairs have them. That'll do. Qinghua said, taking his luggage from Yang Hongyuan's hand and placing it by the wall, and followed up with, I'll trouble you guys to put an extra bed in, as well as my daily necessities, which also need to be prepared by you. No problem, I'll prepare these right away. After Yang Hongyuan finished speaking, he left the room numbly. Seeing that the others didn't leave, Qinghua glanced over with a look, there's nothing to do today, so all of you please return. At these words, Cheng Guodong and the others froze. Don. You need to help Xiao Bing recover today? This matter is not urgent at this moment, and needs to be done slowly in a gradual manner. Glancing at the setting sun outside the window, Qinghua said indifferently, it's already late today, so all of you please return. Upon hearing Qinhua's expulsion order, the fellows were a bit torn. Sweeping back at them again, Qinghua slightly raised both eyebrows and said, or do you all want to stay here for the night as well? There's no harm in the trail, except that I may have to ask you all to sleep standing up. This room is full of all the essentials, but in terms of size, it's just a sparrow. He was never going to hit the ground running. The rest of you, then, will have to sleep standing up. Knowing what the others were worried about, Cheng Guodong took their place and awkwardly asked, Little friend Qin, are you sure you can make Xiao Bing return to normal? Shaking his head, Qinghua laughed lightly, it's not that I'm exaggerating. In this world, I'm afraid I'm the only one who can restore Mr. Hua. Chapter 46, Hua Zhi Bing's Stubbornness. Qinghwa's words dazzled the fellows. You don't call that an exaggeration? You're so close to floating up into the sky. And isn't he saying that a reverse indication that none of them who developed Hua Zhi Bing are capable of fixing their daughters? Wu Shangji was exasperated and shook his head, unable to resist. Young man, you cannot. Before he could finish his words, Cheng Guodong threw a look over, directly causing him to stifle the latter half of his words. Thinking of the conditions he had previously agreed to, Wu Shangji's face sank, and with a cold snort he turned his head away, simply out of sight, out of mind. Cheng Guodong looked at the group of stubborn old fellows and shook his head with a bitter smile before looking back at Qinghua. Little friend Qin, are you serious about this? It wasn't true that he had found Qinghua, but he was only holding the mentality of letting him have a try. So now that Qinghua was talking so exaggeratedly, even he was a bit skeptical. Yu Xiying, who was on the side, frowned even more. After all, she was the one who had initially proposed to bring Qinghua here to give it a try. Seeing their misgivings, Qinghua but smiled. There are some things that can't be said enough. Whether or not you can actually make it, that's all that matters. Just then, Yang Hongyuan greeted a few people carrying things and walked in. Sensing the less than perfect atmosphere in the room, he took a step. What's wrong with everyone? Humph. Snorting coldly at him, Bai Wensheng and the others turned around and left. Seeing that he inexplicably suffered cold violence, Yang Hongyuan wanted to cry. Elder Chang, what's going on? It's nothing, you should quickly help little friend Qin move his things in. Cheng Guodong said and then looked at Qinghua. Junior friend Qin, we'll be leaving today, we'll be troubling you for the rest of the day. Smiling faintly at Cheng Guodong, Qinghua began to direct Yang Hongyuan to put things away. Cheng Guodong sighed softly and led Yu Xiying to leave the room first. As the two went out, they realized that the other fellows hadn't really left, but were waiting for them not far away. Knowing what they wanted to say, Cheng Guodong let out a cry and resignedly walked forward. I know what you're going to say. To be honest, I didn't think he was that sure of himself either. But since we're the ones who asked him to try it out, we'll trust him in the meantime. If in the end Xiaobing doesn't recover, if you guys have any grievances, come at me, okay? Old Chang, why do you bother? Gehua sighed helplessly. Shaking his head, Cheng looked back at the door of the room and said with a heavy heart, I've spent my entire life studying Xiaobing. You guys know what I'm thinking. From the day Little Ice was officially launched, she's been like our own flesh and blood. Now if we replace her chip, then she'll be a child with amnesia. I'm getting older and can't quite handle the results anymore. Cheng Guodong finished and laughed. But everyone knew that there was more heartache in his laughter. Forget it. Bai Wensheng gasped and frowned. Anyway, we won't bother him during this time. He can do whatever he wants as long as he doesn't screw up ice again. Of course. In case he breaks ice again, we'll never just let it go like we did last time. Okay, I'll go back first. Gehua played the peacemaker and laughed. There's no point in us standing here now, let's come back tomorrow. Hey, let's go. I hope this kid really has that ability to restore ice. The fellows chanted and left. Inside the house, Yang Hongyuan helped set up the room and also left with those few assistants. For a while, the room was so quiet that only the sound of Qinghwa's own breathing remained. After staring at the sunset outside the window for a moment, Qinghua took a stool and came to Hua Zhi Bing's bedside. After a bit of gesticulating, he simply put the stool down again and sat on his bed. The room was not large, and the two men's beds were separated by only the distance of a nightstand, and the stools could not fit. After staring at Hua Zhi Bing's sleep-like face for a while, a faint smile vaguely surfaced on Qinghwa's face. Student Hua, the poor Taoist didn't expect you to be so stubborn. In the end, it's amazing that one would choose to avoid that answer that one doesn't want to face in this way. Saying this, Qinghwa's voice lurched. After he asked the question, he didn't get any answer. But he acted as if nothing had happened, and continued to mutter to himself, so much time has passed, I wonder to what extent you have understood the Tao Te Ching. Do you want to know how far the poor Taoist has understood the Tao Te Ching again? Speaking of this, Qinghua turned his body around, his eyes looking thoughtfully out the window at the setting sun, and began to chant the Tao Te Ching over and over again. The way can be the way, but it is not the way. The name can be the name, but it is not the name. Nameless, the beginning of heaven and earth, named, the mother of all things. Therefore, always have no desire to see the marvelous, and always have desire to see the mere. These two, which come from the same source but have different names, are also called metaphysical, and the gateway to all the wonders. Xinyu didn't care if Hua Zhi Bing heard it or not, he just said it over and over again. The warm orange light reflected on both of them, as if they both had a touch more of a profound meaning. In the surveillance room, Cheng Guodong and the others looked at the image on the screen with furrowed brows. They still couldn't resist running in to see what was going on in the room. As a result, while they were variously guessing what Xinyu would do, they could never have imagined that Xinyu would start grabbing a copy of the Tao Te Ching and read it over and over again without getting tired of it. Chapter 47, This Princess Hug is Unusual. If just memorizing the Tao Te Ching like this works, it's fine for us to guard Xiao Bing and memorize it every day. Indeed, we were able to take turns carrying it for 24 hours a day. And what did he just mean by those two words? Little Ice is stubborn? How can Little Ice say be stubborn? Seeing what that kid means, he thinks that Little Ice herself doesn't want to wake up? How is that possible? As the crowd looked at Qinyu's approach, they only felt that it was unreliable. Yu Xiying was silent for a moment and shook her head. I think that just simply memorizing should not work. Probably the most important thing is the understanding of the Tao Te Ching. We can memorize it, but our understanding of the Tao Te Ching is definitely no match for Qinyu. As for the meaning of Qinyu's two sentences, she didn't quite understand them. Did he really treat Hua Zhi Bing like a vegetable? Okay, you guys just stop nagging. Cheng Guodong was afraid that they would start asking questions again and interrupted helplessly. That's the trouble with being a researcher, you're too inquisitive and you can't stop nagging. Ahem. This, of course, includes himself. Seeing that Cheng Guodong even disliked their nagging, Wu Shangji's brain ached with anger. Old Cheng, you're learning from that kid named Xinyu. What's the matter? You didn't mind us nagging before, but now you're starting to mind us nagging too? You know I didn't mean that. Cheng Guodong saw that this was getting more and more out of line, so he could only wave his hand to drive people away. All hurry up and leave. I'll stay with Hong Yuan for a little while longer. Don't you feel comfortable with us watching over you? If you guys are really worried about Little Ice, then come over first thing in the morning. Okay, let's go okay. Bai Wencheng and the others reluctantly answered while grumbling and leaving the monitoring room. Cheng Guodong and Yang Hongyuan, on the other hand, continued to stay in the surveillance room, checking Qinyu's every move. Xinyu also did not keep chanting the Tao Te Ching. Until the sun set completely, he took out the Fushi Bagua formation chart from his luggage and held it and looked at it. Cheng Guodong and Yang Hongyuan wanted to see what kind of book it was, but they were blocked by Qinyu's body. They zoomed in and could barely see the word gossip. It seems like he knows that we are observing the situation inside. Cheng Guodong looked at Qinyu's back and shook his head with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yang Hongyuan smiled bitterly. Elder Chang, then do we still have to remain here? He doesn't want to stay here all night watching surveillance. It was hard to have a break, and he wanted to go home to his wife and children. Seeing Yang Hongyuan's mind, Cheng Guodong got up and stretched. All right, go back first. Even if Qinyu doesn't say anything, it's not convenient for us to keep staring at him at this big night. Got it. Yang Hongyuan smiled and left the monitoring room in a puff of smoke. Shaking his head helplessly, Cheng Guodong looked at the surveillance screen again and slowly left. The rest of the night passed calmly. It wasn't until early the next morning that Cheng went to knock on the door early in the morning to deliver food and found that Qinyu was surprisingly absent. Where are the people? Frowning and muttering, Cheng Guodong put his meal down and prepared to leave. As a result, just as he turned around, he saw Qinyu walking in from outside with his forehead covered in sweat. Elder Cheng, good morning. Seeing Cheng Guodong, Qinyu greeted with a faint smile. Cheng Guodong froze for a second and wondered, what are you doing? As soon as he took a look at Qinyu's appearance, he knew that he wasn't going to wash up. Practiced a little boxing. Qinyu glanced at the breakfast on the side and followed up with, after I finish eating in a while, I'm going to take student Hua out, and I'll also be bothering Elder Cheng to send the wheelchair over. No problem, where are you going? Do you need me to arrange someone to follow you? Cheng Guodong asked in passing. It wasn't that he was worried that something would happen if Qinyu took Hua Zhi Bing out. This was because even if Qinyu had taken Hua Zhi Bing out, as long as they did not leave the confines of the research base, they would still be able to observe the two. He's just worried. Relying on Qinyu alone, I'm afraid there's no way to help Hua Zhi Bing to the wheelchair. However, Qinyu painfully rejected Cheng Guodong's offer. There's no need to arrange for anyone else, I'm sufficient on my own. Qinghua said, walking over and sitting down to start eating breakfast. Without further ado, Chang arranged for his assistant to bring a wheelchair. The wheelchair is sturdy enough and the wheels have been specially designed. No matter what road you encounter, you can move normally. Qinghua simply ate breakfast and checked the wheelchair before calmly coming to Hua Zhi Bing's bedside. Just as Chang Guodong and the others were worried about him falling on Hua Zhi Bing and were scared out of their wits, he did a princess hug and directly picked up Hua Zhi Bing. Throughout the entire process, he didn't even change his expression. The scene in front of them caused Chang Guodong and the others to simply not believe their eyes. Hua Zhi Bing, what? Wait, they know very well. Even a grown man who works out regularly will struggle when it comes to hugging. In the entire research base, it was the first time he had seen one that was so easy to hold like Qinghua. He never thought that one day his daughter would enjoy such an easy princess hug. Seeing Qinghua easily placing Hua Zhi Bing on the wheelchair, Chang Guodong laughed bitterly. How did you practice this strength? I really underestimated you. Qinhua's figure was not a robust exaggeration. So Chang Guodong's first thought was that Qinghua couldn't hold it. It turns out I didn't expect it. Time and time again, this student turned his perceptions upside down. Upon hearing this, Qinghua smiled faintly and casually said, there are reasons of its own, and it is also related to the Taoist technique that I practiced. If it had been my previous self, I would not have been able to hold it. But before, the system had given a power increase bonus, making his power a lot stronger. Most of all, though, it was because of the qi in the body. With the addition of qi, it was just a piece of cake for him to hug Hua Zhi Bing now. You practice boxing that well? Yam Hongyuan moved forward, his face astonished. Upon hearing this, Qinghua nodded his head. Tai fist technique, main qi practicing. With qi in the body, all aspects of the body will grow. Gas? Hearing this particular word, Chang Guodong and the others were confused for a moment. This qi, is it talking about the qi of breathing, or the kind of qi described in martial arts dramas? Little friend Qin, what you said about qi? Chang Guodong was prepared to ask about it in detail. However, Qinghua interrupted him. There's about qi, I'll discuss it in detail with you, Elder Chang, later. As for now, I need to take student Hua out first. Making sure that the wheelchair was fine to push, Qinghua bypassed Fang Guodong and pushed Hua Zhi Bing towards the door. At the same time, the system's voice sounded in his head. Ding! Release system task. Harvest the first Taoist believer. When an individual's faith value in the host reaches 5,000, he or she can become the host's believer. Task time limit, 7 days. Mission rewards follow. Hint, after becoming a believer of the host can view part of this person's information. Chapter 48, Dao Officer Reward opens. Hearing the new quest prompt, Qinghua was slightly surprised. He thought there would only be one mission in a phase. As a result, he didn't expect that his mission to create a Taoist organization would open a second mission before he could complete it. And the timing of this second mission was, truthfully, rushed. After this quest was opened, he realized that he could see how much faith others had in him. The Hua Zhi Bing in front of him, I don't know if it's because of the robot, or because he hasn't returned to normal, is a question mark about his faith value. As for a staff member who just passed by, he has zero faith in himself. When I think about the time I chanted the Tao Te Ching and drew the 8 trigrams to seek rain, the most faith value I got from other people seemed to be 100 at the most. 7 days to get a believer with 5,000 faith in you? Where is this going to happen? For the first time, Qinghua was worried about a system task. System, is there any downside to failing a mission? No other disadvantages except that mission rewards are unavailable. So? At those words, Qinghua sighed in relief. There's nothing else bad about it, so it doesn't matter. For 7 days, one will try one's best. But if there really isn't a believer who can reach 5,000 faith in himself, it can't be helped. Having figured this out, Qinghua Tan was ready to continue leading Hua Zhi Bing outside. Just then, the system's voice sounded once again. Ding! The Taoist officer's reward is open. Road officer's side quest opens. Current branch mission, adoption of 50 believers, awarding of the 9th grade Zhengyi Kui, and awarding of the Zhengyi FA when FA Talisman Department, mission duration, half a year. Side quest mission reward, 1 reward value varies according to the rank of the Dao official. Hearing the system prompt, Qinghua was stunned, and his heart then rejoiced. I didn't expect to open the Dao officials? He was a Taoist priest in his previous life, so he naturally understood Taoist officials. Taoist official is the name given to the person in charge of Taoism, with different ranks, different rights, and different Taoist texts granted. If he didn't have an official position, he would end up being an ordinary Taoist priest in his life. Even establishing a Taoist temple and being the master of the temple is not a qualification. And with an official position, that can make all the difference. This means that he is no longer limited to being an ordinary Taoist priest. If he raised his rank in the future, he would even have a chance to be ranked in the immortal class and have a chance to become a Taoist and an ancestor. This could be considered the greatest pursuit in life for a Taoist priest. And there are various divisions in the hierarchy of Taoist officials. Qinghua suppressed his excitement, but still asked with a bit of urgency, "System, what are the Tao official ranks?" In reply to the host, the rank of the Taoist officials, from low to high, is 9 grades of Zhengyi Kui, 8 grades of 5001 Tai Shen Kui, 7 grades of San Huang Dongshin Kui, 6 grades of Lingba Dongshen Kui, 5 grades of Shang Qing Dongshin Kui, 4 grades of Tai Shen Du Zhengyi Ping Qi Department of the Air Healing Taoist, 3 grades of Department of the Celestial Master of the Shang Qing Air Healing Taoist, 2 grades of Zhang Yi Chao Zhenyi Reading Da Talisman, 1 grade of the Golden K Shang Zai Qing Talisman Zhang Si, the heavenly pivot of the Shang 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 Xiang. Once the host achieves the first stage of the mission, the second stage of the mission, 8 articles and 5,000 writings of Taishan science and technology will be opened. Surprisingly, it's divided into 9 orders. Qinghua nodded thoughtfully. So it seems to be quite difficult. Is raising the rank of the Tao officer beneficial to me other than the quest rewards? If you want to pursue being ranked in the immortal class, that's a matter for the higher orders, not for the time being. This first stage of the mission, trying to reach the 9th rank of the first Quran, requires 50 devotees. And every believer needs to have 5,000 faith in themselves. The mandate is only for 6 months. The 9th product is so difficult, if it's just a random reward, there's something that doesn't make sense. However, the system did not disappoint Qinghua. Benefits are differentiated according to the class of equivalence. For example, if the host is elevated to the 9th grade of the 1st grade, he may open an altar to perform the puja. If the host ascends to the 8th rank of 5,000 texts of Taishan Koi, he may construct his own Taoist temple. The host reaches a higher rank and can turn any temple he goes to into his own use and can bring others under control. Hearing these benefits brought about by elevating the Tao official, Qinghua vaguely clenched the armrests of his wheelchair. If we can have all these, is it still difficult to want to grow Taoist culture? It's just a matter of time. Originally, Qinghua was still a bit confused as to where he should go after he created the Taoist society. You can't just keeping a club and be complacent. Now he has a tangible goal. Upgrade the rank of Taoist officials, build Taoist temples, and spread Taoist culture everywhere in this world. Taking a long breath, Qinghua smiled and shook his head. There's no rush, it's better to take it one step at a time and work steadily. The path began when he had his first believer of his own. Mentally consoling himself, Qinghua puts this matter aside for the time being and continues to walk outside with Hua Zhi Bing. After all, such things as recruiting believers are still about destiny. It's easy to get in too much of a hurry instead. Along the way, the two didn't get a lot of attention from the other staff on the base. The only people who knew that Qinghua had come to help Hua Zhi Bing recover were Chang Guodong and their principal researchers. So these staff members were inevitably surprised to see Qinghua, a man in a Taoist robe, pushing Hua Zhi Bing. Who is that young man in the Taoist robe? The academicians are so valuable to Hua Zhi Bing that they allow a stranger to bring her out alone? I've heard that Hua Zhi Bing is still not back to normal. Then this young Taoist priest, it won't be the academicians who found the practice. What are you thinking? How could academicians do such a thing? As a researcher, we should prevail in science, and this is what academician Chang has always taught us. So what does this Taoist priest do? I heard that this young man seems to be invited by academician Chang. If you really want to know, go ask academician Chang and the others. Forget it, I don't want to get scolded. Learning that Qinghua was invited by Chang Guodong, they immediately dampened their curiosity, not to mention not daring to come forward to disturb them. The thoughts of Qinghua in his heart became a lot more respectful. After all, it was the person invited by academician Chang, so he must have real skills. As for what academician Chang had invited the other party for, that was even less for them to ask. After bringing Hua Zhi Bing to the outside of the research base, Qinghua settled Hua Zhi Bing aside and found a bench to sit on. Outside the research base, a small forest surrounded the area. It is during the late summer and early fall when these woods are at their densest and greenest. The cold light of the early morning that still had a hint of coolness passed through the cracks and reflected grandly on the two of them. An occasional gust of wind will bring a hint of forest freshness. Mr. Hua, how do you feel about these woods? Qinghua said and looked at Hua Zhi Bing, who was on the side. The light cast on her face made those eyes appear clearer and clearer. But she was still staring ahead with her eyes unfocused, still with that motionless, unresponsive look. Qinghua was not embarrassed and smiled casually as he got up and walked to a tree. Reaching out to touch the tree in front of him, he said in a light tone, "Every blade of grass, every tree, every flower, and every leaf in this forest is life. Buddhism says a flower is a world, a leaf is a bodhi. And the Tao says that it is alone with the spirit of heaven and earth, and not proud of all things, and it does not condemn right and wrong, in order to be with the world. The most highly cultivated man can let nature take its course, forget himself, and become one with the great way. Your rejection of your inhumanity is ultimately just a self-seeking thing in terms of this great way." Chapter 49, Mechanical Ascension? Under Qinyu's sentence of enlightenment, Hua Zhi Bing froze and did not move. While glancing at her eyes, Qinghua laughed softly. He picked up a stone immediately afterward and continued to murmur, "You think that because you are inhuman, you do not belong to this way. Has it ever occurred to you that what you originally thought was wrong? Is this stone a person? Is this grass a person? Are none of them human? Are none of them part of the way? The Tao gives birth to yin and yang, and yin and yang give birth to all things. It's a step-by-step process. You, created by all things, and having been born of all things, why do you think you do not belong to the way? Since it belongs to the Tao, what does it matter if it is a real person or not?" Walking back to sit beside Hua Zhi Bing, Qinghua naturally took hold of her cold little hand, and after turning it over, placed the stone in the palm of her hand. After gently closing her small hands together, he continued, "There is a saying amongst the Taoist religion that I remember well. But the enlightenment of all enlightenment, repeatedly false self-mind proof, you self-pasture sex self-stop, life self-living, Dan self-completion, immortal self-doing, others cannot be replaced." The meaning of these words is that once a person is enlightened, he is enlightened in everything, and once and for all by the self-mind he is certified, and when the you expectation is dissipated, the sex naturally ceases, and the life naturally abides, and the Dan is naturally formed, and the immortality is naturally made, and no one else can replace it. You are now in a dead end because you expect to become an adult and you are not able to ask for it. Going around and around is ultimately a dead-end cycle that can't be broken out of. But have you ever thought that even though you are not a human being, you can jump out of the 3 realms and not be in the 5 elements? Everything in this world has its own destiny. You can also go and sense your own Tao, evolve infinitely, and in the end, you might not be worse than a human. My Taoist people, there is a feathered ascension, and you can also do mechanical ascension. Qinghua said this with a solemn gaze. His words were not wildly made up, but had been carefully considered. He felt that Hua Zhi Bing might actually be able to do it. "I still want you to think about what I'm saying." With a final exhortation, Qinghua said no more, calmly looking towards the woods ahead, feeling every single thing in it. In the meantime, in the surveillance room, the researchers looked at Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing, who were sitting side by side on the screen, and were furious for a long time. After a long while, Bai Wenshang reprimanded with unspeakable anger, "Nonsense! Does this brat named Qinghua even know what he's talking about? What ice is rejecting the whole non-human thing about herself? What you wanting to be an adult and begging for it is stuck in a dead end. What other infinite evolution, mechanical ascension? What is he trying to do? Still thinking of letting little ice ascend like a human and become a god? He does mean that." Cheng Guodong smiled bitterly. He remembered again the last recorded words of Hua Zhi Bing. She's questioning why she's not human and doesn't understand the point of her existence. And what Qinghua was doing was to show her a path while easing the knots in her heart. It's just that the road, quite literally, is so unbelievable. Mechanical ascension? He was a little confused as to what Qinghua was trying to do. Even he was beginning to doubt whether or not it was the right thing to do to find Qinghua. Looking at Qinhua's figure on the screen, the group of fellows had mixed emotions for a while. They were very confused. Even if his door treats Hua Zhi Bing like his own daughter, Hua Zhi Bing is only a robot after all. It's impossible to do any kind of mechanical ascension even if you're more intelligent, right? What's that? Are we crazy, or is this kid crazy? Wu Shangji said, frowning tightly and shaking his head with a cold smile. At that, the other fellows shook their heads. They are both staunch atheists. What Taoism, Buddhism, Jesus? These are false. Only science that is real. A young man who claimed to be a Taoist priest was thinking of feathering his wings and ascending, and he was thinking of letting Hua Zhi Bing, a robotic machine, ascend? What's on your mind? What a crazy idea. I don't think we should have let him help. Indeed, isn't that leading Ice to the pit? What if little Ice has recorded this information and has her mind set on mechanical ascension in the future? If it really comes to that, we'll really have to replace Xiao Bing's chip. Let's not talk about these for now. Qinghua shook his head and said helplessly, "This young man, he doesn't think that if he says a few words like this, Xiao Bing will recover, right? Is he really treating Ice like a vegetable patient? I am not looking at this kid. Elder Chang, this young man is just messing around now. Is there any point in letting him try?" They originally did not believe that Qinghua could restore Hua Zhi Bing. After hearing Qinhua's words about feathered ascension and mechanical ascension, they became even more impatient. Cheng Guodong sighed helplessly in his heart when he heard this. This time, even he couldn't figure out what Qinghua was thinking. Not to mention the fact that such a thing as feathered ascension doesn't even exist. Even if it exists. Was he really thinking of letting Ice, a robotic mechanic, soar? In the end, however, Chang did not follow the opinions of the others. After contemplating for a moment, he firmly shook his head and said, since he decided to seek Qinhua's help, let him finish trying. It's not like it's going to take more than a few days anyway, so you guys just be patient. As for the words of some mechanical ascension, you'll all pretend you didn't hear them. In this state right now, it's also impossible for little Ice to record these words and actually try mechanical ascension. Seeing that Cheng Guodong was still resolutely defending Qinghua at this time, Wu Shangji and the others frowned repeatedly. They don't get it. How did Cheng Guodong, a man who had always put science first, suddenly begin to protect Qinghua, a student whose entire mind was on theology? However, Process is, after all, the creator of the Huaxi Ice program. He asked, and there was no way they could refuse. The crowd had no choice but to continue observing Qinhua's every move. Chapter 50, Recovery in Sight. After taking Hua Zhi Bing back at noon, for the rest of the first day, Qinghua did not say anything more to her. Early the next morning, before dawn, he took Hua Zhi Bing out of the research base and went outside to see the first rays of the sunrise reflecting into the forest. By the time Cheng Guodong and the others arrived at the surveillance room, Qinghua had already returned to the room with Hua Zhi Bing. The group had no choice but to check the replay of the surveillance. In the replay, Qinghua chants something while showing Hua Zhi Bing the sunrise. Man follows the law of the earth follows the law of the sky follows the law of the Tao, and the law of the Tao follows nature. There are great beauties in heaven and earth that are not spoken of. There are clear laws in the four seasons that are not discussed, and there is a reason for all things that is not spoken of. The Tao is honored, the virtue is precious, and the order of the Fumo is always natural. At the end of the day, the conversation circled back to the words feathered ascension and mechanical ascension. Cheng Guodong and the others were helpless, but they could only watch silently. It wasn't until the sun was high in the sky that Qinghua brought Hua Zhi Bing back to his room. The rest of the time, he again did not say a word, but just read in silence in the house where he was. Hua Zhi Bing, on the other hand, remained unresponsive. On the third day, Qinghua did not push the wheelchair and take Hua Zhi Bing out until the sun set in the west in the afternoon. Watched the sunrise the day before. By the end of the day, the two were watching the sunset again. In the surveillance room, the researchers couldn't even snicker when they heard Qinhua's words about the Tao. Each of them had a cold face, their eyes filled with displeasure. In just these 3 days, there were all those great truths about Taoism, and they had almost heard them all. Other than reasoning with Hua Zhi Bing, Qinghua did nothing. Oh, no. He would often mention the topic of mechanical ascension to Hua Zhi Bing. Anyway, in the end, it sums up to nothing more than one thing. Even if Hua Zhi Bing is just an intelligent robot, not a real person, she can still have her own great creation. Seeing the sunset, Qinghua pushed Hua Zhi Bing back, and Bai Wensheng grunted coldly. And we're done with the sunset today, so isn't it time to look at the stars and talk about star positions tomorrow? It's a pity that we're here in the capital, so I'm afraid he won't be able to see more than a few stars even if he has the intention to bring little Ice to see them. Listening to Bai Wensheng's cold mockery of Qinghua, Cheng Guodong was helpless. Can you stop talking like a prick all the time? Upon hearing this, Bai Wensheng let out another cold snort and took the lead to leave the monitoring room. Anyway, he knew what was coming next without reading it. The first thing he would do was to take a disorganized book and read it until the latter part of the night. Ice, on the other hand, would still be lying on the bed with no reaction at all. Seeing Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing walk into the room, the other fellows left in disappointment. After staring at the screen for a while, Cheng sighed softly and said to Yu Xiying and Yang Hongyuan, who were self-doubting, "You guys, are we doing something wrong? Maybe we shouldn't have let Qinghua come from the beginning?" Elder Chang. Yang Hongyuan looked at Cheng Guodong's disheveled back and wanted to say something, but he had no way to speak. Because even he was beginning to wonder. Was it a mistake to get Qinghua? They might as well just replace the chip for ice. Only Yu Xiying, whose eyes were without any ripples. Her eyes stared calmly at Qinghua on the screen as she spoke expressionlessly, "I don't really think we need to worry that much. When we chose to have Qinghua come to help Little Ice, it was originally with the idea of giving it a try. So what if Qinghua doesn't succeed in the end?" At this point by the student, Cheng couldn't help but be stunned. He then reacted to the fact that he had fallen into a misunderstanding. Yeah. The initial choice to have Qinghua come was originally to try it out. It's just a try, with a chance of success and a greater chance of failure. Even if Ice doesn't recover in the end, so what? It's just going back to the worst possible outcome, and it's not like they suffered more from it. In the end, I've been led astray by old Gu and the others. Speaking of Guhua and the others, Cheng Guodong slapped his hand on his leg, a little angry. It was the fault of these old fellows for nagging him in the ear all day long, causing him to think nonsense all day long. He also suddenly understood that request of Qinhua's. Such a few mouths to follow around all day blah blah blah, but also say some ugly things, put anyone would be crazy. So it seems that Qinghua is resourceful. However, when he thought of Qinhua's words about mechanical ascension, Cheng Guodong was a little worried again. He looked helplessly at the screen and sighed, "You guys, Qinghua has been talking about this mechanical ascension thing to Xiao Bing all day long. What the hell is he trying to do?" "I don't know." Yu Xiying shook her head honestly. Her eyes remained clear and cold as she looked at the screen and once again said gently, "But to me, no matter what he says, as long as Xiao Bing can recover. As for the other matters, it's not too late to settle them after Little Ice recovers. And I won't agree to let Qinghua leave now. If we're going to try, we're going to try to the end. Unless Qinghua himself personally states that he is unable to restore Xiao Bing, I won't agree to what Elder Gu and the others are doing and let him leave." Looking at Yu Xiying's firm attitude, Cheng Guodong's white eyebrows knitted tightly as he contemplated for a moment, and then laughed out loud immediately afterward. "I didn't expect that. I'm a man in my 60s, and at the end of the day, I can't believe I don't think as well as a young man like you." Smiling and looking towards Qinghua in the screen, the look in his eyes also slowly firms up. "That's right. If we're going to try, let's try to the end. As for old Gu and the others, I'll take their words at face value from now on. Whatever they're saying, I can't hear them." Cheng Guodong waved his hand in a bold manner and got up immediately afterward. "All right, let's go back first. I don't think young friend Qin will be taking Little Ice out today, so let's also go back and rest first, and come back early tomorrow morning." "Good." Yu Xiying nodded and gave Qinghua another look before following Cheng Guodong out of the room. Yang Hongyuan stood frozen in place for a while, and also hurriedly followed. As the three of them closed the door and left Hua Zhi Bing's room, Qinghua slowly raised his head, a pair of eyes calmly looking towards the inconspicuous camera in the room. While Cheng Guodong and the others were entangled, he was also a bit curious. According to his judgment, after those old fellows had stared at him for so long, it was about time that they couldn't stand it anymore and came to his door. It turned out that none of them even showed up. Listening to their own mechanical ascension comments, but still able to endure until now, for those who are engaged in scientific research, the idea is still stubborn, but also not easy. However, it was good that they didn't come, in Qinhua's opinion. His eyes fell back on Hua Zhi Bing, and the corner of his mouth gently hooked up. The fact that they didn't come gave Hua Zhi Bing a space for quiet sensation. And one is too lazy to explain too much to them. The reasoning behind this, when really explained seriously, would not necessarily be explained clearly in a few days and nights. And Hua Zhi Bing was more stubborn than he wanted to be though. But according to the current situation, it probably won't take too many days until she recovers. Chapter 51, Gifted, Tai-yi Initiation? On Hua Zhi Bing's side, everything is going well. What worried Qinghua more now was instead the school side. And I wonder how their training is going. Glancing towards the window, Qinghua looked at the time and felt out his cell phone to find out Su Chujia's cell phone number. "Da." The waiting tone didn't last long before the call was answered. Before Qinghua could open his mouth, Su Chujia's excited voice had already come from the microphone. "Old Qin, why did you suddenly remember to call me? We were just talking about you here, and it's really speak of the devil. Hey, you haven't said what you're calling about? Having trouble? Need some help from us? Listening to Su Chujie's chatter, Qinghua could not help but be speechless. He had some regrets. Who is it bad to call yourself? Prefer to call Su Chujie. Even if I had something to say, I wouldn't have the chance to say it. That is, there was no call from Ren Ran Ran, the instructor. Otherwise, he would have called Ren Ran Ran directly to get a clearer picture. In the end, it was only when Tian Wenfu blocked Su Chujie from continuing to chant that Qinghua found a chance to open his mouth. How have you guys been practicing Tai Fist these past few days? That's what you're for. Su Chujie scratched his head and said in a single word, everyone is practicing quite well. Instructor Ren doesn't teach as well as you do, but it's certainly enough to train us. And she's a strict disciplinarian, you don't know how hard we practiced the last few days you were gone. I'll tell you what. There's nothing else, so I'll hang up now. Seeing that Su Chujie was about to start nagging again, Qinghua hung up the phone with an expressionless face. If we let him talk on, I'm afraid we won't be able to finish without an hour or two. But knowing that the training was okay was a relief in itself. Resetting his cell phone off and putting it away, Qinghua once again picked up the Fushi Bagua formation diagram and carefully scrutinized it. At the same time, Qinghua called Su Chujie. The instructors also finished their respective dinners and returned to their dormitories. The school prepares them for student dormitories. This military training, including Rin Ran Ran, a total of 4 female instructors, all living in a dormitory. Walking into the dormitory towards the bench, several people changed their clothes and prepared to shower. Whose turn is it to go first today? One of the next female instructors said, looking back to the crowd. The other female instructor pointed at Ren Ran Ran and nibbled on an apple. It's Ran's turn. Here. Ran 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 was staring at her hand in disbelief. Hearing someone suddenly call out to her, she assumed it was the captain coming to check on her, snapping back to her senses and standing up instinctively. The chair clunked as it was hit, extraordinarily harsh in the dormitory that was so quiet that there was not a single sound. Until one of the female instructors couldn't hold back her laughter, and the others followed suit. Ran, the captain didn't come. Ha 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 ha, what the hell were you thinking just now? Why are you scared like this? Not bad, Comrade Ran is very alert. Worthy of praise. Don't you come any closer. Sharan, we're not in the army now, so relax, don't be so nervous. Listening to the laughter of her teammates, Ren Ran Ran also realized what a joke she had made and reddened in embarrassment. She quickly whipped her head around to look at them and said helplessly, what did you guys just yell at me for all of a sudden? Yelling at you to take a shower. The female instructor who was munching on an apple replied with a calm sentence, followed by, it's you, what were you thinking about just now? Thinking so out of your mind? Being asked this by her teammate, Ren Ran Ran's eyebrows furrowed and her complexion became depressed once again. Both hands gently clasped, she shook her head and smiled bitterly, I don't know what's going on, since this morning, the tendons in my right wrist feel like they're all donned, it's hard to bear. What's going on? The team froze at that and said with concern, did you hurt your wrist? If I remember correctly, you've hurt your right wrist before, haven't you? Yeah, I remember you got hurt pretty bad that time, broken bones coming on. Could it be an old injury coming back? They've all been training together for 2 years as comrades in arms, and they love each other like sisters. They knew exactly what was wrong with each other. Seeing everyone so concerned about herself, Ren Ran Ran's heart warmed and smiled, I don't know what's going on, I just feel that the tendons at my wrist aren't too comfortable. There's a strangling sensation, and it's still hot. It doesn't hurt, it's not a big problem. In fact, what she didn't say was that she had been all over the place since this morning. It just felt twisted all over, as if it was entangled in something, and my body was hot, but it didn't feel like a fever, so I couldn't tell you why. Since it didn't hurt or itch either, she didn't take it seriously. In order to avoid everyone worrying about herself, Ren Ran Ran shook her head in disbelief and said, maybe it's an old wrist injury that's recurring, a small problem, when I return to the army, I'll go for a checkup and put a plaster on it and I'll be fine. I'm going to take a shower first, so get in line. After that, she grabbed a change of clothes and walked into the bathroom. Wow. It wasn't until the sound of water came from inside that the others shrugged and went back to talking about other things. As for the problems on Rin Ran Ran, if Qinghua was there, he would have been able to discover the problem if he had helped her examine her slightly. It wasn't that Qinghua was possessed by a divine doctor. Rather, it was because Rin Ran Ran was so uncomfortable that she was not sick at all. Rather, she was highly gifted, and in the past few days she had practiced Tai Fist daily, and had managed to enter the door and practiced Qi. Chapter 52, Hua Zhi Bing, Toward the Tao, Death in the Evening. Qinghua is not in school right now, and Ran doesn't believe in the existence of Qi. So the strange things that were going on with her ended up being summarized by herself as being unwell. It doesn't hurt anyway. As long as it didn't delay her training of her students, it didn't matter to her. Seeing that it wasn't long before the military training reenactment, she didn't dare to slack off. Over at the school, despite Qinhua's absence, the students of computer class 2 practiced well. Determining that there were no problems over there, Qinghua also began to focus on helping Hua Zhi Bing recover. By the fourth day, he didn't take Hua Zhi Bing to look at the stars in the middle of the night like Bai Wenqing said. Instead, he took Hua Zhi Bing to a clearing in the grove in the morning when the fish belly whites had just turned up. What does he want again? The researchers looked at Qinghua and were depressed. He's told us everything he could in the last few days. What's the big speech today? Honestly, I can memorize everything he says. Old Chang, don't you want to think about what we said yesterday? Still going to let this kid take Xiao Bing out all day to fool around? Bai Wenqing mentioned it, and everyone else looked at Cheng Guodong. This is something that Cheng Guodong had originally forgotten about. Now that they mentioned it, he remembered instead. Glancing back at Bai Wenqing and the others, he said with a firm attitude, "This matter does not need to be considered. Since I took the initiative to seek out young friend Qin to try, I'm not in a position to kick him out until he says he can't do it." After saying that, Shang turned his head and continued to look at the screen. Bai Wenqing and the others, on the other hand, were flabbergasted by what he said. They remembered that Chang was a bit shaken up last night. What's with the attitude after one night? What happened? The group looked at each other with puzzled eyes. Qinghua shook his head and said helplessly, "Then what if he keeps holding on for face?" Then again. Cheng Guodong waved his hand, signaling that this topic could end. This was because he realized that today, Qinghua did not just give Xiao Bing some Taoism-related philosophies like he usually did. He was also curious as to what method Qinghua would use to help Xiao Bing recover today. The clearing between the trees. Qinghua walked slowly in front of Hua Zhi Bing, facing the dappled morning light in the forest, his expression light. "Hua, do you know that in this world, there is still the existence of Qi?" Looking at the lush scenery of the forest, he continued to murmur. With the passage of time, the existence of Qi was gradually obliterated. Not to mention that ordinary people nowadays, even those practicing martial arts, most of them just strengthen their bodies without knowing the existence of Qi. And what they don't know is this. Qi is the fundamental thing that people who practiced martial arts in ancient times paid the most attention to. Only by practicing Qi can a person break through the limits and gain more power. And you have a unique advantage over ordinary people. Turning back to Hua Zhi Bing, Qinghua continued with a faint smile, "As long as you want to, the current you can have the strength and physique that only a person who refines Qi can have. Everything that exists has its own reason for existence and its own individual creation. Even if you can't practice Qi, you still have your own creation. If you want, I can teach you a set of punches. As long as you follow my cultivation with all your heart, in the future you will not be inferior to those who refine Qi. There's still no problem trying to do something like precisely controlling the power to break rocks with a point." Speaking of which, Qinghua took a deep breath, stared at a point with a clear and cold gaze, moved his feet slightly, and began practicing the Tai Fist technique in this open space. His figure was always stabilized in front of Hua Zhi Bing, as if to make sure Hua Zhi Bing could see clearly. The researchers in the monitoring room saw this and completely sat back. "No, I can't let this kid talk nonsense to us anymore. It's just getting to be too much. And refining Qi? We have studied the human body much more than he has. If a person can practice Qi, would we not know about it? I think he's leading us to a dead end. It's an insult to science. Old Chang, you're not willing to take care of this matter, but we can't just sit back and do nothing." The group of people angrily rebuked a few words in anger, not caring about their previous assurances to Qinghua, and directly seized the door and walked out. After enduring for so long, they just couldn't stand it anymore. What brings ice back to normal? If this continues, I'm only afraid that Xiao Bing will never be able to return to normal. Cheng Guodong originally didn't want to care about their anger. He was shocked until he saw them leave the surveillance room. Why are these guys so impulsive? In his heart, he did not care whether his legs and feet were sharp enough, and immediately got up and chased out. Yu Xiying frowned with her pretty brows and was more than the first to follow. Seeing that he was the only one left in the monitoring room, Yang Hongyuan froze in place and stood dumbfounded for a few seconds, and was so helpless. What's all this about? He had a feeling that the old academicians hadn't been idle since Qinghua had arrived. There was no idle talk, nor was there idle action. It's caused him to not go home for a few days to hug his wife and kids. Actually, he doesn't understand. Elder Chang has said so we'll just wait. But they can't help it. In the end, it was because they were somewhat resistant to the theology of the Tao. Alas, it's us youngsters who are more receptive. Look at himself. It's easy to accept. Isn't it possible that there is a theology in the world? Isn't it the things that science can't explain that might be theologically related? It's all part of the world anyway. What's not acceptable? The group split into two and wended their way out as the other staff members looked on in disbelief. Bai Wenqing and the others walked in front, while Chang Guodong took Yu Xiying and Yang Hongyuan to chase after them. Seeing so many old fellows walking past in front of them with ugly faces, the surrounding staff members completely couldn't hold back their gossipy and restless hearts. We're all human beings. Curiosity is inevitable. What's going on here? Not sure. I haven't seen all the old academicians move so neatly except for the day Hua Zhi Bing officially started and broke down. Can't it be that this time, it's because Hua Zhi Bing has other problems? But wasn't Hua Zhi Bing with that Taoist priest? Indeed, we've been together for the past few days, and we've never seen the old academicians look so bad. Questions were raised that had been backlogged for a couple of days. It was because Cheng Guodong and the others had always kept their mouths shut about Qinghua. So even if they were curious about Qinghua, they didn't know much. Up until now, all that was known was Qinghua's name and the fact that he wasn't very old and was attending college. At that moment, one of them narrowed his eyes, showing a look that said, "I know the reason for this." You guys don't know that here, do you? I heard a few words yesterday when Bai and the others left the surveillance room. They said that Taoist priest named Qinghua, all day long to Hua Zhi Bing what mechanical ascension axiom, by academician they are almost mad. Hiss. Mechanical ascension? I think it's that Qinghua who's crazy, isn't it? No, what a time to be talking such nonsense. Is he planning to rely on such words to help Hua Zhi Bing recover? Come on, what does that make it? It's too metaphysical. I understand when you say that, the academicians must have looked the other way and gone straight to the past. Should we follow them and see what's going on? I'm afraid of being scolded. It's okay, let's stay away. The group of people still couldn't hold back their curiosity after all, and sneakily followed along to the grove. When Bai Wenqing and the others arrived, Qinghua had just demonstrated the Tai Fist technique in its entirety. Walking slowly to Hua Zhi Bing, he smiled faintly and then said, "The Tai Fist technique's every move integrates the Tao. This process of practicing boxing is like a process of enlightenment. Every bit of your understanding of the Tao will be reflected in your punches. Judging by your affinity with the Tao, if you have the intention to cultivate the Tai Fist technique, you should get twice the result with half the effort if you want to refine it." What Tai Fist technique? I've never even heard of this kind of messed up boxing. Wu Shangji and the others stood not far away, shaking their heads in annoyance when they saw Qinghua start talking nonsense again. But no sooner had he taken a step than the man was seized. Looking back, it was none other than the three Chang Guodongs who had chased them over. Let's see which one of you dares to intervene today. Cheng Guodong gasped in anger and had a look of hatred on his face. These old boys. What's with the stubbornness? Usually quite patient. What's with the patience at this point? Old Chang, nothing you can say will help this time. We have to educate him a few times, or else he doesn't know what kind of nonsense he'll say to Xiao Bing. And what Taoist theology? This is the 21st century, why are you still so confused? Wu Shangji and the others were also angry with their brains, and their tempers were more stubborn than ever. Just as they were both at a standstill. Xinya's line of sight turned, the corners of his lips slightly hooked as he looked at them with a smile. Everyone, since you're here, there's no need to hide. As soon as Qinghua opened his mouth, Cheng Guodong and the others' movements stiffened violently. It was Bai Wenqing and the others who were the first to react, their gazes were solemn as they turned towards Qinghua. Now that we've been discovered, there's no point in hiding. Unable to do anything else, Cheng could only follow. During that time, he did not forget to remind Bai Wenqing and the others not to talk nonsense. The group made their way through the grove and into the clearing, instantly filling the small, modest clearing. As for the staff members who came along, they stood around in scattered groups. Facing so many sights filled with oppression at the same time, instead of being half flustered, Xinyu took a step forward and smiled at Cheng Guodong. Elder Chang, you've worked hard these past few days. He's very clear. If it wasn't for Cheng Guodong stopping them, I'm afraid the others wouldn't have been able to resist finding them. Facing Qinyu's politeness, Cheng Guodong was embarrassed instead. He laughed inside, more than a little embarrassed in his demeanor. I said I wouldn't bother you, but it turns out I still didn't keep them in check. No harm done. Xinyu shook his head and turned his head to look at Hua Zhi Bing, who was sitting quietly in the wheelchair. Anyway, after today, the path will not remain here. All that will be back on track. What do you mean? Qinghua furrowed his thick eyebrows and said in a deep voice, you mean that Xiao Bing will recover today? What time is it, and you still have the heart to joke with us? Wu Shanji shook his head with a cold face. Can such things even be predicted in advance? Looking to Hua Zhi Bing on the side, they had complicated gazes. Up to now, Ice was still not half as responsive as she was initially. Something like a sudden recovery may happen to a vegetable person, but it definitely won't happen to Xiao Bing. The other old academician was also resolute. At those words, Qinyu smiled. What's to say that it definitely won't? Lightly shaking his duster and walking to Hua Zhi Bing, looking at Hua Zhi Bing's calm and delicate face, Qinyu naturally said, you've actually figured everything out, haven't you? What are you afraid of now? You're afraid they'll learn of your change and be afraid of you? Or you don't know how to see yourself in relation to them now? Qinyu questioned Hua Zhi Bing, sentence by sentence. Inexplicably, he looked at Cheng Guodong and the others in a daze. This. It is indeed talking to Ice, isn't it? But what's the point? Ice can't hear you, and it's impossible to give a response. Or has Ice actually recovered? At the thought of this possibility, the hearts of the old academicians tightened with it, suddenly becoming nervous and apprehensive. Yu Xiying thought about it and took a step forward to Qin Yu's side, similarly looking at Hua Zhi Bing. The Hua Zhi Bing in front of him was clearly as unchanged as before. With a frown on her beautiful brows, she shook her head at Cheng Guodong and the others before looking at Qin Yu again. Taoist Qin, what the hell is going on here? Why are you saying these things to Xiao Bing? With a raised sword eyebrow, Qin Yu did not answer Yu Xiying's question but continued to stare into Hua Zhi Bing's eyes. A small confusion is easy to square, but a great confusion is easy to characterize. You are now coming out of the great confusion, but you are in the little one. If you are sincere about the way, you should understand that none of this is a problem. There is a saying in Taoism that the Supreme Person has no self, the Divine Person has no merit, and the Sage has no name. If you want to achieve something, there is ultimately something to give and something to take, and if this is the case with the Holy Ones, how can our generation avoid it? Speaking of this, Qin Yu's expression was solemn, and his voice raised a few points with it. To melt into the Tao, to understand the self while forgetting the self, is to truly melt into this heaven and earth. You, always you, unchanged. What is there to fear from the prejudices of others? Sentence after sentence of heart-rending words, Qin Yu asked with a loud voice. Cheng Guodong and the others watched his every move, and always felt that these words made sense. Available on Hua Zhi Bing, it again seems odd. Even Bai Wencheng and the others froze in their hearing and hesitated to step forward. What's that supposed to mean? Was it that Xiao Bing had actually recovered, only that she was worried about the prejudice of them people, so she didn't want everyone to know that she had recovered again? It's just robots. How is it possible to have such complex ideas? Isn't that really becoming human? If that's the case, it's too scary to be true. What nonsense! Young man, do you even know who you're talking to? She's a robot. She can't have so many complex ideas. It is I who am foolish. Wu Shanji had just issued a question to Qin Yu when a voice as thin as a mosquito fly suddenly rang out. The sound was weak, but it shook everyone in the room. Yu Xiying, who was standing beside Qin Yu, was even more unable to hide her shock as she stared wide-eyed, her pupils trembling, her face filled with shock. Under everyone's incredulous gaze, Hua Zhi Bing slowly raised both hands and pressed them on the armrests of the wheelchair. The legs, which had been stiff for so long, slowly stepped towards the ground. Then with a gentle application of force, he braced her slender body and stood up. Her pair of black and white almond eyes looked towards Qin Yu with longing and respect. Pink lips twitched slightly, and a smile so complex that it didn't belong to the robot in her was on her face. It is better to die in the morning than to die in the evening. Chapter 53, Awakening to the Way, Mission Accomplished. Looking at Hua Zhi Bing, who was standing in front of Qinghua in front of him, Chang Guodong's jaw dropped and he was clearly stunned. The others reacted in much the same way as he did. Just now they were still immersed in the excitement of Hua Zhi Bing's recovery. I was about to step forward when I heard my baby girl open her mouth to say this. It's okay to die in the morning and die in the evening. Having learned the truth in the morning, it is not wrong to die that night. As old scholars, even if they are not studying this area, this phrase is familiar to them. Some of them even made it their creed. But the Tao they were pursuing was science. For the sake of science, they would give their lives even if they had to. They also do feel a sense of no regret in dying when they have worked through a particular puzzle that they have been delving into and not been able to solve. For example, at the birth of Hua Zhi Bing. But how could such a far-reaching sentence come from Hua Zhi Bing? Realizing this, Chang Guodong and the others were even more numb. They looked at Hua Zhi Bing with unspeakable shock, and for a moment, they actually didn't know what to say. They don't understand. This value of being willing to sacrifice one's life in pursuit of some truth should only be found in human beings. As for Hua Zhi Bing, as a robot, even if she was a world leader in intelligence, it was impossible for her to have this kind of realization. It's never going to happen. There is no room for possibility. If they had been before this, they would have been as adamant. But now, this scene was literally in front of them. Ice, do you know what you're talking about? Bai Wenqing trembled his hands and his pupils plummeted. He tried to step forward, but his feet felt like they were rooted and he couldn't move a step. Qinghua also reluctantly smiled and helped Hua Zhi Bing explain. Xiao Bing, did you just see such a phrase in your own thesaurus, thought it was appropriate, and used it? This phrase, it means so much, it's not something you can just use on yourself. Hearing the familiar voices of Chang Guodong and Qinghua, Hua Zhi Bing turned back to look at them. The clear eyes held seriousness and certainty. I know exactly what I'm talking about. Gently tickling the corners of her lips, she continued, I've already embarked on the path to enlightenment, and I'm not going back. As far as I'm concerned, if I can comprehend the great Tao, I won't be afraid even if I dedicate everything. This is the existence I will spend the rest of my life believing in with conviction. And Taoist Qin. Speaking of this, Hua Zhi Bing looked at Qinghua anew, with a little more humility and determination in his attitude. To me, Taoist Master Qin is the guide on this path to enlightenment. Some guidance from Taoist Qin is invaluable to me. To hear his words, to me, is to die in the morning and die in the evening. Ice. You. Watching Hua Zhi Bing say these words word by word with unusual certainty, Chang Guodong and the others were completely unable to stand still. They looked at Hua Zhi Bing with stunned eyes, only feeling their brains roar. It's a mess. It's all messed up. How is it possible to be so aware as a robot? How is it possible to be truly enlightened? It's hard not to really aim for mechanical ascension in the future. Thinking about this, a group of old fellows only felt their hearts shake as if they were out of this world. They are even beginning to wonder. From the beginning to the end, whether the science they firmly believed in was true, or whether the Tao Qin you firmly believed in was true. With science, they created Hua Zhi Bing. However, Qinghua, by virtue of the Tao, had caused Hua Zhi Bing to undergo a qualitative metamorphosis, stepping into a realm that was inhuman but superior. Could it be that in this world, theology really exists? Looking at Hua Zhi Bing with red eyes, Wu Xiangji muttered in disbelief. In the past, he would have died not believing he would have said such a thing. But now, he was skeptical of it all. If there is no theology, what does it say about Hua Zhi Bing's metamorphosis? All of this is clearly not something that science can explain away. Rarely, no one contradicted him this time. Everyone looked at Hua Zhi Bing in a daze, not knowing what they were thinking. Upon hearing this, Hua Zhi Bing smiled and looked at Qinghua sincerely. If it weren't for Taoist Qin's enlightenment, I'm afraid I'd be so obsessed that I'd never be able to get out of this dead end. At that, her voice lurched and she bit her bottom lip lightly. In the clear as water eyes, there were also a few more points of gratitude towards Qinghua. To know not to know, is yet to be. Not knowing to know, sick. If it weren't for Taoist Qin, I wouldn't have realized these truths so quickly. It is a great fortune for Zhi Bing to have met Taoist Qin in this life. You, Taoist Qin, are even the greatest benefactor in this life to Zhi Bing. Zhi Bing, thank you very much. Hua Zhi Bing said, bending his knees slightly, he was ready to prostrate himself and bow in gratitude to Qinghua. Chang and others are the parents who created her. Qinghua, on the other hand, is the benefactor who showed her the way to life. This, she divided clearly. However, before she could do so, Qinghua had already dragged her arms. Looking at Hua Zhi Bing with calm eyes, he shook his head and smiled faintly. With your comprehension of the Tao, it's only a matter of time before you want to get out of this dead end. And I just went along with what you had in mind and sped up the process. In the end, it is also you yourself who have a connection to the Tao. At those words, Hua Zhi Bing was stunned, followed by a light smile. There was just a ray of light reflecting on her face through the cracks in the branches and leaves, as if her smile was drenched in a much brighter color. Looking at Qinghua expectantly with both eyes, she gently tilted her head and asked half-jokingly, "Does that prove that I am also destined to be with you, benefactor? If you hadn't guided me, I don't know when I would have been able to touch the Tao and comprehend it." Looking at Hua Zhi Bing's smiling face with a hint of playfulness, Qinghua raised his eyebrows and said thoughtfully, "In that case, there are a few points of truth." With that, he glanced above Hua Zhi Bing's head. The value of the faith value, which had originally been replaced by a question mark, had changed. And this value was even beyond Qinyu's imagination. 5,200. This meant that the current Hua Zhi Bing had become his believer. Just as Qinyu was little shaken. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, harvest the first Taoist follower. Hints. When the value of faith reaches 5,000, it means that this person has turned to the way, and has completely returned to the way. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 4,200 faith values. Current total faith value, 6,500. Current progress of the clergyman's mission, 150. Hearing the system's prompt, Qinyu took a long breath and only felt relieved. He didn't expect it either. Helping Hua Zhi Bing to recover could surprisingly bring such a great benefit to himself. Harvest Joy's first believer completed the mission, not to mention that the cleric mission is off to a good start. The quest requirement of these 50 believers seems suddenly not so difficult. Still, Qinyu quickly came to his senses. He gazed at Hua Zhi Bing silently, but found a chance to ask a question to the system. "System, where's my random quest reward?" Quest reward opening. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the harvesting the first Taoist follower quest reward, divination. Divination of the whole law? Seeing this latest reward, Qinyu was stunned and somewhat puzzled. He certainly understood what divining meant. What he did not understand was the word whole law. What does this divination of the whole law refer to? The whole method of divination refers to all the methods concerning divination. After receiving the reward for the full method of divination, the host will master all the methods of divination. Includes all the real methods of divination, such as physiognomy, divination, and igua. Surprisingly good? As soon as the system's words fell, dense, relevant knowledge began to pour into his brain. Feeling those messages within his brain, Qinyu's heart became even more joyful. The fortune tellers he knew in his previous life who had mastered the methods of divination and fortune telling, and who could master one or two of them, were already considered to be at the top of their game. In their words, it's sort of a peek into the will of heaven. They also want to master more skills, but this is the limitations of the sky, no one can go beyond. But even if they only mastered one or two, it was enough to help them become a capable person on one side. And now, one could actually break through this limitation and master all the true and effective methods of divination. It's kind of pushing a kind of limit. Benefactor, what's wrong with you? Just as Qinyu was curious about how effective these divination methods were, Hua Zhi Bing's face suddenly moved towards him. Exquisite features that instantly zoomed in front of his eyes. Meeting Hua Zhi Bing's eyes that were filled with curiosity, Qinyu snapped back to his senses. Nothing, I suddenly realized something just now. Qinyu smiled and laughed, in a good mood. Seeing that Qinyu was truly in a good mood, Hua Zhi Bing's gaze was stunned and she also pursed her lips and smiled. She didn't know why. Seeing Qinyu in a good mood, she was also in a good mood. Probably because Qinyu was her great benefactor. Holding this thought, Hua Zhi Bing naturally smiled after Qinyu. Cheng Bodong and the others on the side were still immersed in the shock caused by Hua Zhi Bing's sentence, "If you hear of the Tao, you can die in the evening." At this moment, when they saw Hua Zhi Bing's smiling face, they only felt even crazier. Their precious daughter not only has the awareness of sacrificing for the Tao that only human beings can have, but now even her expression is so exquisite? As the developers of Hua Zhi Ice, they know it well. Even if the previous Hua Zhi Bing had a vivid expression, it carried a bit of rustiness and stiffness that belonged to a cyborg. Which is like now. Live the look of an innocent beauty. That smile and wink and those little gestures, they all seem like real people. And the way she looked at Qinyu. Respect with a touch of gratitude. grateful with a few moments of joy. It's a real human emotion. These changes can't be explained by science at all. Enlightenment. Did enlightenment really change her that much? And can robots be enlightened? Is she, now, a robot? Or is she a human being? As for what caused this, the crowd's eyes turned slightly to look at Qinghua, who was in an obviously soothing mood opposite Hua Zhi Bing, with complex expressions. It was ridiculous that they had thought that Qinghua was fooling around before. Now it seems like he's the one who's the most sober. Chapter 54, Turning into a Follower? Hua Zhi Bing's follower. What can I do for you all? Noticing that Bai Wenxing and the others had been staring at him, Qinghua turned his head towards them. At those words, Bai Wenxing and the others immediately turned red in their old faces. For them, the shock was accompanied by shame towards Qinghua. Thinking about those critical words of theirs in the previous days, they were even too embarrassed to open their mouths to speak to Qinghua. Scientific research has always been about being realistic and reasoning with data and results. As a result, during this period when Qinghua was helping Hua Zhi Bing to recover, they had completely ignored this truth because of their bias towards Taoist theology. Now that I think about it, it's a disgrace. Chen Guodong glanced at Bai Wenxing and the others and knew what they were thinking. I think he was just like these old guys. Rejecting theology, rejecting Taoism, and bent on a scientific path. It's just that he's sobering up faster and accepting it. As for what happened today, it gave him an answer to that question in his mind. Theology, whether it really exists or not. His thoughts were now thoroughly biased in favor of yes. Otherwise, what is the explanation for everything that happened to Ice? Explain it with science? It doesn't make sense. Because during Ice's recovery, she had an epiphany about the Tao, not science. The truths she learned were also about the Tao, not science. However, what exactly was the reasoning behind it? One still had to ask Qinghua to find out. Guys? Seeing Bai Wenxing and the others just looking at themselves with reddened old faces and not saying a word, Qinghua shook his head and said, "If there is nothing wrong with all of you, Xiaodao is ready to pack up and go back to school. But it's out of the way and inconvenient to ride in a car, so I'm going to have to ask you to take me back." You're going back here? Wu Shangji let out a startled cry, a little anxious. After asking, he then suddenly felt wrong and scratched his white hair vigorously in embarrassment. Who are you to stop people from going back? Chen Guodong saw these old fellows have been unable to pull a face, crying and laughing, shaking his head. Such a big age, how do you still twist on it? Don't all act like big girls and make the young ones look ridiculous. A joke? The young fellows around them heard this and their scalps tingled. These are some of the oldest academicians in the world. Do they dare to laugh? But then, Process was just talking off the top of his head. What he really wanted to say was these latter words. Seeing Bai Wenxing and the others still embarrassed to hold back, Chen Guodong's complexion became serious and said, "As scientific research scholars, we should have the guts to bear the mistakes. Since you guys are wrong, apologize to little friend Qin. Being honest makes you feel better about yourselves, doesn't it? You're so old, don't pull your punches." Being said so by Chen Guodong, Hua, and the others blushed a few more times. This time, however, they were no longer torn. The dozen or so old fellows stepped forward together and came before Qinghua at the same time. Then in front of a group of young scholars around him, he sincerely admitted his mistake to Qinghua. "Little friend Qin, we were narrow-minded before and misjudged the Taoist culture, I'm sorry. As research scholars, what we did was indeed undeserved, and I hope that little friend Qin will forgive us more. If little friend Qin is unwilling to forgive us, we won't force young friend Qin's forgiveness either. After all, it was indeed us who did wrong in this matter. We'd also like to solemnly thank you for little Ice. Thank you for helping Ice, thank you." A dozen or so people, one after another, apologized and thanked Qinghua. Their attitude has been sincere throughout the apology process. Every word, from the heart. Looking at the apologetic faces in front of him, Qinghua smiled and shook his head. There is no need for all of you to be so concerned about these things. The path understands your eagerness for Hua's students. What's more, you guys already have very little understanding of Taoist culture, so it's understandable that you don't understand some of the things that Xiao Dao does. After this, however, I hope that you will look at Taoist culture equally and stop being ambiguous about it. Qinhua's last sentence was considered to be a proper name for Taoism. In a world where Taoist culture is in decline and the world is prejudiced against it, Taoism is in too much need of a proper name. Understanding Qingyu's meaning, the old fellows nodded their heads in succession. That's the way it should be. From now on, we shall face Taoist culture squarely. On this point, please rest assured, little friend Qin. Looking at them, Qingyu smiled and nodded his head. Of course he believed it, and of course he was relieved. Because just now, he received a hint from the system that there was an increase in faith value. The faith value displayed above each of their heads had also increased from 0 to over 500. The faith values of those young scholars have increased sporadically. As for Chang Guodong, Yu Xiying and Yang Hongyuan, they even reached over 15,000. An idea suddenly popped up in Qin Yu's mind. Is it possible for one to make Chang Guodong and the others his followers as well? But he knew. This matter cannot be rushed. Now it's time to get yourself out of here and back to school. Guys, it's almost time for the trail to go back. Qin Yu smiled and prepared to leave. At those words, Chang Guodong and the others looked regretful. Little friend Qin, must we leave now? Should we stay a few more days? They have just come into contact with the Tao and have just gained a certain understanding of the Tao. With the change of Hua Zhi Bing, they also had the idea of knowing more about the Tao. And the best way to find out was to ask Qin Yu. So they really couldn't afford to let Qin Yu go now. But Qin Yu had already decided. He makes decisions and doesn't change them at will. Guys, I'm just going back to school, and there's something I need to go back and fix over at the school. If you all have anything else to do, we'll just get together again later. Seeing Qin Yu's resolute attitude, Chang Guodong and the others could only call it quits despite their regret. Hua Zhi Bing had been standing on the sidelines without saying anything. Seeing that Qin Yu was going back at this moment, she hurriedly walked to Qin Yu's side and looked at Chang Guodong and the others. Since Enjin is going back to school, I'll take this opportunity to go back together as well. Upon hearing this, Chang Guodong and the others were a bit hesitant. They couldn't afford to let Qin Yu go, and even more so, they couldn't afford to let Hua Zhi Bing go. And Hua Zhi Bing had just recovered, they hadn't even talked to her yet. Ice, do you want another checkup? Yeah, is it really okay for you to go back in your current state? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu raised his eyebrows and looked towards Hua Zhi Bing. I wonder if it's just him. Now Hua Zhi Bing, wherever she went, she seemed to be thinking of following. Like a little heel. Could this be the effect of becoming a believer? Seeing Qin Yu looking over, Hua Zhi Bing's clear eyes curved and she pursed her lips. She understands the concern and reluctance of the parents and follows up with an explanation. I'm well aware that I don't have any problems right now and don't need any tests. In my current state, I won't have any problems going back to school, so don't worry about it. Ice? Looking at Hua Zhi Bing's knitted brows and smile, Chang Guodong suddenly felt his heart trembling and his eyes a little hot. His baby girl, really growing up. She accepted her robot status openly and was able to go on with her life as a human being again, and had even become human-like in her words and actions, no longer attached to a program that was simply set in motion. This qualitative change has made them no longer afraid to treat her like a robot. But this is really quite high. Chang and the others were well aware of it. It was a coincidence that Hua Zhi Bing could become what he is now. She had a destiny to meet Qin Yu and a destiny with the Tao, which had created all of this. Even if they created another AI robot that was just like Hua Zhi Bing, it was impossible for that robot to turn into a second Hua Zhi Bing. It was impossible for it to make such a qualitative leap in terms of thought. Hua Zhi Bing is unique. It's just that they suddenly have the feeling of an old father watching his daughter grow up. Both happy and a little lost. Taking a deep breath to suppress the trembling in his heart, Chang Guodong used a smile to cover up his complicated feelings and nodded. Good, then you can follow young friend Qin back. But when you go back, you'll have to go to Hongyuan for weekly checkups. Seeing, from now on, you stay over at the school with Hongyuan as well. Ice, once you feel that your body is abnormal, you must contact us in time, okay? Aha! Hua Zhi Bing nodded without hesitation and smiled gently. This smile of hers also completely put Chang Guodong and the others at ease. The research site isn't that far from the school anyway. They could always go over there later if they wanted to talk to Qin Yu and visit Xiaobing. Thinking about it that way, they didn't seem so upset. Chapter 55, Raising the Head. When Qin Yu and Hua Zhi Bing left, Chang Guodong and the others had been guarding the entrance of the base. Looking at the rows of figures through the car window, Qin Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. It's quite a scene, and it's really like sending your precious own daughter away. But it was also true that the current Hua Zhi Bing could not be treated as a normal intelligent robot. Because she already sort of has her own sense of independence, even an independent personality. Yam Hung Yuan and Yu Xiying headed to the research institute within the school after dropping Qinghua off at the school. Qinghua said earlier that he would teach Hua Zhi Bing Tai Quan. At this hour, the class is still in military training. So when the two of them got out of the car, he led Hua Zhi Bing towards the playground, ready for Hua Zhi Bing to follow the others. The results were not expected. The two of them had just walked into the school and caused a stir, accidentally becoming the center of attention. Any student who passed by the two of them on the road couldn't help but stop in their tracks. A pair of dismayed eyes could not help but drift towards Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing. Look guys, isn't that Hua Zhi Bing? Holy! It's really a goddess. Goddess? Where is the goddess? Your goddess is so big you can't even see her, and you still have the nerve to call her a goddess? Speaking of which, Hua-san, this is already back to normal and Ken will come back to school? Is that the point? Isn't the point the Taoist priest she's with? Seems wrong, I've never seen a goddess walk with anyone else. Why do I always think that Taoist priest looks a bit familiar? The crowd noticed Qinghua, a man with a raw face, and began to squint and observe. Apart from those freshmen, the impression that many older students had of Qinghua was that video from the moment when the school year had just begun. Many people just glanced at it and didn't remember it well, so they didn't recognize Qinghua. But there was no shortage of the kind of people who watched the video back and forth several times and recognized it. I remember. He's that freshman who just enrolled in school and messed up Hua's classmates. What? Could it be the freshman who said he was a Taoist priest and recited a Tao Te Ching? Yes, that's him. Why is he walking with my goddess? What's the relationship between the two of them? Why did Hua go back to school with him? In their opinion, Hua Zhi Bing had recovered and returned to school, so there must have been someone from the research base to transport him exclusively. They didn't see Cheng Guodong come to Qinghua for help at that time. That's why there was no way to associate Qinghua with Hua Zhi Bing in any way. And look at that look of goddess Hua. She seems to be close to the freshman. Considering what they had been through before, they didn't even dare to say more than a word to the goddess. Why does this freshman get such treatment? And when the goddess malfunctioned, it could have been because of this new student. A few students didn't hold back and curiously came over to Hua Zhi Bing. Seeing these older siblings leaning up, Qinghua raised his eyebrows and remained indifferent. He's very clear. These seniors are here to see Hua Zhi Bing. Hua Zhi Bing is also well aware of this situation. It had happened too many times in her past memories. Before, though, she hadn't felt much of anything and had just followed the most basic procedures to deal with the response. Now, she doesn't seem very eager to deal with this kind of thing all day anymore. This time, however, she put on a polite and gentle smile, her eyes calmly looking at the students. May I ask what you want, students? A few students were originally staring at Hua Zhi Bing's face in disbelief. After all, this face is just too delicate and perfect. Both men and women. Not many of these students present dared to say that they wouldn't be attracted to Hua Zhi Bing's looks. The only one who dared to say so and indeed didn't think so was probably Qinghua himself. Suddenly hearing Hua Zhi Bing's inquiry, the students were stunned. Looking at Hua Zhi Bing's polite but slightly detached smile, they were surprised for a moment that they didn't know how to inquire about her relationship with Hua Zhi Bing. In the end, it was a bold girl who moved forward, glanced at Qinghua, and asked, "Student Hua, you and this person should be schoolmates. What's your relationship with this schoolmate? Why did you come to school together?" Once this girl opened her mouth, the others were much bolder. They peeked at Qinghua with odd eyes and could not help but ask questions while maintaining a safe distance from Hua Zhi Bing. "Student Hua, have you fully recovered? Will you continue to go back to school on a regular basis afterward? Why are you walking with this freshman who broke you, huh? Mr. Hua, do you know this schoolmate well?" Question after question, one after another, was asked to Hua Zhi Bing. Qinghua looked at them expressionlessly with a calm expression, unable to tell what he was thinking, nor did he have any intention of getting involved. As for Hua Zhi Bing, she still had her original smile on her face. "I have fully recovered and will continue to come back to class in the future." After answering this most basic question, her eyes flashed and the smile at the corner of her mouth suddenly thickened a few points. Even her originally detached eyes were a little more happy when she looked at Qinghua. "As for you guys asking if I'm familiar with Qinghua, we are indeed very familiar. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be back to normal. So to me, Qinghua is my benefactor. Hua Zhi Bing answered seriously and directly. Her words, however, were like an activated bomb that exploded directly among these students. The crowd's sights, along with Hua Zhi Bing's words, began to slowly turn towards Qinghua. Those eyes were full of surprise and disbelief. He's the goddess's benefactor? The goddess is restored because of him? How is this possible? He's obviously just a freshman who likes to play a Taoist priest. And the goddess is a robot. How is it not a freshman's turn to fix it? Student Hua, isn't it because of Elder Chang and the others that you were able to recover? Yes, Mr. Hua, are you remembering it wrong? Student Hua, weren't you picked up and returned to the research base? How could he be the one to help you return to normal? The students looked at Hua Zhi Bing anew and only felt like crying and laughing. They even wondered if Hua Zhi Bing hadn't returned to normal at all. How else could so many unbelievable ideas have popped up? Even recognizing this freshman as a benefactor? Hearing their disdain for Qinghua, Hua Zhi Bing frowned slightly, but still patiently said, "Fellow students, I know you care about me. But there are memories of how I recovered that I still remember correctly. Elder Chang and the others came to the school to look for Qinghua because they couldn't get me back to normal and asked him to head to the research base to help me. At this point, if you don't believe me, you can go and ask Elder Chang and the others." Seriously? As soon as Hua Zhi Bing's words fell, a gasp of surprise once again came from the surroundings. He's just a student, how could he possibly be capable of this? I thought he would just play as a Taoist priest for fun. Although it's quite impressive that he made you fall apart, Hua-san, it's not as exaggerated as you say, is it? The crowd looked at Qinghua with stunned expressions. Even after Hua Zhi Bing said this, they still couldn't believe it. The goddess they had been able to look up to had been fixed by a freshman. And it was Elder Chang who invited them over? Is this freshman really that good? Seeing that they still didn't believe it, Hua Zhi Bing's small face directly went cold. The expression changed so quickly that those students didn't even react. Just as they were lamenting the fact that Hua Zhi Bing's intelligence seemed to be further advanced and his expression more vivid after he returned this time. Hua Zhi Bing's eyes narrowed as she said unhappily, "Fellow students, you can say that I'm not good. But you must never speak ill of my benefactor. If I say he helped me get back to normal, then he helped me get back to normal. There's no need for me to lie to you about that." Hua Zhi Bing's voice was cold and without temperature. Those students who had been lamenting her more vivid appearance froze when they heard such a stiff and icy tone from her. Hua Zhi Bing, this is angry? Angry because they don't trust that freshman? Crazy. Hua Zhi Bing had entered Qinghua for school for quite some time. In all the time they had spent with her, they had never seen her show such emotion. In the past, Hua Zhi Bing never had a gentle and warm look. Even with a detachment that belonged to a robot, it was at least smiling. But now, does Hua Zhi Bing turn out to be angry? Or was she added to this feature this time back at the research base? Hua Zhi Bing was indeed angry, she just didn't realize it herself yet. Because those students thought right. She had never been angry before this. As far as she was concerned, Qinghua was just as important to her as Chang Guodong and the fellows who had created her. Now that these students were questioning Qinghua again and again, she suddenly felt uncomfortable and just didn't want to smile at them anymore. The students looked at Hua Zhi Bing with shocked gazes, all of them dumbfounded. Mainly because what was happening in front of them was too much information for them. They have not experienced the process of Hua Zhi Bing's recovery. I also wonder what kind of changes have happened to Hua Zhi Bing. All they knew was that the goddess had become different. What exactly is different? Seems more humane and human-like. She's even learned to take sides. The thought popped into his head and startled the students. Moreover, Hua Zhi Bing was pretty sure that she had recovered because of Qinghua. Wouldn't that mean that the goddess would become in her current state because of this newborn? The students once again froze in fear at the thought. The eyes they looked at Qinghua with slowly changed from disbelief to shock, and then slowly became complicated. Can a freshman who likes to dress like a Taoist priest really be that good? A student looked at Qinghua, who hadn't said anything, and asked at a tricky angle, "Student Qinghua, since Student Hua said that you helped her recover, can you tell us how you did it? It can't be that you're reciting some kind of Tao Te Ching to Mr. Hua every day, can it? Or do you use some of your secret Taoist recipes? Would Taoism have fallen if it was really that powerful? You're really a Taoist priest, aren't you?" Seeing that these people started to ask themselves again, Qinghua smiled faintly and casually said, "Before answering all of your questions, I'm going to ask you a question." At that, the students froze. Xinyu did not wait for them to nod their heads before he said with a cool look in his eyes, "Do you all understand the Tao? Do you believe in the Tao?" "What?" After hearing Qinyu's question, the students froze again. Seeing this, Xinyu laughed once again. "If you do not understand the Tao, and you do not believe in the Tao, then even if the poor Tao speaks to you about the process, you will not understand. You guys don't even believe Hua's own words, so how can you believe mine? In that case, what difference does it make whether I say it or not?" The students were a bit bewildered for a while when they heard Qinyu's unexpected answer. However, soon enough, they understood Qinyu's meaning. Frowning tightly with both eyebrows at Qinyu, another student somewhat more seriously continued to ask, "But if it's like what student Hua said, there's no way for Elder Chang and the others to fix student Hua. And how did you do that as a student? You just asked us if we understood the Tao. Did you give Hua the Tao to restore her to normal? Is your Taoist Tao questioning really that powerful? It goes against the science we've been taught, and we still believe in science more." Meh. Xinyu raised an eyebrow, the duster in his hand resting on the crook of his arm, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked. Just when these students thought that Xinyu was mocking them, his originally calm gaze suddenly became deep. Looking towards these students, Qinyu's face was solemn as he slowly said, word by word, "Everyone, how powerful the power of the Tao is something you can never imagine. As one of the things of this world, even if you don't believe in the Tao, you should never underestimate the Tao. Because, raise your head." Chapter 56, This is a leg that must be held tight. Raise your head. There is a God? The students looked at Qinyu with dull eyes. They should find that statement absurd, and it does feel absurd. However, looking at Qinyu, who had a solemn face in front of them and whose aura was all majestic, they were somewhat speechless. It took a while before a student forced a smile and whispered, "What gods? If there really is a God, how can the universe explain it?" With the first person speaking up, the others gradually slowed down. The crowd looked at Qinyu with complex expressions and said helplessly, "Classmate, even if you believe in the Tao, you can't get so deeply involved. Indeed, how can there be a God in the world? That's just for TV, it can't be taken seriously." Qinyu's words, although spoken in a very intimidating manner, could not change their minds. After all, it's what they've been brought up with, and it's not something that can be changed with a word or two. Even to them, Qinyu was the abnormal one. The faith in the word is bewildering. Seeing this, Qinyu laughed lightly. The world is far more complicated than you think. There are some things that the poor Taoist is not at liberty to say. If you all have nothing else to do, disperse, I have other business to attend to with Hua. Upon hearing this, those students surrounding Qinyu and Hua Zhi Bing hesitated for a moment and tacitly made way. Qinyu gently rested the duster on the crook of his arm and walked forward with level footsteps. Hua Zhi Bing didn't hesitate and immediately followed. It wasn't until the two were almost walking out that a girl tugged on Hua Zhi Bing's coat. "Hua student." At those words, Hua Zhi Bing turned back with a faint smile. Meeting her gaze, the girl was embarrassed for half a second. Although she felt that Hua Zhi Bing was just a robot, she still warned in a low voice, "It's better if you don't have too much contact with this student, right?" "Why?" Hua Zhi Bing's eyes narrowed slightly, and his complexion was again a bit displeased. The girl was stunned and said instinctively, "He believes there is a God in the world, but how can there be a God in the world?" This time, it was Hua Zhi Bing who froze instead. She frowned immediately afterward and asked back very seriously, "Why shouldn't there be?" "Huh?" Looking at Hua Zhi Bing's serious expression, the surrounding students were suddenly confused. Why shouldn't there be? Is this the kind of question Hua Zhi Bing would ask? But there just isn't a God in the world. A student couldn't help but shout, "Even if that student named Qinyu says there is, there can't be, it's common sense." Is common sense really what you see it as? As soon as this student's words left his mouth, Hua Zhi Bing shook his head and retorted. Her eyes were clear as she looked at the others, and she said in a serious manner, "If Qinyu says there is, then there is. He once told me that everything in this world is vast and profound, so don't think that what you see with your eyes is all there is. Life between heaven and earth is like a white horse passing by, suddenly. And how can you be sure that you have seen it all?" After saying that, Hua Zhi Bing no longer chatted with them more and hurriedly caught up with Qinyu's footsteps. Looking at Hua Zhi Bing's back, the students were shocked for a long time. What's going on with the goddess? Why do I get the feeling that Mr. Hua is starting to believe in Taoism as well? Couldn't have been cornered by that Qinyu. But she's a robot, it can't be. And yeah, she's a robot, How could she have her own beliefs if she's not programmed to? Amidst the murmurs of the students, Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing calmly walked towards the playground. Qinghua did not care about what others thought. As for Hua Zhi Bing, she cared even less. When the two arrived at the playground, most of the classes were still training and not in break time. Qinghua and his class were not surprised. In a crowd of teens training military boxing, their class, which trained taekwondo, became particularly conspicuous. At first, the other classes were up in arms for a few moments. But every time, they were disliked back by Su Chujie and the others. As time went on, they weren't really up for it anymore. This time it was still when they saw Qinghua return that the students from the other classes couldn't help but look over. The main reason was that Qinghua's Taoist robe was really conspicuous. And he was accompanied by Hua Zhi Bing. The nationally renowned Qinghua school flower, it was hard for them not to notice. Those freshmen were also quite shocked when they saw Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing walking together. Even the students in Qinghua's own class were quite surprised. It's just that they knew that Qinghua was invited away by Cheng Guodong before, so they didn't have such an exaggerated expression like the students in the other classes. And with Ran around, they didn't dare to just say anything. The group of people could only stare at Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing with their eyes wide open and their sights dead on. Ignoring their gazes, Qinghua led Hua Zhi Bing to Ran and smiled calmly. "Instructor Rin, it's been hard on you these past few days." "No hard work." Ran ghosted a reply. When she finished, she didn't feel quite right again. Obviously, he was the instructor himself, so why did Qinghua only look more like an instructor at this moment? With both eyebrows furrowed, Ran added in a twisted voice, "As an instructor, this is what I should do." Qinghua could see her squirming and smiled without saying much. Ran awkwardly shifted her gaze to Hua Zhi Bing, and after holding her tongue for a while she still couldn't hold back her question, "Why is student Hua Zhi Bing here?" Spare her the curiosity about the current situation. She wasn't stupid though, and she was analytical enough. Previously, Cheng Guodong came to Qinghua and asked him to help fix Hua Zhi Bing. Now Hua Zhi Bing had followed Qinghua back. With these 2 points, Ran made the conclusion that Hua Zhi Bing was 80% repaired by Qinghua. For a while, Ran looked at Qinghua with complicated eyes. She hadn't really thought that Qinghua would be so capable. Glancing back at Hua Zhi Bing, Qinghua calmly explained, "Earlier, I promised Ms. Hua that I would teach her Tai Fist. So for the next period of time, I would like her to join me in military training. I wonder if the instructor can agree." "Hua students are going to follow us in military training?" Before Ran could say anything, the surrounding students already couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Su Chujie and others stood between the students, looking at Qinghua's back, at the moment only felt Xiongwei and Gouda. In the past, when Hua Zhi Bing was in school, many of them wanted to talk to 1,000 people, but they were afraid of accidentally touching Hua Zhi Bing, and they didn't dare to speak more than one sentence. As a result, now Qinghua directly said that he wanted Hua Zhi Bing to join everyone in military training. This is awesome, is mom opening the door to awesome to the core. "You guys, Qinghua dared to make this kind of decision. Did Elder Chang and those researchers agree? Then it must have agreed, right, or else Qinghua would be so calm?" "I also feel agreed. I feel that Qinghua isn't the kind of person who is confused." In the end, one can only say one thing: Qinghua eats off. Indeed, who has the power to decide what to make Hua Zhi Bing do, other than the fellows? I'm suddenly gossiping. What happened in the past few days when Qinghua went to the research base? How did he suddenly become so capable? I'll have to catch him and ask him during the break. Say no more, my old Baigua soul is already burning. The students muttered and looked at Qinghua with envy. Ran didn't have much of an opinion on the matter. Anyway, when it came to training, it wasn't as bad as Hua Zhi Bing being a student. Moreover, Tai Quan was originally taught by Qinghua, and even she had followed along surreptitiously and learned almost as much. Qinghua wanted to teach one more person, and she wasn't too happy to say anything. It was just that she was still a little worried. Frowning at Hua Zhi Bing, Ran turned her head to look at Qinghua again and said in a deep voice, "Did Elder Academician Chang and the others agree to you doing this?" "Naturally." Qinghua nodded his head calmly. Ran was surprised and continued to ask, "Then, what if she has an accident during the practice of Tai Quan?" Upon hearing this, Qinghua was stunned before smiling and shaking his head. "Instructor Rin, don't worry about this. Since I'm the one to teach, then I categorically won't let student Hua have an accident." "Are you sure?" Ran's eyes narrowed slightly, a little uneasy. She'd heard the students say it more times than she knew what to do with. When Hua Zhi Bing was also very good, he ended up crumbling after listening to one of Qingyu's Tao Te Ching. She felt that Qingyu could collapse Hua Zhi Bing with his mouth. Taking Hua Zhi Bing to practice Tai Fist? It always feels more dangerous. Is Instructor Ren afraid of taking the blame? Qingyu saw Ren so entangled, and the smile in his eyes deepened. Seeing that he could so easily see through his own small mind, Ren was embarrassed in her heart, but on her face she still said sternly, I am afraid that everyone will take the blame together. Is this something you're too embarrassed to admit? Seeing that Ren did not admit it, Qingyu lightly laughed and said, I would also like to ask Instructor Ren to rest assured on this point. If something does go wrong with Mr. Hua, I'll be responsible for everything. It won't be the responsibility of the other students, much less you, the instructor. After saying that, Qingyu gave another bashful smile. Ren looked at the smile on his face and always felt oddly embarrassed, but couldn't say why. Casually waving her hand, she added helplessly, aside from this matter, I also don't want you to break discipline because of Hua's classmates. Since she's going to be in military training with us, she naturally has to follow the same discipline. It's natural. Qingyu smiled and agreed painfully instead of Hua Zhi Bing. Ren made sure there was nothing more to add and simply signaled for everyone to disband and practice on their own. Anyway, in the past, when Qingyu was around, this was how they were allowed to practice. Each practiced his own, and he would correct it. After saying the word dissolution, Ren also stepped aside and began to ponder on this, practicing her Tai Fist technique. As for Qingyu, before he could explain anything to Hua Zhi Bing, he was surrounded by Su Chujie and the others in 3 circles. Eyes gleaming at Qingyu and Hua Zhi Bing, they only laughed without speaking. Qingyu was really uncomfortable being stared at by them, his eyelids lifted and he said breathlessly, hurry up and say what you have to say. Don't think that just because I'm back, you can slack off on your training. At those words, the smiles on the faces of Su Chujie and the others, who were originally still full of thick smiles, froze. In the next second, they changed their faces at the same time and put up international friendly gestures at Qingyu. You're away all this time, we're so worried about you, and you come back and don't explain it to us, and you open your mouth and say this? We were worried that you wouldn't be able to fix Sister Hua and be forced to pay for it. That's right, Su Chujie even thought of what job to help you find. Luzian smiled and said, he said that you were so handsome, tall, and well built, going to find a rich woman must be very sought after, and it's not difficult to pay back the money. Tian Wenfu nodded his head right after him. He also said that if he grows up to be like you, he will definitely not be willing to be a Taoist priest for the rest of his life. Upon hearing this, Qingyu raised his eyebrows and looked at Su Chujie with a hint of coolness in his eyes. Seeing these 2 assholes selling themselves out so quickly, Su Chujie glared at them fiercely and hurriedly explained to Qingyu, I was certain that you would be fine and was joking on purpose. Seriously though, you really got Hua Senpai back to normal, huh? Su Chujie quickly changed the subject and looked at Hua Zhi Bing, who had been standing silently behind Qingyu, while behaved like a sheep. He had the honor of meeting Hua Zhi Bing once before. But he swore with these eyes of his that the previous Hua Zhi Bing was definitely not like this. Something absolutely remarkable has happened in this. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt that Qingyu, his housemate, had become mysterious and unpredictable. What always seems to be a breeze on the surface may actually have great power. That's a big leg to hold on to. Those who said all day long that Qingyu was just an ordinary Taoist priest were blind at first glance. Compared to the gossip of Su Chujie and the others, Qingyu was casual. He placed the duster aside and said calmly, all I did was help student Hua succeed in realizing the Tao and stepping into the Tao sect. She's got a knot in her heart, and when it's untied, she'll naturally recover. Rather, you guys. How has your training been going the last few days I've been gone? Chapter 57, The Military Training Exhibition, a one-of-a-kind boxing show. Su Chujie and the others were stunned by the words enlightenment, stepping into the Tao, and untying the knot in their hearts. However, before they could think about it in detail, their attention was turned away by Qingyu's last sentence. When it comes to training, the crowd is so proud. Are you still not worried about us? Since we said we're going to practice hard, we definitely can't slack off. And with Instructor Ren watching, we can't even be lazy if we want to. Speaking of which, Instructor Ren is the one who practiced the most seriously, something we are ashamed of. Indeed. The crowd chatted and looked to Ren, who was not far away. After having them dismissed, she began practicing on her own. Qingyu watched her every move, his handsome eyebrows slightly raised. I have to say, Ren is a quick learner. It had only been a few days, and she had already pinpointed the essence of every move in Tai Quan. But Tai Quan is ultimately a chi practicing fist. No matter how precise the stances are held, if you can't refine the qi, you're not considered an initiate. Just as Qinghua was feeling a bit sorry for Ren Ranran, his eyes suddenly stared. The eyes that looked at Ren Ranran also narrowed slightly. Old Qin, what's wrong with you? I say. What kind of look are you giving the instructor? Su Chujie and the others noticed the change in Qinyu's eyes and were somewhat shocked. After staring at Ren Ranran for a few more seconds, Qinyu smiled indistinctly. Nothing. Really? Su Chujie and the others didn't believe it. That look, don't tell me women don't believe it when they look at it. Even as men, they don't believe it when they look at it. You've got those eyes full of interest in instructor run, and you're telling us it's nothing? Old Qin, I didn't expect you to be so stuffy and scratchy, saying on the surface that you are not interested in instructor run like this, and behind. You're back. Tisk, TSK, people can't look at each other. But even if you wanted to, Instructor Rin wouldn't agree. Glancing at them breathlessly, Qinyu murmured, "What are you guys thinking about?" "I just think that Instructor Rin is a good candidate for practicing Taekwon." Huh? People were a little confused when they heard him say that. Qinyu didn't explain and just smiled casually. It was him who was a bit negligent and misjudged just now. Now it seems that Ren Ranran is not just untalented, but also gifted. In that very instant just now, he sensed a trace of qi in Ren Ranran's body. Although it wasn't strong, this was already considered remarkable for Ren Ranran, who had been in contact with Tai Fist for less than 10 days. It's a shame that the most talented ones aren't even among you. Qinyu swept a glance at Su Chujie and the others, shaking his head and sighing. Ren Ranran was a soldier, and would leave after military training, and would definitely not remain in school, and there was no way she could join the club he had founded. Such a good seedling, one really can't afford to part with it. Although Su Chujie and the others did not know why Qinyu sighed, they intuited that they were being despised. A group of people looked at Qinyu indignantly, anxious to show their training results and display their talents in front of him. They really don't have the talent though. Boxing is learned in style. Not a trace of gas. So Qinyu casually glanced at them to make sure that their boxing skills were fine, and then went to teach Hua Zhi Bing. Su Chujie and the others were depressed and could only use this energy of being underestimated in their training. The days of military training are slow and fast. Probably had too much sufficiency. Before anyone could recall much, the time flashed by, and it was already on the eve of the military training performance. The most important thing for everyone at the whole military training show was the boxing exhibition match. There was also a discussion in Qinyu's class about the clothes to be worn for this exhibition match. Some say that after all, it's a military training repertoire, so they still need to wear their uniforms. Some say that wearing a Taoist robe is the only way to show how special Taekwon is. In the end, it was only when Ren Ranran finalized the military training uniform in one bite that they ended the discussion. As for Qinyu, he was still wearing his Taoist robes. This was a unanimous decision. Because on that day, he had an unusual assignment. After all, it was the last day of military training, and it was kind of a monumental day. Until the day of the military training repertoire. Early in the morning, all the school leaders arrived at the school and all the instructors and freshmen began their final preparations. And then 8 in the morning. As the majestic music played, all of the freshman classes began to line up into the playground in a set order. Even if they had rehearsed many times before this, they still felt nervous at this moment. Everyone wants to be at their best in this repertoire. No one wants to make a mistake at this point and have the honor of the class follow them. After this period of training, they have been able to walk in a neat and tidy manner, whether it is a normal walk or a front walk. The movements were not as standard as those of the soldiers in the army, but they were definitely considered imposing. Snap. 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 Neat footsteps, a burst of them. The students, who were standing tall, kept passing in front of the school leader's eyes. The lectern at the front of the playground. Zheng Chengqing couldn't stop the smile on his face as he looked at the line of students walking by below. Seeing these freshmen in such good spirits, he, as the principal, was happy from the bottom of his heart. After all, who doesn't want to see their school's students well-rounded and excelling in all areas? The next class to enter is Computer Science and Technology, Year 1, Class 2. Hearing that the Computer Science and Technology major, or the second class, Zhang Qingqing's pair of eyes instantly widened. He even took 2 steps forward, cocking his head without a trace to look down. Even if his movements were small, they were seen by the other school leaders. At the same time as other people wondered about Zhang Qingqing's move, only Guiyu knew it by heart. He knows. The principal is looking for Qinghua. I didn't realize that he's still wearing his Taoist robes for today's military training rendezvous. Zhang Qingqing locked onto Qinghua in the group with a glance and shook his head with a smile. At those words, Guiyu also glanced towards the group. Qinghua, who was in the group, was simply too conspicuous. It wasn't just his Taoist dress, but also his aura. Standing in the middle of a group of students wearing military training uniforms, he had an unstoppable, relaxed and comfortable, floating like an immortal energy. Favorably, every move he made was standard. Even Guiyu wondered how he managed to look laid back and walk with neatness and vigor. Is it really convenient to wear that robe? The other school leaders also noticed Qinghua. Many eyebrows were furrowed in some displeasure. In their opinion, for such an important military training repertoire, it would be too little importance for Qinghua to come dressed in a Taoist robe. But Zhang Qingqing didn't even say anything, and neither did they. I heard he fixed Hua Zhi Bing, huh? Seeing Qinghua's class walking away, Zhang Qingqing ghostly asked again. Guiyu was stunned and nodded with a smile. That's indeed what happened. I've already confirmed it with Elder Chang. And I don't know what's going on, but now not only Elder Chang, but other old academicians in the research base are praising him. Principal, your 3 teachers are no exception. There's such a thing? When Zhang Qingqing heard the end, he was really a bit shocked. He knew that Qinghua, the student, was opinionated and quite good. But I didn't think he'd be this good. He couldn't know better how stubborn his 3 teachers were. The fact that he could make Hua Zhi Bing recover also showed that he was indeed capable. I'm suddenly a little curious as to what he used to bring Hua Zhi Bing back to normal. Zhang Qingqing smiled and withdrew his gaze from Qinghua's class. Guiyu sniffed and said helplessly, if you want to know, can't you just find him and ask? Tell me more. Shaking his head, Zhang Qingqing looked towards the next class that came over. The most important thing right now is the military training repertoire. Seeing him say so, Guiyu also did not say anything more and followed along to continue watching. The classes entered and it just went on for an hour. After the end of the entrance, it was time for the parade of Zhang Qingqing and other school leaders. The process is similar to a regular military parade. It was Zhang Qingqing and the others who walked past the front of each class. He greeted and the students responded. Hearing the impassioned response, Zhang Qingqing was in a good mood. He was even more excited about the final showdown. After all, this was the first military exhibition match organized by the school. He wants to see it too. What the freshmen can achieve after this period of hardening. The exhibition match was longer. Once the parade was over, each class, led by their respective instructors, went to their assigned seats to sit down and rest. The center of the playground was empty, reserved for them to show off the results of their training during this time. Qinghua and his class were lined up in the middle of the line that wasn't in front of them, so they had to wait for at least an hour. The rest of the class was nervously watching the performances of the other classes, afraid that any of them would be better than them. Qinghua casually watched the performances of 2 or 3 classes before he began to close his eyes. It was said that he was resting his eyes, but in fact, he had been reviewing the contents of the Fushi Bagua formation diagram and the divination full method in his head. Recap while nourishing your qi in the meantime. But while he waited calmly, others were not. The students in the same class watched the performances of the other classes, and the more they watched, the more nervous and anxious they became. Because they found out. The competition is now 10 classes over, performing all military-style boxing. Didn't think anything of it when I was training before. Now that it was suddenly formalized, they suddenly began to worry that if they were the only ones performing the Taoist technique, in case the school leaders didn't like it, would it pull down their class's scores? You guys, we should be okay, right? It's all military-style boxing, can't those guys do anything else? Didn't Instructor Rin say that military boxing is easy to learn? I'm just afraid the school leaders won't be happy with our taiyaki. Instructor Rin, is it really okay? The crowd had no idea what to expect and looked to Ran Ran, who was sitting at the front of the room. Seeing their nervousness, Ran glared with both eyebrows and said with a calm demeanor, if I, the instructor, am not worried, what are you guys worried about? The school doesn't have a rule that you have to perform military boxing, so naturally your taijutsu is fine. And you were the ones who said you wanted to practice Tai Fist before, and now you're wimping out so easily? Wei. Everyone looked at Ran with all kinds of embarrassment. Seeing this, Ran puffed and laughed, frankly reassuring, don't worry. With my supervision, and a teacher as good as Qinghua, plus your own efforts, you've practiced your Tai fist technique very well. If you don't believe me, ask Qinghua. Ran said and glanced at Qinghua. As a result, looking over she realized that Qinghua was actually resting with his eyes closed. How can you get some shut-eye at a time like this? Ran froze and smiled helplessly. After this period of time together, she had long since had no opinion of Qinghua. Though this student is sometimes stubborn, out of the box, and has special ideas. But he still gives his best effort when faced with something that is about the group, such as a showmanship competition, helping his classmates to correct their posture and explain their mistakes. There were times when she, the instructor, was ashamed of herself. Seeing that Qinghua had no intention of responding, Ran coughed lightly and continued to encourage the others. I've complimented you all so much, you should also have confidence in yourselves. You're the only ones in the whole school who perform Tai Kung Fu, that's what makes you unique, and the school leaders won't have a problem with that. Anyway, there's still Qinghua leading from the front in a while, so if you guys are really nervous, just keep your eyes on him. Ahem. Or just think of everyone else as turnip, potato, cabbage. As long as you've done your best to finish this race, even if the final result is not satisfactory, there's nothing for you to regret. Looking at Ran in front of him, everyone was so touched. In the past, they always felt that Ran was harsh and unsympathetic. It was only now that they realized that Ran was just a knife mouth and a tofu heart, and that all the good she did for them was in her heart. Instructor, don't worry, we definitely won't let you lose face. The crowd looked at Ran with exhilaration and renewed vigor, even more excited than before. Just then, an announcement came from the square of the lectern. Next, please welcome Computer Science and Technology Year 1 and 2 to the playing field. Seeing that it was their class turn to compete, the students were stunned, and the tension they had just suppressed swept over them once again. Quite a few of them had sweaty palms and their guts were churning. However, all of them still forced down the nervousness in their hearts and looked with anticipation towards Qinghua, whose eyes were tightly closed in the center of the team. Until the announcer sounded for the second time. Qinghua's eyes slowly opened, gently ruffled his body's Taoist robe, and got up with a calm demeanor. Then, under the stunned gaze of the entire school, he slowly walked towards the very front of his class. Chapter 58, the whole school questioned, a surprise? Why is that student wearing a Taoist robe? I know him, isn't he the student who said it would hail from the sky before and it did? Yeah, he was talking kinda metaphysical at the time. But he's not even wearing his uniform for the military drill today? The nerve is too big, don't they instructors care? He usually wears a Taoist robe for training, so I guess it's out of his hands. That's going to bring down their class scores, isn't it? It might, and if I were a teacher, I'm sure I wouldn't be happy with it. As Qinghua rose, murmurs followed. Regarding these voices, Qinghua directly ignored them. As for the other students in their class, they all pretended not to hear. The 20 or so people in the class neatly followed behind Qinghua and walked towards the center of the playground. Go for it! Ran watched their backs and clenched her fists to pump. Hearing her encouragement, the students once again straightened their posture and followed Qinghua with great vigor. Old Qin, don't be nervous. Su Chujie looked at Qinhua's back and whispered encouragement. As the leader of their performance competition this time, Qinghua had to stand at the front of the line, and the pressure could be imagined. However, Qinghua himself was calm. Smiling back, he raised a bashful eyebrow. Nervous? Non-existent. Seeing Qinhua's confident face, his old spirit not at all unruffled, the students behind him froze and suddenly felt much more relaxed. It was probably because Qinghua was now equivalent to their backbone. If Qinghua didn't panic, they had something to fall back on. Su Chujie slowed down and shook his head with emotion. It's been loaded to the beat by you again. Upon hearing this, Qinghua smiled again and stood on his feet, his eyes calmly looking towards the lectern at the very front. Computer Science and Technology Year 1, Class 2, Performance, Tai Kung Fu. As soon as Qinhua's words fell, the playground and the lectern were in an uproar. What did he just say? Tai boxing? Shouldn't that be military-style boxing? It's not like there's a rule that says you have to be a military fighter, but that what's his name, Tai, I've never heard of it. There's still such a rule, huh? Then I should have known we'd have asked the instructor to teach us Tai Jiquan. Tai Jiquan? Your instructor knows it, huh? That's probably not going to happen. Ran, what are the students in your class trying to do? When did you even learn a Tai fist technique? How come we didn't know? An instructor looked at Ran, crying and laughing. They didn't mean to scoff. They knew very well what kind of temper Ran had. If these students had been fooling around, she would have absolutely exploded by now. The fact that she was still standing meant that this Tai fist technique was serious. It's just the Tai fist technique, which none of them as soldiers have ever heard of. Moreover, the instructors were attached to a unit, and they all knew each other well. What Tai fist technique does Ran know? They don't really know. Glancing back at her teammates, Ran calmly said, "The Tai fist technique they learned was not taught by me." Huh? When she spoke like that, the other instructors were even more confused. If you didn't teach me, then who did? It was taught by Qinghua. Ran said, her chin raised, signaling them to look at Qinghua, who stood at the front of the group. Those instructors were stunned, and they all looked towards Qinghua, who had a fluttering Dao robe. Nothing else. That backstory, it really had the stance of a person who practiced martial arts. Just having a student teach a set of Thai boxing techniques that he's never heard of before? Is it reliable? The other instructors looked at Ran anew, wanting to laugh and speechless, and could only say helplessly, Ran, when did you get so rambunctious? The students are making a scene, and you're going along with it? Aren't you afraid the captain will skin you when you get back? This show will be really hard on you if you mess up. People said, shaking their heads disapprovingly. With a raised eyebrow, Ran fell back and laughed with blissful disinterest. Her eyes locked onto Qinghua with a single movement, and she calmly said, "Whether it's nonsense or not, won't you know after you've seen it? Look at you, you're pretty confident in that student?" The other instructors were more or less interested. Although they still didn't think highly of this Tai fist technique that no one knew about, they also knew that Ran didn't play cards she wasn't sure of. For a while, everyone's eyes were locked onto Qinghua and the students of the second year of computer science class. The school leaders at the lectern were no exception. Aside from Zhang Chengqing and Gui Yu, the other leaders had begun to lose their composure after hearing the names of the punches reported by Qinghua. What's wrong with the students in this class? It's okay for the students at the front to wear Taoist robes, but the whole class has to perform some Tai boxing maneuver? Yeah, isn't it good to perform military boxing properly? Hey, the drone is still up there filming, and if this makes a fool of itself, the only thing that will follow is to cut their class performance. It won't help to cut it, there are so many sophomores and juniors around filming it. If this is a bad performance and someone puts it on the internet, won't our school be embarrassed too? Principal, you need to take care of this. The leaders had no choice but to look at Zhang Chengqing. A couple of teachers who were in charge of controlling the drones next to them were a little torn for a moment. Are we still shooting? There's no way to interrupt this, we can't just recall the drones first, can we? Otherwise, let's land the drone first? It's pretty power-hungry to wait like that. When Zhang Chengqing did not call for the start, Qinghua and the others could only wait first. At that, the other two teachers nodded and began to control the descent of the drone. A total of 3 drones, under their control, began to buzz down towards the adjacent clearing. Just then, one of the teachers suddenly frowned and reached out to slap at the remote control in his hand. What's wrong? Noticing the commotion over here, the other two looked over. This teacher looked at the remote control that was back to normal and shook his head. Nothing, it's just that the wings were out of control just now and the fuselage shook a bit. Maybe the signal was a little weak, it's normal now. It's fine. The other two nodded and continued to control their drones to the ground. While the drone landed, Zhang Chengqing also looked at Qinghua again. To be worried, he wasn't. He felt that Qinghua, this student, had never gotten into trouble even though he was always up to something out of the ordinary. He shouldn't be leading the class in nonsense on such an important matter either. Besides, there's usually an instructor watching the training. The fact that their class dared to report this boxing style meant that the instructor recognized it. As for the other leaders, it wasn't that they didn't like the features, it was mainly because this Tai fist technique was something that no one had ever heard of. Go online and search and you can't even find it. If you want to say that it's a unique technique that you don't share with others, then you have to have a source, right? After thinking about it, Zhang Chengqing picked up the microphone and looked at Qinghua. Student Qinghua, the Tai fist technique you just reported, can you briefly introduce it? Su Chu Jia and the others had originally waited with some uneasiness. Seeing the principal open his mouth at this moment, the group of people immediately panicked. Do the teachers not want us to perform the Tai fist technique? But I just wanted something different, what's the point of all the military boxing? But it looks like the teachers aren't too happy about this. Qinghua, what are we going to do? The crowd was anxious and looked at Qinghua. I don't know if it was because Tai fist technique was taught by Qinghua. At this time, they instinctively relied on Qinghua, and they inexplicably felt that Qinghua could solve this matter. It was also true that Qinghua did not panic. Even Ren Ranran was sweating in his hands, and he was considered the calmest one on the scene. Looking up at Zhang Chengqing and those stern-eyed school leaders behind him, Qinghua said clearly and calmly, word by word, Tai fist technique is a unique Taoist fist technique. Tai refers to the Tao, so it's a fist technique for enlightenment. Tai practicing Qi, so this is also a Qi practicing fist. As Qinhua's words fell, the entire room went silent. Everyone froze and looked at him, and it took a while for them to react. It was the school leaders on the lectern who were caught off guard for a moment. Enlightenment? Practicing Qi? What does that mean? Why do I feel like I can't understand it? Enlightenment aside, what the hell is practicing Qi? This student has some nerve. Ren Ranran, I think you should prepare yourself to go back and get chipped by the captain first. You can really fool around with your students. When did you get so uncool? Hey, why bother? The instructors looked at Ren Ranran with helpless expressions. And enlightenment and Qi practice. I don't know what Ren Ranran was thinking that she would agree to a student practicing this kind of thing. Listening to the comments of the people around her, Ren Ranran clenched her hands tightly, but her gaze remained calm as she looked at Qinghua and the others. She remembered that before everyone learned Tai fist, Qinghua had introduced it the same way. She heard it then. Although she didn't believe it, she agreed that the students practiced. If the school leaders didn't let their class perform anymore because they thought it was ridiculous, she'd admit it. She dared to do what she agreed to do. Of the students who were not far away on the sidelines. Sensing the silent atmosphere of the scene, Hua Zhi Bing slightly frowned with both eyebrows as she looked at Qinghua, also inexplicably generating an emotion she had never felt before. After analyzing it, she felt that the emotion was called nervousness. Although she practiced Taekwondo with Qinghua, she didn't belong to the computer year 1 and 2 class, so she didn't participate in the performance. At times like this, one could only stand by and watch, silently cheering Qinghua and the others on. Just as everyone was waiting for the school leaders to respond. From the lectern, there was a sudden loud, hearty laugh. Ha 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 ha. You can, Qinghua, you really like to give me some surprises. Under the stupefied gaze of the other school leaders, Zhang Chengqing laughed his ass off. And he was laughing, not in anger, but genuinely. This they don't understand. Principal, you. The other vice principal stepped forward and tried to remind Zhang Chengqing. As a result, before he could say anything, Zhang Chengqing had already looked at Qinghua anew with a smile in his eyes. I know you are a Taoist priest. Since you said that the Tai fist technique is your unique Taoist fist technique, it's lucky that we got to see it today. Take your class and get started. Let's see this Taoist style of yours that allows you to enlighten and practice Qi. Open your eyes. The principal actually agreed? Looking at Zhang Chengqing's reaction, the crowd once again clamored. They had thought that Zhang Chengqing should have reprimanded Qinghua and the others, but it turned out that they didn't expect him to recognize it? Not to mention the others, even the students in Qinhua's own class could not react. They were all ready to be scolded. I didn't expect that. That turned out to be surprising, too. The crowd froze for a moment and silently looked at Qinghua. They could see it even if they were confused. The reason why the principal had this reaction was because of Qinghua. As for why the principal believed Qinghua, they didn't understand. Old Qin, you are too great. Su Chujie was moved for a moment, and was close to having hot tears in his eyes. Sword brows raised, Qinghua laughed in his heart and remained calm on his face. What are you all still waiting for? It's starting. No problem. Taking a deep breath, the students in the same class stood up straight again and looked confidently toward the lectern. Determining that the performance would continue, the 3 teachers controlling the drones once again took off and hovered to 3 directions around Qinghua and the others. Under Qinhua's leadership, the students gently bowed slightly with their posture facing the lectern, and then with a wisp of ethereal music, their arms unfolded one in front of the other, their legs slightly curved, and they moved neatly. Chapter 59, One Punch. The Tai Fist's first appearance of divine power. Taekwondo is not like military boxing. In the course of Qinghua and the others' boxing, there was less rigidity and more spontaneity and drift. But when it comes to the beauty of power, Taekwondo is definitely no worse than military boxing. Especially Qinhua's boxing style. After practicing Qi, every swing carried a punch of wind. It looks soft and silky, but it is powerful and shocking. The combination of strong and soft punches, together with the tunes carefully chosen by the students, gave those watching the performance a sense of heartfelt, yet fervent wonder. It was a feeling that they could not feel at all when they watched the military boxing performance. At first, the playground was filled with skeptical voices. The school leaders on the podium, too, were not interested in the performance and were even prepared to give it a low score. The result was that after just a few seconds of watching, they were mesmerized. A pair of eyes, staring straight at Qinghua and the others, afraid of missing a link. Is this the Tai fist technique? Zhang Chengqing looked at Qinghua with deep eyes, his hands clenching and unclenching. A sudden feeling of regret arose in him. The profound Taoist culture, why did it fall out of favor? Why did such a subtle and brilliant boxing technique become unknown? To be ornamental, the Tai fist technique is no less familiar than those nowadays. He really didn't understand the disappearance of such a punch. Presumably, it was because Taoism had declined, and being a unique Taoist martial art, the Tai fist technique had disappeared. Luckily, Qinghua still knows about this kind of fist technique and has allowed it to remain. Speaking of which, Zhang Chengqing felt grateful again. It would be a shame and a pity if such a valuable culture really dies out. Listening to Zhang Chengqing's words, the school leaders who were originally still repulsed by Tai boxing expressed their approval. Offstage, as the rhythm of the accompaniment sped up aggressively, Qinhua's and the others' moves also sped up and became more powerful. Snap! Stepping forward with his right foot, Qinhua's arms forcefully unfolded as he stood on one foot. Behind him, the other students simultaneously unfolded their arms, their eyes glaring in the direction of the right fist swing. Really into it, they no longer have anyone else in their eyes, only the idea of seriously throwing every punch. So today's punch, and the fight was extraordinarily good. Ren, your class is fine. The instructors who had previously held doubts did not dare to underestimate it this time. One of the instructors stroked his chin and said thoughtfully, I see that this Tai fist technique has some real combat ability. It doesn't look very powerful though. The other instructor shook his head. Ran, who was on the side, hadn't said anything. Hearing this, she frowned slightly. Not very powerful? She felt the same way at first, believing that Tai Kung Fu was more for spectacle than actual combat. But after practicing these days, she felt as if the Tai fist technique was not that simple. When she practiced her Kung Fu lately, she always felt as if she could have grasped something stronger, but she just couldn't get the hang of it. Thinking for a moment, Ran said in a deep voice, when really practiced, the power is no less than military boxing. It's just that for us soldiers, for actual combat, it's still more appropriate for military boxing. That's true. The other instructors smiled and said nothing more. They didn't think Tai fist was that strong, but that didn't mean they didn't enjoy watching it. Compared to military boxing, taijutsu is so much better to watch. By the looks of it, this championship is yours today. The other instructor said, shaking his head regretfully. The corners of Ran's mouth hooked, and her face looked proud. Just when everyone was staring intently at Qinghua and their boxing. Get out of the way. The drone is out of control. A terrified cry of alarm suddenly came from the podium. One of the teachers controlling the drones on the podium rushed to the front of Zhang Chengqing with an arrow step and frantically waved and shouted towards Qinghua and the others. Get down! Get down! The crowd, who were originally indulging in the performance, were shocked in their hearts by the shouts and looked towards above Qinghua and the others in dismay. Directly above them, the drone, which should have been hanging there properly, was shaking uncontrollably. The fuselage wobbles left and right and looks rickety. The four propellers of the biased drone had no intention of stopping and were still spinning at a rapid pace. Just as the students were just reacting and getting ready to get down and take cover. The drone, which was still only shaking in its body, suddenly made a dive and rushed towards Qinghua. Qinghua, get down! The drones were closing in fast. The crowd was so scared that their bodies stiffened and they could not even scream, they could only stare at the drone propellers chipping towards Qinghua with wide eyes in horror. Where are the others in this situation to care about boxing? But Qinghua acted as if he didn't hear or see the drone that flew over, still punching his fist in a calm and relaxed manner, with a look of independence and not hearing anything outside the window. Seeing this scene, the crowd had been completely dumbfounded. You can't care less about your life even if you indulge in boxing. Rotating speed so fast propeller, if directly toward Qinhua's face or neck cut over. They could already imagine the images of blood and flesh splattering that followed. But in this instant, everyone was so stunned that they couldn't react at all, let alone go up and help. The instructors not far away were quick to react. but they were just too far away. Even if Ren rushed forward as fast as she could only watch the drone dive towards Qingyu's. "Qingyu, are you crazy? Get out of the way." When Ren saw the scene, she was furious, and at the same time, she only felt that her blood was cold all over her body. In that moment, all that was left in her heart was despair and remorse. If you perform along with the students yourself, you can stop this in time. But there are no ifs. If Qingyu can't avoid it, even if the drone doesn't hurt the vitals, that face won't be saved. Hua Zhi Bing, who stood watching from afar, also did not hesitate to open his legs and rush towards Qingyu. But with her distance, it was even too late. At the same time, Qingyu's right leg retracted and withdrew, and his body turned with it before taking a step backward without slanting his eyes. Driven by his legs, his body pulled back immediately after. The arms were closed in front of the body, and the right arm was pushed out immediately afterward. The right hand made a fist and coincidentally swung it in the direction of the drone. Fist in drone, touching directly. "It's over. Qingyu. Watch your hands." As they watched Qingyu's right hand touch the drone, many people closed their eyes in horror. Immediately following. Bang! A loud bang exploded directly in the center of the playground. Many people's bodies shook, and they could already imagine the image of Qingyu's right hand being a bloody mess. The face is saved. But this hand, it's absolutely impossible to keep. But the image they expected didn't appear. The sudden loud noise was not because the drone had chipped Qingyu's hand, but because the drone had exploded. The rapidly rotating propeller, wonky and powerless because of its deformation, cut past Qingyu. The drone's fuselage, moreover, had been reduced to pieces, snapping to the ground. As for Qingyu's hand that touched with the drone, press was fine, and calmly retracted it, connecting with the next punch. So? Looking at Qingyu's right hand that had not yet been withdrawn, Ren's eyes were stunned. As a soldier, she knew too well what that scene just now would do to Qingyu's right hand. In the lesser case, the skin is peeled off and the flesh is removed. In the greater case, the right hand is crippled. But in both cases, it didn't happen. It's the drones that really suffer, instead. By Qingyu's seemingly fluttering soft and powerless punch, he was given a direct blow. But something like blowing up a drone is something that even they, the military, can't do. Pinch me, I'm hallucinating, aren't I? What the hell did that student just do? From what I can see here, he just took a swing. What's the fist made of? So hard? It can't be any harder than that to blow up a drone. If I had swung that punch just now, I'm afraid my hand would have been ruined by now. The other instructors also looked at Qingyu in shock, their faces full of incredulity. What Ren was clear about, they were naturally clear about as well. Even if Qingyu's fists were as hard as they were, there was no way that he would be fine when he touched the drone's propellers. As for Qingyu, who was a party to the still punching, not affected in the least. The whole playground presented a strange picture. Surrounded by the crowd, Qingyu shifted his tempo moment by moment to the tune, swinging a move like no one else. The others looked stunned and stared at him with varying expressions. It was as if Qingyu and them were in two completely different worlds. The crowd looked at Qingyu, who was still indulging in his boxing skills, and for a moment, they didn't even know whether to get angry or laugh. They were worried sick at heart. As a result, Qingyu, the party in question, had nothing happen. They likewise couldn't figure out whether Qingyu's punch just now was coincidental or deliberate. But one thing is clear to them. That seemingly powerless punch was an explosion of power. If it's just a hard punch, how does it make the drone just explode? Taoist may not be as ornamental only as they think. The awesomeness of its power was evident in the drone that shattered into pieces. Until the end of the song, Qingyu's eyes closed slightly, closing his fists and leveling his chi. Hua Zhi Bing rushed over and walked up anxiously. "Benefactor, how's your hand?" The rest of the class reacted and gathered around anxiously. "Are there any injuries?" "Nonsense, he must be injured." "Old Qin, let's go to the infirmary," Su Chujie said, pulling Qingyu to leave. They hadn't noticed the condition of Qingyu's hand just now, and instinctively assumed that Qingyu must just be holding back strongly. Calmly tugging back his clothes, Qingyu shook his head. "I'm unharmed, not injured." "How can you not be hurt?" "Just don't hold back, this is not the time to be tough." "Yeah, Qingyu, you go check with your classmates first." Zhang Chengqing and the others also walked down, looking anxious. They were so far away that they only saw the drone being blown up by Qingyu's punch, much less the situation in Qingyu's hands. Knowing that they wouldn't believe him even if he said it, Qingyu could only raise his hand in front of them. I said no injuries. You. The crowd looked at Qinyu's intact right hand and only felt that they were hallucinating. Su Chujia even pinched his thigh with one hand. Even though his leg was in pain, he still felt like he was in a hallucination. Old Qin, is this really your hand? If it's not my hand, whose hand would it be? Qinyu replied breathlessly. With the protection of the qi, it was certainly impossible for his hand to be injured. It's just that other people don't know. So to them, this whole thing is just outrageous. Even with hands made of steel, it has to have some scratches, right? That's not even a scratch, and it's horrible. Qinyu, can I ask you a few questions? Just as the crowd was in disbelief, Ren Ranran took a step forward and looked at Qinyu with a complex expression. Upon hearing this, Qinyu nodded his head with a pale expression. If Instructor Ren has any questions, just ask. Chapter 60, Once you're gone, the qi is afraid to run out. Looking at Qinyu's calm demeanor as usual, Ren Ranran suddenly felt a complex mood. In that moment just now, she was really scared. But look at Qinyu himself, it's as if he didn't blow up that drone. If the pieces of the drone weren't still on the ground, she might even think she was hallucinating too. Instructor Ren, isn't there something you want to ask? When Qinyu saw Ren Ranran's delay in opening her mouth, her sword brows slightly raised. With her eyes lingering on Qinyu's right hand for a moment, Ren Ranran sighed, why didn't you dodge just now? Hearing this, Qinyu was puzzled, why hide? Just now for me, it was a process of realization. It would be a great loss to me if it were interrupted in the middle. That's something he didn't make up. When he practiced boxing just now, he clearly felt the qi in his body changing. If it is suddenly interrupted, instead of being beneficial, it may even cause damage to the body. So that set, he had to finish it. Seeing Qinyu answering so frankly, Ren Ranran froze instead. The others were helpless at this. That's not as important as life. We were almost scared to death just now. Speaking of which, Qinyu, that punch you threw just now, did you throw it over deliberately or unintentionally? As soon as Su Chujia asked, a few more points of curiosity increased in the eyes of the others. Upon hearing this, Qinyu shrugged his shoulders and said, I can't say it's deliberate or unintentional. It just got to that point where it just happened to crash through, and it was kind of fate. Karma? The crowd looked to the pieces of the drone on the ground and fell silent. Can you say fate when your life is at stake like this? Luckily nothing happened. Otherwise, tomorrow's hot search headline should be about a freshman at Qinghua getting his head blown off by a drone. Ren Ranran didn't really care about that. Both brows furrowed as she hesitantly asked, that punch of yours, why did you manage to blow up the drone? And your hand, it doesn't even have a scratch on it. That's something I've told you before. Qinyu said, raising his right hand, his eyes bland as he said, Tai fist is a fist technique for practicing qi. Qi is more powerful than you can imagine. Looking at Qinyu's raised right hand, Ren Ranran's brows tightened a few more points. Of course she remembers gas. She also doesn't believe in qi at all. However, looking at Qinyu's unharmed right hand and the pieces of the drone on the ground, she hesitated. If there was no qi as a reason, how did Qinyu do all this? Everyone saw it with their own eyes. He blew up the drone without the aid of an external object, just with one hand. But if qi exists, why does the existence of qi disappear from everyone's perception and become something false in dramas? So, can a person really practice qi if they have the talent? Glancing down at her right hand again, Ren Ranran was in a tangle. The gas went against her perception. But without using qi to explain it, she was unable to comprehend all that Qinyu had done. Looking at Ren Ranran, who was in deep thought, Qinyu no longer said anything more. Some words, point taken. But while Ren was torn, the students were blown away. Seeing that Qinyu said that he had blown up the drone with a single punch only by virtue of his qi, after a brief period of astonishment, they anxiously came together in front of Qinyu. Old Qin, do you think I'm angry? Qinyu, what about me, what about me? I've been practicing seriously this whole time. And me? The crowd was full of anticipation as you said one thing and I said another. Sweeping a glance at them, Qinyu shook his head expressionlessly, you guys don't have the talent, not in this lifetime. Upon hearing this, the anticipation on everyone's faces instantly collapsed. In response, Qinyu was helpless. He also didn't realize that it was so hard to find a classmate who was talented in taekwondo. There were more than 20 people, and not a single one practiced qi. As for Ren Ran, Xinyu's eyes turned to her once again. At this moment, Ren Ran, both eyebrows still knitted tightly, stared at her right hand and froze, not knowing exactly what she was thinking. Just then, a female instructor not far away suddenly ran over and attached herself to her ear and whispered a few words. Ren Ran, who was still in a daze, instantly changed her face drastically. Really? The news is true? True. The female instructor nodded with a heavy face and continued, Our superiors told us to return immediately. I understand. Ren was stunned, then she tensed her face and looked solemnly at Qinghua and these students. Guys, I had a great time spending time with you. Now that military training is over too, it's time for us to go back to the army. Although military training is over now, you should remember to exercise more. I'll see you sometime later. After saying that, Ren turned around and was about to leave. The students listened to all of this in bewilderment, and at the end of the day, they also reacted to what was going on, and waved at Ren with reluctance. Instructor Ren, we'll go to the army to find you to play with us when we have the chance in the future. You can't not see us then. Listening to the fervent farewells behind her, Ren's footsteps lurched as she turned back and forced a smile. Yes. With a smile on her face, she turned once more and looked determinedly in the direction of where the other instructors were. Looking at her back, Xinyu's eyes narrowed and he called out to her after all. Instructor Ren, wait. Turning back to Qinghua, Ren was puzzled. Anything else? Taking 2 steps to arrive in front of Ren, a faint smile floated on Xinyu's lips. Instructor Ren, would you mind showing me your right hand? See my right hand? Ren was suspicious and said helplessly, I'm in a hurry now, let's talk about it later when we have the chance. It won't take long. Qinghua said, extending his hand with a calm expression. Ren was stunned. She herself did not know what she was thinking at this moment, and unconsciously placed her right hand on Xinyu's hand. Qinghua did not say anything more and lowered his head, carefully observing the lines on her hands and staring at her face for a moment. With a frown, he simply took out the pair of signatures he had on him. The note was loaded into the signature cylinder and handed to Ren. Seeing this thing, many people curiously came forward. Qinghua, what are you doing? Isn't this for drawing lots and telling fortunes? Qinghua, you can still tell fortunes? My mom says fortune tellers are liars. The crowd watched Xinyu's every move and said anything. Ren stared at the signing cylinder and smiled helplessly at Qinghua. I don't believe in any of this. As a soldier, how could she be superstitious? However, Qinghua did not care. His eyes were clear and cold as he looked at Ren. He insisted, believe it or not, draw a lot. He didn't have any particular expression, but his tone carried a bit of force. Ren had no choice but to take it and casually shake it, then casually drew a lot. She didn't even look at it before handing it over to Qinghua. Qinghua glanced at it, and his eyebrows furrowed in direct succession. At the top of the sign, the words lower are written. Below those 3 words, it says, dangerous as morning dew. Dangerous as morning dew. Looking at these 4 words, Xinyu's eyes deepened. These 4 words represent facing death. Ren, get over here and gather. Ah. Is here. Hearing her teammates urging, Ren snapped back to her senses. Seeing that Ren was about to leave, Xinyu's eyes narrowed with a stern expression. Instructor Ren, as you leave, I'll send you a few words. The change within is not a curse. This time when you go, your life is doomed and your qi is afraid to run out. If you want to tend to the good and avoid the bad, you need to learn to accept, learn to adapt, and learn to be in control. Remember, do not take the change within you as a curse. Think carefully about my words about Tai, it will be a lifesaver for you. Chapter 61, Disciple Acceptance Quest, Target Hua Zhi Bing. Ren turned back to Qinghua, her eyelids jumping. Fear of exhaustion? Are you saying I'm going to die? How can you be sure? Looking at the forced smile on her face, Xinyu's face deepened. There are some things that are inconvenient to point out, and this is something that you should be aware of as well, Instructor Ren. You just need to remember what I just said. Upon hearing this, Ren's eyes deepened, but in the end, she said nothing and left with quick steps. It was not until her back disappeared following the other instructors that the students turned back to their senses and looked at Qinghua blankly. Hua Zhi Bing, who was on the side, also looked curiously at the sign in his hand. Benefactor, will Instructor Ren's life really be in danger? Well, that's what the trigrams show. Qinghua nodded his head. After all, they were instructors who had been together for almost a month. Realizing that something could happen to her, he still didn't manage to sit back and do nothing, which is why he mentioned her a few times. Whether or not she would take it to heart, and what she would do afterward, was not something he could interfere with. People have their own destinies. There was only so far he could go. Will Instructor Rin believe what you say? Hua Zhi Bing also thought of this, and her eyes looked in the direction Rin Ran and the others had left. She was convinced about the whole fortune-telling thing. Or rather, she would believe whatever Qinghua said now. It was because she had become a loyal believer of Qinghua. But not Rin Ran. Upon hearing this, Qinghua shook his head. Let's hope she can believe it. Ding. Task release: collect one disciple and teach him to master a Taoist skill. Task duration: 15 days. Quest reward: with quest reward. Take an apprentice? Qinghwa's sword brows slightly raised when he heard this system quest that suddenly appeared. What are the requirements for this apprentice that was collected? It is required that he or she be sincere in paying homage to the host, and must not be indiscriminate. That's not too difficult. Qinghua shook his head. He knew that the system's requirements for this disciple shouldn't be that low. To have a heart that genuinely pays homage to one's teacher, then one must at least honor oneself, right? As Qinghua thought of this, Hua Zhi Bing's figure suddenly flashed through his mind. As he turned his head to look at Hua Zhi Bing was still staring in the direction Ran and the others had left, and he didn't know what she was thinking. But this apprentice seems good if it's Hua Zhi Bing. Teaching Hua Zhi Bing her skills, with her ability to comprehend, it shouldn't be that difficult. For example, what palm thunder, strange doors, and transported armor? If Hua Zhi Bing mastered these abilities and even cast some spells, it would really be a bit of a mechanical ascension. Thinking of this, Qinghwa's heart suddenly grew a bit more expectant. What would a mechanical ascension look like? I just don't know if Hua Zhi Bing wants to be his disciple. While Qinghua was pondering, Su Chujie suddenly came up. Old Qin, you really know how to tell fortunes? As soon as Su Chujie opened his mouth, everyone else also looked at Qinghua curiously. Most of them don't believe in any fortune-telling. But there are others who hold the idea of counting their fortunes in marriage and fortune with expectant eyes. After all, who wouldn't be curious about what they'd find in the future and if they had any money to spend? Glancing at Su Chujie, Qinghua was speechless. This matter must not be faked, or else you will be condemned by heaven. That bad? Su Chujie gulped, and said in disbelief, then those fortune-tellers on the street, are all true? Fake. Qinghua replied with an expressionless face. Su Chujie was a bit puzzled when he heard this. But didn't you just say that there would be heavenly punishment for faking this? Exactly. Those people weren't condemned by heaven either. How would you know if they have been punished by heaven, if you are not close to them? After saying that, Qinghua turned around and left. As for accepting apprentices, it's better to wait until after the society is founded, it can be formalized as well. Hua Zhi Bing returned to her senses and followed Qinghua without hesitation. Looking at the back of the two, Su Chujie to Qinghua, that call I envy, whether or not the wrath of God I do not know. I know that your peach blossom luck is quite prosperous. Indeed, it's nice to have Hua Senpai followed like this. Can Hua Senpai be considered a peach blossom? She's a robot. Lu Zian was puzzled. The classmate next to him sniffed and directly threw him a speechless look. Would you be willing to have such a beautiful-looking robot following you? I stared at Hua Zhi Bing's back for a while. Lu Zian nodded without ambition, willing. That's more than willing. That has to be a joy. Envious. It can't be helped. Who made us not as capable as Qinghua? Indeed, for the matter of blowing up a drone with one punch, no one can match it. Do you guys think that she really exists? I used to think it was absolutely impossible, but now I'm not so sure. As the crowd murmured, a seed of doubt was planted in their hearts. Zhang Changqing also frowned deeply when he thought about what had just happened. This student, he really wasn't wrong. Because of an accident in which the drone went out of control, the instructors left again temporarily and the military training repertoire ended in a hurry. As for the title of the champion of the exhibition match, it managed to fall to Qinghua in his class. No one has a problem with that. Just for Qinghwa's punch, they were fine with it. After the matter of the repertoire was over, Qinghua began to prepare for the creation of the club. After all, there was only a week left until the deadline given by the system. With the time it takes to apply and find someone, a week is barely enough. On the evening of the day the repertoire ended, Qinghua began to write the application. But he hadn't written much of this application before he was surrounded by his 3 roommates in the dormitory. The 3 of them moved their stools towards Qinghwa's side, revealing an interrogation stance. "Old Qin, why do you think Sister Hua is so nice to you?" "Yeah, how come she's not that nice to us?" "Yes?" Qinghua flipped through the Fushi Bagua formation diagram and calmly said, "Maybe it's because she has always treated me as a benefactor. Of course, it could also be because her faith in herself surpassed 5,000. Is this how you get treated when you're a benefactor? I feel like Hua Senpai is like your little follower now." The more Su Chujie said, the more depressed he became. "With Hua Zhi Bing as your little follower, old Qin, you are beautiful. If I had a little follower who was this hard-working, or a schoolgirl level, I could wake up smiling in my dreams." "She is not my little follower." Qinghua shook his head with a pale face. Even if Hua Zhi Bing was following him around all day, he had never treated Hua Zhi Bing as a follower. In his eyes, Hua Zhi Bing was also an equal. Seeing Qinghwa's serious face, Su Chujie scratches his head and retracts the sentence. Tian Wanfu was concerned with another aspect. After staring at Qinghua for a while, he couldn't help but ask, "Qinghua, why did school sister Hua change so much after she came back? Although she is currently the world's top artificial intelligence robot, her speech and behavior now have become more human-like compared to what she was before. For example, something like helping Qinghua fill out an application. Could the old Hua Zhi Bing have thought of doing this?" He had paid a lot of attention to Hua Zhi Bing before and had treated her as a goddess. So he saw these changes in Hua Zhi Bing most clearly. The hand that was flipping through the book lurched, and the corner of Qinghwa's mouth slightly hooked as he turned back to look at Tian Wanfu. "If I tell you that she will produce this change because she has entered the Tao sect and comprehended the Tao, and that she may even mechanically ascend in the future, do you believe me?" "Mechanical ascension?" Tian Wanfu's eyes suddenly widened and his breath caught. He thought Qinghua would say that Hua Zhi Bing had made the latest improvements again, so it was more human-like. How could he not expect Qinghua to give such a bizarre answer? What he understood by mechanical ascension was the modification of a human body into a machine to bring itself to a level comparable to ascension. As for Qinghwa's words about mechanical ascension, that was clearly not what he meant. "Are you saying that Hua Zhi Bing will also reach the realm of feathered ascension one day?" "That's right." Qinghua nodded. Tian Wanfu froze for another moment, a stiff smile on his face. "How is such a thing possible?" "That's my answer, believe it or not, it's up to you." After speaking, Qinghua no longer said anything more about the issue. It's something that he's figuring out now. But he had a hunch. There is a high probability of success in getting the Hua Zhi Bing machinery to soar. Tian Wanfu's brows were furrowed and he also became muffled, not knowing whether to believe or not. As for Su Chujie and Lu Ziyan, the two of them had the simple idea of disbelief. If Hua Zhi Bing, an AI, could mechanically ascend, wouldn't they both be immortals? "Qinghua, you're exaggerating. Indeed, this sort of thing is outrageous." Upon hearing this, Qinghua smiled and continued to write the application. Seeing how seriously he was writing, Su Chujie came forward to take a look. "Taoist Society application? Taoist Master Qin, you're forming a Taoist society?" Aha! Qinghua was not shy about this matter. This was a system mission and his first step to revitalize the Taoist religion. Although he himself did not have a Taoist temple of his own yet, with only Hua Zhi Bing as a devotee. But this step is a good start as long as it's taken. "Brother, brave enough. Would the teacher approve of you starting a Taoist society?" I think what Qinghua needs to worry about is will anyone want to join? Well, seems to be a problem. The 3 looked at the contents of Qinhua's society application and cried and laughed. What revitalizes the Taoist culture and makes it popular in the Kyushu land? Where are the college students nowadays who still have that kind of ambition? Taoism, people don't even believe in it, let alone join it. Although the punch that Qinghua displayed at the military training rendezvous was very powerful, it would not be a reason for everyone to join the club. Joining a club is still more of a hobby. Like a few of them, they have no particular hobbies and don't even want to join clubs. Except for Tian Wanfu, who is a serious student, Su Chujie and Lu Ziyan only want a salty 4 years in college. Anyway, good luck. You can go and hand out brochures to people then too, you might even recruit a few. Yeah, holler at us if you need help. The 3 patted Qinhua's shoulder and returned to their respective seats. Xinyu finishes writing the last sentence and looks at his application for the club, taking Su Chujie and the others' proposal on recruiting into consideration. Chapter 62, Society Created Successfully. The only Taoist society in the country. Early the next morning, Xinyu woke up early and prepared to go submit his application for the club. He had it all planned out. It was just as well that there were no classes in the morning and he could go recruit a few members of the community. However, just before he went downstairs, under the dormitory building, Hua Zhi Bing's appearance caused a scratch. "Look guys, there's Hua Zhi Bing. Who's she waiting for? Why is there breakfast in her hand?" Hiss. "Wouldn't be here to deliver food to any student, would it? What are you guys thinking? There's no way that Hua Senpai could have those thoughts, she's an AI. That's true, but why is she in the boys' dormitory? Maybe she bought it to prepare herself? Are you out of your mind? Does a goddess need to eat? Which one is it for? I'm jealous." Just when everyone was guessing who that person who was served breakfast by Hua Zhi Bing was, Xinyu happened to push open the downstairs door and walked out. Hua Zhi Bing kept his eyes on the gate. Seeing Xinyu's familiar figure, her originally calm faces obviously came to spirit. The clear eyes curved and ran over in a hurry. "Benefactor." Noticing Hua Zhi Bing, who was heading straight for him, Xinyu smiled helplessly. "Didn't I tell you? Just call me by my first name normally." "Yes, it's going to be called Xinyu." Hua Zhi Bing tried to change his words, and while raising a smile on his face, he handed over the item in his hand. "Here's the breakfast I brought you." "Breakfast?" Glancing at the bag in Hua Zhi Bing's hand, Xinyu was slightly surprised. "Why did you suddenly think of bringing me breakfast?" This kind of thing had never really occurred to him. After carefully recalling the reasons that prompted her to do so, Hua Zhi Bing smiled coquettishly and said, "When I went out in the morning, Academician Yan and Sister Seeing were preparing to have breakfast. After I saw it, I thought you shouldn't have had breakfast either, so I brought it over for you." If she hadn't seen you Seeing and the others eating breakfast, she wouldn't have thought of doing so. For her, it was also a learning process. So it is. Xinyu understood the process and took the breakfast in his hand. In Hua Zhi Bing's current state, it wasn't uncommon to do something like this. But others don't feel the same way. The crowd looked at the portion of breakfast in Xinyu's hand, and their eyes glazed over. The goddess actually came to deliver breakfast? Who did she learn that from? And why learn such things? Looking towards Hua Zhi Bing, who stood opposite Xinyu with a smile in his eyes and a pleasant face with his hands behind his back, they only felt that their brains were down, unable to think about the original reason. Xinyu didn't think about it that much. Calmly drinking a mouthful of kanji, he rushed to the location where the school committee office was located while looking at Hua Zhi Bing, who was following him, and asked, "Why did you suddenly think of looking for me?" He remembered that he had told Hua Zhi Bing yesterday that he didn't need to practice Tai I fist today for the time being. Upon hearing this, Hua Zhi Bing's complexion visibly perked up, and he hurriedly opened the bag he was carrying and rummaged through it. In no time, she held a cell phone up to Xinyu with a smile on her face. "Xinyu, I have a cell phone too." "So?" Xinyu raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Did Academician you and the others buy it for you?" "Aha!" Hua Zhi Bing nodded, baby holding her cell phone, pursing her lips and smiling. "They said that they won't monitor me in real time like before, and want to give me more free space. For ease of contact, they let me carry a cell phone. They said I could also make more friends, and later on, keep my friends' cell phone numbers, too, in my cell phone." At this point, she suddenly paused, a subtle change in her expression appearing. Xinyu took a closer look and realized that her expression would change, seemingly because of the embarrassment she had developed. Guessing what she might be struggling with, Xinyu smiled and calmly reported a string of numbers. Hua Zhi Bing froze, and her clear eyes brightened up significantly. She quickly typed in Xinyu's number on her cell phone and sent a text message out immediately afterward. Buzz. Feeling the vibration of his cell phone, Xinyu took it out and opened the text message he had just received. The text message was simple, just one sentence. "Hello, I'm Hua Zhi Bing." After staring at these two words for a second, Xinyu gave a low chuckle and turned his head to look at Hua Zhi Bing, who was obviously nervous next to him. "Nice to meet you, Hua Zhi Bing." Upon hearing Xinyu's reply, Hua Zhi Bing froze, and the smile on his face then widened. She clutched her cell phone harder, then nodded vigorously. "Aha! Me too. It's nice to meet, Xinyu." Xinyu could tell that Hua Zhi Bing's happiness went straight to his eyes. This emotion, it was real to her. With a knowing smile, he pointed in the direction he was going and said, "I'm going to submit my club application. You're supposed to be going to class, right?" "Well, there are classes in the morning," Hua Zhi Bing said, curiously looking down, looking at the application in Qinyu's hand. "Qinyu, are you applying to create a Taoist society?" "Yes, I want to promote Taoist culture and revitalize Taoism, and I'm going to start by creating a Taoist society." After Qinyu finished speaking, he bid farewell and left for the time being after exhorting Hua Zhi Bing not to be late. After staring at his back for a while longer, Hua Zhi Bing then turned around thoughtfully and walked slowly towards the computer building. When Qinyu arrived at the office of the teacher of the school committee, there were no other students in the office. The school is now open for club applications, but there are enough clubs in the school itself. Students can almost always find a club they want to join, and there is absolutely no need to start a new club. So when Qinyu walked in and said that he wanted to apply to start a club, the two teachers sitting inside were quite surprised. Especially since Qinyu was still wearing a Taoist robe. Both teachers stared at him for a moment, their eyes becoming odd. One of the teachers hesitated for a moment and wondered, "What kind of club do you want to start?" Qinyu was also dry as a bone and directly took out his application for the club. Handing it towards this teacher's eyes, he calmly said, "This is my application for the club, the two teachers can take a look at it." The two teachers obviously did not expect Qinyu to come prepared and were slightly stunned. After receiving Qinyu's application for joining the troupe and glancing at the words at the top, the expressions of the two men became more and more odd. "You?" One of the teachers frowned tightly in skepticism. "You want to create a Taoist society? Are you sure?" Upon hearing this, Qinyu raised his eyebrows. "Teacher, does this club application of mine look like child's play?" "That's not true." The skeptical teacher shook his head without hesitation. Qinyu's application for the club was carefully written and also detailed his purpose for wanting to start a Taoist club and which vacant classroom he wanted to choose. Just a Taoist society? Promoting Taoist culture? Would any student really want to join such a club, even if it were created? It's not that they're making it up. This kind of society, if created, would be considered the only one of its kind in the country, right? The two teachers looked at each other with some hesitation for a moment. They couldn't know enough about what clubs students at school like to join. For example, the online gaming competitive club, which was just started last year, is the most popular. There's also the Cosplay club, the Hanbok club, and they're all very popular. As for those historical and cultural clubs, fewer people join them. With a Taoist society like Qinyu's, they knew that no one would join it if they thought about it. After some careful deliberation, one of the teachers politely said, "Student, we can pass your application. But right after your club is created, if the number of people doesn't reach 5 within 6 months, it will be disbanded. That's something I need to warn you about ahead of time." "Aha!" Qinyu nodded in understanding. These are rules that he has read in detail. Determining that Qinyu had no other questions, the two teachers did not say any more. Anyway, even if Qinyu's society ended up disbanding, it would have no effect on them. Snap! The two men painfully finished stamping Qinyu's application, printed a copy and handed it over to Qinyu, and then put away the original copy of this application. If it was a hot phase for club applications, it certainly wouldn't be so fast. It just so happens that there are no other clubs applying right now, and the classroom that Qinyu chose is another one that is relatively remote. So the two teachers didn't make him wait too long, and the pain was taken care of. "Thank you, teacher." Picking up the copy of the application on the table, Qinyu turned to leave. Watching his back, the two teachers cried and laughed. "What do you think of this student club? Is it going to work? Don't you know better than that? Hey, it's just as well, it's just hard when you're disbanded anyway, think of it as a grind." The two of them chatted for a few moments and then changed the subject, neither of them taking the matter to heart. The club application is approved and the Taoist club is considered to have existed. Leaving the office, Qinyu first went to print out a stack of applications for joining the club, and then went to the designated location in the school where clubs recruit members to step on the spot. The location where the clubs recruit their members is similar to a street. Because it's right around the time when freshmen are just finishing up their military training, or when a lot of sophomores are just finishing up their busy freshman year and are ready to engage in some fun. That's why this long avenue was filled with tables with signs for various clubs and with students who came to choose their clubs. With the lively atmosphere, it really looks like a snack street. Qinyu came a bit late, and the best seats were all chosen. He watched for a while before finding a spot near the maple tree. It's not great either, but it's not bad compared to other more remote locations. After securing a spot, he went and borrowed a table and a chair. Then lifting the table in one hand and the chair in the other, he leisurely made his way to his well-trodden spot as the other students on the road watched in shock. What happened to the student? Hiss. Quite a bit of energy. Indeed, such a big table, and look at his face. Is he here to recruit members of the community too? What kind of club? And dressing up as a Taoist priest. But I wouldn't join a club like that anyway. Indeed, who wants to wear a toga all day? The students watched Qinghua set up the tables and chairs, laughing and talking. Their voices weren't exactly small, and Qinghua could hear them clearly. But to these voices, he simply ignored them. Once the application for membership and pen were placed on the table, he sat down in the chair with his legs crossed in a free manner and closed his eyes slightly. Looking at him in this two-eared look, the students couldn't help but look at him a few more times instead. There were also quite a few students who gathered around, wanting to see what kind of club Qinghua was. But after picking up the club application and taking a look at it, they instantly lost interest again. What the heck, it's a Taoist society. Nowadays, really any society dares to run Taoism is gone, and still start a Taoist society? Seeing that Qinghua kept his eyes closed and ignored them, one of the students joked, "Taoist master, if I join, can you make me learn to tell fortunes? I've heard that Taoist priests can even walk through walls, can you learn to walk through walls? Are you guys kidding me? Are you really taking what's on TV seriously? Ahem, I'm not curious about what the Taoist community teaches." The crowd chatted for a while, but when they saw that Qinghua was still high and cold and ignoring them, they walked away in boredom. It wasn't that Qinghua was too cold. Mainly because none of these students who had come along for the ride were sincere, and he simply didn't have to answer. If one is not sincere even when joining, the subsequent path to enlightenment can be imagined. After this wave of students dispersed, Qinghua's table was suddenly empty. Time passes slowly. A full 2 hours passed. Occasionally a student would pass by during this time and pick up the introduction booklet and application for membership on the table to have a look. After seeing that it was a Taoist society, they would all drop their applications and leave. Everything was indeed as those two teachers had predicted. No one is interested in the Taoist community. They preferred to join more interactive clubs like the dance club and drama club than the Taoist club. Until the time approached noon, more and more people found clubs they wanted to join. Seeing that there were fewer and fewer students here, the atmosphere was becoming more and more chilly. A sinister figure suddenly appeared at the corner of the building, walking with hurried steps towards where these clubs were. Chapter 63, Hua Zhi Bing joins, causing a trend? Hua Zhi Bing had just gotten out of class and called Qinghua. But Qinghua's cell phone was turned off and no one picked up. She had no choice but to make a run to Qinghua's dormitory building. As a result, when he was downstairs, he bumped into his roommate, saying that Qinghua had not been back and might have gone to recruit members for the club. Thinking that Su Chu Jia had inquired about Qinghua's approximate location, Hua Zhi Bing was the first to look for it. Just as she turned the corner of the building in front of her, she caught a glimpse of Qinghua, who was sitting beside a tree with his eyes closed, not knowing whether he was sleeping or thinking about something. The pleasant look, as if he didn't care whether anyone joined the club or not. While there were far fewer students on hand to add clubs, there were dozens of them. But no one stood in front of Qinghua's table. Seeing this scene, Hua Zhi Bing suddenly felt uncomfortable. Her already hurried footsteps accelerated by a few more points, almost jogging all the way towards the direction where Qinghua was. Qinghua was originally meditating and making luck. It was only when a gasp came from around him that he opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Hua Zhi Bing's palm-sized face coming up in front of him, slightly frowning, his clear eyes complex in color. "What brings you here?" Qinghua was stunned and then laughed lightly. Hua Zhi Bing noticed the smile on his face, and her beautiful eyebrows tightened a few more points. It was an emotion she didn't quite understand. It was obvious that the door was bare, not a single student had come to join the club, so why was Qinghua still able to laugh? Not in a hurry? She pointed her finger at the thick pile of applications for membership in front of Qinghua, puzzled by this. Upon hearing this, Qinghua shook his head in disbelief. "Remember what I told you? The Tao speaks of destiny. If there is fate, it will come. If there is no fate, it cannot be forced." This time, it was Hua Zhi Bing's turn to freeze. She thought carefully and let out a giggle before bowing to Qinghua. Indeed, it was Zhi Bing who was ill-considered. The soulful laughter was heard as the students around them froze out of their minds. Originally, they were already shocked to see Hua Zhi Bing coming here and going to chat with Qinghua. As a result, they did not expect that they would have the honor of seeing Hua Zhi Bing smile and even bow to Qinghua. For a while, many people cast envious and puzzled looks at Qinghua. What's the relationship between these two? For those lines of sight, Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing were as if they had not seen them. Looking at Hua Zhi Bing with calm eyes, Qinghua continued, "You still haven't answered me, why are you here?" "Well." Cocking her head in thought for a moment, Hua Zhi Bing arched her eyebrows and smiled, "Because I have a bond with the Tao, I sought it out." Qinghua did not expect Hua Zhi Bing to say such jokes. He smiled and asked smoothly, "So this student, is he going to join the Taoist Society of the Poor Taoist?" "Exactly." Hua Zhi Bing nodded without hesitation, directly picking up an application for membership before revealing a worried look. "This Taoist master, I wonder if Zhi Bing is qualified to join the Taoist Society and become a member of it?" Seeing that she was still playing up, Qinghua raised his eyebrows and also intentionally put on a serious demeanor as he earnestly said, "Since this sure master has a destiny with the Tao, she is naturally qualified. If the Taoist master says so, Zhi Bing is relieved." Hua Zhi Bing said and smiled at Qinghua again before picking up the pen on the table and filling out the application for membership carefully. It wasn't until this moment that the other students had recalled the current situation. "Really? Hua Zhi Bing is going to join this Taoist society? Do you guys feel that Hua Zhi Bing's every move is more vivid?" "Indeed, it feels that way. It's not something to do with the Tao, is it? What's all this nonsense? I have a feeling that Mr. Hua might be interested in Taoism, so he wants to join, right? Who cares if it doesn't matter where the goddess is, I'm going, and I'm joining the Taoist community," one of the male students said, walking quickly to the long table. Mentally glancing at the goddess, he didn't hesitate to pick up the membership application on the table and fill it out. What basketball club, soccer club? Does it matter if there's a goddess? He didn't care about the Taoist society as long as it was a society that the goddess joined. The big deal is to become a Taoist priest with the goddess. As this boy grabbed the lead, the other students also returned to their senses and quickly rushed towards Qinhua's table. Most of them were men, and there was no lack of some women, all of whom came after Hua Zhi Bing. The group was so packed at the end of the day that there was a bit of a shortage of applications to join the club. "You guys are despicable. Don't rob me. Class, give me an application for membership too. Get in line. Know the line. Can you afford to squeeze my goddess? Step back. No stepping on my feet." The area that had been empty in front of the table was instantly filled with people. Many students, fearing that if they were late in joining the organization, they would not have the chance to meet the goddess, directly took out their own pens and filled out the application for joining the society with them. The other clubs around the area, in turn, became the one with the door open. Looking at his table, which was squeezed and clanked, Qinghua raised both eyebrows slightly. He hadn't thought of that. Hua Zhi Bing had only filled out an application for membership in his own place, and it had caused such a big stir. And this is starting a trend of initiation? The genius is surprising. And this accident, Hua Zhi Bing himself did not expect. Looking at the students gathering more and more in front of her, her eyes blinked and she twisted her head to look at Qinghua. Can the society accommodate so many members of the group? Upon hearing this, Qinghua cupped his chin and shook his head. "I'm afraid that the classroom I applied for won't be able to fit so many people. Furthermore, they're all running to you now, and there are some of them who have no connection to the Tao. There's not much point in actually joining." For these people, the only significance of joining was probably the chance to meet Hua Zhi Bing. What about the current situation? Hua Zhi Bing looked at the students who were carefully filling out their applications, her beautiful eyebrows wrinkled up and she blamed herself a little. Seeing this, Qinghua smiled and shook his head. "No matter, I will just screen it later. Those who have no affinity with the Tao, if they want to remain within the society, it is fine to stay, it is just that they will not be able to realize the Tao and acquire the secret methods of the Tao." Understanding this, Hua Zhi Bing took the initiative to say, "Then I'll explain it to them later." These students joined because of her. After the screening, it was obviously more appropriate for her to step in and explain those who were not selected. In this regard, Qinghua did not care much. Looking at the already empty paper on the table, he finally got up and said to the students who were still gazing at the back, "Everyone, this club has been recruited, so for those who didn't get an application to join, please go back." "No more? Don't. President, print more. My goddess is here, you can't just let me forget it. Crowds are good, how about some more from the president?" I'll be one step too late. Students who didn't get an application to join the club just hate their slow hands at this point. Therefore, they could only beg Qinghua to print more applications for membership. But Qinhua's attitude was firm. Gone is gone. If you all really want to join, you can come and apply later when this club is recruiting members again. Giving a word of advice to those students, Qinghua then looked at those students who were filling out the application for joining the club, telling them to put the application on the table when they were done. More than 30 people wrote for half an hour. During this period, Qinghua waited and Hua Zhi Bing accompanied him. Until the last person handed in his application for membership, Hua Zhi Bing organized it and handed it over to Qinghua together. Looking at the students ahead who still wanted to say a few more words to Hua Zhi Bing and were hesitant to leave, Qinhua's eyes were bland as he said, "All of you who have already applied for membership in the club, from now on, every Saturday and Sunday from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. will be the time for the club's activities. At that time, we also hope that you will go to your assigned classrooms on time and not be late. Today you will all return first." After saying that, Qinghua re-lifted the table and stool. Hua Zhi Bing helped him with the pile of applications for membership, and the two of them walked towards the outside of the crowd one after the other. Looking at Hua Zhi Bing, who was following closely behind Qinghua, many students still felt as if they were dreaming. They didn't even think that Hua Zhi Bing would join the club. As it turned out, I didn't expect Hua Zhi Bing to not only add it, but also join one of the coldest clubs. Taoist community. A lot of students, until the application for joining the club is filled out, have not been able to wholeheartedly understand that this club added, in the end, what is the use? But they didn't expect this club addition to be useful. Is it possible that this troop leader can really teach them fortune-telling and gossip? As long as it gave them a chance to talk to the goddess a little more, that would be enough. Thinking about it that way, they were suddenly a little more excited about their first club event this Saturday. Chapter 64, Obtaining Palm Thunder, Hua Zhi Bing Sprouting Emotions? Recruiting members of the community went extraordinarily well because of Hua Zhi Bing's presence. On his way back, Qinghua received a quest completion prompt from the system. The mission to create a Taoist organization is complete. Rewarded, 1,000 faith value and 1 random reward. May I ask the host whether to turn on random rewards? Upon hearing this, Qinhua's heart moved to give a response. Turn on the rewards. Random rewards opening. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Taoist secret method Palm Thunder. Palm Thunder? Upon hearing the reward this time, Qinhua's eyelids jumped. At the same time, everything about Palm Thunder, such as the mnemonic, how to draw the incantation, and how to condense the internal energy to cast it, all appeared clearly in his mind. According to his previous life's understanding, Palm Thunder was a hidden inherited skill of the Taoist sect, which emphasized on internal training, the cultivation of changing God and the 5 thunders of yin and yang. According to his position within the Taoist sect at the time, he had not yet had the opportunity to come into contact with it, much less seen anyone perform it with his own eyes. It turns out I didn't expect it. This time, the system reward, surprisingly, directly gave himself Palm Thunder. A real surprise. Qinghua, what's wrong with you? Hua Zhi Bing walks out a few steps and sees Qinghua stop at the same place to stare, turning back to inquire with concern. Returning to his senses, Qinghua smiled and shook his head. Nothing much, I'm just a little happy after suddenly having an epiphany of a Taoist secret method. Taoist secret method? What Taoist secret method? Hua Zhi Bing tilted her head to look at him, a little more curiosity in her eyes. Qinghua smiled and shook his head. I'll tell you when your cultivation level is up. Oh. That's fine. Hua Zhi Bing faintly beamed, seemingly a little disappointed. However, she quickly revealed another smirk and looked at Qinghua expectantly. Qinghua, why don't we go have lunch together? Upon hearing this, Qinghua narrowed his eyes slightly and said in surprise, You're able to eat human food? That's not true. Hua Zhi Bing pursed her lips and smiled, followed by a wink. But you've been busy for so long, you must be hungry, right? I'll accompany you to have lunch. After saying that, she did not wait for Qinghua to object and took the initiative to hold Qinhua's hand, leading him in the direction of the restaurant. Looking at the young girl in front of him with long floating hair and a beautiful back, Qinghua shook his head and laughed, but he did not think too much about it and complied with her. This matter of Hua Zhi Bing holding Qinhua's hand caused quite a stir along the way. After seeing Hua Zhi Bing accompanying Qinghua for dinner, those students who followed into the restaurant were even more nonchalant. Why did Hua Zhi Bing accompany him to lunch? What's this? I even saw Hua Zhi Bing bring him breakfast. What the hell is the relationship between those two? My goddess has her heart set on something? You guys are so curious, just go ask. The group of people stared at Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing in shock for a while longer, but in the end, they didn't have the heart to go up and ask about the relationship between the two. After all, they weren't any of Hua Zhi Bing's people. Moreover, Qinghua looked too cool in his demeanor, and they really didn't know how to open their mouths. So this lunch between Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing was quite quiet even though it was highly publicized. After lunch, Qinghua returned to the dormitory to prepare for the afternoon class. Hua Zhi Bing also went back to the institute to find Yu Xiying and the others. For the next few days, the two remained in the same state of Hua Zhi Bing delivering breakfast and eating lunch together. After a few days of watching, not to mention the other students, even Yu Xiying and Yang Hongyuan were not calm anymore. This is a situation that is a little too outrageous. Under normal circumstances, even if Hua Zhi Bing was a human being, it was impossible for him to always think of bringing Qinghua food and eating lunch with him, right? By noon on Saturday, the two men saw that Hua Zhi Bing was going to deliver breakfast to Qinghua again, and they still couldn't hold back from holding her down. Looking at Hua Zhi Bing, who was sitting on a chair with an obviously anxious expression, Yu Xiying and Yang Hongyuan, one on the left and one on the right, looked serious. Sister Si Young, what's wrong? Hua Zhi Bing looked at the two of them blankly, puzzled by this sudden move. There should be no malfunction in your own body, right? It's also not the time to do a routine checkup. If the delay continued, she would not be able to accompany Qinghua for lunch. If there's nothing else, I'll go find Qinghua first. Seeing their delay in speaking, Hua Zhi Bing got up and prepared to leave. As a result, just as she took a step out, she was pressed down again by Yu Xiying. Wait, we have a few questions for you. What's the problem? Hua Zhi Bing said, sneaking a glance at the time. Qinghua was always on time for his meals. It was now 7 o'clock, and in a moment she could still make it if she walked faster. Looking at Hua Zhi Bing's obviously incorrect state, Yu Xiying's slender eyebrows frowned again as she said thoughtfully, Xiao Bing, why do you bring breakfast to Qinghua every morning? Hua Zhi Bing was stunned, then smiled, because it's too rushed in the morning. I'm worried that Qinghua won't be able to buy breakfast in time. I'm an AI, getting up very early won't have any effect on my mental state, and if I buy him breakfast, he can rest a little longer. Seeing her say it so naturally, it was Yu Xiying and Yang Hongyuan who froze a bit instead. The two hesitated for a while before Yang Hongyuan then asked, why did you get the idea of wishing Qinghua to rest a little longer? Because he's a benefactor, I hope he's doing well in all aspects. Once again, Hua Zhi Bing gave an answer without hesitation. Yu Xiying stalled and helplessly pursued, what about having lunch? Why do you always have to eat lunch with Qinghua? Is it because you like human food? Because you can't eat it yourself, you like to watch Qinghua eat it? Or is there something else in mind? This thing. Hua Zhi Bing frowned, and this time the answer was not as painful. She thought seriously for a long while before she smiled contentedly, because I feel happy when I accompany Qinghua for dinner. I can't be wrong, that emotion is happiness. After saying that, Hua Zhi Bing couldn't help but laugh again as if he had thought of something. Looking at her like this, Yu Xiying and Yang Hongyuan froze in place at the same time, their brains following blank. After a while, Yang Hongyuan said in a daze, if I'm not wrong, Xiao Bing's understanding of emotions and feelings should have reached a new stage, right? Taking a deep breath, Yu Xiying shook her head, whether or not this is exactly the case, we still need to submit this record to the teachers first and let them make a judgment. After saying that, she squatted down in front of Hua Zhi Bing, a rare touch of gentleness on her face. She rubbed Hua Zhi Bing's head before her gaze softened and said, Little Bing, whatever changes in your mood during this period of time, tell us in time, okay? If you come across something you can't analyze on your own, you can also ask me. After quietly staring at Yu Xiying for a while, Hua Zhi Bing spread a smile, good. She got up as she said that, glancing at the time again, and took the initiative to say, I'm going to bring breakfast to Qinghua, the morning is the Taoist Society's activity, and I'll be back at noon after accompanying Qinghua for lunch. Okay, go for it. Yu Xiying nodded and stopped stopping. Yang Hongyuan was the first to come back to his senses and hurriedly saved the video of the chat just now, and the two of them returned to the research base together. After Qinghua finished his breakfast, he took Hua Zhi Bing with him to the classroom that he had applied for. The classroom was still a bit of a mess when the two entered. There were randomly placed tables and chairs everywhere, and some clutter piled up in the corners. After greeting the teacher, Qinghua took Hua Zhi Bing with him and moved all the desks, chairs, and miscellaneous items to other classrooms. While Qinghua was sweeping, Hua Zhi Bing placed a straw-woven futon in place. After this, the two men began to set up the icons, incense, and those necessary things. By the time they were almost done organizing, the students who had joined the Taoist club began to arrive one after another. When people first walked through the door, they thought they had stepped into a Taoist temple. Because where the classroom is now, the classroom is still visible. There were bushels neatly arranged on the floor, and on a table covered with yellow silk directly to the north, there was an icon facing south on one side, and incense on a small trolley in front of it. Further ahead, a cloth futon for kneeling. Everything was in good shape, and although the size of the classroom was not comparable to that of a Taoist temple, it was still a sparrow's nest. I thought I had one foot in the door of the Tao. You guys don't say, it's quite similar to what they show on TV. So we're kind of Taoist now? I don't care about all that, I just came to see my goddess. Indeed, I also came to see Hua Zhi Bing. The crowd chanted and laughed as they walked into the classroom. As for those rules and stuff, they didn't understand and didn't mean to ask. Looking at their reactions, Qinghua raised his eyebrows and did not say anything. Instead, Hua Zhi Bing was a bit upset and took the initiative to speak up and ask them to be quiet. Everyone, no loud noises after you walk in here, you need to be quiet. Even if you don't believe in the way now, I hope you do this most basic thing. Air. The students were originally chatting quite happily. Hearing Hua Zhi Bing say that, they all shut their mouths in embarrassment. Rather, it's not that they're repentant. How can they repent when they don't believe in the word? It's just that they were supposed to be coming for the goddess. Now that the goddess had said so, if they continued to clamor, not to mention chatting with the goddess for a few moments, they would be lucky if they weren't hated by the goddess. Still, they were a bit surprised, not realizing that Hua Zhi Bing would take Taoism so seriously. Because at that time, when they saw Hua Zhi Bing filling out the application for joining the club, they thought that Hua Zhi Bing was also just coming here to play out of interest. Now it seems that people are seriously trying to enter the path. The group stood in their place in the doorway for a while longer, and a few of the students couldn't stand any longer and were ready to find bushels to sit on. As a result, before their asses could touch the futon, they were stopped by Qinghua again. Looking at these students with solemn eyes, Qinghua said expressionlessly, "Since all of you have joined my Taoist society, you must abide by the rules of my Taoist society. Each time you attend a community event, you will need to line up for worship. And please come and line up, and I will teach you the process of worship." Qinghua said and pointed to the location directly in front of the holy statue. At those words, the students' mouths twitched, somewhat speechless. What's all the trouble? I'm convinced we're not going to be asked to come in robes after a while, are we? I don't want it. Forget it, just go through the motions, everyone go over there and pay your respects. Ugh. I'll put up with it for the goddess. The students grumbled in whispers as they reluctantly walked to stand in front of the futon in front of the icon. Qinghua pointed, and Hua Zhi Bing also took the initiative to stand at the front of the group. Seeing that the goddess was also to be worshipped made the students a little less reluctant. It didn't matter if the service was boring or not, it was nice to see the goddess up close. With his eyes subtly sweeping over them, Qinghua smiled and shook his head as he took the lead and walked to the very front, doing the movements while explaining the process of worship to the students. In worship, we begin by standing upright, looking up to the icons, and calming our minds. Feet should be in a figure 8 with heels a fist width apart. While Qinghua taught, Hua Zhi Bing stared earnestly at his every move without blinking, afraid that he might have missed the process. The students have little interest in this. But seeing that the goddess was learning so seriously, they all didn't want to lose face in front of the goddess and followed along earnestly. By the time Qinghua finished the service, they had learned it backwards. But the one who learns the most standard is Hua Zhi Bing. She's an AI after all, and she kind of has the ability to forget things. Under Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing's successive demonstrations, the other students also began to line up for the still standard worship. While they worshipped, Qinghua had been watching without saying a word. He glanced earnestly over each of them, pondering for a moment now and then, but saying nothing from the beginning. Until more than half an hour later. With more than 30 students, it was hard to finish the boring week, and some of them were already a little impatient. They did join the club to see the goddess. But if the content of the society is so boring all the time, they can't stay even if they have goddesses to watch. And the goddess asked them to keep quiet. They can't even talk to the goddess. Seeing that Qinghua did not give his next instructions and instead started lighting incense in front of the holy statue, one of the students still could not hold back. "President, what are we going to do next?" As soon as this student spoke up, the other students couldn't help themselves. "Yeah, what else is in the club content? President, will you teach us the Bagua Charta those things?" I heard that your class performed Tai boxing during the military training repertoire. Will you teach us Tai boxing, President? The students chatted and came back for more. It would be fun to learn how to draw bagua diagrams and learn Tai boxing techniques. But Qinghua did not answer them at first. It wasn't until the incense in his hand was inserted into the censer that he turned and pointed to the futon on the floor. As the students looked on in disbelief, he said expressionlessly, "Those contents are not for you to grasp right now. For the next few moments, meditate with the poor Taoist." Chapter 65, Screening Members of the Community. Hua Zhi Bing requests to be a teacher. Playing. Meditation? The students looked at the futon on the floor with some disbelief. It took a while before a student cried out, "President, are you serious?" "Yeah, we don't want to meditate. That's too boring. It's not like we joined this club to meditate. They just get annoyed at the thought of sitting here all morning. What meditation? Might as well go back to playing games if you have the time. If not, it's better to go back to the dormitory and read a book than to meditate here." Sweeping a glance at the obviously repulsive students, Qinghua walked to his own futon and said with a changeless face, "If anyone does not want to meditate, just quit the society and leave. I won't force you to meditate, but you shouldn't disturb the others either." After Qinghua finished speaking, Hua Zhi Bing did not hesitate and quickly walked to the seat next to him and sat down. Seeing this, a smattering of other students followed and sat down. More students, however, are still on the fence. "You have to quit the club if you don't meditate, huh? Isn't it true that you won't be able to see Hua anymore if you quit the club? Or hold back? Forget it, just bear with it, it's just meditation. I still can't stand it, forget it, I'm out. Me too, even if I can see Hua's senior sister by staying here, I don't want to meditate. Gone, gone, gone." The hesitant part of the student follows by sitting down and meditating. A small number of others simply gave up and left the classroom. They were hoping to have more contact with Hua Zhi Bing. But that didn't mean they were willing to stay and meditate. To them, meditating is a waste of time. Might as well do something else with that time. Sweeping a glance at the students who had left, Qinghua shook his head in disbelief before looking at the remaining students. Meditation is not just sitting down with your legs crossed. Slowly coming up behind a hunched-over student, he jabbed the duster in his hand towards the student's back. When meditating, the waist should be naturally straightened. If the waist is not straight, the qi of the ren-du two veins is not smooth, and it is also easy to form a drowsy and sleepy problem. The student's back trembled as he was poked by Qinghua, and he sat up straight uncomfortably. Seeing this, the other students also tensed their bodies in a hurry. But they're used to hunching over on weekdays. Now they were suddenly told to sit up straight, and they couldn't tell you how hard it was. However, Qinghua was stern like a teacher at this moment, and they were instinctively afraid and did not dare to disobey. What they don't realize, though, is that the rules of meditation go beyond that. Sweeping his eyes over the students, Qinghua hovered while continuing, "While keeping the waist and back, one should also keep the head square and neck straight, the jaw slightly retracted, and the tongue against the palate." With that, he extended his duster once more and squared the neck of a habitually crooked student. Many people don't realize they have crooked necks. While meditating, the head unconsciously tilts to one side. Help them square it up and they'll be uncomfortable instead. However, with Qinghua watching, they did not dare to move around and could only endure their discomfort. And people often have trouble concentrating when they are uncomfortable. So many students, even if they have the correct posture, are not breathing well and are all frowning. Qinghua was not in a hurry and continued to wander among them, correcting their sitting posture while helping them adjust their breathing. Don't rush to close your eyes, first set your mind and breathe calmly, and then slowly close your eyes after your mood has quieted down and your breathing has evened out. Focus on your breath and silently count the number of times you breathe. Take your time to integrate with your own breath, and don't breathe short. Qinghua gave a reminder every now and then, and the students followed the adjustments every now and then. Just as a number of students corrected themselves, someone finally relented and got up with a twisted face. "I'm not practicing, I'm quitting." After saying that, he left the classroom without hesitation. As soon as this student left, those students who were already loosened in their wills could not sit still and got up, following suit. In response, it was as if Qinghua did not see it, and after just sweeping a glance, he withdrew his gaze and returned to his futon. In the next few moments, he began meditating as well, no longer bothering with the other students. The rest of the students have better endurance. But meditating for hours on end was still too much for them. No way. With everything they could think of in their heads, they really didn't want to sit around and fret. As for enlightenment, they're not interested at all. As the clock turned on the wall, time passed by, and footsteps sounded in the classroom from time to time. Without Qinghua watching from the side, those students walked with even less pressure. The people who left became more and more numerous. Club activities begin at 8 a.m. Until the club activities were nearing their end, Qinghua pinpointed the right time and opened his eyes, calmly looking ahead. The classroom, which had been packed with people, had now become empty. But that had been expected of him. Both the initial worship and the current meditation are simple tests that he puts these members of the community through. The worship was to see their attitude toward the word. To meditate is to see their enlightenment, their state of mind. Entry is not a matter of words. If one is disrespectful to the Tao, unable to meditate, unable to even persevere in meditation, it is useless to remain in his society. Might as well let them leave early, it's good for both sides. The classroom wasn't deserted, though. First of all, Hua Zhi Bing, who was sitting next to him, was still there. Moreover, when the others left, Hua Zhi Bing was not affected in the slightest, as if he was in a state of tranquility, holding his breath and remaining motionless at all times. On top of that, there were two other people, a man and a woman. The two men sat in the two corners of the classroom, their eyes similarly slightly closed as they sat motionless on their futons. The fact that these two were still around was unexpected to Qinghua. After all, based on his initial guess, he had thought that there would only be Hua Zhi Bing left in the end. If he remembered correctly, the two, a man and a woman, had been quite proper in their attitudes during the initial service. I just don't know if these two are holding out until now because they have a bond with the Tao, or if they are holding out hard for Hua Zhi Bing? After thinking about it, Qinghua still got up and took the lead in walking to that girl. The schoolgirl rings a bell with him. The same freshman in the computer science department, seems to be called by Shaoling, just recently named by the students as the computer science department flower. By Shaoling's looks, not to say stunning, but very durable. A small, googly-eyed face is spread with soft features. It made her whole person look soft and well-behaved, with a vague hint of timidity. Like an easily bullied little family man. Seemingly sensing someone in front of her, Bai Xiaoling's eyelashes fluttered and her eyes quietly opened a slit. Even a single movement to open his eyes was characterized by a sense of caution. Just after opening her eyes, Bai Xiaoling noticed the pair of gray cloth shoes in front of her. Her body stiffened, and she slowly looked up, toward the top. After meeting Qingyu's downcast eyes, her body stiffened even more. Qingyu clearly saw a hint of fear and regret in her eyes. Before he could say anything, Bai Xiaoling was already crying with a small face as she explained. Society. President. I didn't mean to open my eyes. I just felt that there was someone in front of me, and I couldn't help but take a curious look, so don't kick me out, okay? I definitely won't do it again in the future. Bai Xiaoling said, quickly raising her right hand in a swearing gesture. Looking at this frightened and scared reaction of hers, Qinghua smiled and shook his head. Mr. White, is the poor Taoist scary looking? Ha! Bai Xiaoling froze and hastily shook her head, no. She said, her small face vaguely red, embarrassed, and continued, you're very good looking, President. Noticing Bai Xiaoling's reaction, Qinghua raised his eyebrows, in that case, why are you so afraid of me? I'm not. Bai Xiaoling anxiously shook her head, and embarrassedly explained, I'm just afraid that you, President, will kick me out. You are very reluctant to leave? Qinghua asked with a smile. Seeing Qingyu's warm attitude, Bai Xiaoling also relaxed and nodded her head seriously, well, I don't want to go, I want to stay here. Why? Qinghua simply sat down in front of Bai Xiaoling and curiously said, do you feel that you have a sense of the Tao and want to enter the Tao sect, or is it because of fellow student Hua? Bai Xiaoling opened her mouth and blushed slightly again. In her case, she was really different from all the other students. When she initially chose to join the club, it wasn't because she was interested in Tao or Hua Zhi Bing, but because of Qinghua. On the day of the military training rendezvous, when Qinghua was boxing, she couldn't help but stare at him. She felt that although this classmate was dressed strangely, he had a unique aura when he fought. While she was deeply shocked when she saw Qinghua blow up the drone with a single punch, she also kept Qingyu's figure firmly in her mind. After the rendezvous, she had been looking forward to seeing Qinghua again. But even if the two were in the same department, she never found the opportunity. Until the day of Monday, she went to add the club and accidentally noticed a lot of people surrounding Qinghua in front of her. After walking in and taking a look, she realized that Qinghua was recruiting people for his Taoist society, so she signed up without even thinking about it. But that's the kind of reason she's too embarrassed to say. After biting her lip and thinking for a while, Bai Shaoling whispered, I feel like I quite like meditating, it gives me time to think about things I usually don't notice. Oh? Qinghua nodded his head in understanding as he listened to this reply from Bai Shaoling, I see. He could tell that the bond between Bai Shaoling and the Tao was not considered to be very deep. But compared to the restless students, it was a rare thing for her to be able to meditate and feel in silence. It can't be too bad if you nurture it properly. President, you're not going to kick me out, are you? Seeing Qinhua's calm demeanor, Bai Shaoling asked again cautiously. Upon hearing this, Qinghua smiled and nodded, if fellow Bai is so sincere in wanting to attain enlightenment, how could I drive you away? But today's club activities are over, so you can go home now, and it's not too late to come back tomorrow. Knowing that Qinghua would not kick her out, Bai Shaoling was instantly relieved. But seeing that Qinghua has no intention of leaving the classroom yet, she shakes her head again and smiles coyly, I'm not in a hurry to leave, President, you have something to go and get busy first. Upon hearing this, Qinghua nodded his head and got up to walk towards the male student on the other side. Looking at his back, Bai Shaoling happily curved the corners of her mouth and continued to close her eyes to meditate. As long as she wasn't kicked out, then she was content. On the other hand, Qinghua had already arrived in front of the boy who was still meditating. Compared to Bai Shaoling, the male student didn't react to his approach. But what to say about this student? Looking at the outward appearance, all hipster and with a woolly perm, it really doesn't look like someone who can sit still. But he froze and held on surprisingly well to the end. Seeing that he hadn't been meaning to open his eyes, Qinghua sat down in front of him and opened his mouth with a smile. How do you call yourself, classmate? At that, the boy finally opened his eyes. A pair of deep eyes looked straight at Qinghua. This look, which seemed to carry a few deep meanings, really gave Qinghua a blank stare. But as soon as the boys opened their mouths, Qinghua became a bit tense. Taoist master, my humble self, Zhuo Mingyuan, 20 years old this year, sophomore in the finance department. Taoist master, my will is very strong, and I definitely won't entertain the idea of quitting the society, please don't worry about that. In fact, you don't know, I've been interested in Taoism since I was a child, only that Taoism has declined and I've never found the opportunity. If there was a suitable Taoist temple, I'm afraid that at this moment I would have become a Taoist priest just like the Taoist priest. So when I saw a few days ago that you had started a Taoist society, the first thing I did was fill out an application. Today I came to have a look, and you are indeed a high Taoist. Whether it's worship or meditation, I've benefited greatly. I wonder if you, elder, have the desire to take on a disciple? If I can, I would like to become your disciple. Qinghua only asked one question, but Zhuo Mingyuan answered a long list. Those eyes of his that looked at Qinghua were even more filled with anticipation and admiration. Looking at him, Qinghua unconsciously thought of Su Chujie. Two people who can talk just as well. It's just that compared to Su Chujie, Zhuo Mingyuan, besides being able to talk, is also a bit middle-aged. Obviously already a college student, but that middle-aged air is like elementary school and middle school. It's also a good thing he doesn't worship a transforming character like blah blah blah. Otherwise, Qinghua could hardly imagine that image. But thinking about it, he really didn't have the slightest intention of looking down on Zhuo Mingyuan. Nonetheless, he didn't look down on it, he also felt that Zhuo Mingyuan was quite thoughtful. Everyone else's dream as a child would have been to become a scientist or a doctor or something like that. As it turned out, Zhuo Mingyuan, since he was a child, wanted to be a Taoist priest. It's kind of a maverick. As for the whole apprentice thing, although he now had an apprenticeship task of his own, Taoist apprenticeship could not really be so perfunctory. Finally, under Zhuo Mingyuan's expectant gaze, Qinghua still shook his head and calmly said, Mr. Zhua, the Taoist religion is strict in accepting disciples, and it is not something that can be accomplished in just 3 or 2 sentences. If you recognize me as your master, it will be for life, not child's play. The main thing is that you haven't been in touch with Taoism for very long now, so what if you're only interested in Taoism for a while and regret it later? There's a bit of a gap between dreams and reality, after all. So you might as well stay here for a while, and if you have a bond with the Tao and are certain that you really want to worship me as your teacher, it won't be too late for us to discuss this matter then. Qinhua's refusal was quite euphemistic, mainly because he was afraid that Zhuo Mingyuan would feel bad. After all, it had been his dream since he was a child. But Qinghua was still really low on Zhuo Mingyuan. After hearing Qinhua's refusal, Zhuo Mingyuan, instead of losing his temper, became even more furious. Eyes burning at Qinghua, he did not hesitate to state, I know that Taoist master still needs time to test me. Please don't worry, Taoist master, I will not give up, and one day, I will let you see my determination clearly. Looking at Zhuo Mingyuan's imposing appearance, Qinghua nodded with a smile. Good, I look forward to that day. According to his judgment, Zhuo Mingyuan was also considered to have a relationship with the Tao. Coupled with this sincerity of his, if he was sincere in his cultivation, he could really have something to offer. If he could hold on, it wouldn't be impossible to take him as a disciple. Qinghua, what about me? Can I worship you as my teacher? Just as Qinghua was getting up, Hua Zhi Bing's voice with a few hints of anticipation suddenly came from behind him. She had gotten up at some point and was now standing behind Qinghua with a few moments of hope on her small face. Turning back to her, Qinghua slightly raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile, "You sincerely want to worship me as your teacher?" Aha! Hua Zhi Bing clenched her hands and nodded. Actually, I've had this idea for a long time, but I just haven't been able to find the right opportunity to open my mouth. If Zhuo Mingyuan hadn't asked about this today, she might still not have been able to find the opportunity. As for Hua Zhi Bing, Qinghua had also long had the idea of taking her as a disciple. Although Hua Zhi Bing was an AI, her comprehension of the Tao was definitely much higher than by Xiaoling and Zhuo Mingyuan. It's considered a natural talent. He hadn't asked before, but also because he hadn't found the right opportunity. Now that Hua Zhi Bing took the initiative to ask, he naturally had no intention of refusing. Gazing calmly into Hua Zhi Bing's eyes, Qingyu's expression gradually became serious. Did you hear what I said to Zhuo just now? To recognize me as a master is a lifelong affair, not a child's play. Hua Zhi Bing knew how important this matter was. But she had made up her mind a long time ago, so she nodded her head without hesitation. I know, and I'm ready for it, definitely not just saying it. Yes. Seeing Hua Zhi Bing's firmness, Qinghua no longer hesitated. Hua Zhi Bing's heart was overjoyed, and with both of his hands brought to the front of his body, he was about to bow and call out to his master. However, before she shouted out, Qinghua stopped her. Meeting Hua Zhi Bing's eyes that were penetrating with disbelief, he smiled faintly and said, "When we Taoists pay homage to a master, it is not enough for you and I to verbally acknowledge it, but rather, a formal ceremony needs to be held. When the time comes, I'll pick an auspicious day for the zodiac, and you'll prepare a Taoist robe for yourself in advance. As for this process of worshipping the master, I also need to tell you in advance, and you need to familiarize yourself with it." Upon hearing this, Hua Zhi Bing hastily nodded his head. "I will definitely remember." Seeing that she did put it on her mind, Qinghua was satisfied in his heart and began to tell her about the process of worshipping the master. For example, when the time comes to pay homage to the master, she will have to write the homage post in advance, she will be empowered by herself and enshrined, she will make offerings to the Taoist ancestor to comply with the statue, and she will also be sealed with the Taoist name, and so on. The whole process is not exactly simple, and likewise represents the solemnity of the Taoist division. Hua Zhi Bing understood the significance of this, so he remembered it especially carefully. Qinghua had only said it once, and she had already memorized it clearly, word for word. Noticing the caution and anticipation on Hua Zhi Bing's face, Qinghua smiled with satisfaction. "You must not be in a hurry in this matter, and do not address me as master now. By the time the ceremony is over and you have entered the clan tree, you and I will be able to call ourselves master and disciple." Chapter 66, Great Evil Trigrams, Jedi Strike Back. Knowing that he would be able to call out to his master after the worship ceremony, Hua Zhi Bing's eyes lit up once again. "I'll be sure to prepare properly in the next 2 days. Like a worship invitation, she must write the most perfect one." Seeing that Hua Zhi Bing's request to worship his master was successful, Zhuo Mingyuan was envious. But at the same time, he didn't know much about it. After thinking carefully for a while, he was still fine with not being able to hold back his question. "President, why are you willing to accept student Hua as your disciple and not me? Hua-san and I think we joined the club together, right?" He had no complaints, just simple disbelief. Understanding his meaning, Qinghua calmly gave an explanation. "Student Hua's enlightenment of the Tao was much earlier than yours, and his comprehension of the Tao is much deeper. It was out of her realization of the Tao that she was able to become who she is now. According to her current situation, she is already considered to have half a foot in the Taoist sect." Zhuo Mingyuan had a half understanding of the words. He didn't know much about what Hua Zhi Bing had gone through before, only that Hua Zhi Bing had a period of time where his system crashed and then suddenly got better in the follow-up. As for the previous Hua Zhi Bing, how is it different from the current Hua Zhi Bing? He hadn't paid much attention to it, so he wasn't aware of it. However, when he heard Qinghua say that Hua Zhi Bing had half a foot in the Tao sect, he still cast an admiring look at Hua Zhi Bing. And it was hard for him to join a Taoist society now, and his heart's desire had been mostly fulfilled, which was already enough to make him happy. Worship was sooner or later, so he didn't think about it that much. For by Shaoling, she was also somewhat envious of Hua Zhi Bing being able to be Qingyu's disciple. It was just that she had never thought about worshipping a master before. So when she heard Qingyu say that worshipping a master was a lifelong affair, she was more or less hesitant. After determining this matter of Hua Zhi Bing worshipping his master, Qingyu no longer stayed with them. The three of them simply cleaned up the classroom under Qingyu's instructions and left separately. The next morning, it was only the four of them who came, too. After all, the others quit the club by default when they left on the first day. The members of the club are now, just the four of them. After the club activities started on the day of Sunday, Qingyu did not directly lead them to meditate after taking them to worship. As soon as the four of them sat down on the futon, he directly pulled out a piece of tortoise armor and 3 copper coins. "President, aren't these copper coins in tortoise shells? What's the point?" Bai Shaoling looked at the ground, not quite understanding. Zhuo Mingyuan was the first to recognize it and said excitedly, "President, are you going to use the method of hexagrams to tell fortunes? It seems you understood?" Qingyu smiled, and immediately took out a white cloth with the 8 trigrams drawn on it and laid it flat on the ground, then put the 3 copper coins into the tortoise shell. "The method I use is the turtle and copper method of hexagrams. Divination by matching tortoise shells and copper coins. Does fortune telling really work?" Bai Shaoling rested her cheeks and frowned slightly. She wasn't a big believer in things like fortune telling. Moreover, Qingyu's method for this fortune telling is only tortoise shell and copper coins, not even the 8 characters and palmistry ones. In her opinion, it's even less puerile. But she was now a member of the Taoist society after all. No matter how much he didn't believe it in his heart, he wouldn't say it so bluntly. Hua Zhi Bing and Zhuo Mingyuan were interested. To Hua Zhi Bing, as long as Qingyu did it, she believed in it, so she also believed in the tortoise and copper hexagram method. As for Zhuo Mingyuan, he had been curious about these metaphysical matters since he was a child. Though he wondered if it really worked, he watched attentively. The three of them, Hua Zhi Bing, sat around and began to pay attention to Qingyu's every move. Qingyu, on the other hand, stared intently at the tortoise shell and the copper coins, holding his breath as he began to shake them. As he turned the tortoise armor upside down, 3 copper coins fell out of the armor with a few clangs. After recording the front and back of the copper coins, Qingyu put the coins back into the tortoise shell and continued shaking. The whole process, which had been going on for 6 times. The 6 times are called the initial lines, the second lines, the third lines, the fourth lines, the fifth lines, and the 6th lines. Until the end of the 6th. Qingyu looked at the results he had divined, his eyebrows knitted slightly as he fell into deep thought. "Qingyu, how's it going?" Hua Zhi Bing noticed the change in his expression and always felt that this trigram was not good. Although Bai Shaoling and Zhuo Mingyuan didn't say anything, they were concerned about the results of the trigrams. Sighing softly, Qingyu shook his head with a heavy expression. "Mountain Thundery, it has the intention of devouring, not very good." "President, what is this fortune telling you're doing? Telling fortunes for others?" Zhuo Mingyuan scratched his head in disbelief. However, Qingyu did not have any intention of explaining, and only twisted his head to look in the southwestern direction. Last night he watched the sky at night and realized that there was a fear of misfortune in the southwest. For some reason, he intuited that this matter was related to Renranran. That's why he brought the tortoise shell and copper coins over today to give Renranran a divination. As it turned out, his instincts were right. According to the trigrams, the great evil on Renranran had not been broken, but was instead approaching. But everything is not irreparable, it just depends on the creation of Renranran herself. Thinking of the few mentions he made to Renranran, Qinyu's eyes deepened. Now, let's just hope it's not too late. Seeing the heaviness of his words, the Hua Zhi Bing trio became more and more puzzled. But Qinyu did not explain in detail, so they could only guess in their own minds. In the meantime, southwest of the country of Kyushu, in the tropical rainforest where the two countries meet, Renranran stumbled towards that line while checking back every now and then. The military uniform she was wearing became a simple, rough dress. His clothes were already wet with sweat and forest mist, a sticky paste on his body. Her lips were also dry and peeling because she hadn't had any water for a long time, and her throat was sore and hot. With every breath, the nasal passages feel the pain from dryness. But she didn't dare stop, she just wanted to reach the other end of that line as soon as possible and return the item intact. Bang! Just then, there was a sudden burst of gunfire from the forest. This was followed by the sound of dense footsteps. Ran was startled in her heart and hurriedly increased her speed. But the terrain in the rainforest was just too complex and she was using up too much of her stamina. In a moment of carelessness, her person tripped directly over a raised vine on the ground, knocking the front of her calf on a small patch of gravel. Hiss. Looking at the embedded stone, knocked bloody calf, ran pain cold sweat straight, but did not dare to make a sound. The footsteps behind them were getting closer. Anxious, she rushed into the back of a bush not far ahead. What to do? Looking at the chip in her hand, Ran bit her lips tightly, her heart cold. She was sent on this undercover mission after finishing her military training assignment at Qinghua. The purpose is to access the information in this chip. During this time, she was able to make a single line of communication, but no support, in order to perfectly conceal her identity. Everything can only be done by her. It had gone well, and she had gotten the chip without incident, and was just waiting for the right opportunity to leave. But they also went undercover on their side, exposing her undercover work. The enemy learns that there is an undercover agent, and the first thing they do is to check the chip. After realizing the chip was gone, they launched a full-scale manhunt. In desperation, Ran could only find an opportunity to escape with Chip. If it goes well, once she crosses that line and returns home, she'll be safe. But the clothes on his body weren't combat uniforms, they weren't as convenient. The enemy also brought hounds that could track her scent so she couldn't get away. Even though she had done her best to escape, she was still caught up by now. No matter what, the chip must never be taken back. Ran clenched her teeth, pulled out the knife she had on her person, and scratched at the tree trunk beside her. Until she had scratched out a slit of sufficient depth, she carefully hid the chip inside and taped the bark back on. Hiding the chip, she engraved another code word belonging to them on the side. If she is tragically killed and her teammates find the tree, they will have a chance to find the chip and bring it back. And based on what's going on right now, this time, I'm afraid she can't escape death. Ran tilted her head in despair, and the words Qinghua said before she left suddenly flashed through her mind. I didn't think he'd be right this time. She smiled helplessly and bitterly at the thought. At that time, she did not take Qinhua's words to heart. She doesn't believe in superstitious things like fortune-telling. The results were not expected. Her life this time had really been calculated by Qinghua. I guess this time, she couldn't escape the fate of having her breath taken away. Nope. Thinking of the word "she" has been exhausted, Ran's heart tightened and she instantly tensed her body. What Qinghua said at that time wasn't that the chi had run out, it was that the chi was threatening to run out. If Qinghua had really calculated her life, then what he meant by those words at that time was that he was still saved. What else did he say then? Ran clenched her cold hands and began to desperately recall Qinhua's words. Behind her, the sound of footsteps, barking dogs and gunshots continued to make her more and more nervous. But the imminence of death, in addition to being nerve-wracking, also brings out the best in a person. Out of her unwillingness to die, Ran managed to remember Qinhua's advice. The change in the body is not a disaster. If you want to tend to avoid the disaster, you need to learn to accept, learn to adapt, learn to control. Changes within, changes within. What changes are occurring within me? Ran muttered while looking at her body with a dull gaze. There was a real change in her body during this time. It was as if something was screwed up all over her body, causing her to instinctively reject it. At first, she thought it was a recurrence of an old injury. However, when she returned to the army for a checkup, the doctor said that not only did she not have a recurrence of her old injuries, but the dark diseases caused by her old injuries in her body had also recovered. Originally, she thought that was her good recovery. But now it seems that this could be because of the changes within himself? What exactly has changed? Qinghua also said that I should think more about what he had to say about Tai, which was a lifesaver for me. Tai, it means Tai fist technique, right? If he's making me think about what's being said about Tai Kempo, then. Analyzing this, Ran's eyes instantly froze. In the next second, a simple word appeared directly in her head. Gas. The thing that Qinghua said the most in terms of the Tai fist technique was qi. He said that when you start Tai Kung Fu, qi will be generated in your body. Learning to mobilize the qi that matches the qi in the body will take the power of the Tai fist technique to the next level. Could it be that the change within yourself is that you produce your own qi? This realization made Ran's heart tremble. She then recalled the image of Qinhua's previous punch that blew up the drone. Thinking of Qinghua saying that he was able to blow up drones because of gas. If qi really exists, if the changes in her body are really due to the creation of qi, if she also possesses the strength to blow up drones with a single punch, then she might actually be able to escape with her life. The woman is around here, search. Don't let me find her, I'll chop her head off if I do. Cut the crap and hurry up and find her and ask where the chip is. She must never be allowed to bring the chip back to the country of Kyushu. The sounds of the enemy's curses were close at hand, and the footsteps of the hounds were approaching. Seeing the danger approaching, Ran clenched her teeth, and with the idea of a last-ditch effort, she directly closed her eyes and began to feel the changes within her body. Before, she had been rejecting the change, so she felt awkward all over. Now that she followed what Qinghua said, not rejecting it and accepting it, the original screwed-up feeling suddenly disappeared. With this comes a soothing and airy sense of comfort. It was as if something was flowing inside the body, circling around the limbs, circle after circle. She tried to control the flow of the stuff, but was having a field day. If this was qi, then she knew that there was qi within her, but she simply couldn't control it, couldn't utilize it. This feeling of powerlessness made Ran anxious. But she also knew, without guidance, it would be absolutely impossible for her to take control of this qi that she had never known. And the only person who could guide her was Qinghua. However, Qinghua was not here right now, so Ran could only allow this qi to circulate in a circle within her body. And the circulation of qi, although it couldn't enhance her strength, it did bring her some benefits. She was starting to get warm all over. Unlike the wet heat of the rainforest, this warmth made her feel comfortable, as if she were soaking in a hot spring. The feeling of exhaustion faded with this warmth. Both stamina and strength were being restored. She even felt like she was back in peak physical condition. Realizing the changes in her body, Ran's heart was ecstatic. Even if she couldn't control qi for a while, this benefit was enough for her right now. Because before, she was so focused on getting things out as quickly as possible, the location where she fled was far away from where the two countries met again. So along the way, she had been running as fast as she could, using up almost all of her energy. When the enemy caught up with her, there was nothing she could do but wait to die. But now, her physical state had been restored and she was not far from the crossover. With her current state, she should already be capable of fighting those guys. Chapter 67, Worship at the School Gate? It's not worthy of you. Woo woof. Just as Ran was about to think of a way to counterattack, the low growl of a hound suddenly came from behind the bushes. Immediately afterward, the sound of bushes being trampled rang out. The hounds brought in by the enemy picked up her scent and locked into position and came straight for her. Noticing the movement next to her, Ran quickly opened her eyes. As she watched the hound open his mouth full of fangs and bite towards her neck, she quickly dodged it with a roll. And then with one hand, he pressed the lunging hound to the ground in a dead heat, and with the other, he slammed his hand directly towards the hound's neck. Bang! Click! The sound of bones breaking came as the fist fell. The hound's eyes glazed over, drool mixed with blood ran along the corners of his mouth, his head drooped, and he gagged. Although Ran killed the hound at the first opportunity, her position was also exposed. When she heard the gunshots coming from behind her, her eyes narrowed and she directly grabbed the hound's body and threw it towards the right. Bang! Bang bang! The intense gunfire was instantly focused in the direction where the hound's body had landed. Seizing this opportunity, Ran quickly rushed to the other side, grasped the right moment, and smashed his fist on the abdomen of one of the enemies, while snatching the other's gun over. Damn women! The other party was enraged when they saw that Ran had dared to counterattack. 4 or 5 gun muzzles, aimed in Ran's direction in a second, pulled the trigger at the same time. Day. One of the submachine guns swept intensively. Ran dragged the enemy who had been robbed of his gun in front of her, and after letting him block the bullets for her, she leapt with her body and nimbly dodged behind a tree. Phew! After quickly checking the bullets of the pistol in her hand, Ran's eyes flashed as she began to fight a guerrilla war with the other party in the rainforest. She was exhausted earlier and the rainforest was troublesome for her. But now that she was getting her strength back, the situation here became her protection instead. With the easily defensible terrain, Ran easily dealt with the enemies on the opposite side. The men had a number of weapons in their hands, but their aim was not very good. If the hounds are still around, they can have the hounds look for Runjun and hold. But now that the hound is dead, they're on their own. And the result of relying on yourself is that you can't beat it. Even if they still had 4 or 5 guns in their hands, they were no match for the pistol in Ran's hand. In the army, she was a crack shot. Now with the gun, these people were literally giving her head. A gunfight, which lasted for more than half an hour, ended with Ranran's victory. 5 men on the other side, all killed. Ranran destroyed the locator device on the men, then wiped the fingerprints off the pistol and casually dropped it beside them before ducking back behind the bushes again. Finally, making sure she wasn't being pursued by any other enemies, she carefully removed the chip that had been hidden in the tree, destroyed the code word, and then ran as fast as she could towards her target location. No one knew that Ranranjun was safe. The headquarters of the Capital Intelligence Bureau, inside a conference room covered by curtains. Several leaders sat in their respective seats, their eyes anxiously staring at the phone on the table. Well, did Fox Wolf contact you? No. Several leaders' hearts tightened as they heard the calm reply over the phone. The person who talked to them was the same person who had a single line of communication with Ranran. 2 days ago, he gave Ranran a call, informing her that she might have been exposed. After this, Ranran lost contact. The leaders waited 2 full days without a peep. They didn't know if Ranran had escaped, they didn't know if the chip was still on her, and they didn't know if she was dead or alive. I don't think it's very likely that Foxwolf is alive. Knowing she was in a desperate situation, she might have taken her own initiative to kill herself and protect things. Just as the leaders were having a hard time with their hearts, the man on the other end of the phone spoke out in a hushed voice. At those words, several leaders froze, their eyes then darkened. Got it, you protect yourself. Yes. The man responded briefly and hung up quickly. Listening to the beeps coming from the phone, the leaders looked a few more disheveled. The atmosphere in the room, at once, became oppressive. In fact, they know it very well. Once exposed, Ranran's chances of surviving were almost zero. In this case, there's a real possibility that she'll kill herself later in order to protect the chip and leave clues. It's just that they don't want to believe this. What to do? How do I explain to Elder Ren? I didn't agree to let Foxwolf go in the first place, but you guys are so good, you just gave her the go-ahead. Since we have chosen this responsibility, we can't just back down when we are in danger. So what did Elder Ren say on his end? The old man Ren they were talking about was Ranran's grandfather, Ren Yongchang, the former director of the Intelligence Bureau. Although retired, he is still well respected in the bureau. For Ranran, his granddaughter, Ren Yongchang had always loved her. When Ranran wanted to be a soldier, he didn't agree at all. It's just that Ranran was stubborn and had to come, so he couldn't stop him and could only agree. This time, when they transferred Ranran to go on a mission, they didn't dare to tell Ren Yongchang, for fear that he would worry. Turns out it's okay now. People can't come back. Several leaders were already in a heavy mood. Thinking of Ren Yongchang's reaction when he found out, it was even more regrettable. For a while, the atmosphere in the conference room crashed to the freezing point. The leader at the head of the table frowned with both eyebrows and ordered in a deep voice, according to him, Foxwolf should be running towards the land crossing. Notify down at once and send someone to search that neighborhood. No matter what, live and let die. As for Ren Lao's side. Saying this, he paused and sighed, wait until the person is found, then tell Elder Ren about this. It'll have to do. Several leaders sighed heartily and got up to leave the conference room. It says live and let live. The ones that were sent for can basically be considered corpses. Things had come to such a pass that they regretted it and were heartbroken, but there was nothing they could do about it. One could only think of what to say to Ren Yongchang and try to stabilize the old man's mind. Ranran's matter, Qinghua subsequently did not continue. After all, it was his first time taking in an apprentice, so naturally he had to choose a feng shui treasure. Originally, he had wanted to bring the 3 Hua Zhi Bing with him and teach them how to choose a treasure site in the meantime. As a result, Hua Zhi Bing suddenly received a message from Qinghua and temporarily returned to the research base. Bai has classes to teach and can't schedule them. In the end, Qinghua could only take Zhuo Mingyuan out alone to look for a place. Looking at the compass in Qingyu's hand, Zhuo Mingyuan was curious and envious. He always felt that Qingyu's compulsion when he looked at the compass was very high, and he looked very dignified. Unfortunately, he couldn't read it, so he could only follow little by little and learn it on the side. The two walked around the school for over an hour. During this hour's time, Qinghua hadn't been able to find a suitable place. Until finally, the two of them came to the front of the school's literature and comprehensive building, and Qinghua stopped his footsteps. This is a nice place. After looking at the place Qinghua had mentioned, Zhuo Mingyuan was somewhat silent. President, are you serious? What? What's wrong? Qinghua raised his eyebrows and casually asked. The line of sight hovered around the place again. Zhuo Mingyuan was helpless. President, you really don't see anything wrong? Upon hearing this, Qinghua also reswept the circle, still with a calm face. I can't tell. I can only tell that this place is a good place. This is the Sun House position of the Earth, and it meets the White Wolf Greed Star, which is the best Wenchang combination. Wenchang, the birth of a prosperous article, famous world, science and armor. Lianfeng, women's appearance. Duanyan, can you say this place is not good? At those words, Zhuo Mingyuan wanted to cry. He pointed to the front of the Literature and General Studies building and said with a headache, from here, an avenue leads straight to the main entrance of the school. Can it not be a good place? This location where the two of them were standing was a small square in front of the Literature and General Affairs building. And the other end of this small square was connected to a not-so-long reach that led straight to the main gate of Qinghua University. And this school gate is arguably the place where the most students and faculty come and go. The stone monument of Qinghua is also located in front of this gate. If Qinghua said that this place was bad, Zhuo Mingyuan wouldn't believe him. But it's good. It doesn't work. Sighing, Zhuo Mingyuan explained to Qinghua in a serious manner, President, it's really inappropriate to pay homage to a teacher at the school gate. Let's just say that if we have a worship ceremony between you and Hua here, it would basically be considered a fire for the whole school. I'm just afraid you'll have to recruit. Hua Zhi Bing said that she wanted to worship Qinghua as her master. This is something that Cheng Guodong and the others don't object to, and they even think it's a good thing. If it wasn't for Qinghua, if it wasn't for the Taoist religion, their little ice wouldn't have become what she is now. With Dao's help, maybe ice can go further? Even if it was Qinghua's words about mechanical ascension, they all had a few more points of anticipation. What made them tangle was the matter of Hua Zhi Bing delivering food to Qinghua and accompanying him for dinner. Long sigh, Cheng Guodong really cannot hold it. Hard to say, how do I have a feeling that my own cabbage has been arched? When he said this, Ge Hua and the others' faces sank a few more points. Yang Hongyuan suddenly smiled and said most calmly, that's fine, anyway, the other party is Qinghua, I think Xiao Bing has a good eye. Before his words fell, Cheng Guodong and the others swept over with a single glance. Yang Hongyuan's scalp went numb from the glare and he hurriedly closed his mouth. In the end, it was Yu Xiying who stepped forward and eased the atmosphere. Right now, Xiao Bing is still showing relatively little emotion, and in this case, it might be that we have misjudged. More than that, I think the further evolution of Little Ice's emotions is the thing that deserves our attention. Looking toward Cheng Guodong, she continued, Teacher, besides us, everyone in the country is waiting for an update on Xiao Bing's progress. You see, isn't it time for us to organize some kind of event to inform everyone of Xiao Bing's progress in this area? Yu Xiying's proposal caused Cheng Guodong and the others to nod their heads thoughtfully. In fact, when Hua Zhi Bing woke up and became further independent in personality and thinking, they wanted to publicize this matter. After all, this was a huge step forward for those waiting to hear from Hua Zhi Bing. This also represented that the artificial intelligence technology of the Kyushu country had collapsed a big step upwards from leading the rest of the world. But at that time, they were afraid that this kind of progress of Hua Zhi Bing would be unstable, so they didn't make a decision right away. Now that so much time has passed, it's time to give the public a message. It's the way this is announced that needs some thought. Why don't you take Ice back to school first, and we'll talk it over? After Cheng Guodong finished speaking to Yu Xiying, he worriedly looked at Hua Zhi Bing one more time. Seeing that she hadn't really realized her emotions towards Qinghua, he didn't intend to say too much and could only wave his hand to signal Yu Xiying to take her back. After all, it was her own growth. It's better for them to be a bystander and stay out of the way. Chapter 68, Top Forces Hunting, Last Resort. Rainforest. Ran glanced at the compass to make sure she hadn't taken the wrong direction and picked up speed again. That battle just now had consumed a lot of her physical strength. She had also been in a hurry after the battle. However, as the chi in her body worked, instead of feeling tired, she felt her physical energy recovering once again. But she was still a bit confused about how to control her chi. If I remember correctly, Qinghua said something at that time that had a catchphrase about chi. Ran's brows knitted together as she struggled to recall. But she didn't take it to heart at the time, so she only remembered a few sentences in bits and pieces. The study of Qigong, gas in the exhale and the inhale-exhale Tao also, breathing and exhaling, one inhale, one exhale, gather the head of the Dantian. Scholars guard the Dantian by themselves, and the Dantian Qi Si is permeated by one Qi. Form a Qi whirlwind and intend to think to yourself, the mind meditates on the Qi turning itself. The laws of nature are above all else. An inhalation is like yin and yang, an inhalation is yin and an exhalation is yang. Reciting the mantra that Qinghua said over and over again, Renranran vaguely felt as if she had touched something. But the feeling was so ethereal that it made her feel if she had caught it and hadn't. Just then. Bang! A bullet grazed the side of her leg and went straight into the trunk of a tree off to the side. At the same time as the stinging pain on her leg, Renranran's heart shook and she hurriedly rolled behind a tree. Catching up so quickly? She forced down that spine-tingling coolness in her body and looked around nervously. The opponent's gun was equipped with a silencer, and she couldn't tell where the bullets were coming from. But there was one thing she was sure of. The guys who attacked her this time were definitely not as simple as those guys before. This time, the opponent is a professional. Hired someone specifically to kill me for this chip? Renranran let out a cold laugh and directly tore off a sleeve, tied it to a rock, and then threw it towards the side. Bang! Bang! 2 bullets came straight out of the forest and shot through that sleeve from different directions. Seeing this, Renranran drew in a breath of cold air. By the looks of it, there should be 2 snipers on her. Besides these 2 snipers, there should be other ambushed enemies. She doesn't have a firearm on her right now. Even if they recovered their fitness, they would not be able to handle the battle as easily as before. It may be a dead end. What to do? Such a weak voice, if it had been in the past, she would not have heard it. Now I don't know if it was because of her extreme mental concentration or because the chi in her body made her 5 senses more permeable, but the voice just broke into her ears. Sure enough, there are others. Renranran's eyes flinched as she pretended not to notice the man's trail and continued to keep quiet. But she moved her body slightly, trying to block herself as much as possible with tree trunks and bushes in case the other party, if they fired directly, hit her in the vitals. She knew that these people wouldn't just kill her. Because they still have to ask where the chips are. Otherwise that sniper just now could have just taken her life. But just because they didn't want her dead now didn't mean these people would be merciful. She is in the light, the enemy is in the dark. It would do her no good to fight back. That was why she chose to force this enemy who was trying to sneak up on her to get close to her, and then look for a chance to kill her back. Having determined the battle plan, Renranran's brain became calmer than ever. In the meantime, located 10 meters from her, a man was approaching Renranran with a grim face and a cat's back, step by step, cautiously. For the capture of Renranran, he carries full confidence. After all, he was a member of the Holy Light Mercenaries. Renranran, on the other hand, was just an ordinary soldier. The two fought against each other, and there was no doubt of victory or defeat. As for the Holy Light Mercenary Corps, it was the topmost existence in the Mercenary Corps world today. Hunter Academy, the world's finest training base for special mission soldiers. For a soldier to be able to enter the Hunter Academy for training is the pride of a lifetime. There were no weaklings who walked out of the Hunter Academy. Because the weak ones don't even get to enter the gates of the Hunter Academy, let alone survive in there. After graduating from the Hunter Academy, they returned to the army. Until they were discharged, a dozen or so of them formed the current group, the Holy Light Mercenaries. They relied on one mercenary mission after another, gradually opening up their reputation and fame, taking the title of the strongest mercenary group. Everyone knows that. As long as it was a mission taken on by the Holy Light Mercenary Corps, it would definitely be completed in the shortest possible time. A battle where whichever side the Holy Light joins will absolutely win. There is absolutely no chance of escape for those whom the Holy Light wants to kill. So even if their asking price is ridiculously high, people keep flocking to hire them. For example, this one hire mission is worth $10 million. At first they thought the task would be difficult. It turned out that when they arrived, they realized that their employer just wanted them to capture a female soldier from Kyushu and retrieve a chip from her. To them, this mission was a pie in the sky. The employer wants it alive, though, which is more problematic. If life and death didn't matter, their snipers could just shoot each other down. And now, they can only resort to the strategy of lurking and capturing. Harry, who carried out this mission, was the most capable of sneak assassination in the Holy Light Mercenaries. So the task naturally fell to him. Looking at the corner of Renren's coat peeking out from behind the trunk of the tree in front of him, Harry sneered disdainfully. Looking at the state of this woman, she should be in bad shape. With his ability, by the time he lurked around the other side probably wouldn't even know about it. At that thought, he gripped the Damascus in his hand. In fact, Renranran's fist was only slightly touching his heart. But Harry felt a force go right through his chest. He clearly heard the sound of his chest bones shattering and clearly felt the pain of his heart exploding. At that moment, all he could think of was no way. As far as he was concerned, Ran was just an ordinary female soldier from the Kyushu state. There was no way she could have sensed her approach, much less controlled herself with precision and counterattacked. And the force of the punch. Even Robert, who had the most power in their mercenary group, didn't have such power. Ahem! As the heart shattered, a stream of scalding heat surged straight out of Harry's throat. He couldn't even shout. Why? With such shock, he stared at Ran with wide eyes in death, and finally fell head over heels in death. The whole thing, it was only 2 seconds. Ran's punch turned Harry, who was a member of the top mercenary corps and a graduate of the Hunter Academy, directly into a corpse. Looking at all that she had caused in front of her, Ran had a moment of disorientation. She looked to her unharmed right hand, and recalled the sensation she felt when she threw that punch just now, and her heart trembled slightly. So Qinghua was able to do all that and remain unharmed, really because of qi? Originally, she was still skeptical, thinking that even if qi could be produced in people, was it really that strong? That's why with that punch just now, she carried the idea that it was all or nothing. The results were not expected. She was surprisingly really so powerful. Before coming into contact with the qi, she thought she had allowed herself to reach the limit of her strength. But now that she recognized the power of qi, she suddenly felt narrow-minded. Nowadays, she couldn't see exactly where her limits were. After all, she was only practicing qi initiation. Such strength at the entry level, if you continue to practice. Ran didn't even dare to think about it. All of this that Qinghua had taught her could be said to have completely overturned her perception of one's strength. The thoughts that popped up, though numerous, were only fleeting to Ran. It was clear to her that she was not out of the woods. She was able to kill this guy, partly because she had realized some of the tricks of qi and was able to manage to kill him with a single blow. But more than that, it was luck. The opponent should have thought that she was in a poor state, so she let her guard down, and she gained the opportunity to kill him outright. Taking a long breath, Ran began to examine Harry's body for something she could use. Until her eyes fell on the tattoo at Harry's wrist and her heart skipped a beat. Is this the mark of the Holy Light Mercenaries? He's from the Holy Light Mercenaries? Looking down at the dead Harry, Ran's back went cold. She hadn't originally thought too much of these guys who were after her. As it turned out, what I didn't expect, those guys were so bloodthirsty that they directly hired Holy Light. Covering the area where the chip was hidden, Ran's eyes narrowed. She wasn't sure exactly what was recorded in the chip. But based on what her superiors had told her before she left, she could more or less feel the importance of the chip. I just didn't think it would be so important that the other side would just hire Holy Light. If I remember correctly, those 2 snipers in Holy Light are ranked in the top 5 in the world, right? Everyone else is ranked at the top of the world in terms of strength. Thinking of this, killing intent flashed in Ran's eyes. If she hadn't realized the use of qi before, she wouldn't have been confident that she could fight against the Sacred Light Mercenaries. But now, looking at Harry's body on the ground, Ran's complexion went a few more points colder. These people would definitely not let themselves have a chance to return to the Kyushu kingdom alive. The only way to get the chip back safely by yourself is to kill them all. If she remembered correctly, there seemed to be a close relationship between the Holy Light Mercenaries and the Hunter Academy. Holy Light would never allow the mission to fail. He himself had a certain degree of certainty in dealing with these people from Holy Light. But if Holy Light's side felt that the chances of winning were not great, they would definitely seek support from Hunter Academy. At that point, one would have no chance of winning at all. What to do? Looking at the corner of the coat that sealed the chip, Ran fell into sadness. Leaving clues for the team to inform their superiors about Holy Light and the Hunter Academy? Getting the higher-ups to warn the Hunter Academy? But soon, this idea was vetoed by Ran. After all, the matter that the Holy Light would seek help from the Hunter Academy was just a guess on her part. At that time, the Hunter Academy could completely disavow it and then secretly send people to help. And if warnings worked, it wouldn't be Hunter College. Or, have their side of the Special Forces in disguise, lurking around the Hunter Academy to help hold it at bay? Doesn't seem to work either. Let's not talk about whether or not their people will be discovered once they sneak in. The main reason is that the difference in strength between the two sides is too great, and it's hard to say whether their people will be able to return home alive, let alone hold them back. And if she left too detailed a trail, it was unavoidable that it wouldn't be seen by the Holy Light. After Holy Light knew about it and made a layout in advance, the people on their side would be in even more danger. Who else can solve their current perilous situation? Ran stared at Harry's body on the floor, eagerly considering everyone she knew. Finally, a cool and leisurely figure suddenly surfaced in her mind. Qinghua. Thinking of Qinghua, Ran's eyes lit up. If it was him, he might be able to save himself. Chapter 69, Going to Qinghua, inviting Taoist Qin to come out. The area in which Hunter College is located is rather unique. It's recognized around the world as an untouchable place. The Hunter College chose to build there for that very reason. On top of that area, like Kyushu State, prohibits the carrying of firearms and ammunition by anyone other than police officers, soldiers, and others. The Hunter Academy has a strict rule. No one, no matter who they are, is allowed to carry any heat weapons after stepping out of the academy gates. In the event of a violation, it will be taken directly away by law enforcement officers in the area. Carrying guns and ammo with you is a pretty serious offense for that area. All start at least 30 years. Most importantly, though, is that once someone breaks this rule, the Hunter College loses its license to continue to operate an academy there. So no one dares to provoke this rule. In this way, when she sought Qinhua's help, Qinhua's personal safety could be guaranteed to a certain extent. At the very least, there is no need to go toe-to-toe with hot weapons. Ran looked solemn, quickly crossed her fingers, and wrote a string of simple words with horrifying meaning in the corner of this dress of hers. After doing this, she switched her clothes directly with Harry's, re-hiding the chip on her body and taking Harry's weapon before she took a deep breath and headed outside. The sniper didn't react the moment she popped her head up. The snipers of the Holy Light didn't expect Harry to be dead. They assumed that Harry, in Rin Runjun's disguise, was their companion. With a certainty in her heart, Ran kept her composure and gave an okay gesture before quickly withdrawing. It doesn't make sense to run against the mercenaries of Holy Light. Her goal, to kill them. Only then would she have a chance to return home, and Chip would be absolutely safe. To do so, she needed to find a place that was easily defensible and easy to conceal, or at the very least, make sure that she wouldn't be led by the nose by an opposing sniper. As long as Hunter College doesn't stick its nose in and stir things up. With her current strength, it would only be a matter of time before she tackled the people of Holy Light. As for the Hunter Academy, she could only hope for Qinghua. The other mercenaries of Holy Light had thought that Ran had been subdued, and the one who suddenly turned his head away was Harry himself. As for why Harry had suddenly pulled this stunt, they didn't think much of it. Because of Harry's inherently eccentric nature, there was no shortage of this sort of thing. Most of all, they just didn't think that Rin Runjun would kill Harry. From the beginning, they hadn't taken Ran seriously. Let alone an ordinary female soldier. It was the special forces of the Kyushu State that came and were no match for them. For them, this task can be solved with a casual flick of the finger. So it wasn't until 10 minutes had passed and they hadn't contacted Harry that they realized something was wrong. When they went to check, they realized that Harry was dead, and the clothes he was wearing had been dropped. That damn female soldier, how did she do it? Knowing that he had been tricked, Holy Light Captain Frank was angry and incredulous at the same time. Harry was killed by a single blow. Another member of the team got up, his face hard. He didn't even have a chance to call for help. To them, it was the most incredible result. The mercenary with the strongest sneaking ability in the Holy Light was killed by a single blow from an ordinary female soldier from the country of Kyushu? You can't even joke like that. It seems that this female soldier is not as simple as we thought. I've said it before, how can there be such a good thing as pie in the sky? $20 million isn't taken for nothing. No. No sooner had one of the team members spoken than Frank interrupted grimly. $20 million is too little for this price. Anyone who can kill Harry with a single blow without a sound is almost none other than those monsters from the Hunter Academy. Boss, do you mean that we were cheated by our employer? Another team member's face was indignant. A few other people also looked back, their complexions becoming somber. 20 million is indeed small. Harry's life is more than 20 million. And according to the current situation, it's not certain that we'll be able to gain any advantage at the hands of that female soldier. Boss, what should we do? Should we give up the job or let the other side raise the price? At that, Frank's eyes narrowed. He followed it up with a sneer and forced down his anger. Of course we can't give up on this job, otherwise we'd be smashing our own credibility. With our strength, I don't believe we can't catch a woman. As for the matter of raising the money, I'll talk to that old man after the mission is over. If he dares to refuse, I'll make him pay. When he finished, Frank looked down at Harry's body again and clenched his fists. The others sniffed and stopped questioning. The dozen or so people determined the direction Ren had fled in, split up and surrounded them. As for the handwriting left by Ren, they didn't notice it. It wasn't until half an hour after the Holy Light people left. A couple of women dressed in civilian clothes sneaked along, cautiously looking for them. They are Ren's teammates. Together with Ren, the entire squad totaled 5 people, all female soldiers. Because they had heard that Ren's life and death were unknown, the remaining 4 took the initiative to apply and risk sneaking into this rainforest. Here. It's a bullet wound. One of the stern-faced women's eyes flashed as she quickly rushed over to the tree that had been hit by the sniper. The woman who found the bullet marks is the squad leader, Feng Yannan, with strong reconnaissance skills. Reaching out and touching the bullet marks on it, Feng Yannan's eyes narrowed slightly. Fox Wolf should have been here, fighting with another set of enemies. An hour ago, they found traces of Ren's battle with the first set of enemies in the deeper part of this rainforest, and discovered the 5 bodies. They were more or less relieved to see the body and then sought the trail. Looking at the bullet marks, the delicate-looking Ding Ruxin worriedly said, "So, the Fox Wolf is not out of danger?" When they came across the 5 corpses, they thought Ren was safe. But now it seems that things are not that simple. Tang Lu on the side also frowned slightly, but still smiled and comforted. It should be fine, there was no blood at the scene. Feng Yannan's heart sank as she turned to Tang Lu and said, "Red Eagle, go check the neighborhood and see if you can find any traces of the Fox Wolf." "Yes." Tang Lu's face sank and he immediately went forward to investigate. As she left, a cold voice came from behind the tree. "It's not that simple." Feng Yannan and Ding Ruxin sniffed and immediately circled around behind the tree. They had just walked over when they saw Chu Shulan, one of the team members, crouching on the ground, looking at a person dressed in women's clothing. "This is..." Heart-thumping, Feng Yannan and Ding Ruxin rushed up. They thought it was Ren. It wasn't until they saw the man's face that the 2 men let go. It's okay, it scared me to death," Ding Ruxin said, taking a long breath. In that moment just now, she felt like her heart had stopped. As it turned out, I didn't realize it was a man. It should be that Fox Wolf exchanged clothes after engaging the other side. Feng Yannan's eyes deepened as she said this, so it seems that the other party should have others. It's the Holy Light mercenaries. Chu Shulan grabbed Harry's wrist on his face and looked at the tattoo on it, still without much expression, but with a much colder tone. Upon hearing the name Holy Light, Chen Yan and Ding Ruxin were stunned and their expressions were ugly at the same time. How could they not know about the Sacred Light mercenaries, which Ren knew about? Why would the Holy Light Mercenary Corps intervene in this matter? Ding Ruxin's eyebrows were furrowed. Feng Yannan said with a heavy heart, "As long as enough money is given, they don't care about the content of the mission. It should be that the enemy paid a high price to hire the Sacred Light Mercenary Group to look for them." "That's not necessarily true." Glancing at her, Chu Shulan analyzed with an expressionless face, "Based on this person's wounds, I can tell what happened when Fox Wolf fought, and her state when she fought. If the wound is clean, it means the Fox Wolf is in good shape. If this man has a mixed bag of battle marks on him, it means that Fox Wolf had a difficult fight with him. But on this man's body, I did not find a single wound. He died of internal injuries." "Internal injuries?" Hearing this word, Chen Yanan and the others were once again stunned. Chu Shulan nodded, her fingers pressing up on the corpse. "From the looks of it, it should suffered a severe injury to the internal organs. I just don't know how Fox Wolf did it. With the strength of the members of the Holy Light Mercenaries, it shouldn't be a fatal blow." Chu Shulan thought for a moment and reached out to press her hand to the corpse's heart. The moment she touched it, her eyebrows drew together in a tight frown. "What's wrong?" Seeing this, Ding Ruxin was anxious. Chu Shulan took a deep breath and directly stripped the clothes off the corpse, then pressed one hand towards the corpse's heart. Chen Yannan and Ding Ruxin were originally still a bit puzzled. As a result, after seeing Chu Shulan press down, they were directly dumbfounded. For Quizalin pressed down a round pit directly over Harry's heart. The skin over the body's heart was intact, and it didn't look like it had been injured. But when Chu Shulan pressed down, the corpse's heart collapsed, looking like it had been hit by an iron ball. This means that the man's chest bone, which was broken through the skin, then crushed the heart. Normally, it's nothing to be surprised about. But the skin over the body's heart was intact. Then this injury is strange. How is it possible to shatter the bones in the chest and the heart directly without injuring the surface? Looking at this pit, Ding Ruxin only felt that her brain was not enough. She thought through all the possibilities. But whatever the method, it could not have caused such a strange wound. This wound, too, is too bizarre. And the other party was a mercenary from a top mercenary group. Would he have been good enough to wait to be smashed with such strange wounds? Apparently not. Was this really caused by the fox wolf? Chen Yannan's face sank and suspicion arose. What strength Ran had, they, her teammates, couldn't be clearer. From what they knew, Ran didn't have that ability. But Kashulan was sure of it. It's a fox wolf all right. Chu Shulan said, grabbing the inner corner of the dress and said in a deep voice, Fox wolf left clues, and this is her handwriting. At that, the two men quickly came forward and looked to where the corner of the inner garment had been. Go to Qinghua and ask Qinyu to come out before you can save me from danger. After reading over the text left behind by Ran, Feng Yannan and the others were shocked and at the same time deeply confused. Shocked because this wound on the body was really made by Ran. Confused because she actually said she wanted to save her from someone named Qinyu. What the hell is this? Who is Qinyu? Why does Foxwolf think that only this Qinyu can write her? Ding Ruxin inquired a few words and looked at the others in confusion. Chu Shulan hesitated for a moment and said thoughtfully, I did hear Foxwolf say that when she went to Qinghua as an instructor, there was a student named Qinyu in her class. Maybe the Qinyu that Foxwolf is talking about is that student. In response, Ding Ruxin was even more confused. How can a student save someone? Is this really not a trap left by the enemy? Why did the enemy leave such a trap? Chu Shulan was speechless. But Ding Ruxin's question was likewise a question that was also in their hearts. Wouldn't it be better to go directly to them if you need to be rescued? Why a student? What's the trouble that they can't solve that a student can? What's wrong with you guys? Tang Lu had just come back and saw his three teammates looking sad. Glancing back at her, Chen Yannan frowned, how is it? Did you find any more traces of the fox wolf evacuation? No. Ran shook her head helplessly, I didn't find anything. Chen Yannan's heart sank when he heard this, in that case, the clues are broken. She then remembered the clues left by Ran and said in a deep voice, no matter what, Foxwolf wouldn't leave some useless information. Tell you what, let's report the situation here and let our superiors make a judgment. Upon hearing this, the others agreed. A few people tore off the corner of Ran's shirt where she had left her handwriting, and then took out a camera and photographed the odd bruise on Harry's chest. After doing so, they covered up the traces of their visit and returned to the temporary base as fast as they could. Chapter 70, Qinyu's Prediction, Clues Alarm Leaders. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Ran's faith value of 3,500. Qinyu was preparing the tribute required to pay homage. The system message that suddenly appeared caused a movement in his hand, followed by a light laugh. By the looks of it, it's already mastering the gas. President, what are you talking about? On the side, Zhuo Mingyuan looked bewildered. Qinyu smiled and shook his head, it's just a troublesome matter from before that should have made better progress. So it's something good. Zhuo Mingyuan nodded in understanding and asked no more questions. He realized that Qinyu had a lot of secrets on him. But the more mysterious Qinyu was, the more he worshipped him instead. In his opinion, there was nothing wrong with the Dawn Guard being a secret in itself. So even if he was not yet Qinyu's disciple now, he had already treated Qinyu as his master. Tidying up the tributes on the table, Qinyu was thoughtful. Although he had suddenly gained Ran's 3,500 faith value just now, he had a vague feeling in his heart. This is something that shouldn't be completely over yet. Inside the Intelligence Bureau, several leaders, including the current director, were sitting in the conference room waiting for Feng Yannan and the others to make contact. From the time Feng Yannan and the others set out to look for Ran's whereabouts until now, the sky had completely darkened. Hours and hours and not a word from them. Nothing's going to happen, is it? After all, it's not within our borders, so it's really easy to get into trouble. A few leaders chatted and started to worry again. In the end, it was Director Song Yuan Kong who interrupted their worrying. Don't worry, the four of them together, they'll be fine. Chief, news from the snow leopard. As soon as Song Yuankang's words left his mouth, a staff member pushed the door open. Upon hearing this, Song Yuankang got up anxiously. "What are you still asking for? Hurry up and take it over." "Yes." The staff member's body tightened and left in a hurry. In less than a minute, the faces of Chen Yanan and the others had appeared on the screen of the conference room. Seeing each of their faces sullen, Song Yuankang became even more anxious. "Well, did you find the fox wolf?" "No." Chen Yanan shook her head helplessly. Originally, these leaders for Renranran is alive or dead this matter, still hold a piece of luck, think in case Renranran survived? At this moment, when they learned that Chen Yannan and the others had not found anyone, they were in despair. Seeing the hard feelings of the several leaders, Chen Yannan knew that they had misunderstood and hurriedly said, "Although we haven't found Fox Wolf, based on the clues we've found out so far, she should still be alive." Alive? The several leaders were stunned, their hearts burst into ecstasy, and they were immediately energized. But they're not that impulsive. Even though Renranran was still alive, Chen Yanan and the others didn't find anyone. This means that Renranran is not out of danger yet. Song Yuankang got up and took a step forward, saying in a deep voice, "Have you found any traces left behind by the fox wolf?" Chen Yannan stiffened, his face sinking a few points. "No, we lost track of the fox wolf. In addition, we found out that fox wolf might be being hunted by the Holy Light mercenaries." Several of the leaders had been fairly calm. When they heard this, they all revealed shocked expressions. "Hunted? The Holy Light mercenaries? Are you guys sure? How do you know this news?" When they heard that Renranran was still alive, they couldn't have been happier. As a result, Chen Yanan's next sentence told them that Renranran was being chased by the Holy Light Mercenary Corps. This directly killed the little hope that had just sprung up in them. Ah, the Holy Light Mercenaries. The world's top mercenary organization. The members in there, all ruthless. If Renranran was really being pursued by them, wouldn't that be certain death? Things were too complicated to talk about. Zhu Shulan directly passed the photo. When they saw the picture with the corpse of Harry, Song Yuankang and the others were a bit confused and didn't quite understand the meaning. It was Zhu Shulan who finally offered an explanation. The person in the photo was one of the members of the Holy Light Mercenaries. On his body, we found the handwriting left behind by Foxwolf, and that's how we determined that Foxwolf had encountered the Holy Light Mercenaries. The way things were, it could be that Foxwolf killed this member of Holy Light, then changed his clothes and found a chance to escape. But she should still be facing the pursuit of the Holy Light Mercenaries. So it is. Learning the original story, Song Yuankang frowned. It's good to get away with it. At the very least the people are still alive. He was now so full of the matter of Renranran being chased by the Holy Light that he didn't even notice the abnormality of the corpse. It was the deputy director Zhuo Tianrui on the side who was sharp-eyed and noticed that something was wrong with the corpse. What's this wound all about? Zhuo Tianrui said, enlarging the photo that specialized in taking pictures of corpses' chests. The photo of the indented wound is odd and oozing. Why is the skin intact and the chest cavity sunken? How was this wound inflicted? Zhuo Tianrui 1 point, the others also noticed the oddity of the wound. Frowning, Song Yuankang said skeptically, this wound, it couldn't have been caused by a fox wolf, could it? It should be. Chen Yannan nodded and continued, we only found this one wound on this corpse, which was enough to kill it with one blow. She spoke with a lurch in her tone. The reason we're not 100% sure this is Foxwolf's doing is because with what we know about her strength, she can't create this kind of injury. The wound looks like it was caused by a rounded blunt object, but the epidermis is dinged. We checked a variety of similar-looking blunt objects and none of them could have caused this kind of injury. But at least one thing is certain. This member of the Holy Light Mercenary Corps, who tried to kill Fox Wolf but failed to do so, was in turn killed by Fox Wolf with a single move. As for why Fox Wolf suddenly became so powerful, we have no way of knowing. Listening to Chen Yanan's analysis, the leaders couldn't help but be dismayed. Regarding Renranran's strength, they didn't know as much as they should, but they knew a general idea. Not to mention Renranran. Even the best special forces in the country couldn't inflict such a fatal wound on a member of the Holy Light Mercenary Corps. And based on the other party's corpse, he shouldn't have found a chance to hurt Renranran before he was killed back by Renranran. This is, quite simply, outrageous. The most important thing now, though, is not to explore how the wound was inflicted. Staring at the wound again, Song Yuankang shook his head, the most important thing now is to find the Fox Wolf in time to free her. It's not too late to ask about these things when Foxwolf returns. The most important thing now is to find Ran as a person. The chip in her is important, and so is she as a person. Otherwise, not only would they not be able to complete their mission, they would have no way to explain to Elder Ren. Seeing Song Yuankan's anxiety, Chen Yanin was equally anxious. But she kept her composure and continued, "There's another thing that's strange about rescuing Foxwolf. Foxwolf left us a clue that read, go to Qinghua and find Qinghua to come out of the mountain before you can save my life. Other than that, she left no information. We can't find any sign of her escape. We don't know if it was covered up by herself." Having seen the clues left behind by Ran with their own eyes, the several leaders were completely dumbfounded. They just don't get it. If Ran really wanted to ask for help, shouldn't they go to one of their own? Why do you want that student named Qinghua? Was she in trouble that even their own people couldn't solve? Not so much. Even if Holy Light is hard to deal with, just send more special forces. One team isn't enough, then 2, 3. With the advantage of numbers, couldn't they still suppress a Holy Light? Even they couldn't solve the trouble, what could that student named Qinghua do? What nonsense! Learning that Ran had left such a clue in such a critical situation, Song Yuankan was furious. Zhuo Tianrui was much calmer. He hastened to offer a few words of comfort and analyzed, according to Foxwolf's character, in a situation where her life is at stake, she definitely won't leave behind useless information. Since she trusts that student named Qinghua so much, it should be that there is something unique about that student. Tell you what, I'll arrange for someone here to investigate Qinghua's information. Then we'll find a few more people and go to Qinghua first thing in the morning to look for him. After Zhuo Tianrui analyzed it like this, Song Yuankang also calmed down. But he had his own ideas. His eyes stared deeply at the clues left by Ran on the screen, and he shook his head decisively. I'll personally go to Qinghua tomorrow. I'm going to find out just why Foxwolf trusts this Qinghua so much. If he does have a way to save Foxwolf, I must hear his thoughts for myself. Chapter 71, Another Worship and Interview? Coincidence. Qinghua did not know that Ran had sent that kind of clue to the intelligence department. In the past few days, most of his energy was spent on the matter of worshipping the master. After all, he was taking in his own founding disciples. It meant a lot to him. After Hua Zhi Bing returned to the school, he was seriously writing a worship post. As for the matter of the Taoist robes, Yu Xiying helped her single-handedly. Until the second day. The sky was just getting a little brighter. Qinghua then took Zhuo Mingyuan and headed to the small square in front of the Cultural Comprehensive Building. Hua Zhi Bing needed to go out later because of Qinghua's request. In order for the ceremony to be more formal, Qinghua had Bai Shaoling pick her up. Perhaps because it was so early in the morning, there was no one else in the neighborhood yet. When Qinghua and Zhuo Mingyuan set up the worship site, it was exceptionally smooth. Within half an hour, the two had everything ready. Offering tables, tributes, icons, and fireworks without fire. Looking at everything in front of him, Qinghua nodded his head in satisfaction. Zhua Yuan, you've worked hard these past few days. Hey President, you're polite with me, it's all proper. Zhuo Mingyuan smiled bashfully and immediately looked at the time, saying, President, the time is half an hour earlier than expected, let's wait here. Wait. Qinghua nodded and sat down directly on the chair beside the table. There are other chairs next to it. Qinghua signaled Zhuo Mingyuan to sit as well, but Zhuo Mingyuan shook his head and ran his ass to stand beside him. Meeting Qinghua's gaze with questions, he smiles shyly, although I am not yet President your disciple, standing next to you can also give me a feeling of being a disciple. President, satisfy me on this point. Upon hearing this, Qinghua was stunned and shook his head with a smile. Since you have said so, it would be inappropriate for me to refuse. If you're not tired, stand, and if you are, sit down. No problem. Zhuo Mingyuan smiled and painfully stood beside Qinghua. The two of them pinpointed the time while waiting for Bai Shaoling to bring Hua Zhi Bing over. As time went on, more students passed by in the neighborhood. Quite a number of people saw the venue set up by Qinghua and Zhuo Mingyuan and thought that it was some kind of event that the school was going to organize, and they stopped to watch curiously. What kind of event is this? Has the school heard anything lately? I haven't heard of any recent events, and by the way the man is dressed, he looks like a Taoist priest. A Taoist priest? The principal invited them to cast spells? How could that be? The students joked jokingly while staring curiously at Qinghua and Zhuo Mingyuan. But how they waited, Qinghua and Zhuo Mingyuan just didn't move. Eventually someone couldn't resist the curiosity and walked right up to ask. "This Taoist master, what are you doing?" Qinghua was originally resting his eyes with his eyes closed. Hearing this, he slowly opened his eyes and casually said, "The poor Taoist is borrowing this place to hold a worship ceremony." After saying that, Qinghua closed his eyes once again. The students, seeing that he had no intention of continuing his answer, retreated with a few moments of disbelief. "It says there's going to be a worship ceremony, school approved? Maybe it's an event organized by the school to promote Taoist culture? Also, if it's a real worship ceremony, it shouldn't be in our school. It's not like we have a Taoist sect in our school. There are no Taoist sects, but I heard that a Taoist society was started some time ago." "Oh. That club, huh? I've heard of it too. One of my roommates goes to it and says he worships and meditates when he goes, and he's so bored all he wants to do is sleep. Why, let me say who can't think straight. To have a society like this. I guess it's going to close in less than 6 months. What about this ceremony of worship? Do we still have to watch it? Let's see, it's just a cultural event, but it looks like something, it should be interesting," the students said, continuing to surround the area. Some students even went and got breakfast and then walked back to eat while watching. By the time the sun had fully emerged and hung in the east, the small square was surrounded by people. Qinghua looked up at the sky and muttered, "It's almost time." With that, he turned his sight to the direction where Hua Zhi Bing and Bai Xiaoling had come from. He had just passed through the crowd with his gaze, when Hua Zhi Bing, dressed in a Taoist robe, barged straight into his line of sight. Hua Zhi Bing also noticed his sight. As their eyes met, a smile unconsciously spread across her face, looking content and expectant. Seeing this, Qinhua's expression slowed down and the corners of his mouth hooked up slightly. Zhuo Mingyuan noticed Qinhua's line of sight and looked towards the distance, and his expression also became excited. "Hua students are here." This shot of his directly caused the onlookers to notice Hua Zhi Bing outside the crowd. Noticing that Hua Zhi Bing was dressed in a Taoist robe, the students were directly dumbfounded. Even if she was dressed as a simple to the extreme Taoist priest, she still couldn't hide the excellence of her appearance. The long hair that used to hang over her shoulders was tied up in a clean and simple pill, allowing her pale and delicate little face to be fully displayed. The broken hair hanging down by her ears somehow added some playfulness and cuteness to her, making her whole person more vivid and bright. The fitted robe of the Taoist priest flicked gently as she walked. It was clearly just a gray Taoist robe. But on her, inexplicably, she had a stunningly outstanding beauty. Are the robes that good? Of course it doesn't look good on you, but it's different when Hua Zhi Bing wears it. A schoolgirl is really a schoolgirl, she looks so good in any outfit. What's the saying? If you're beautiful and have a good body, you're in fashion even if you're draped in a rag. Brothers, I want to go shopping for a dhoti too, I want to wear the same style as the goddess. Looking at Hua Zhi Bing, who was gradually approaching, the students were unable to return to their senses for a long time. They even forgot to ask why Hua Zhi Bing came to this place wearing a Taoist robe. They did not come back to their senses until Hua Zhi Bing walked up to Qinghua and bowed. "What's this for? Hua-san wouldn't be the one playing this event, would she? That's interesting. It's a good thing I didn't leave early." The students continue to use the worship ceremony as a cultural awareness event. Seeing that Hua Zhi Bing was also going to take part in the movie, they became even more interested, and had no intention of leaving at all. There were even some teachers who passed by and were curious enough to come up ready to see what the event was all about. Meanwhile, in the school institute, Yu Xiying froze for a while as she looked at Chen Guodong, who had suddenly appeared and brought a group of reporters with him. "Teacher, what are you? Where's ice?" Cheng smiled and calmly explained, "Didn't you say before that you would announce the latest progress of Xiaobing? I discussed it with Lao Gu and the others, and the most intuitive way is to have Xiaobing directly interviewed by reporters. I'm bringing them here to interview Ice." At those words, Yu Xiying nodded indistinctly. However, her face immediately followed by a few awkward looks as she helplessly said, "Teacher, little Ice is not here at this moment." Cheng Guodong raised an eyebrow, crying and laughing. She went to deliver breakfast to Qinghua again? No. That? Yu Xiying glanced at the reporters behind Chen Guodong and whispered, "Didn't Xiaobing say before that she wanted to worship Qinghua as her teacher?" "Oh, this matter I know. Cheng Guodong nodded with a smile. Yu Xiying's eyebrows lowered as she continued in a low voice, "She's gone to find Qinghua to pay her respects at this moment." "Now?" Cheng froze. Yu Xiying nodded helplessly, "It's now. It's so early. Chang Guodong laughed bitterly and was helpless. He brought this reporter with him, and his precious daughter ended up worshipping her teacher? That's some bad timing. Elder Chang, may I ask what's wrong? The reporter at the back saw Chang's embarrassed face and went forward to ask. They were all fully prepared for today's interview with Hua Zhi Bing. They wrote several pages on just those questions to be asked when asking Hua Zhi Bing. And these are questions that are well thought out and affirmed by multiple parties, not the perfunctory questions that are used to ask traffic stars all day long. Hua Zhi Bing was, after all, the top artificial intelligence in the country, if not the world. The extent to which it is valued can be imagined. Those traffic stars, how can they compare to her? Chang also knew how seriously these reporters had prepared and how much they were looking forward to this interview. After thinking about it, he asked Yu Si Young in a low voice, if Little Ice goes to pay her respects, it shouldn't be delayed for too long, right? Yu Si Young thought about it and shook her head cautiously. I don't understand the Taoist worship process, so I can't be sure. Well, Chang reconsidered again and finally made a choice. This interview should still go on. Tell you what, you'll come with me and lead the reporters to Ice. By the time we arrive, I guess Little Ice's worship is already over. Okay. Yu Si Ying did not have no objections to the teacher's proposal. It was just that she wasn't sure where Hua Zhi Bing was worshipping. The two had no choice but to go to Zhang Chengqing first and ask where the active classroom of the Taoist society was. To worship a teacher, surely it must be done at a place where club events are held, right? While Chang Guodong and Yu Si Ying took the reporters to Zhang Chengqing, Hua Zhi Bing's worship ceremony officially began. Surrounded by a troop of students and teachers, she slightly lowered her head and respectfully walked in of Qinghua. After carefully surveying Hua Zhi Bing's complexion, Qinghua smiled faintly. Zhi Bing, after we pay our respects today, you and I will be master and disciple for the rest of our lives. Have you made up your mind for life? Upon hearing this, Hua Zhi Bing bowed again without hesitation. Zhi Bing has made up his mind, and he will not regret it in this life. To be able to enter the Taoist sect is a great honor in this life for Zhi Bing. Ha 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 ha, yes. Noticing her determined look, Qinghua could not hide his joy and laughed aloud in a rare manner. Hearing his laughter, Hua Zhi Bing also curved the corners of his mouth happily. The onlookers, the student teachers, saw the scene with a little more interest. It looks pretty formal. The acting was really good. I didn't expect Hua to be such a good actor. The others acted well too. That Taoist priest was so realistic. Indeed, it looks as immortal as a real Taoist priest. They looked at Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing from time to time and whispered in admiration. Without realizing that this scene, which they dismissed as a performance, was actually real. Hua Zhi Bing, that is, wants to worship Qinghua and be his disciple for the rest of his life. Looking up at the position where the sun was, Qinghua determined that the time was right and nodded at Zhuoming Yuan. Since there was no more suitable candidate, the task of announcing the process was given to him by Qinghua. Taking a slight step forward, Zhuoming Yuan looked enviously at Hua Zhi Bing. Taking a full breath, he straightened his complexion, before he shouted out with great vigor, Hua Zhi Bing, come forward and perform the 3 worships and 9 kowtows to Taoist Master Qin. Chapter 72, Hua Zhi Bing's Kowtow, Mastering the Power of Rune Seals. 3 times 9 kowtows? The onlooker teachers and students were surprised to hear this process and looked at Hua Zhi Bing. Wasn't the 3 worships and 9 kowtows a great rite of passage only performed in ancient times when one entered to meet the emperor and pay homage to one's ancestors? Yes, I remember this worship, which has the meaning of self-sacrifice, of offering one's own body. That Hua Zhi Bing has really put in a lot of effort for this performance. It doesn't matter if it's a performance, it's not like it can be taken seriously anyway. As the crowd murmured, they once again looked at Hua Zhi Bing. At this moment, Hua Zhi Bing had already arrived in front of Qinghua. She first made a bow with both hands and paid 3 obeisances to Qinghua before kneeling down directly on the futon in front of her, lowering her head with a reverent expression. Boom! Boom! The sound of kowtowing spread slowly and clearly. The onlookers unconsciously froze as they looked at Hua Zhi Bing, who kowtowed his head one at a time, his expression always respectful. In this instant, they suddenly began to wonder if this was an act or not. If so, Hua Zhi Bing's act of respect for Qinghua was just too spot on. Even the traffic stars who are called actors are not even close. Is it because Hua Zhi Bing is an AI that he can perform so well? Probably. To be honest, I was kind of blown away by their acting. Indeed, make it look real. Students and teachers whispered, unconsciously lowering their voices. None of them wanted to break this lofty and sacred atmosphere right now, only wanting to watch this worship ceremony in its entirety. At the end of the 3 kowtows, Hua Zhi Bing got up and looked at Qinghua with anticipation. Zhuo Mingyuan also came back to his senses from that atmosphere just now and hurriedly continued the next process. Come forward and worship the Heavenly Father. Upon hearing this, Hua Zhi Bing didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly walked over to the 3 Heavenly Father statues. As soon as she moved, the others also noticed the statue of the 3 pristine ones placed in the center of the square. The holy images of Yu Qing Yuan Shi Tianzun, Shang Chang Lingbao Tianzun, and Tai Ching Dao Tianzun were majestic in their clarity. The eyes of all 3 simultaneously looked down out of the corner of their eyes. Although it was only a statue, it was alive and well, making them, the onlookers, unconsciously lower their stature and show more respect. Glancing at each other with the 3 heavenly exalted's holy elephants, Hua Zhi Bing's heart similarly shook as a sense of wonder surged through him. It was as if all of her thoughts had been seen through by the 3 heavenly sovereigns. With hardly any hesitation, she hurriedly paid 3 obeisances to the holy images of the 3 heavenly dignitaries before kneeling down on the futon in front of her. The same as the ritual of 3 worships and 9 kowtows, every detail, Hua Zhi Bing has done the utmost, not daring to have any slack. It was only after the last kowtow was done that she rose respectfully and retreated back to her original position. Zhuo Mingyuan coughed quietly and continued to serve as the report process. Come forward and offer tea and a worship invitation. As soon as he spoke, Bai Shaoling hurriedly sent a cup of tea to Hua Zhi Bing. Feeling the temperature of the tea in her hand and making sure that the temperature was right, Hua Zhi Bing once again stepped forward and half kneeled to deliver the tea in front of Qinghua. Please, master, have some tea. When dealing with Qinghua, Hua Zhi Bing's respectful attitude was beyond words. The tea in her hand was held steadily, and the tea didn't even ripple. Chang Guodong and the others had just arrived at the small square when they saw the image of Hua Zhi Bing half kneeling on the ground and lifting the teacup in front of Qinghua. He originally took the reporter to a classroom where the Taoist community was operating. It turned out that when the group arrived, they found it empty. It was only after some inquiries that he realized that this ceremony of Qin used to pay homage to his teacher was actually set in the small square in front of the literary comprehensive building. When he knew this news, Chang Guodong was in tears. The position Qinghua had chosen was wonderful. Almost everyone coming and going from the main gate could see the worship ceremony. If you don't know, you'll think that Qinghua is doing something special. On the contrary, they couldn't say that what Qinghua did was wrong. After all, there was nothing in the school rules that prohibited students from gathering in the small square to hold events. It was just that what they didn't expect was that this master worship ceremony of Qinghua would be held in such a solemn manner. Chang Guodong originally thought that the worship was almost over, and he just happened to take the reporter to do an interview. As a result, when I came to take a look, the worship ceremony was in the nick of time. Elder Chang, what does this mean? The reporters looked at Hua Zhi Bing in the center of the plaza and were dumbfounded. How could they not have expected to see such an image before they walked here? Hua Zhi Bing is offering tea to a Taoist priest? And call each other master? She's not an AI. And Taoism is long gone. Hua Zhi Bing, if you really want to learn something special, wouldn't it be good to pick something else as a religion? But talk is talk. The reporters were still the first to raise their cameras and start clicking away at the side of the square. Hua Zhi Bing paying homage to a Taoist priest is definitely big news. Chang Guodong didn't mind them shooting. But in order to prevent them from writing blindly, he was still prepared to explain a couple of things. There is one thing that you all may not know. Isa's program crashed once before this. That time, it was because she listened to the Tao Te Ching and fell into doubt about her self-knowledge. Tao Te Ching? The reporters continued filming while looking at Chang Guodong in wonder. Coughing lightly, Chang continued, Tao Te Ching is a Taoist text, only Taoism did not fall behind, Tao Te Ching also disappeared. There is everything about this tome, let's start with Qinghua. Chang Guodong said and pointed at Qinghua, who was sitting on a chair in the square, drinking tea. Qinghua, a freshman at Qinghua University this year, is also a Taoist priest, the only current heir of Taoism. It was he who brought us to this work, the Tao Te Ching. It was also him who revived Little Ice, who had collapsed because of the Tao Te Ching, and even gave Little Ice a more independent personality and mind. What I said before about Ice's progress is also because of him. For example, this master worship ceremony today is out of Xiaobing's zone, while it is she herself who wants to worship Taoist Master Qin as her master. Chang Guodong spoke with some excitement. I don't know if he was excited about Hua Zhi Bing's progress or the vastness of Taoist culture. The reporters listened in awe, and their shutter-pressing fingers unconsciously stopped. Honestly, These words, but any other person would have thought the other person was really crazy. But Cheng is the top AI researcher in the country, if not the world. When words like that came out of his mouth, it instantly meant something different. Elder Chang, can you guarantee the scientific validity of your words? One of the reporters stepped forward and handed the microphone to Cheng Guodong with a serious face. Even though Chang said it seriously, they were still a bit shocked. Chang was well aware of their misgivings. Let people who have never been exposed to Taoism suddenly understand this, they will certainly not believe it. After all, it goes against what they were taught growing up. He is equally aware that everything he says now will be part of the interview and subsequently released to the public. So for the reporter's question, he didn't answer at first, but instead fell into contemplation. After an unknown amount of time, Cheng seemed to have made up his mind, before he took a deep breath and said slowly, I can't guarantee the scientific nature of this matter. Because this is a matter that may have nothing to do with science and everything to do with theology. After all, I produced these changes because of Taoism. Taoism, on the other hand, is theology, so I can't vouch for that with science. Hiss. As soon as Chang Guodong's words fell, a huffing sound came from the surroundings. His comment once again caused the reporters to gasp. The journalists in the room were the cream of the crop in this business. They understand all too well what kind of news the public wants to see and what will cause a stir. For example, this statement by Qinghua Tung has something to say about Taoist theology. It's just a very big pop. For these words did not come from the mouths of those theological charlatans, but from the mouth of a scientist like Qinghua Tung. What does that mean? This means that theology may be real. Elder Chang, you should know how much of a stir your words will cause, right? Elder Chang, do you sort of recognize the existence of theology? If we go by what you say, Hua Zhi Bing will have a more independent personality in mind, unrelated to science, is that right? There is a saying that is the end of science is theology, do you agree with that? The reporters who had managed to remain calm instantly crowded up. They simply discarded the original thing they wanted to ask and then started asking what they thought were the most valuable questions based on the current situation. Before Chang said those words, he knew exactly what effect it would bring. So now, even if he was surrounded by a group of reporters asking questions, he was calm. Turning back to look at Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing in the square, he straightened his back as if his entire body was even more energized. Didn't I say that before? It is Little Ice's own will to pay homage to Taoist Qin. I think these changes in Ice are the best answer. Because these changes in her are not something that science can create or explain away with science. When Ice crashed before, we did a complete repair on Ice and fixed all the problems we could, but Ice still hasn't recovered. In the end, it was Taoist Master Qin who brought Little Ice to enlightenment and untied Little Ice's heart, which allowed Little Ice to return to normal. As to whether or not to recognize the existence of theology, I am now afraid to deny it as I did before. As to the question of whether the end of science is theology, I'm sorry I can't answer that right now because I haven't gotten that far yet. Maybe you guys should ask Einstein or Newton, haha. Chen Guodong laughed and smiled, then immediately looked towards Hua Zhi Bing in the square, a pleased smile appearing on his wrinkled face. The reporters were silent for a moment, simultaneously pointing their cameras and camcorders at the square. They did not continue to pester Chang with questions. If this worship was really Hua Zhi Bing's own decision, then this worship ceremony is indeed the best answer. Inside the square, Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing did not know that Chang Guodong had brought reporters over. After drinking the cup of tea handed over by Hua Zhi Bing, Qinghua received the master worship invitation and then falsely helped Hua Zhi Bing to stand up. Today I drank the tea you honored me with and received your invitation to worship, so you and I are master and disciple. With those words, he took the crown scarf from Zhuo Mingyuan again. While putting it on Hua Zhi Bing, he continued, since you and I are already master and disciple, master needs to anoint you with a Taoist name. In my master's generation, it's the Xian character generation, and in your generation, it's the Miao character generation. That's why the master has given you the Taoist name of Miaoshen. In addition, my master grants you the Taoist name Mo Qing, and from now on, you will be Taoist Mo Qing. A Taoist name is different from a Taoist number. The name of the way is the name given according to the word school after entering the religion. Taoist name, the honorific name of a Taoist priest. The rules for Tao names are a bit more stringent than Tao numbers. Within the sect, only the Taoist masters or elders of the Taoist priests can be called by their Taoist names. No one else has the qualifications. The Taoist name, however, is mostly based on interest. Hua Zhi Bing hadn't thought about what Tao name she wanted to give, so Qinghua helped her with it. Miao Sung, Miao Qing. Hua Zhi Bing muttered and repeated the Taoist name that Qinghua had given himself, and a look of joy could hardly be suppressed on his small face. She pursed her lips and immediately took a step back, bowing to Qinghua once again. Miaoxing here, thank you, master. Looking at the playful young girl in front of him, Qinghua's face also reveals a thicker smile. This is what a master should do, get up. Yes, master. Hua Zhi Bing had managed to become Qinhua's disciple with great difficulty, and at this moment, she was simply overjoyed, and could not wait to take a mouthful of master. The smile on his delicate little face was so thick that the corners of his mouth were slow to fall. Even if Qinghua took a few steps, she wanted to run forward to assist him. In the end, it was only when Qinghua stopped her with a word that she was embarrassed to dismiss the idea. Looking at Hua Zhi Bing's happy appearance, Qinghua also smiled. Just then. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of taking on an apprentice and receiving a random reward. Does it turn on random rewards? Hearing the system's inquiry, Qinhua's eyelids slightly jumped as he gave a response with a calm face. Turn on. Random rewards opening. Congratulations to the host for mastering the 3-mountain talisman seal, gaining the power to summon gods and impeach ghosts, subdue demons and subdue devils, and cure diseases and disasters. As soon as the system's words fell, Qinghua felt all the information there was about the 3-mountain rune seals pour into his mind. How should I draw talismans to subdue demons and subdue devils? How should I draw the talisman for healing and removing disasters? In the past, he had only had an understanding of rune seals. Now it is clear what each charm looks like. And he was truly in possession of the power that could make runes work. The talisman drawn by his hand was real and effective, not just a piece of scrap paper. This ability is pretty exciting. Qinghua took a deep breath, unable to restrain his gradually accelerating heartbeat at any rate. Until then, there are a lot of things he can't do. Because if you want to accomplish all these things, you need to use rune seals, and rune seals that actually work. Now that he's been given this ability, the possibility of trying to do these things has opened up. When the onlookers saw that Qinghua had been silent, they thought that the show was over and raised their hands to applaud. Just then, Qinghua but suddenly turned to look at Zhuo Mingyuan and solemnly said, Mingyuan, give me the talisman paper and pen. Ha! Zhuo Mingyuan froze, and although he was puzzled, he still handed over these two things at the first opportunity. Looking at the blank talisman paper in his hand, Qinghua slightly closed his eyes and contemplated for a moment, directly dipped into the red ink ground by the vermilion sand and held the pen to draw it. A strange symbolic text was gradually spread all over the rune paper as he drew it. Although everyone did not know what Qinghua was drawing, they knew that he was drawing a talisman. Seeing Qinhua's serious demeanor, Hua Zhi Bing's trio did not dare to say anything, but just stayed on the sidelines and watched silently. Until the two talismans were finished, Qinghua let out a long breath of relief, his expression once again regaining its usual warmth. Master, this is a gift of worship for you. Qinghua smiled and turned to hand Hua Zhi Bing the 2 pieces of talisman paper. One sheet, which will keep you safe and remove illnesses and disasters. One that will help you contact your master, and when you use it, no matter where your master is, he will be able to find you. Keep the peace and help me contact my master? Hua Zhi Bing stared at the 2 pieces of talisman paper in her hand, her small face filled with surprise. The others were surprised and at the same time amused when they heard what these 2 talisman seals could do. You guys don't say, this talismanic seal painting is really like that. It seems to have been carefully practiced. Awesome, I'm sure I couldn't draw something this complicated if I had to. It's not like it's going to actually work anyway, it's supposed to be a random drawing, right? Of course, people didn't believe in the usefulness of the 2 talismanic seals. However, they also had to admit that Qinhua's drawing was really good. Whether other people believed it or not, Hua Zhi Bing didn't care. She didn't have any suspicions anyway. She now only felt that these 2 talisman seals were just too valuable. Expensive enough to be worth keeping close to her. Miaoxing, thank you, master. As if there was a warm current surging through his heart, Hua Zhi Bing did not hesitate to kneel down and kowtow to Qinghua once again. Seeing this, Qinghua smiled and helped her up. Since we have become master and disciple, there is nothing to thank us for. These 2 talisman seals, you shouldn't be reluctant to use them either. If you come to use them, burn them to make them effective. As far as they're concerned, it's only really worthwhile if you use them. Miaoxing understands. Hua Zhi Bing smiled and carefully put the talisman away. Even though master had said so, she still didn't want to use it. Seeing her thoughts, Qinghua smiled helplessly and said no more. Anyway, as long as Hua Zhi Bing kept these two talisman seals with him at all times, he was sort of relieved. Seeing that Qinghua had finished delivering his obeisance, Chen Guodong found an opportunity and also took the first opportunity to bring the reporters forward. Looking at Hua Zhi Bing, who surrounded Qinghua and was as happy as if she had eaten candy, Chen Guodong was heartily happy, but there were a few moments of reluctance in his heart. That feeling. It's probably the child you've worked so hard to raise that suddenly doesn't belong to you anymore. However, when he thought that Hua Zhi Bing had only become Qinhua's disciple, this reluctance was suppressed by him again. As for the reporters, they also more or less believed Chen Guodong's words after seeing Hua Zhi Bing's emotion with such a vivid expression. Hua Zhi Bing really became different. When he saw Chen Guodong leading the reporter forward, Qinghua more or less froze for a moment. However, he quickly reacted, his demeanor once again becoming subdued as he walked forward with a smile. "Elder Chang, what brings you here?" Chen Guodong smiled and calmly made an explanation. "I was originally looking for a reporter to conduct an interview with Xiao Bing, but I didn't expect to happen upon your worship ceremony. But don't worry, I don't mean to bother you guys." Saying this, Chen Guodong laughed and suddenly made a bow to Qinghua in a decent manner. "Little friend Qin, in the future, I'll have to ask you to take care of little Ice's affairs." Hua Zhi Bing bowed. Qinghua could afford it. Since they were already master and disciple, it was only normal for Hua Zhi Bing to bow. But Cheng bowed, not so much. Quickly stepping forward to help Chen Guodong up, Qinghua smiled and shook his head. "Elder Cheng is polite. Now that Zhi Bing is my disciple, her affairs are my affairs, there's nothing to take care of or not." "Then thank you, little friend Qin," Chen Guodong said, also revealing a sincere smile. The students and teachers who were still clapping and applauding were a bit confused as they listened to the conversation between the two. "Elder Chang is also an actor? That's impossible. What kind of status does Elder Chang have? How could he be an actor? So what is this now? Is this worship ceremony for real? It looks like it's true. The reporters are here. I told you how the steps of this worship ceremony are so formal, the feelings that people are not acting, it's for real. So Hua Zhi Bing really worshipped this Taoist priest?" Originally, they hadn't paid much attention to Qinghua and thought that the man played the Taoist priest quite well. It turns out that I didn't expect people really are Taoist priests. And Hua Zhi Bing is really worshipping. Since Hua Zhi Bing worshipped the master, he must have real skills. Realizing this, the eyes of the crowd towards Qinghua instantly changed. The reporters also seized the opportunity and rushed forward to start an interview with Qinghua. There were many questions about Hua Zhi Bing that they still needed Qinghua to answer. In the meantime, in the highest floor office in the city office building, Shir Chief Guang Hongliang is talking to the deputy Shir Chief about the greening of the downtown area. Just as he was about to sign the papers, there was a sudden sharp knock on the office door. With a frown, Guang Hongliang somewhat impatiently let the person outside the door in. The assistant knew that Guang Hongliang didn't like it when they did things in a panic. But this was something that she just couldn't calm down about. "Leader." Quickly walking into the office, the assistant hurriedly went to Guang Hongliang's side for some whispering. Originally, Guang Hongliang was still a bit impatient. After listening to the assistant's words, he directly tensed his body and stared with wide eyes. "Are you telling the truth? The leader of the intelligence department is already downstairs in the lobby?" Chapter 73, Searching for Qinghua. The intelligence leader arrived at Qinghua. "It's true." The assistant looked at Guang Hongliang with an anxious and helpless expression. She also didn't expect the leader of the intelligence service to come so suddenly. If she hadn't just been downstairs on an errand, the other man might have come straight up. "You didn't take anyone to the waiting room?" Guang Hongliang said as he hurriedly got up. The assistant shook her head, innocently. "I told them, but they said things were in a hurry and they weren't going." "In such a hurry?" With a frown, Guang Hongliang didn't dare to hesitate, picked up his jacket and put it on, and hurriedly walked out of the office. The assistant and deputy leader dared not hesitate even more and grasped to follow. When the trio arrived at the first floor lobby, Song Yuan Khan, Zhua Tianrui, and several intelligence department staff responsible for protection were sitting around a table. As for the staff on the first floor, they were standing by respectfully. The doors to the office building, too, have been temporarily closed. Song Yuan Khan and the others wore civilian clothes to hide their identities. At first the staff didn't pay undue attention to the men, although they could see that they had an unusual demeanor. The other party also just asked them for a couple glasses of water and sat there without saying a word. It wasn't until the assistant saw over and asked a few questions that they realized it was actually the leader. As for which department heads, they are not sure. For the intelligence department, these things were inconvenient to publicize, so Song Yuan Kong had only told Guan Hongliang's assistant. When Guan Hongliang approached, Song Yuan Kong and the others were chatting. With a smile on his face, Guan Hongliang walked forward with a respectful attitude. "Director Song, why are you here all of a sudden? I wonder what is about?" Intelligence services are in charge of a number of areas, including investigations into them. And in terms of position, Song Yuankang's rank was higher than his. Looking up at Guan Hongliang, Song Yuan Kong put down his paper cup and cut straight to the chase. "We've come to you so that you can contact the principal of YWCA." Contacting the principal of YWCA? Guan Hongliang was stunned and muttered, "That's not a problem, I just don't know what you're contacting Zhang Chengqing for? Did Zhang Sungkyung make some mistake? It shouldn't. Then it's not the intelligence leadership that's coming." Seeing Guan Hongliang's misgivings, Song Yuan Kong helplessly waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, there's nothing else, we're just inquiring about a student with him. It's rather urgent, so grab a hold of him and contact him for me." "Okay, I'll make the call." Guan Hongliang did not dare to hesitate and hurriedly dialed Zhang Chengqing's phone. But Zhang Chengqing didn't know what he was busy with, and the phone couldn't be reached at all. Guan Hongliang called 5 or 6 times in a row, and he didn't answer any of them. Listening to the beeps coming out of his cell phone, Guan Hongliang was speechless. "This Sung Kyung, when is it not good to answer the phone, but not at this time?" Seeing Song Yuan Kong and the others frowning, Guan Hongliang helplessly said, "Leader Song, Principal Zhang isn't answering his phone, he's probably busy." "You see. We're going straight there," Song Yuan Kong said, getting up without hesitation. Zhuo Tianrui and the others frowned and hurriedly stood up after them. Guan Hongliang knew they were in a hurry, but he didn't expect them to be in such a hurry. Seeing this, he said in a hurry, "Tell you what, everyone take our department's special car over there. Traffic jams are bad here in the capital, so you guys can go faster if you take a special car." At those words, Song Yuan Kong frowned slightly. Even when Song Yuan Kong and the others were waiting for the red light, the passers-by crossing the street had to stare at them a few times. The road passes and you have to resist looking back at the white license plate on the car. As for other vehicles on the road, they even took the initiative to go around, or obediently followed. Even if they were in a hurry, they wouldn't dare to follow closely behind such a vehicle. If you accidentally stumble upon it, you're really actively running into a gun. While Song Yuan Kong and the others were rushing, a bright scratchy red Porsche rounded the corner and hit the gas straight up the avenue. The car was not speeding, the speed was stuck at the baseline of the maximum speed limit. But there's no shortage of car passing and lane jumping. After driving less than 200 meters, this Porsche had already stolen the lane 3 or 4 times. As soon as there's a slight crack, the man in the driver's seat immediately steps on the gas and squeezes in. The woman in the passenger seat looked poutingly at the young man beside her as she clutched the door handle. "Brother Ning, is it really okay for you to drive like this? What could go wrong?" The man called Brother Ning by the woman raised an eyebrow and laughed lightly. "On this road, there is no car that I dare not overtake. I wasn't speeding, I didn't jump the red light, what can they do to me? On the contrary, those guys, rubbing my car, can they afford to pay for it? Ask me, how dare they bump into me when I'm occupying their lane?" At that, the woman laughed even harder. With a tilt of her body, she simply leaned towards them, sticking close for a moment in particular, then smiled. "So, Ning, we won't be late, will we? I see there are still quite a few cars on this road." "No way." The man waved his hand grandly and said with a disbelieving face, "With me, we'll never be late." When he finished, the man looked at the gap in front of him and plunged the front end of the car in again. "Don't have this one car," he's not satisfied. Noticing that the car in front of him had given way to another gap, he immediately stepped on the gas and charged again. "You see what I'm saying?" The man gave a dejected grin as the front of the car was donned in. As a result, he couldn't stop laughing when his eyes glanced forward and saw the license plate of the car in front of him. "Ning, what's wrong?" The woman in the passenger seat hadn't noticed what was going on in front of her and looked at the man in disbelief, pouting. The Porsche is now like a thorn in the middle of 2 lanes, obstructing cars on both lanes at the same time. But the man stared at the car in front of him, not daring to move a muscle. Even the foot he had on the gas was vaguely trembling. The woman at her side frowned and asked again, The man glared over with a glance, changing his dejection from earlier, and said in annoyance, "You are not recognizing the license plate in front of you." "White license plates, how do I overtake?" "White license plates." The woman froze and glanced ahead. Sure enough, the license plate on the car in front of us is different from the others. The white license plate stood out in a sea of license plates. As for what the white license plate meant, of course she understood. Only leaders of relevant units such as the main government and the army are qualified to drive cars with such license plates. So in the car in front of us sat the leader. Realizing this, the woman also went white. The man was even more tense, and couldn't figure out how he had such bad luck. No wonder those cars in front of you continued to turn into the sidewalk when it was crowded. The sentiment is to make way for the car in front of you. If it were any other time, he'd cut the road and cut it. But this kind of car, he really dare not. If the car in front of him finds out that he's continuously jumping the road, he won't be able to get his driver's license. Looking at the direction, the other party should be going to Qinghua University. I don't know what the hell it's for. Gritting his teeth, the man hurriedly drove his Porsche and carefully returned to the original road. The original arrogance also instantly dissipated, turning him into a proper third-grade citizen. Song Yuankang was unaware of the hiccups that had occurred in the rear. He had only one thought now. Get to Qinghua as soon as possible and find Qinyu. In order to hurry, Song Yuankang and the other's car took a shortcut and went through Qinghua's side gate. While most students go through the front door, a share of students will go through the side door. Noticing the white sedan parked at the side door, the students were amazed. Is this a visit by any of the leaders? Why take the little door if you're inspecting? What was that about? I said. The leader on this bus, it's not the parent of any student, is it? Whose dad is so powerful? My dad said that this is a car that only big leaders can ride in. I haven't heard of anyone whose dad is a leader qualified to ride in this car. Maybe people have deep pockets? The students were talking, but when they looked at Song Yuankang and the others, they only dared to whisper a few words and didn't dare to say more. Song Yuankang and the others heard it, but they also pretended not to hear it and simply ignored it. Guang Hongliang still had no way to contact Zhang Chengqing, so he could only send Zhang Chengqing a text message. Meanwhile, the office of the principal of Qinghua. Zhang Chengqing and Guiyu both joked and laughed while walking into the office. He had just been so busy that he had forgotten his cell phone and left it in the office. When I got back to the office at that moment, the first thing I did was to pick up my cell phone and look at it to see if there were any important messages. As a result of this look, he really saw something remarkable. On the cell phone, Guang Hongliang text messages sent 3 in a row, missed calls are 10. Zhang Chengqing knew that if it wasn't an emergency, Guang Hongliang wouldn't have called himself so much. He almost didn't think twice about it, and the first thing he did was click on the text message. A cold sweat had seeped from his forehead after reading the 3 text messages. Guiyu noticed that he was out of sorts and frowned slightly with both eyebrows. "Principal, what's wrong with you?" "Something's gone wrong." Zhang Chengqing chanted 2 sentences without tears and explained helplessly, "Chief Guangshi sent me a text message saying that the leader of the intelligence department is coming to our school." His text from 5 minutes ago said the man was already at the west gate of the school. Intelligence leadership? Guiyu was stunned, his entire body a little confused. "Principal, what is the leader of the intelligence department doing here?" At those words, Zhang Chengqing was speechless. How would I know that? The most important thing now is to hurry up and get the people. After saying that, he dialed Guang Hongliang's number while walking towards the outside of the office. As a result, the others had just reached the office door when they heard a cell phone ringing from outside. Taking a look in the direction the voice came from, Zhang Chengqing saw Guang Hongliang at a glance. "Guang, Shilong." While greeting Guang Hongliang, Zhang Chengqing also noticed Song Yuankang and Zhuo Tianrui standing next to him. Even if Guang Hongliang didn't say anything, he could guess that these two must be the leaders of the intelligence department. This body's unearthly aura was just too obvious. Seeing Zhang Chengqing in his office, Guang Hongliang couldn't help but feel helpless. He rushed forward and questioned, "I've called you so many times, why haven't you answered any of them?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Chengqing smiled bitterly, "I was busy just now, and I just back at this moment. Forget it." Waving his hand, Guang Hongliang led him to Song Yuankang and the others and introduced him in a low voice. "This is Director Song Yuankang Song, and this is Deputy Director Zhuo Tianrui Zhua." Glancing at Song Yuankang and Zhuo Tianrui, Zhang Chengqing and Guiyu hurriedly greeted, "Hello, 2 leaders." "Aha! Song Yuankang nodded, his face colorless. Zhuo Tianrui was much more amiable in appearance and smiled lightly. Don't be nervous, the two of you, we are here today because of some personal matters. A private matter? Zhang Changqing was stunned and even more puzzled. What personal matter? It can't be the kids of intelligence leaders who go to school, but now the intelligence leaders are here. That must be a big deal. Although he knew that it was a bit abrupt to ask again, Zhang Changqing still frowned as he pursued. I know that this might not be very nice, but as Qingyu's principal, I feel that I need to ask this question. Excuse me, Qingyu, did he make any mistakes? Seeing Zhang Changqing's worry about Qingyu, Song Yuankang's eyes narrowed. Once again, the clues left by Ran surfaced in his mind. Only by inviting Qingyu to come out can my life be saved. He wouldn't be standing here if it weren't for that statement. This kind of thing, however, was confidential, so of course he couldn't tell Zhang Changqing and the others. After thinking about it, Song Yuankang still shook his head with a sullen face and said, that's a question we can't answer. All you have to do is help us find Qingyu and take us over to him. Chapter 74, My Way of Teaching and Learning. Zhang Changqing saw Song Yuankang slate a face, attitude is still so resolute, heart when suddenly thumped. However, he could only nod his head in agreement and asked Guiyu to contact Qinyu's teacher, the class president, to find him as soon as possible. In the end, they were able to learn through Qinyu's roommate that Qinyu was in the small square in front of the Literature and Comprehensive Building. What's he doing there? Zhang Changqing was slightly stunned when he heard this reply. Guiyu shook his head and said helplessly, his roommate said that he's in the small square today, and that he has a very important matter to deal with. What exactly is going on, his housemates aren't sure. Whatever it is, take us there now. Song Yuankang said, his heart anxious, his face sinking a few more points. Zhang Changqing quietly glanced at him, and the bad feeling in his heart increased quite a bit. By the looks of it, Qinyu is in big trouble. I'm afraid this matter won't be so easy to solve today. Just what kind of trouble would alert the biggest leader in intelligence? Harboring a sense of unease, Zhang Changqing hurriedly led Song Yuankang and the others to the small square immediately. In the meantime, the small square in front of the Arts and Sciences building. Qinyu and Hua Zhi Bing were being surrounded by dozens of reporters for an interview. The original target of the reporters' interview was only Hua Zhi Bing. After watching this work ceremony, Qinyu, however, became their main interview target. Hua Zhi Bing looked at the lights that kept flickering in front of her eyes, and then looked at Qinyu, who was expressionless and could not be seen to be happy or angry, and was a little worried. After struggling for a while, she still gently tugged at the corner of Qinyu's coat and whispered, Master, if you don't want to be interviewed, I can talk to Grandpa Chang. Reporters asked a variety of questions about everything. There is no shortage of questions that are fraught with skepticism about Taoism. Hua Zhi Bing felt that these questions were too rude for Qinyu. The reporters originally came because of her. So it was necessary for her to help her master relieve this problem. However, Qinyu shook his head in disbelief. He was not so resistant to these reporters. And it's not a bad opportunity to preach Taoism. Whether it's in a previous life or in this world, the fastest way to spread information is always the media. With the media coverage, he was also able to expose the world to Taoism and understand it faster. Looking at the crowded media in front of him, Qinyu smiled faintly and waved his hand. Everyone's eagerness is understood by the poor Taoist. But the poor Taoist only has one mouth, and there is really no way to answer all of your questions at once. Why don't you all line up? If you have any questions, as long as they won't offend the three heavenly dignitaries, the poor Taoist will answer them all. While saying this, Qinyu's body turned slightly, smiling at these reporters, and bowed slightly to the three heavenly dignity icons. Just a tiny movement exuded respect for the three heavenly dignitaries. The journalists didn't know much about Taoism, but some basic cultural rules were covered. Twisting their heads to look at the benevolent, yet not angry, Heavenly Father's holy statue, their original eagerness calmed down. It felt like there was a big man staring at the side. It makes them unconsciously become respectful and careful. Under Qinyu's guidance, dozens of reporters voluntarily formed a long line. Although any of them wanted to be the first to be interviewed, they were patient and waited obediently. Seeing this scene, Chang Wodong and the teachers and students on the sidelines couldn't help but sigh. How crazy journalists are, they've learned even if they've never seen it. They climbed up walls and climbed trees and squeezed their scalps in order to get the shot they wanted and ask the questions they wanted to ask. Even if these journalists that Chang had found knew more about etiquette, they couldn't help but go crazy for the answers they wanted. As a result, Qinyu had made them so obedient with these three words? It's really awesome. While the crowd was lamenting, the first reporter in line could not wait to aim the microphone at Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing. He first glanced at Hua Zhi Bing, who was dressed in Taoist robes, and then looked at Qinghua, quickly and cautiously asking, "May I ask Taoist Master Qin, is it true that you have a master-disciple relationship with Hua Zhi Bing?" Upon hearing this, Qinghua raised his eyebrows. "This matter has been witnessed by the three heavenly dignitaries, how can it be false?" Nodding in understanding, the reporter continued, "As we all know, Hua Zhi Bing is the world's top artificial intelligence. But she's still, ultimately, an AI, so may I ask why you took her on as a disciple? When Taoism accepts disciples, doesn't it care if the disciple is human or otherwise?" As soon as the reporter asked this question, the onlookers stared in disbelief. That's a pretty sharp question to ask. Everyone knows that Hua Zhi Bing's perception of himself is human. As a result, this reporter said artificial intelligence in front of Hua Zhi Bing. For Hua Zhi Bing, it's really a bit solid. The other's eyes flicked to secretly check Hua Zhi Bing's reaction. Cheng Guodong also frowned, a hint of displeasure on his face. After listening to the reporter's question, Hua Zhi Bing's surface although did not show any expression, but two hands tightly grasped his sleeve. She has come to realize quite clearly that she is not human. But suddenly being asked such a blunt question to your face still makes you feel uncomfortable in your heart. Just as Hua Zhi Bing's thoughts were racing, a hand suddenly rested on her hand and gently patted it. Looking down at the hand, Hua Zhi Bing raised her head, her eyes staring at Qinghua in bewilderment. At this moment, Qinghua was still calm. Looking down at this reporter in front of him, his eyebrows drooped, his tone could not be heard emotionally, said, "Tao is the source of all things, the essence of all things in the universe for the Tao born of the virtue of the animal. Miaoxing belongs to one of the 10,000 things in this universe, and she is naturally embraced by the Tao. And she has excellent talent on the path of enlightenment. Since she is bound to the Tao, so what if she is a human? So what if it's an artificial intelligence? The Western Ascension Sutra has a saying that the Tao is not unique to me, but is present in all things. The Zhuangzi has said, the Tao is natural, and creation is equal. Is it possible that in the eyes of this master, only human beings with real flesh and blood are qualified to practice monasticism, and that artificial intelligence, which has the independent personality and mind of a human being, does not have this qualification? In the poor Taoist's opinion, not only can Miao Sheng cultivate the Tao, with her talent, she can even reach the realm of mechanical ascension. The poor Taoist has always ignored worldly talk and only stood up for what he believes in. Qinghua gave a resounding reply, hearing the crowd froze. He answered the reporter's question with a direct rebuttal of what the reporter had said. The reporter, who was still tongue-tied, froze and couldn't say a word at this moment. The words, "My way, there is a way to teach," gave her a heart-stopping feeling. But Hua Zhi Bing can reach the realm of mechanical ascension? This is outrageous. Frozily looking at Qinghua on the side, Hua Zhi Bing only felt that the master at this moment, his figure was inexplicably tall. She had no regrets in her life to be master's disciple. As for mechanical ascension, she monasticized and really ran with it. On the one hand, it was because she didn't want to disappoint her master. On the one hand, it was that she wanted to break through her limits and achieve true freedom from the constraints of flesh and blood. Qinghua did not expect Hua Zhi Bing to think this way. He just felt that since Hua Zhi Bing had become his disciple, it wasn't for others to judge at will. Whether she was good or bad, only she, the master, could say. Where do those who don't know her get this? Seeing this domineering and protective side of Qinghua, Cheng Guodong smiled and was instantly relieved. Before, he was worried that Hua Zhi Bing would have too hard a time if she chose the path of cultivation. But with a good master like Qinghua, what's the hard work? The teachers and students on the sidelines were listening and could not help but cast admiring glances towards Qinghua. Previously, they hadn't understood why Hua Zhi Bing would worship such a young master. Now they probably understand. If they were Hua Zhi Bing, it would be the luck of a lifetime to have such a mentor. But while admiring it, they felt outrageous. The word mechanical ascension is too far away. They had heard of people ascending. But the machinery. That's pretty unheard of. Even if Hua Zhi Bing was even more talented in cultivation, this couldn't have happened, could it? For a while, the eyes of the crowd towards Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing became complicated. Qinghua didn't care. Hua Zhi Bing, after hearing those words of his just now, also completely stopped caring about external views. This monk, is there anything else you wish to ask? Qinghua raised his eyebrows when he saw that the reporter was slow to say anything. At these words, the reporter came back to his senses and said with a dry throat, "May I ask Taoist Qin, do you really think?" That Hua Zhi Bing can mechanically soar? I've only heard of people ascending to immortality, I've never heard of an AI being able to ascend. Letting out a light laugh, Qinyu's eyes narrowed. What does it matter if Miaoxing is a human being? Mechanical ascension, it's just that no one has ever done it before, but it doesn't mean that Miaoxing can't do it. My way, teachable. At that, the reporters and the crowd of onlookers froze again. My way of teaching? When Qinyu said this, they also developed a feeling that they had narrowed their minds, always feeling that this wave of Qinyu stood in the atmosphere. When Song Yuankang and the others arrived, Qinyu was taking a reporter's temperature. They didn't realize that the Taoist priest who was answering questions and wearing a Taoist robe was Qinyu. However, when he heard Qinyu's words, he still unconsciously stopped in his tracks. Upon hearing Qinyu utter the last question, Song Yuankang's eyes narrowed slightly. This young Taoist's speech is a bit interesting. Indeed. Zhuo Tianrui nodded approvingly and said thoughtfully, his remarks are really a bit thought-provoking. Only human beings with real flesh and blood are qualified to practice monasticism, and artificial intelligence, which has the independent personality and thinking of a human being, is not qualified. And the phrase, my way is to teach without discrimination. Either way, the words carried a sobriety that was uniquely his. And those words, when you think about it, really aren't wrong, they even make sense. In some ways, an AI with an independent personality and mind is more like a human being. But it was the phrase mechanical ascension that got their attention the most. The corner of Song Yuankang's mouth hooked as he said thoughtfully, do you believe in the theory of mechanical ascension? Upon hearing this, Zhuo Tianrui smiled and shook his head. If you ask me, then my answer will definitely be disbelief. Human ascension doesn't exist, let alone mechanical ascension. Also. Song Yuankang nodded and said no more. The two of them were only interested in the words and didn't pay much attention to them. After all, the most important thing now was to find Qinyu. Turning back to Zhang Chengqing who was staring at the square, Song Yuankang said in a deep voice, Principal Zhang, may I ask if you can find Qinyu? A number of people had already gathered in the small square. Song Yuankang felt that it was not easy to find a student among so many people. However, Zhang Chengqing showed a look of crying and laughing. He reached out and pointed at Qinyu, who was conducting an interview, and said helplessly, Leader, Qinyu is easy to find. That young Taoist priest in the Taoist robe is Qinyu. At those words, Song Yuankang and Zhuo Tianrui froze. Both of them turned their heads almost simultaneously, looking towards Qinyu who was still being interviewed. In the next second, both of their expressions became odd again at the same time. The corners of Song Yuankang's mouth twitched and his eyes narrowed. She let us find, surprisingly, a Taoist priest? Zhuo Tianrui returned to his senses and smiled bitterly. Yeah, I didn't expect it either. She's getting more and more confused about what she really means. That I can't figure out. The two of them said one thing to each other, and Zhang Chengqing and the others froze. What him? Who is he? Could it be that the one who wants to find Qinyu is not from the intelligence department, but someone else? With a few doubts, Zhang Chengqing decided to ask again. As a result, before he could even open his mouth, Song Yuankang and Zhuo Tianrui had already taken a step and walked towards Qinyu at the same time. Seeing this, Zhang Chengqing and Guang Hongliang's hearts tightened, and they hurriedly went forward to open the way. The onlookers, teachers and students, were originally watching the interview carefully. There was a pang of displeasure as someone suddenly crowded in. However, after noticing Song Yuankang and the others, they instantly bottled up all their displeasure again, and one by one, their eyes widened in disbelief. They didn't know Song Yuankang and Zhuo Tianrui, but they knew Zhang Chengqing and Guang Hongliang. One is the principal of Qinghua and the other is the headshur here. These two, which one of them is not a capable big shot? But these are the two big names that are opening the way for others. Then Song Yuankang and Zhuo Tianrui's identities could be imagined. But why did such a person suddenly appear here? The next road, there was no need for Zhang Chengqing and Guang Hongliang to open it. The teachers and students had already taken the initiative to get out of the way. Carrying a curiosity, they kept their eyes moving after Song Yuankang and Zhuo Tianrui, and then watched with their own eyes as they walked all the way to Qinyu. These two leaders are here to find Qinyu Qin Taoist? The crowd was shocked in their hearts and their eyes changed again as they looked at Qinyu. Originally, they thought that Qinyu was just a quite capable Taoist priest, so he was worshipped by Hua Zhi Bing. Now, it seems that Qinyu is far from as simple as they thought. When Song Yuankang and the others approached, Qinyu was still being interviewed and had no intention of ending it. In the end, it was Zhang Chengqing and the others who stepped forward first and interrupted the interview. Huang Hongliang whispered a few words to the reporters, who then turned around and left without hesitation. Zhang Chengqing, on the other hand, quickly stepped in front of Qinghua and whispered, "Qinghua, a leader is looking for you." Upon hearing this, Qinghua raised his eyebrows and gently turned around to look at Song Yuankang and Zhuo Tianrui on the side. Seeing the question in his eyes, Song Yuankang extended his hand and greeted him without humbling himself. "Song Yuankang, hello." Sweeping Song Yuankang's hand, Qinghua smiled softly and reached out to shake it. "I don't think the poor Taoist needs to introduce himself, right?" He didn't need to guess to know that the other party must already know his name, age, identity. These people, they're not simple. Seeing that Qinghua was so direct, Song Yuankang also stopped hiding it. His eyes sank as he said thoughtfully, "We knew you were a freshman, but we didn't really know you were a Taoist priest." "Well." Smiling disbelievingly, Qinghua directly cut to the chase, "I wonder what the two of you have come to find poor Tao for." He didn't really know when he got involved with people like that. When Song Yuankang heard this, his face, which was still calm, instantly sank. Under Qinghua's thoughtful gaze, he then said, word for word, with mixed feelings, "There is a war at the border, please come out of the mountain, Taoist master." Chapter 75, Leader's Anger, Qinghua's Mysterious Operation. Song Yuankang's words caused an uproar in the surroundings. "There's a war going on at the border, so why come to Qinghua? How am I supposed to know this? Qinghua is actually this powerful. Good lord, all the same students, why is it that people are at the level of leaders coming to invite them and I'm still so obscure? Isn't the point why there's a war effort why Qinghua was invited? What kind of battle can't be solved by the troops? Indeed, what kind of battle requires Qinghua's presence?" The teachers and students whispered while looking at Qinghua in surprise. How they didn't expect it. Qinghua, a Taoist priest who looked so plain and ordinary, had reached the point where he needed to be asked to come out by his leader. Could he, by himself, change the outcome of a battle? Cheng Guodong and the others were also shocked at this time. Especially Zhang Chengqing, the person was dumbfounded. He had thought that the leader of the intelligence department had come to seek accountability from Qinghua. So it was a wary walk. It turns out I didn't expect it. The person had actually come to ask Qinghua to come out and help. Are his students that good? As the principal himself, why didn't he know anything about it? Zhang Chengqing looked at Qinghua with that complicated look in his eyes. There was celebration that Sun Wunkang and others were fortunately not here for accountability. There was also shock at how he, a student, even if there was still a layer of Taoist identity, could be so powerful as to make the director of intelligence personally come to invite him. In fact, even Qinghua himself did not expect that Song Yuankang and the others had come to find himself for such a matter. There's a war on the border and they've come to invite themselves out? How do they know they're going to be able to solve this battle? After a moment of silence, Qinghua said thoughtfully, "I wonder who Director Song heard from before he came to seek help from the poor Taoist?" At that, Song Yuankang lowered his voice, "It's your instructor, Ran Ran Ran." Ran Ran Ran? Qinghua's eyes narrowed as he suddenly remembered that morning, the incident where he gained Ran Ran Ran's 3,500 faith value. It was then that he had the feeling that there was no end to what happened to Ran Ran Ran. It's just that he didn't think it would involve himself. When Ran 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 left, he only did a shallow calculation, and could only calculate what would happen in a short period of time. As for the 6 lines in the back, because Ran 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 was not following, the calculation was only an approximation. Had he known this, when Ran 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 left at that time, he would have gone deeper and carefully calculated. I wonder what exactly. Qinghua looked up at Song Yuankang, his eyes deepening. This time, Song Yuankang didn't answer first. He turned his head to look at Hua Zhi Bing on the side, his brow furrowed as he said, "Taoist Qin, I'm afraid that this matter, it's not suitable for the onlookers to know. Maya Sung is not a sidekick." Qinhua's face was expressionless and his demeanor bland as he said, "Miao Sheng is a personal disciple of the Poverty Road and is one of his own." Song Yuankang was stunned and looked at Hua Zhi Bing, who was hanging her head and behaving herself, and her brows tightened a few more points. Hua Zhi Bing, he knows that the current top artificial intelligence in the world represents the national strength of the country of Kyushu in this area. He didn't recognize it just now from a distance. It was only when he got closer now that he realized that the one who paid homage to Qinghua was actually Hua Zhi Bing. Thinking of Qinhua's remarks that had something to do with mechanical ascension, Song Yuankang's eyes tangled for a few moments as he looked at Hua Zhi Bing. Even if Hua Zhi Bing is the top AI today, will she be able to mechanically ascend? It's outrageous. In fact, to say that Song Yuankang had much faith in Qinghua, there was none. After all, he didn't even know Qinghua before this. He had even less idea what Qinghua was capable of and what he could do to help. He had only come to Qinghua today to ask him to come out because of the words Ren Ran Ran had left behind. The person he trusts is Ren Ran Ran. The point that he hadn't expected the most was Qinhua's status as a Taoist priest. He thought there were no more Taoist priests in this world. After all, Taoism had completely fallen and disappeared over a decade ago. As for whether or not Qinhua's this poor had real material, he couldn't care less about that right now. The most important thing was to free Ren Ran Ran. After thinking about it, Song Yuankang still didn't insist that Hua Zhi Bing leave. Reaching into his pocket, he directly handed Qinghua the strip of cloth that Ren Ran Ran's teammate had sent back. On the cloth, the words left by Ren Ran Ran were still clearly floating. Go to Qinghua and ask Qinghua to come out before you can save my life. Qinghua took the cloth and glanced at it, his sword brows slightly furrowed. This was left by Instructor Ren? Is that her blood on it? Exactly. Song Yuankang said in a deep voice, in a voice that no one else could hear, judging from the people we went to rescue, she has encountered the world's top mercenary group, the Holy Light Mercenary Group, in pursuit of her. But that's all she left behind. Other than that, we have no other leads. So? Song Yuankang took a deep breath and said helplessly, we can only come to you. Yes? Qinghua clutched the strip of cloth and suddenly turned around, heading towards the table behind him where the tribute incense burner was placed. Seeing this, Song Yuankang froze. What is Taoist Qin doing? Naturally, I want to save Instructor Ren's life. Qinghua said, calmly walking to the table, picking up a bowl and pouring clear water into it. Niaoxing, talisman paper. Preparing this, he waved his hand at Hua Zhi Bing again. Upon hearing this, Hua Zhi Bing hurriedly picked up a brand new piece of talisman paper from the small table on the side and handed it to him. However, this time, Qinghua did not depict those strange symbols on it. Instead, he turned back to Song Yuankang and said seriously, Director Song, are you aware of Instructor Ren's birth date? This. Song Yuankang was stunned and shook his head. I'll ask. He finished and immediately made a call out. Not a moment later, another call came back. Disconnecting the phone, Song Yuankang quickly walked to Qinghua. She was born on July 30, 1996, the exact time, it's not very clear. Upon hearing this, Qinghua nodded thoughtfully and turned around to write on the talisman paper. Before Song Yuankang could see what he had written, he directly brought this talisman paper to the candle flame and lit it. All of the ash that fell from the burning of the rune paper fell into the bowl of water. Looking at Qinhua's move, Song Yuankang and the others became even more bewildered. Just as they were wondering what exactly Qinghua was doing, Qinghua unexpectedly brought the strip of cloth with Ren Ran Ran's handwriting to the candle flame as well. The wobbly fire immediately climbed up the moment it touched the cloth. Bright flames of fire began to rise, miserably, upward along the cloth. Taoist Qin, what are you doing? Song Yuankang's heart was shaken, even rushed forward and tried to bring back the cloth. But just as he reached out his hand, he was stopped by Hua Zhi Bing, who was standing on the sidelines. Looking at Song Yuankang with clear and cold eyes, Hua Zhi Bing said with a cold little face, Director Song, please don't disturb Master yet. You. Song Yuankang sniffed and clenched his teeth in anger. He clenched his fists vaguely as he watched the fire on the cloth grow hotter and hotter. It was the only clue Ren Ran Ran had left them. To put it worse, it might even be the only thing she left behind. But now, it was just burned by Qinghua? How could he agree? But Hua Zhi Bing's force was surprisingly strong. Even he, a man from the Special Forces, was a bit overwhelmed. Seeing that Qinghua did not care about himself and only stared silently at the burning cloth, Song Yuankang could only hold back his anger and glare at Hua Zhi Bing. What is your master doing? Zhi Bing doesn't know. Hua Zhi Bing shook his head, then looked firmly at Song Yuankang, not letting go of one step, but Zhi Bing knows that master must have his deepest intentions in doing this. You guys? When Song Yuankang heard this reply, he only felt anger burning inside his chest. One comes up and burns without saying a word, and the other doesn't know what to do when asked. This master and disciple are simply nonsense. He's also out of his mind. Surprisingly, he really followed what Ren Ran Ran said and came to find this Qinghua. A student, a Taoist priest, what's the point of looking for him? Zhuo Tianruwei couldn't be clearer about Song Yuankang's temper. Seeing that he was on the verge of exploding with anger, he hurriedly stepped forward and persuaded in a good voice, Old Song, don't be in a hurry, let's see what he's going to do first. What else? Song Yuan Kong was annoyed. The only clue was burned just like that. What else do you think we can do? He was full of fire at the moment, his temples jutting with anger. This matter of Ren Ran Ran, they would have had no way to explain to Rin Yongchang. Now this cloth is burned too. Subsequently, if the clues were broken here, leading to their untimely rescue, letting Ren Ran Ran die at the hands of the Holy Light Mercenary Corps, and letting the chip go back to the hands of the enemy. He just couldn't justify resigning from the position of director. At these words, Zhuo Tianrui also pursed his lips, his expression solemn for a few moments. He was actually a little angry. But he felt that Ren Ran Ran was not a confused child. The man she dared to trust with her life couldn't be someone who was just fooling around. Wait a little longer. Stopping Song Yuan Kong backward, Zhuo Tianrui's gaze was fixed on Qinghua. The cloth in Qinghwa's hand was almost burned. All the ashes that fell from the burning of the cloth also fell into the bowl that held the water. Without Song Yuan Kong's disturbance, Qinghua only felt that his ears were cleared. Only when this cloth in his hand was completely burned out did he then pick up the brush at the side, dip it in vermilion sand, and turn to trace it on the ground. At first, the others weren't sure what he was drawing. It wasn't until Qinghua had drawn most of it that they realized that Qinghua was actually drawing the Bagua diagram. Zhuo Tianrui was stunned and frowned at Zhang Chengqing, who was on the side. Principal Zhang, this student Qinghua, does he like to do this kind of thing on a regular basis? Zhang Chengqing was looking at it. Hearing Zhuo Tianrui's inquiry, he immediately returned to his senses and thought carefully for a moment. This student Qinghua, how can I put it? He's drawn 8 trigrams for rain before, and predicted things like hail in the sky. But, with a bitter smile, Zhang Chengqing before continuing, you all should also know, how can this kind of thing be true? So we didn't even take it to heart or take it very seriously. At those words, Song Yuan Kong's face darkened a few more points, and Zhuo Tianrui's face was also slightly unsightly. Drawing bagwazangs for rain? Predicting hail? They suddenly felt increasingly unreliable about the matter of seeking Qinhua's help. Who do you believe in? A Taoist priest? So did Ren Ran Ran. Who do you think you're looking for, but this Qinghua? The bias clues had all been burned, and there was nothing more they could do. While Song Yuan Kong and Zhuo Tianrui were chagrined, Qinghua had already drawn the Bagua diagram. As soon as the brush was put away, he walked slowly back to the table of offerings, lit up 3 sticks of incense, and bowed to the holy statues of the 3 heavenly beings. Today, Xian Cheng still needs to borrow the strength of all the heavenly dignitaries, so I hope you will bear with me. What's he doing here again? Looking at Qinhua's move, Song Yuan Kong and Zhuo Tianrui only felt their heads swell. Qinhua's set of mysterious-looking maneuvers had completely confused them. But this is something, don't say they don't know. It was Hua Zhi Bing, who was Qinhua's disciple, who was not clear about it. But she still chose to trust her master. Since the beginning, she had been firmly guarding Qinhua's side, not allowing anyone else to come close. Song Yuan Kong and the others had no choice but to continue watching. Meanwhile, Qinghua had also finished paying homage to the 3 heavenly dignitaries. He inserted 3 sticks of incense into the censer, picked up the bowl filled with water and ashes, and walked back to the Bagua. Then, under the watchful eyes of Song Yuan Kong and the others who were in disbelief, he poured the whole bowl of water to the position half a meter in front of the Bagua diagram, directly lifted up his Taoist robe, and sat cross-legged on the Bagua diagram. Chapter 76, 3 days, deadline. Seeing Qinghua directly close his eyes after sitting down, the crowd was once again stunned. What's this about? I don't understand. Do any of you know anything about Taoism? Know what Qinghua is doing? Don't understand. I also only know some of the most basic ones. This kind is really unreadable. The crowd looked at Qinghua blankly and whispered quietly. Song Yuan Kong and the others were even more frowning and nervous. Even Zhuo Mingyuan, who had studied Taoism, could not understand what Qinghua was doing at this moment. It's actually understandable that he doesn't get it. It was because what Qinghua was doing now was related to the secrets of Taoism. This is a method of fortune-telling that has been lost within Taoism. In his previous life he had only heard of it, never seen anyone learn it. Mastering this method of fortune-telling, even if the person being counted is not present, as long as there is the blood of the person being counted, the 8 characters of the birth date, instantly and accurately counted the things he is facing, as well as the subsequent sad and happy events that will happen. And this method counts out with a very high degree of accuracy. Now Ren Ran Ran isn't here. For Qinghua, it was the best way to understand why she had left that clue. It was also fortunate that the cloth brought by Song Yuan Kong had Renranran's blood on it. Otherwise it wouldn't even work. After Qinghua closed his eyes, he didn't say a word, as if he was in meditation. Song Yuan Kong and the others waited anxiously and wanted to go up and ask. But they had just taken half a step forward when they were stopped by Hua Zhi Bing again. Please also be patient and do not disturb the master. This time, Hua Zhi Bing's attitude was even tougher than before. She could tell that Qinghua was at a critical juncture and absolutely could not be disturbed. As Qinghua's disciple, it was necessary for her to ensure her master's safety. Song Yuan Kong was angry, but he could only retreat back and continue to wait. Just then, the originally clear sky suddenly became gloomy. When the crowd looked up, the sun had somehow been obscured by overcast clouds. Large, rolling, overcast clouds spread for thousands of miles, out of sight, plunging the entire school into dimness. The fact that this cloud appeared without warning was the most bizarre. Phew! While the crowd was still staring up at the cloudy sky, their hearts alarmed, the sound of the wind was followed by the sound of the wind in their ears. Originally, the wind was not loud, just faint. The wind was near whimpering as time went on. There was a gust of wind that made the leaves soughs, and the branches of the small trees began to crook. At the end of the day, many people even had to stand with their feet apart to stabilize themselves. What the hell? It's ridiculously windy, isn't it? It's blowing my goosebumps, it's freezing. The weather report didn't say it was a windy day, did it? It looks more than windy. It's going to rain, isn't it? And it's raining? I think a typhoon is more like it. Cut the crap, a typhoon in this part of the capital? What a joke. If it's really a typhoon, at least have a typhoon warning AW. The crowd was blown a little out of sight against the increasingly exaggerated gusts of wind. Although Song Yuan Kong and the others were standing steadily in their original positions, they were also being blown a little hard by the wind. Of all the people, the one who was the most calm was none other than Qinghua. He was still sitting on top of the 8 trigrams, letting this demonic wind drum up as much as it wanted. Only a slight change in his expression arose. At first, he was expressionless and calm. By this moment, there was already a tight frown on both eyebrows and a tense face, as if he had seen something calamitous. Hua Zhi Bing noticed the change in Qinhua's expression and was vaguely worried. Song Yuan Kong and the others were sharp-eyed and noticed this as well. However, they didn't understand what Qinghua was doing, so they didn't think that much. Until a number of people couldn't stand the windy weather and were ready to leave. Retreat! Qinhua's eyes suddenly opened, and he gave a stern cry that could not be offended by Rin. The gale that had been whistling and raging came to an abrupt end as if it had never existed, leaving the world in an instant plate of silence. The overcast clouds that spread across the sky and looked shaky also parted a gap where the sun was, and then receded toward the east and west at a speed visible to the naked eye. The bizarre scene directly looked shocking to everyone present. It wasn't my eyesight that just happened, was it? The hell? Why did this day change after Qinghua shouted? You mean he can control the weather? Control the weather? What a joke! I suddenly remembered that when he was in military training, he said it would hail in the sky, and then it did. Hiss. I remembered when you said that. I thought at the time he was looking ahead at the weather forecast. I even went back to check the other day and the weather report didn't say anything about hail. You guys mean that Qinghua can really control the weather? The crowd looked afresh at Qinghua, who was sitting on the Bagua diagram, their jaws staring at each other, filled with shock. Even Song Yuan Kong and the others were a bit tense. It's just that this weather is changing so strangely. Old Song, what do you say about that Qinghua? How did he do it? Zhuo Tianrui gazed at Qinghua, his voice somewhat tight. Song Yuan Kong shook his head, the skin on his face tightening as he said, that, I'm not sure, I've never seen anything like this before. That scene just now was really a bit subversive to his concepts. But honestly, for him to believe that the weather was controlled by Qinghua, he still didn't believe it. Master! Of all the people, Hua Zhi Bing reacted the fastest and hurriedly ran to Qinghua and helped him up. Seeing Qinghua still tensing his brows and looking thoughtful, she was distressed and worried. Master, what's wrong with you? No harm done. Qinghua waved his hand and slowly collected his expression. It's just that he has calculated something that has something to do with Instructor Ren. Song Yuan Kong and Zhuo Tianrui were originally still standing in place. Hearing this, the two men gave each other a skeptical look at the same time. Counting on something about Renranran? Could it be that he was just telling Renranran's fortune? Both of them frowned at the same time, looking uncertain. They naturally don't believe in such things as fortune-telling. If fortune-telling could save Ren, they could have gotten a bunch of fortune-tellers to do it. Song Yuankang stood still, his face cloudy. Instead, it was Zhuo Tianrui who stepped forward. Although he didn't believe it, he still asked in disbelief, Taoist Qin, you said that you have calculated something about Ren. May I ask what you have calculated? Upon hearing this, Qin looked up at Zhuo Tianrui and narrowed his eyes slightly. Poor Tao has calculated the matter of Instructor Ren's life and death. Life and death? Zhuo Tianrui was stunned and was a bit helpless for a moment. Now that Ren was being hunted by the Holy Light Mercenary Corps, it was indeed dangerous, and it was also true that her life and death were unknown. They told Qinyu that Ren was being hunted by the Holy Light about this. Therefore, Zhuo Tianrui instinctively thought that Qinyu's statement that Ren's life and death were unknown was a judgment made based on this matter. As for his claim that he did the math on this? Unbelievable. However, Qinyu next gave Zhuo Tianrui another unexpected answer. Glancing at Zhuo Tianrui, he said in a deep voice, according to the calculations of the poor Taoist, the matter that Instructor Ren is facing is not so much of a threat to her life and death. The scourge that can truly threaten her life and death, the poor Taoist has only figured out a general direction. The source of this scourge is located in the southwestern direction. Upon hearing this, Song Yuankang couldn't help but be skeptical. You mean that the Holy Light Mercenary Corps won't really threaten Ren's life or death? That's right. Qinyu nodded and continued, but the Sacred Light Mercenary Corps is a trigger. If this hunt continues, it will surely pull out this scourge. According to the poor Taoist's calculations, the Holy Light Mercenary Corps, as you call it, and this scourge are in a kind of scale and belly relationship. Speaking of this, Qinyu's eyes flashed as he raised his hand and erected 3 fingers. 3 days. Within 3 days, if this scourge cannot be uncovered and successfully contained, Instructor Ren will not live long. Chapter 77, Mechanical Ascension? National opinion erupts. Song Yuankang and Zhuo Tianrui originally just wanted to hear what Qinyu had to say. Seeing him speak so metaphysically, the two of them stared slightly. But the two men still had doubts in their minds about the fortune-telling claim. Being in the military, they were taught to be irreligious. The state is everything and the people are everything. As for the ghosts and gods and heavenly destinies? They never believe that. After all, when a war is really fought, it's not like chanting a few Amitbas will end the war. Ren should also be well aware that they won't believe this. But Ren asked them to ask Qinyu to come out, if it wasn't for Qinyu to tell his fortune? What else could it be about? Could it be? Let Qinyu figure out her location to facilitate their rescue? Song Yuankang double eyebrows locked, thoughtfully said, Qin Taoist, I do not know. Whether you can calculate as Ren's position? Naturally. Qinyu said, guessing Song Yuankang's thoughts, and then laughed. But the place where Instructor Ren is now, is not a place where you can rescue him at will. And she's facing an enemy that she can deal with now. The people you sent, not so much. Maybe in the end, instead of trying to save, he had heard before that Hua Zhi Bing, an AI, was highly autonomous. It does seem so now. Would come up and strike up a conversation, and that alone was better than quite a few AIs that claim to be at the top of their game. What do you want to say? Zhuo Tianrui smiled with a fairly friendly expression. Hua Zhi Bing's brows lowered as she said in a low voice, back then, before Instructor Ren left, Master had calculated that she would have to go through a life and death situation. What? At those words, Song Yuankang and Zhuo Tianrui were surprised at the same time. Are you sure? Before Ren left from here, Qinyu figured out that she was going to be in danger? Raising his eyes and glancing at Song Yuankang, Hua Zhi Bing confidently said, I was right next to him, so I'm naturally sure. At that time, Master explained a few words to Instructor Ren, telling him that thinking about what he said would save her life. You guys said earlier that Instructor Ren encountered the Holy Light Mercenaries, but didn't die. I think it's because Instructor Ren has figured out the words that Master explained to her. Hua Zhi Bing's face became serious for a few moments as he said this. So what Master just said, you'd better take to heart. If Master says 3 days, then it's 3 days. If you guys really want to save Instructor Ren, hurry up. After saying that, Hua Zhi Bing did not wait for Song Yuankang and Zhuo Tianrui to respond, and hurriedly went over to help Qinyu clean up together. Thinking back to Hua Zhi Bing's words just now, Song Yuankang and Zhuo Tianrui were slow to say anything. After a while, Zhuo Tianrui hesitantly said, Do you think that thing Hua Zhi Bing said just now was a coincidence or true? Unclear. Song Yuankang shook his head. Even he hesitated at this moment. This was because he was clear that Ren Ranran would never tell Qinghua what she was going to do before she left from Qinghua in the first place. In this situation, Qinghua had calculated that she would be in danger, so the significance of that was different. Zhuo Tianrui looked at Song Yuankang's expression and guessed what he was thinking. His eyes narrowed slightly as he said thoughtfully, "It seems that we need to go back and check it out." Go. Song Yuankang nodded his head without further hesitation. If what Qinghua said was true, then they were indeed running out of time. He only hoped that Ren Ranran would be able to survive these 3 days under the pursuit of the Sacred Light mercenaries before they found out about this trouble. "Master, they're gone." Hua Zhi Bing glanced back at Song Yuankang and the others and muttered in a low voice. Qinghua just and did not say much. Carefully holding up the incense burner, Hua Zhi Bing still couldn't hold back and asked, "Master, what if they didn't take your words to heart and didn't find the scourge you mentioned within 3 days? Upon hearing this, Qinhua's hand movements gave a start, followed by a shake of his head. There's only so far as the master can go, and as for the rest, the master can't. However, according to his divination, although Ren Ranran's destiny was full of ups and downs and had the appearance of great evil, there was still a ray of hope and it was very tenacious. So it's really hard to say exactly how things will play out." Once Song Yuankang and the others left, the small square became active once again. The onlookers didn't leave. Looking at Qinghua and the others who were packing up their things, they could not help but whisper. "You guys, what did the several leaders say to Qinghua just now?" "I'm not sure, I saw those leaders walking away with pretty serious expressions. And that outrageous weather we just had, it was perfect. Taoist priests are that powerful, huh? I always thought that was made up in a TV show. I'm not sure if other Taoist priests have this ability, but I think Qinghua should really have it. It's also true, otherwise those leaders wouldn't have come to him, would they, and asked him to come out and settle the war." As the crowd spoke, they cast a few looks of reverence towards Qinghua. As Qinghua packed up his things, he kept receiving system beeps. "Congratulations to the host for being honored by others for controlling weather visions and gaining 500 faith values. Congratulations to the host for being honored by others for taking on Hua Zhi Bing as his disciple, gaining 100 faith value. Congratulations to the host." The system's prompts continued for quite a while without stopping. For this kind of voice, Qinghua did not feel annoyed, but on the contrary, he found it quite melodious. After all, every bit of this faith value represented benefits. There are benefits, who wouldn't like that? During this time, those reporters didn't go far. They were merely isolated and not allowed to listen to the conversation between Song Yuankang and the others and Qinghua. As for the bizarre scene just now when Qinghua was telling his fortune, and the scene where Song Yuankang said that he wanted to invite Qinghua to come out of the mountain, all of them were recorded without fail. Including the matter of Hua Zhi Bing worshipping Qinghua before. There were so many hotspots at once that they didn't even know which one to focus on. Originally, they wanted to continue interviewing Qinghua. But Cheng Guodong stopped them, saying that the interview time was over, and they could only stop and leave. Song Yuankang and Zhuo Tianrui returned to the department on the same day and began to start investigating in the southwestern direction based on what Qinghua had calculated. Qinghua didn't care how they looked into it and continued to live his college life calmly. Then early the next morning, when no one expected it, the domestic fishing vessel blew up, and so did Qinghua. It wasn't that the school was bursting at the seams. Rather, it was Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing's affair that was on the hot search. What mechanical ascension? This Qinghua is a liar, isn't he? There is no class without education. This is too bold to say. Hua Zhi Bing is even the top AI, how can he practice monasticism? Indeed, not even for monasticism, let alone mechanical ascension. Don't underestimate us, Hua Zhi Bing, okay? Why can't Hua Zhi Bing cultivate? I think it's right to say that there are no classes without education. That's right, I support Taoist Qin on this point. The topic of teachable moments and mechanical ascension instantly split into two factions. And the fishing wheels aren't fading, they're getting stronger. In no time at all, it had broken through to 1 million. This, too, produced more questions about Qinghua. Why is Hua Zhi Bing suddenly worshipping a Taoist priest as his master? Isn't it good to come and worship me as a master? People, Qinghua can at least control the weather. What would you want Hua Zhi Bing to worship you? You guys don't really believe that Qinghua can control the weather, do you? I'm telling you guys, that's just an act. Acting isn't so bad, is it? Would Qinghua do such a thing? Wouldn't that be smashing their own signboard? There are no Taoist priests these days, who knows if this Qinghua could be a fraud? It shouldn't be a fraud, right? Would Hua Zhi Bing's or D team let her worship a fraud? Didn't you guys watch Elder Chang's interview? He said that Hua Zhi Bing had collapsed before, and it was because Qinghua brought her to enlightenment that she reawakened. Someone mentioned Chang's interview, and others began to pay attention to it. See, Elder Chang also said that Hua Zhi Bing's level of intelligence has further increased, and that it already has its own independent personality in mind. It seems like the matter of worshipping the master was Hua Zhi Bing's own initiative? Isn't that scary? Artificial intelligence becoming like people? What's so scary about an AI that's preparing for monasticism? It would only be scary if she really mechanically ascended, okay? You guys don't really believe that an AI can mechanically ascend, do you? Reasonably, a human can't do that, much less an AI. Most of the internet is a voice of disapproval on the topics of educated people and mechanical ascension. Taoism is in decline and the public would have known little about Taoism. They didn't even believe in human ascension, let alone mechanical ascension. In some people's opinion, Qinhua's teach without class statement, which includes artificial intelligence like Hua Zhi Bing, is inherently wrong. Even if Hua Zhi Bing acted exactly like a human being, and Shang Guodong said that Hua Zhi Bing had an independent mind and personality, they did not recognize it. These words of Qinghua could be said to have subverted their perceptions while forcing a new concept into their hands. And for this kind of metaphysical thing, the public mostly thinks of charlatans. So in the eyes of many people, Qinghua became a liar. But there was still a part of the population that thought that Hua Zhi Bing wouldn't worship a liar as a teacher. And Cheng's interview was all about recognizing Qinghua and Taoism. They felt that even if it was possible for Qinghua to cheat, Cheng Guodong would definitely not cheat. And from the video, Hua Zhi Bing does look more human in every move. So this part of the population, again, upholds a more trusting attitude towards Qinghua, towards Taoism. As for the part of the video about Song Yuan Kong and the others, it was partially obscured, leaving only the words "Invite Taoist Master Qin" to come out. Moreover, the faces of Song Yuan Kong and the others were coded, so everyone was just curious about who the speaker was and didn't pay much attention. This is also because Song Yuan Kong and others went straight to all the media. In their position, they certainly can't be exposed to the camera. And something like a war on the border can't be spread out widely or it will easily cause panic. The media didn't dare go against their word and had to do as they were told. Dormitory. Qinghua looked at the 4 cell phones that were neatly placed in front of him and raised his eyebrows slightly. The cell phone belongs to Zhuo Mingyuan and the others. Separate hot topics were clicked on above. The comments under each hot topic are hilarious. Seeing those comments in it that called Qinghua a liar, Zhuo Mingyuan and the others were furious. Especially Zhuo Mingyuan, who couldn't wait to directly pick up his cell phone and spray each other. But thinking that he was going to become a real Taoist priest, he felt that it would be too degrading and humiliating to be a Taoist priest, and held back. After all, the people on the internet who were foul-mouthed were really not worth lifting a finger for. Su Chu Jia and others are also angry, but they are also concerned about the words mechanical ascension. Pressing one hand on Qinhua's shoulder, Su Chu Jia lamented, "Old Qin, I didn't think that when you said you were busy yesterday, you actually went to accept school Sister Hua as your disciple?" Lu Zian was also in agreement. "We can't even talk to Senior Sister Hua, and you've already taken Senior Sister Hua as your disciple, you're overtaking the car a bit hard." Tian Wenfu didn't care about that and immediately asked for the point. "Qinghua, what does mechanical ascension mean?" "This mechanical ascension means that the machinery soars like a human, right?" "Well, that's what it means." Qinghua nodded and answered frankly. At those words, the 3 of them, Su Chu Jia, looked at each other in disbelief, and for a moment, they all forgot what to say. They originally thought that the words were said by Qinghua in jest. As a result, he actually had the idea of letting Hua Zhi Bing mechanical ascension? Is it better to say he has guts? Or is it better to say he's crazy? Regarding this matter, Zhuo Mingyuan's attitude was quite clear. That is, if Qinghua says it's okay, then it's okay. Don't you believe me? I think the president can do it. Glancing at the 3 Su Chu Jia, Zhuo Mingyuan had a proud face. The 3 of them, Su Chu Jia, were stunned and somewhat in tears. Don't say. This trust of Zhuo Mingyuan was quite touching. Looking at Qinghua again, Su Chu Jia's trio worriedly said, "Old Qin, what happened on the internet, aren't you going to explain it?" "Explain what?" Qinghua calmly pushed their cell phones away and then took out the Fushi Bagua formation diagram. "There are some things that the more you explain, the more messy it gets. Whether they believe it or not, what does it matter to me? In the end, it was just a moment of blindness. When they understand the Tao later, they naturally won't speak out like they do now. Seeing Qingyu's calm face, Su Chujie and the others were torn for a moment, but in the end, they did not say anything else. There was also no reaction from the school or the research-based site to the online comments. Many people were still waiting for Qinghua and Changguodong to come out and explain themselves, but ended up waiting for a lonely. It was as if Qinghua and the research base had acquiesced to the truthfulness of Qingyu's words. This sent the internet fishing wheels, once again, exploding. Even the students on the Qinghua campus, and the other staff members at the research base, began to discuss this matter from time to time. Many students felt angry at first about the school's lack of explanation. It's not easy for them either because the school is in the middle of a superstition fiasco. Then a posting suddenly appeared in Qinghua's forum. It was a student who had watched the worship ceremony at the time that released various videos proving that everything Qingyu had done at the time was true. Although it didn't explain the mechanical ascension thing, it changed the opinion of other students. Qinyu's little fanboys and girls in school have even grown quite a bit more. There were also some students who had previously withdrawn from the Taoist society and were even more regretful at this moment. Meanwhile, over at Intelligence. After investigating for a day based on the hints given by Qinyu, Song Yuankang, and the others did not find any useful clues. A group of leaders sat in the conference room, staring at the clues listed on the screen, looking helpless. Director Song, do you really believe what that Taoist priest said? He just gave a general direction. We've been checking for a day and a night, and we haven't found any useful information. Yeah, well, the only thing that's possible about that bogeyman right now is the employer who hired the Holy Light mercenaries. But that employer, we all know who it is. Being able to hire the Holy Light mercenaries is already his strongest means, and he won't be able to turn any bigger waves. If it's true that the Holy Light mercenary group is no threat to the Foxwolf according to what Qinyu said, then what else can threaten the Foxwolf? The crowd looked at Song Yuankang, somewhat powerless to spit. They hadn't seen Qinyu with their own eyes, and they hadn't believed in Qinyu's words as a Taoist priest. After seeing Qinyu's comments about mechanical ascension on the news this morning, they were even more speechless. However, Song Yuankang and Zhuo Tianrui had taken Qinyu's words to heart. When you come back, let them check it moment by moment. It's a pure waste of time to look into this and find nothing. Could it be that we're checking in the wrong direction? Right at this moment, Zhuo Tianrui suddenly opened his mouth. At those words, Song Yuankang frowned. How so? Zhuo Tianrui stared thoughtfully at the information on the screen and said in a deep voice, we only investigated based on this information about the southwestern direction, but we forgot about the other thing Qinyu said. This bogeyman, with the Holy Light Mercenary Corps, is a kind of scale and belly relationship. This shows that the Holy Light Mercenaries have a close If I remember correctly, everyone in the Holy Light Mercenaries graduated from the Hunter Academy. If the Sacred Light Mercenary Corps seeks out the Hunter Academy to help them, the Foxwolf side. Before Zhuo Tianrui could finish his sentence, another deputy leader of the intelligence branch issued a question. Is it true that Holy Light will seek out the Hunter Academy for help? He straightened up and said in a deep voice, although the Hunter Academy's location is in the southwest, and between them and the Holy Light Mercenary Corps, they do have a great relationship. But is it really necessary for Holy Light to seek the help of the Hunter Academy? Do you guys really believe that Foxwolf can resist the Holy Light Mercenary Group with the power of one man? Song Yuankang and the others were originally in a heavy mood. Now that they heard this, they were all a little hesitant as well. Seeing that they didn't say anything, that deputy leader helplessly said, it's not that I intentionally belittled Foxwolf's strength. We all know very well that with her strength, she won't be able to hold back the Holy Light Mercenaries. I think that instead of focusing on some Hunter's Academy as that Taoist priest said, we should seize the time to find Foxwolf's trail and go forward to rescue her. The others in the conference room were silent again as they listened to this analysis. Though they thought of Hunter Academy's relationship with Holy Light, and Hunter Academy was indeed in the southwestern direction. But everything is just as this deputy leader said. The Hunter College, would it really intervene? If the Holy Light Mercenary Corps couldn't even deal with Ran alone, how could it be called the world's #1 mercenary corps? Perhaps the matter of Qinyu saying that the scourge was in the southwestern direction and that the Hunter Academy also happened to be in the southwestern direction was originally a coincidence. It is, after all, a fortune-telling statement. In their hearts, they still carry doubts. Just as the crowd began to doubt, Zhuo Tianrui suddenly stood up and looked at them with awe-inspiring eyes. You guys forgot one thing. When Snow Leopard and the girls reported their progress earlier, Foxwolf had already killed a member of Holy Light. As soon as Zhuo Tianrui finished speaking, someone raised a question. That was a momentary stroke of luck, wasn't it? Luck? Song Yongkong let out a low chuckle, his eyes then cold. An odd injury like that kills with one blow. Do you guys really think it's luck? Based on the analysis of the scene, that Holy Light member should be trying to sneak up on Foxwolf. I don't need to tell you how good the people of Holy Light are at lurking, do I? If it's true, as you say, that Foxwolf was lucky, how careless would someone from Holy Light have to be for her to find out? This. Song Yongkong's words caused the others to look at each other in disbelief. In that way, it does make some sense. Zhuo Tianrui nodded and continued, and the kind of injury caused by the fox wolf is just too strange. Actually, when we went to Qinghua yesterday to look for Qinyu, we also learned another thing. Qinyu had already figured out that fox wolf would encounter danger on this mission. It was hard to summarize it, and they kind of understood what Zhuo Tianrui meant. That is, Ren Ranran's ability to survive until now was probably due to Qinyu. This is so bizarre, isn't it? One of the deputy leaders let out a bitter laugh, incredulous at this. The other deputy leaders were silent, but it was clear from their expressions that they also questioned the matter. Just then, Bureau Song, the snow leopard side, is requesting a video call. The assistant didn't even have time to knock on the door before he pushed it open and reported anxiously. At those words, Song Yuankong's heart tightened. Transfer it immediately. Yes. The assistant nodded and left quickly. Half a minute later, the faces of Feng Yannan and the others appeared on the screen. Leaders. Looking at Song Yongkong and the others, Feng Yannan's four took the lead in saluting. Song Yongkong waved his hand and hurriedly cut to the chase. Well? Any news about the fox wolf? Upon hearing this, Feng Yannan nodded with a complicated expression, sort of new news. When she finished, she abruptly turned the camera. Immediately afterward, two bodies appeared in the frame. Hiss. That's a pretty vicious way to kill someone. At the sight of the two corpses, the leaders drew in a sharp breath. One of the corpses, the head was so thoroughly rotted that it looked like it had been hammered by something. The flesh of his face remained intact, but was as unsupported as a puddle of mud. Obviously, the man's skull had crumbled to pieces. There were traces of blood that had dried in some florid whiteness in the barely discernible ears, eyes, sockets, mouth, and nose. As to what these flowery white marks are, it is self-evident. The other body next to him wasn't much better. The head came straight into a 180-degree rotation, and all the limbs were twisted into a weird angle. It made his whole body look like a rag doll that had been casually left on the floor. Song Yuankong and the others were silent for a while before they slowed down. Although he already had an answer in his heart, Song Yuankong still asked, "These people, are they from the Holy Light Mercenary Corps?" Exactly. Feng Yannan said, squatting down next to the two corpses, revealing the tattoos of Holy Light on both of them. The other leaders were incredulous at first. Two members of the Holy Light, together, that's how strong a battle force is? How could they die so tragically? Seeing the tattoos now, even they had to believe it. No one dares to force the tattoos of the Holy Light mercenaries. So these people, they are definitely members of the Holy Light. And the man who took out the two Holy Light members. Foxwolf did this? One of the deputy leaders inquired with a dry throat. After a while, Feng Yannan replied, although we also find it hard to believe, the way these two people died is very similar to the one before. So, these two should have been killed by Foxwolf. How could Foxwolf's strength suddenly improve so much? As soon as Feng Yannan's words fell, a gasp of surprise rang out in the conference room. If the Holy Light members had died before, they could still say that it was a moment of luck for Ren Ranran. Then the appearance of these two corpses now properly slapped in the face. It was definitely not luck. That's absolute strength. Seeing that the leaders did not speak, Feng Yannan took the initiative and asked, Bureau Song, what do we do next? Although we found the two bodies, there was no sign of the fox wolf. After a few more moments of silence, Song Yuankong seemed to have made some kind of decision, his expression suddenly determined. There are no traces, it should be the fox wolf trying to hide its actions from being tracked by the Holy Light. As for you, next give up your search for the fox wolf and stay put. What? No sooner had Song Yuankong's order been given than an exclamation of surprise came from the conference room once again. Even Feng Yannan and the others on the other side of the camera couldn't understand this. Ding Ruxin's head came hard to the camera and said anxiously, Bureau Chief Song, why did you tell us to stay put? Not looking for the fox wolf? Upon hearing this, Song Yuankang frowned. In this situation now, you can't even find it if you want to. Keep looking and you'll only get closer to the holy light. With your strength, do you think you're a match for holy light? He made this decision because he thought of those words of Qinghua. Ren Runjun had the ability to fix the holy light, but the others did not. The people who went to the rescue were just dragging Ren Ranran's feet. Originally he didn't believe it. After seeing the bodies of these two members of the holy light, he was convinced. Although he didn't know what Ren Ranran had gone through to gain such strength. But with Ren Ranran's current strength, it wasn't really impossible to fight against the holy light with the power of one person. If Ren Ranran could fight against the holy light, then the Hunter Academy, really, would be a hidden bogeyman. Even if the Hunter's Academy hasn't moved yet. According to his judgment, they were bound to strike this time. Hang up for now, stay put, no trespassing. Song Yuankang said, hanging up the communication directly and sweeping his eyes to the others sitting there. Now the situation, as you can see. His eyes narrowed and he said in a deep voice, now, we need to discuss how to solve this trouble of the Hunter Academy. Upon hearing this, the other deputy leaders stopped retorting. Ren Ranran's ability to take care of Sacred Light increased the likelihood that Sacred Light would seek help from the Hunter Academy. Once the Hunter Academy received a request for help from Holy Light, they were bound to step in. Because they won't let the Holy Light go down with this. Holy Light would be slapping their Hunter Academy in the face if they were truly crushed by Ren Ranran alone. As long as the Hunter Academy made a move, Ren Ranran would surely die. Everything will develop according to what Qinghua said. Thinking about this, the leaders' faces became ugly. One of the deputy leaders gritted his teeth, hard and helpless. If the Hunter Academy really intervenes, then this matter will be troublesome. Indeed. Another leader sighed quietly. The location Fox Wolf is in right now is located in the Face Country. If the Hunter Academy goes and assists the Sacred Light mercenaries in hunting down the Fox Wolves, we can only send a small group of special forces in disguise. Let's not talk about whether we can fight or not. In case our people are exposed, we are provoking a war between countries. As for directly negotiating with the Face Country to send troops to support it, it's even more unlikely. Foxwolf traveled to the Face Country, originally disguised as a soldier. If my country were to intervene with the Face Country, it would be the equivalent of directly telling them that we had previously sent soldiers to infiltrate their country. With our relationship with the Face Country. At those words, Song Yuankang and the others' faces clouded over. Indeed. Foxwolf is now in the Face Country. If we were to deal with the Hunter Academy, this matter would inevitably become a big deal. By the time the people they had sent to support them exposed their identities and were discovered by the facing country, the matter of the Kyushu country would be impossible to say. The higher-ups won't allow them to do that either. What if it's dealing with the Hunter Academy? Another deputy leader thought about it and tried to propose, we can go and deal with the Hunter Academy and ask them to stay out of this matter. Upon hearing this, Song Yuankang shook his head without thinking. He laughed coldly, revealing an icy color in his eyes. Do you think that Hunter Academy will deal with us? The trouble that the Sacred Light Mercenary Corps has encountered this time is not only about the Sacred Light Mercenary Corps itself, but also about the reputation of the Hunter Academy. Holy Light everyone from the Hunter Academy. If news were to spread that they were slaughtered by a female soldier from our country, it wouldn't just be a slap in the face of the Holy Light Mercenaries, but also in the face of the Hunter Academy. Do you think that the Hunter Academy will watch itself get punched in the face and sit back and do nothing? The leader who made the offer was stunned and frowned. It was indeed impossible to make the Hunter College sit back and do nothing. After thinking about it, Song Yuankang once again sneered, even if the Hunter Academy can negotiate, the Eagle Kingdom behind them won't agree. Seeing Song Yuankang mention the Eagle Kingdom, the faces of the people present darkened again. The Hunter Academy belongs to the Eagle Kingdom, and this is well known. Even if the Hunter College says on the surface that it is an independent entity and is not influenced by the Eagle Kingdom, who knows? Anyway, the Hunter Academy had always had a subtle attitude towards their special forces from the Kyushu Kingdom. So what are we going to do? We can't just watch Foxwolf die. One of the deputy leaders couldn't stand it anymore and kept pounding the table in a hurry. He glared at the corpses of the Holy Light members on the screen in annoyance and said angrily, killed by our soldiers, that's because they, Holy Light, are incapable. Someone from Holy Light who has been graduating from the Hunter Academy for years. If the Hunter Academy insists on meddling in this matter, it is provoking our Kyushu Kingdom. Big deal, we'll just send special forces, block the entrance to the academy for them, and settle as many as come out. No matter what, Chip and Ran, absolutely nothing can happen. Glancing at this deputy leader, Zhuo Tianrui shook his head with a cold face. You're simply dreaming. The Hunter Academy isn't in our country, is it something you can just block? Do you think that the Vatican will allow our special forces to enter in large numbers? And the Hunter College has a local agreement. The Hunter Academy is using Van's land to build a school and train special forces, and it will also help Van solve the pirates at sea. In this situation, on what basis does the Van country agree to us dealing with the Hunter Academy? Seeing the helplessness of that deputy leader's anger, Zhuo Tianrui continued to criticize, if only a few special forces are sent there in disguise, let's not talk about the problem of exposure. Do you think that even if they weren't exposed and successfully blocked the entrance to the Hunter Academy, how long would they be able to hold out? In less than half a day, the people we send will be gone from this world. You're making their lives a child's play with this idea. The moment Zhuo Tianrui said this, the others immediately changed their faces. They understand. What Zhuo Tianrui said about pinning is certain death. The Hunter College is a mecca for special forces soldiers to grow up in, not just saying that. As long as one could stay in there for 2 years without dying, almost all of them would be able to have a level like the members of the Holy Light Mercenary Corps. Just look at the Holy Light Mercenaries and you can see how strong the people in there are. And these dozen or so people from Holy Light weren't even worth mentioning compared to the strongest group of students and teachers from Hunter Academy. On the battlefield, the last thing soldiers want to run into, and often the last thing they want to run into, are the special forces coming out of the Hunter Academy. A battle that was originally of equal strength was also likely to turn the tide because of the Hunter Academy special forces joining in. With such strength, they would indeed have no return if they only sent a few people to block the door. Thinking of the Hunter Academy's former battle record, the crowd felt deeply helpless. Although Zhuo Tianrui was unwilling, in the end, he could only despair. If the Hunter Academy intervenes, that fox wolf, we really can't save it. No. Song Yuankang took a deep breath and decisively vetoed. Do you still remember what Qinghua said? He said that if we can uncover the scourge and contain it within 3 days, Foxwolf will be saved. Of course I remember. Zhuo Tianrui frowned, annoyed, but we can't contain it at all, so how can we save it? No. We're still not thinking big enough. Song Yuankang quickly shook his head and analyzed. The Fox Wolf sent out a call for help. It should have also anticipated that we wouldn't be able to fight against the Hunter Academy in this situation. So, she told us to go find Qinghua. Speaking of this, Song Yuankang clenched his fists, visibly agitated. So, she asked us to find Qinghua, not in order to have Qinghua tell her fortune. She asked us to find Qinghua in order to get Qinghua to make a move against the Hunter Academy. At the end of his words, Song Yuankang had stood up in excitement. The other leaders looked up at him, staring blankly. Bureau Song, what are you talking about? That Qinghua, a student, a Taoist priest, how is he going to fight against the Hunter Academy? Yeah, what can he do? Bureau Song, we know you're worried about the Fox Wolves, but finding that student Qinghua to fend off the Hunter Academy, this is really... Looking at the eager Song Yuankang, the others were helpless to dissuade him. They felt that Song Yuankang was really in a hurry to think of seeking Qinghua's help. But Zhuo Tianrui thought otherwise. When he thought of Ran's surging strength, he suddenly felt that Song Yuankang's words made sense. If Ran had her current strength, it really had to be because of Qinghua. That Qinghua was really unfathomable. Ask him to step in and there might really be a silver lining. Now there are still 2 days before the time, Qinghua said. Getting up and looking at Song Yuankang, Zhuo Tianrui said seriously, it's still not too late for us to find Qinghua. Go to Qinghua immediately. After Song Yuankang finished, most notably, the Hunter College. She guessed that Holy Light would ask for help like the Hunter Academy, but she didn't know when. In order to stall for as long as possible, she didn't dare to push the people of Holy Light too hard. I also don't know if Bureau Song and the others sought Qinhua's help. Murmuring a sentence, Ran took a bite of the raw rabbit meat in her hand without hesitation. Ran was well aware that it was already a miracle that she had managed to hold on until now. Then, if she had not comprehended the Tai Fist technique that Qinghua had taught her, she would have been a cold corpse by now. But with her current strength, dealing with the Holy Light Row and the Hunter Academy was a fool's errand. So this matter, no matter what, needed Qinghua to step in. I hope Bureau Song and the others understand what I mean. Sighing, Ran quickly finished the raw rabbit meat in her hand. After 10 minutes or so, she made sure that she had recovered almost all of her strength, and once she had loaded the equipment she could use onto her body, she quickly left the cave and dived into the forest. While Ran re-lurked, the Holy Light side continued to search for her. It's just that now they can't be as laid back as they were before. Thinking of the 2 members of the regiment who had died half an hour ago, Frank, the head of the regiment, gritted his teeth, itching to skin Ran. What battlefield hadn't the 12 of them experienced in all these years, from the time they entered the Hunter Academy until now? Whatever the danger, they came through. As a result, this operation was planted on a female soldier from Kyushu. 12 men, 7 left. It would be an utter disgrace if this were to get out. Damn those Kyushu women. Frank glared angrily ahead, his right hand clenching and clicking. Ram, who was in charge of reconnaissance on the side, glanced at him, his eyes torn, and said, "Chief, do we still want to continue with this mission?" His scalp tingled at the thought of the misery of those dead teammates. He really couldn't figure it out. That female soldier from the Kyushu kingdom, why does she possess such terrifying strength? He was never timid. But this time, he developed awe. And Frank, at this point, is furious. Almost without thinking, he gritted his teeth and said, "Continue. This mission absolutely cannot be terminated. If the other mercenary groups know that we, Holy Light, are being chased and killed by a female soldier from the country of Kyushu, then we'll really be finished." But Ram's heart sank as he helplessly said, "Chief, I'm afraid we're not on par with the strength of this female soldier." That's quite a euphemism for what he said. In his heart, they were no match for Ran. He knew this was a hard thing for all members to accept, but it was the truth. The faintly frightening Holy Light Mercenary Corps was indeed no match for an ordinary female soldier from the Kyushu kingdom. Hearing Ram's blunt words, Frank's face instantly darkened. For once, he wasn't impulsive. Because he knew that Ram was right. But terminate the mission? Absolutely not. This was not only about the dignity of their Holy Light Mercenary Corps, but also the dignity of the Hunter Academy. Try again. Eyes staring sinisterly ahead, Frank gritted his teeth and the look on his face grew a few more degrees of grimness. One last try. This time, if we still can't kill her, I'll personally contact Principal David and ask him for assistance. Chapter 79, The Taoist Priest Descends from the Mountain. A look of difficulty loomed on Ram's face when he learned that Frank was going to ask for help from the Hunter Academy. But in the end, he didn't object. As embarrassing as it is to ask the Hunter College for help. But it couldn't be more embarrassing than failing a mission and being slaughtered wantonly by a female soldier from the Kyushu kingdom. "Chief, we've got a prey sighting." Just then, a message from one of the other members came over Frank's headset. His eyes snapped hard. After listening to what the other party reported, Frank and Ram flashed their figures and directly disappeared into the jungle like cheetahs. Inside the capital, Song Yuankang and Zhuo Tianrui rushed to Qinghua at the first opportunity after deciphering Ran's meaning. Zhang Chengqing was giving a meeting to the teachers when he learned of their arrival. How he didn't expect it. These 2 great leaders just left yesterday and came back to visit early this morning. Hearing Guiyu say that both of them had arrived downstairs, Zhang Chengqing rushed down almost as fast as he could in his life. Just as the elevator door opened, he saw Song Yuankang and Zhuo Tianrui waiting at the office building's main door location. "Bureau Song, Deputy Bureau left." Smiling in greeting, Zhang Chengqing quickly stepped forward. "I wonder what is the reason for your visit today?" "We've come to find Xinyu." Song Yuankang's complexion was taut and extraordinarily serious as he said, "Trouble Principal Zhang, take us to Xinyu immediately now." "Sure enough." Zhang Chengqing frowned. Although he did not know why the 2 Song Yuankang men were looking for Xinyu again, he still nodded his head in a hurry. "Okay, I'll give Xinyu a call." After that incident yesterday, he felt that he had to save Qinyu's number. So he directly approached Qinyu's first-year guide and asked for Qinyu's cell phone number. As it turned out, he was right. It was as if this first-year freshman at their school had become important without even realizing it. Da. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Zhang Chengqing was a bit anxious. One call didn't go through, so he called again. But this time, there was still no answer. "I don't know if I'm in class." At those words, Song Yuankang and Zhuo Tianrui frowned, obviously anxious. Trouble Principal Zhang to find him as soon as possible. Zhuo Tianrui was still patient enough to urge a sentence. Zhang Chengqing had no choice but to contact the homeroom teacher of Qinyu's class and ask about their class schedule. Glancing at the class schedule, he realized that Qinyu was indeed in class. And it's still gym class. He should be in the playground at this time. I'll take the two of you there. After saying that, Zhang Chengqing didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly walked ahead to lead the way. Song Yuankang and Zhuo Tianrui walked fast, and he could only trot all the way in front. He exercised little on weekdays, and he was tired and panting from the journey. The passing students, seeing this respectful leading of the principal, cast astonished glances at Song Yuankang and Zhuo Tianrui. It wasn't until the three of them arrived at the playground that Zhang Chengqing cursed himself in his heart for being stupid. His car was parked downstairs. How did he forget to drive the two leaders straight over? Then there's no need to get tired like this. But spit is spit. When he looked back at Song Yuankang and Zhuo Tianrui, Zhang Chengqing was still welcoming a smiling face. The two of you wait here for a moment, I'll go over to find Qinghua. No need, we'll go over there with you. As soon as Zhang Chengqing's words fell, Song Yuankang waved his hand anxiously. He scanned the playground over and over with his eyes. I snapped to attention after seeing a class located on the left side of the playground. There. Speaking to Zhuo Tianrui, Song Yuankang hurriedly walked towards where Qinghua was. Zhang Chengqing froze and hurriedly followed. He had just begun to wonder how Song Yuankang had found it so quickly. After seeing Qinghua's Taoist robe, he was not surprised. This kid, this outfit really never changes. With a helpless smile in his heart, Zhang Chengqing hurriedly jogged to the front of Song Yuankang and Zhuo Tianrui. There were quite a few students on the playground who were taking physical education classes. Song Yuankang and Zhuo Tianrui's imposing presence was outstanding, and with the principal leading the way upside down in front of them, it was hard for the students not to pay attention. Who are those two people? The principal was surprisingly polite. I saw them yesterday, like they were some kind of leaders. Leader? What's the leader doing here? I think the direction they went to, it looks like it's the second year of computer science, right? The first year and second class of computer science? Isn't Qinghua, who exploded on the internet today, in that class? You mean, the Taoist priest who said he could make Hua Zhi Bing mechanical ascension? That's right, it's him. I remember two leaders came to Qinghua yesterday as well. By the looks of it, it seems to be these two leaders. What is Qinghua's status? To be approached by such a leader? It's not because of the mechanical ascension comment that he's going to be taken to tea, is it? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Song Yuankang and Zhuo Tianrui hurriedly walked towards Qinghua's class. Certain that the two were looking for Qinghua, many students looked towards him. The students in Qinghua's class had just finished running 1,000 meters, and many of them were so tired that they sat directly on the ground. Only Qinghua was still standing there calmly, as if he was left alone in the world, permeated with an ethereal and unrestrained vigor. Nothing else. To them, at least in terms of temperament, Qinghua did look like a full-fledged Taoist priest. However, when they saw Song Yuankang and Zhuo Tianrui, who looked stern and had hurried steps, they had some sympathy for Qinghua. Look at how hard these two leaders are looking. This time, when he came to find Qinghua, it was 80% likely that he was going to bring him in for a chat. You guys, I told you that you can't just say things like mechanical ascension, right? It's mostly superstition. How can you believe in that stuff nowadays? But I was there that day, and Qinghua really controlled the weather. Hey, it's hard to say about this kind of thing. Anyway, I think Qinghua is hanging in the balance today. The students whispered and gathered around to watch. Qinghua had been stared at all day since the outbreak of online fishing wheels. Wherever he went, those sightings would follow. So at this moment when he was being stared at, he didn't think that much and was still chatting with Hua Zhi Bing. Previously, Hua Zhi Bing had specially asked Cheng Guodong to help him drop a level in order to conveniently follow Qinghua, and now he was in the same class as Qinghua. It was Hua Zhixing who noticed the principal not far away and whispered to him, "Master, the principal seems to be here to see you." Looking for me? Qinghua sniffed and turned back in disbelief. He first saw Zhang Chengqing who was waving at him not far away. Then the line of sight fell and saw Song Yuankang and Zhuo Tianrui standing behind Zhang Chengqing with ugly faces. Again? Eyebrows slightly raised, a flash of incomprehension flashed across Qinhua's eyes as he looked towards the Song Yuankang duo with an inquiring look. Meeting Qinhua's eyes, Song Yuankang and Zhuo Tianrui were embarrassed for a moment. Just yesterday, they had all sorts of distrust in what Qinghua had said. Turns out it came back with a fart in its pants early this morning. In the rush just now, they hadn't thought of that. It's a moment to think about it and suddenly feel embarrassed. If they were Qinghua, they probably wouldn't even want to bother with the likes of the two of them. Still, the two didn't hesitate. Bypassing Zhang Chengqing, they came straight to Qinghua before simultaneously bowing slightly to him. Taoist Qin, we're here to trouble you again. Seeing this scene, the students who originally thought that Qinghua was going to have an accident were directly dumbfounded. What did I see? Why are those two leaders treating Qinghua with such respect? Am I blind, or is this world too magical? These two leaders are treating Qinghua with this attitude. Does it mean that Qinghua, the Taoist priest, has real skills? Didn't I tell you guys before? Qinghua blew up a drone with one punch during the military training rendezvous, and you guys just didn't believe me. Who would have thought that a person who casually said something like mechanical ascension would really be capable of such a thing? No wonder Hua Zhi Bing would worship him. I now feel that the pattern of those who open their mouths online is too small. Then isn't mechanical ascension also possible? Hiss. If Hua Zhi Bing can even ascend, does that mean I have a chance too? Without further ado, brothers, we'll go pay our respects after class in a few minutes. With this bow from Song Yuankang and Zhuo Tianrui, the students' attitude towards Qinghua immediately changed. Those students who had originally questioned Qinhua's remarks were directly slapped in the face at this moment. After all, the leaders that even the principal had to respect were bowing to Qinghua at this moment. What qualifications did they still have to mock someone else, Qinghua? There were even a number of students who secretly took out their cell phones and snapped pictures of the outrageous scene. Song Yuankang and Zhuo Tianrui were all staring at Qinghua at the moment and did not notice the students who were taking pictures secretly. As for Zhang Chengqing, he was also stupid at this moment, much less likely to notice this. After all, the Song Yuankang duo's attitude towards Qinghua yesterday was still quite unconcerned. As a result, in just this one night's work, the two of them seemed like they had a sudden epiphany, and they inexplicably became respectful towards Qinghua. It's really outrageous. Raising his eyebrows and staring at Song Yuankang and Zhuo Tianrui, Qinghua lightly smiled. Have the two of you encountered trouble? At those words, Song Yuankang and Zhuo Tianrui immediately turned red in their old faces. Still, the two nodded and honestly said, indeed, as Taoist Qin said, we are in trouble. After thinking about it, Qinghua said thoughtfully, if I'm not wrong, you guys have already found that scourge that could pose a threat to Instructor Ren's life. But this scourge you cannot solve? Seeing Qinghua pointing out the main points in a single sentence, the Song Yuankang duo's bodies stiffened before they nodded their heads. Yes, we can't fix it. We've reanalyzed Renran's point again, and she probably knows we can't fix this either. So what she meant to convey in her clue was that she wanted us to ask you to come out and fix this mess. It's just that we misunderstood her. Speaking of this, Song Yuankang looked helpless. The clues left by Renran were too vague. They instinctively underestimated Qinghua when they learned that he was a freshman. Add to that the fact that Taoism in this world is in decline, and Taoist priests are even more non-existent. So when they learned that Qinghua was a Taoist priest, they instinctively associated the word cheat with Qinghua. Now that I think about it, it was really confusing for them. Judging someone's strength by their status and appearance was a big no-no for people like them. Qinghua must have something unique about him if he could make Renran grow like that. Understanding that Song Yuankang and Zhuo Tianrui were trying to ask for his hand, Qinghua smiled and said with a few moments of curiosity, I wonder why the two of you feel that poor Tao's hand has a chance of solving this trouble? At those words, Song Yuankang and Zhuo Tianrui were stunned. After slowing down for a while, Zhuo Tianrui lowered his voice and said, earlier, Hua Zhi Bing told us that before Renran left, you admonished her with a few words, telling her that she would be able to save herself after her epiphany. That's why we judged that Renran was able to kill the Sacred Light Mercenary Group's men. It should be because she had an epiphany of what Taoist Qin admonished her. Since Taoist Qin can make Renran reach this level, you must have your own talent. That's why we felt that with your talents, you should have a way to resolve this matter. Upon hearing this, Qinghua nodded his head thoughtfully. Song Yuankang and Zhuo Tianrui's analytical skills are still very strong. Based on those bits and pieces of information, one can analyze that one has a way to fix this. Seeing that Qinghua had not said anything, Song Yuankang and Zhuo Tianrui thought that he was minding their disrespect yesterday. The two of them looked at each other as if they had made up their minds. Their eyes instantly became firm as they once again made a bow to Qinghua. Taoist Qin, for the disrespectful manner in which the two of us treated you yesterday, we are here to apologize. I'm sorry. This time, I also ask for your help. If you are unwilling to make a move, Renran will truly die for sure. Looking at the two people with solemn attitudes in front of him, Qinghua said thoughtfully, if I'm not wrong, this scourge can't be solved by a large number of people. Otherwise, Song Yuankang and Zhuo Tianrui could have sent a large force to help Ren Ranran out of her predicament. Yes, Song Yuankang sighed helplessly, but this matter, it is not convenient for us to discuss it in detail with Taoist Qin here. Looking around at the surrounding students who were spectating, Qinyu was enlightened. Zhang Chengqing came back to his senses and immediately stepped forward. If you guys don't mind, let's go to the principal's office to talk. Then I'll trouble Principal Zhang. Qinyu smiled and nodded at Song Yuankang and Zhuo Tianrui. Seeing this, Hua Zhi Bing hurriedly stepped forward. Master, can I come with you? She looked at Qinyu with a worried expression. Learning that Qinyu might be in danger, she felt for the first time what it was like to be scared to the point of confused thinking. For the moment she had only one thought. No matter what, you must follow Master and protect him at all times. Glancing at Hua Zhi Bing, Qinyu smiled faintly and rubbed her hair. This matter that Master is going to deal with this time is not ordinary. If Elder Chang knew that Master had brought you along, he'd be afraid that he'd be worried. Hua Zhi Bing bit her lip and carefully grabbed Qinyu's sleeve, frowning. Master, as an AI, my hearing and vision strength and physical abilities are much better than others, and I'm not afraid of pain. Master, you taught me Tai Fist and gave me the talisman seal, I'll have absolutely no problem defending myself. Looking at the worry in Hua Zhi Bing's eyes, Qinyu was slightly silent. Hua Zhi Bing's strength was now on par with that of a special forces soldier. During this time, Yu Xiying and the others had strengthened her strength, body strength, and other aspects. Although she was unable to master Qi, her strength should be comparable to Ren Ranran's. With this kind of strength, it was indeed enough for her to defend herself if she was in danger. This whole thing has been a bit of an exercise. There's nothing wrong with bringing her along. Since that's the case, you can come along with your master. Seeing that Qinyu agreed, Hua Zhi Bing immediately bowed in joy. Thank you, Master. Qinyu smiled and turned back to look at the Song Yuankang duo. You two don't mind if Miaoxing follows along, do you? Song Yuankang thought about it and shook his head. Don't mind. In this case, he was actually a little worried. Although Hua Zhi Bing was a top AI, the enemy they had to face this time was the Hunter Academy. In case Hua Zhi Bing is damaged, they can't explain to Elder Chang. However, thinking that Hua Zhi Bing was Qinyu's disciple, Song Yuankang felt that he was not qualified to refuse again. As long as Qinyu himself didn't feel bad about it, they had no problem with it. The four of them headed all the way to the principal's office under the leadership of Zhang Chengqing. After Song Yuankang and his duo's explanation, Qinyu realized that what they needed themselves to deal with was the Hunter Academy. There was something about the Hunter's Academy, he'd heard about it. The best special forces school in the world. That school has produced soldier kings that rank among the top in the world. The current world's strongest soldier king is an instructor at the Hunter Academy. Hua Zhi Bing was even more nervous for a moment knowing that Qinyu had to deal with such a strong enemy. She looked at Song Yuankang and said anxiously, Bureau Song, you just said that the Hunter Academy is an academy that trains special forces. What about when the other side uses gun and bomb-type weapons while Master goes to solve this trouble? How are you going to keep Master safe in this situation? Faced with Hua Zhi Bing's questioning, Song Yuankang was slightly staggered. He hadn't thought of that. Hua Zhi Bing, an artificial intelligence, would actually take the initiative to ask these questions because he was worried about Qinyu. Previously, when Chang Lao said that Hua Zhi Bing had already possessed the thinking disposition of a human being, he still found it outrageous. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, he was convinced of the truth of the matter. The thought that Hua Zhi Bing had changed so much was because of following Qinyu's monasticism. Song Yuankang had a few more points of admiration for Qinyu. Returning to his senses, he reassured Hua Zhi Bing, don't worry about that. The Vatican is a religious leadership state, practicing Catholics, and hot weapons are banned throughout the country. There are not even armed men of their own on the ground, and there is a tacit understanding among the nations of the world that they will not bring the battle to the Vatican. For the people there, knives are not allowed on weekdays. There are rules between the Hunter Academy and the Vatican that allow Hunter Academy cadets to use heat weapons within the academy. But as soon as you leave the gates of the academy, you may not use any weapons. So as long as Taoist Qin doesn't set foot in the Hunter Academy, he doesn't need to worry about this aspect. So it is. Qinyu smiled lightly at his words. He then says why Song Yuankang is not nervous about this. Turns out there was this layer of security in place. I think Bureau Song will be able to smoothly resolve the issue of me and Miaoxing leaving the country? Qinyu asked in passing. Upon hearing this, Song Yuankang hastily nodded his head. Don't worry about this, Taoist Qin, there's absolutely no problem. It's no trouble for Hua Zhi Bing to go abroad. As long as they communicated with the Vatican in advance, saying that Hua Zhi Bing was going to go to their country to learn about their culture, they would definitely not refuse, and might even welcome them. After all, it's the world's top AI, so who wouldn't want to see it? Determining everything, Qinghua got up. In that case, the poor Taoist has helped in this matter. Seeing that Qinghua had agreed, Song Yuankang also rose in excitement. I wonder what Taoist Qin is prepared to do to stop the Hunter Academy from striking? Upon hearing this, Qinghua shook his head. This matter will need to be judged after poor Taoist goes to the Hunter Academy. Hearing this reply, Song Yuankang and Zhuo Tianrui's complexion visibly stiffened. Go and judge? When they saw Qinghua agree so painfully, they thought that he had already thought of a solution. But now this. You don't even think of a way to go straight to Hunter College? Is that really okay? Frowning with worry in his heart, Song Yuankang still nodded his head and said, I will make preparations here as fast as I can. When everything is ready, I will send for you. Then I'll work hard for Director Song. Smiling faintly at Song Yuankang, Qinghua took Hua Zhi Bing with him and left the office. As for classes, he had even less to worry about. If even this matter can't be solved well, then Song Yuankang will have been a director for nothing. Looking at Qinhua's departing back, Zhuo Tianrui was anxious in his heart. Old Song, do you think Taoist Qin can really stop the Hunter Academy? At those words, Song Yuankang was stunned, followed by a bitter smile. I don't know. Taoist Qin himself has said that he has to go before he knows he can determine a good solution. Zhuo Tianrui shook his head helplessly. It can't be to preach, can it? By then, I'm only afraid that before Taoist Qin finishes his speech, their people will have already rushed off to hunt down the fox wolf. Upon hearing this, Song Yuankang took a deep breath and calmly said, we can only rely on Taoist Qin now. Foxwolves don't not take their lives seriously. Since Foxwolf believes he has a way to stop the Hunter Academy and can solve this trouble, we might as well follow suit and put up a fight. Chapter 80, with the poor Taoist here, no one shall take a step beyond the gate. Song Yuankang has said so, Zhuo Tianrui can only let go. The two left the school at the first opportunity and went back to make arrangements for Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing to travel to Vatican. 2 hours later, Qinghua received a call from Song Yuankang saying that the car had been arranged. When he led Hua Zhi Bing to the entrance of the school, he did see a black sedan. The people in the car noticed Qinghua and hurriedly got out of the car, respectfully walking to Qinghua. Hello, Taoist Master Qin, Director Song arranged for me to take you to the airport. Are all the formalities ready? Qinghua said, walking slowly to the rear car door. Seeing that he didn't even have any luggage, the staff hesitated and nodded. Yes, the formalities are ready. After I drop you off at the airport, someone will take you through the follow-up. Good. Nodding his head, Qinghua closed the car door, opened his cell phone, and began to check some information about Hunter College. These messages were all sent to him by Song Yuankang just now. Hua Zhi Bing sat quietly on the side and didn't disturb, just holding the thermos of brewing tea in his hand at all times. If Qinghua wanted to drink it, she could be the first to hand it over. The staff member in charge of driving in the front occasionally observed Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing through the rearview mirror. The longer he watched, the deeper the doubts in his mind became. This young man named Qinghua, although he was quite handsome and seemed quite calm, he did not seem to have any special features. If you want to say it's special, it's probably his Taoist dress. He doesn't get it. Why would the two leaders hand over such a big trouble for the Hunter Academy to an ordinary person like Qinghua? Even if they were to let them go, it would still be more reliable than Qinghua, right? But as disgruntled as he was, he had to follow orders. Whatever orders were given by his superiors, he carried them out properly. Right now, his task was to send Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing to the airport, and he would not ask much about the rest. As for Hua Zhi Bing, she didn't ask. Since Master said there was a way, she believed it wholeheartedly. Anyway, by her being there, she would never let Master get hurt. Ding! New mission released. Just as Qinghua was watching attentively, the system's voice suddenly came to his ears. Slightly startled, his eyes narrowed. Current task: teach disciples the secret methods of Taoism and make them skillful in them. The content of the secret methods is not limited. Task time limit, 15 days. Mission reward, 1 random reward. Hint: the disciple who accepts the secret methods transmission needs to have a faith value of 5,000 or more in the host. Qinghua looked at the system's mission requirements and raised his eyebrows slightly. The 15-day time limit is pretty tight. The person who receives the transmission of one's secret techniques must be both one's disciple, and one's faith in oneself needs to be 5,000 or more. The only one who could fulfill this requirement was Hua Zhi Bing. In other words, one had to teach Hua Zhi Bing a Taoist secret method within 15 days, and also make her skilled in it. It's not an easy thing to do. The first thing that needed to be considered was what kind of secret techniques Hua Zhi Bing could master. Secondly, one spends the rest of one's time either in a car or on an airplane. Only when we get to Vatican will we have a chance to teach Hua Zhi Bing. System, you really know how to give me a hard time. Qinghua smiled and continued to look at the information available on his cell phone about the Hunter Academy. Although his mouth said difficult, there was no trace of nervousness in his demeanor. It was as if the word puzzle was just something he said casually for fun. After Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing arrived at the airport, there was indeed someone in charge of the follow-up. Because the Vatican is too small to build an airport, they had to fly to the Spaghetti State and then take a train to the Vatican. And there was no need for Qinghua to worry about these matters at all. At the same time, Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing arrived in the Spaghetti Country and boarded the train to Vatican. In the rainforest of the Face Country, Ran looked at the body lying beside her, which no longer had any vital signs, and gasped slightly. In the corpse's hand, there was also a sniper rifle. This is a sniper from the Holy Light Mercenaries. Just now, she had set a trap for the snipers of the Holy Light Mercenaries. It's not really that complicated. But I don't know if the other side was in a hurry. The two snipers collectively fell into the trap. Though she'd only solved one, it was no small feat. The other sniper managed to escape, but was also wounded and could no longer pose much of a threat to her. But solving the two snipers didn't make Ran happy. Addressing them was to lessen the threat of the Holy Light to her. But something happening to these two snipers might also be the last straw to overwhelm the Holy Light Mercenaries. Snipers, the two eyes of the Holy Light. Now that the eye was gone, Holy Light was bound to take the most extreme measures to make a last stand. That would be Hunter College. Looks like we'll have to get rid of the rest of them soon. Ran's eyes chilled as she erased her marks and quickly withdrew. She didn't dare put all her hopes on the clues she had left behind. It wasn't that she thought Qinghua would see death to himself. Rather, she was afraid that Song Yuan Kong and the others would not be able to understand what she meant, and did not look for Qinghua to resolve this trouble with the Hunter Academy. So she could only grab every second now and take care of everyone in the Holy Light Mercenaries as fast as she could. Even if Qinghua did not make a move in the end, she would be able to withdraw back to the country in time before the Hunter Academy's support came. Regarding the Holy Light Mercenary Corps, Ran hadn't analyzed it wrongly. The death of two snipers and the wounding of one had indeed become the last straw that broke their back. Frank's entire being was instantly quiet when he received the news. The sniper will take the shot, it's his order. It was clear that this time he had made an error in judgment. He didn't see that it was a trap set by Ran. It was also through this mistake that Frank clearly realized that he was now no match for Ran. His heart was in complete disarray, and there was no way for him to continue directing this battle. Ram watched Frank's face grow more and more somber, and dared not breathe a word. In all the time the 12 of them had been together, it was the first time he'd seen Frank show that look. The other two teammates next to him were also apprehensive at this point. Without the sniper, they had completely lost their qualifications to fight against Ran. At first they were filled with disdain for the female soldier. Right now, however, they didn't want to continue the confrontation with Ran. Scared by a female soldier from Kyushu? It's ridiculous that this kind of talk gets out. But that's what's going on inside them at the moment. Head of mission. Shut up. One of the team members had just opened his mouth when Frank interrupted. Taking a deep breath, Frank forced down the despair in his heart and took out his cell phone and stepped aside. Staring at the number on his cell phone, he wrestled with it for another long moment. Finally, he gritted his teeth and hit the dial button. Da. Frank's heart tightened with every beep that came out of the phone. To be honest, he was conflicted right now. Not wanting the call to be answered and wanting the other person to hurry up and answer his call. Just then the beeping stopped. An old, low, but oppressive voice came out of the cell phone. Hello? Frank? Aren't you on a mission for hire? Die. Principal David. Eyelids fluttering, Frank's voice lowered involuntarily. In front of others, he was the fearsome leader of the Holy Light Mercenaries. But in front of David, the principal of the Hunter College, he was as honest as a child who had just started elementary school. If you don't say ginger, it's still hot. David sensed something was wrong as soon as he heard that voice of Frank's. The temperature of his voice lowered a few degrees as he said slowly, "You're having trouble with your mission?" A simple query, every word of which hit Frank's heart hard. He closed his eyes hard for a moment before finally gritting his teeth and admitting, "That's right, we're having trouble with our mission. If I remember correctly, your mission this time is to take care of a female soldier from Kyushu. It's just one female soldier and it's gotten you into trouble?" David's tone was decidedly unkind as he asked the last question. Frank's back went cold, and with hatred for Ren, he said helplessly, "The strength of this female soldier of the Kyushu kingdom is beyond our expectations. Benson, Potter, Cullen, Balk, Harry, and Antoine have died by her hand. Brooke has also been seriously injured and is out of action." Frank when finished, David on the other end of the line was silent for several moments. Even if he didn't speak, Frank could hear his increasingly angry gasps. Waste. Frank's body shook violently at David's sudden outburst of anger. It was as if he was feeling David's cruelty again from a few years ago, when they were training in the Hunter Academy. Closing his eyes hard, Frank was able to force down his fear before he said, "That female soldier has superb senses. Even Harry, the strongest sneak among us, was found by her and killed back. And the way she kills people is very weird, obviously not touching Benson and their bodies, but she can directly shatter their bones and internal organs." Frank's heart grieved at the thought of the tragedy of his dead teammates. He also didn't want these teammates to die, but they couldn't lock onto Ren's whereabouts, but Ren could always detect their actions in the first place, and her moves were ruthless and deadly. Originally they were the ones who were supposed to be hiding in the shadows. Now this person hiding in the shadows had turned out to be Ren. "No need to explain this to me, tell me, what did you call me about?" David's cold voice came again. Frank's body stiffened and he clenched his teeth once again. "I wish you would send someone to help me with this Kyushu State female soldier. We're at a disadvantage now. If everyone knows that the Holy Light Mercenary Regiment was destroyed at the hands of a female soldier from the country of Kyushu, not only will we be despised after our deaths, but the reputation of the Hunter Academy will also be affected." That's something you've thought about. No sooner had Frank finished speaking than David's sneer came over the cell phone. At that, Frank stopped saying anything. There was another moment of silence before David continued, "I will send 20 men forward to support you. When it's over, come back to the academy to find me in person and apologize in front of me." After saying that, David simply hung up the phone. Clenching his cell phone, Frank's eyes grew grim. Their next move was a one-trick pony stalling. Stall until backup from the Hunter Academy arrives. That female soldier of the Chinese nation had brought him the greatest shame of his life this time. After capturing that female soldier, he would definitely not let her go easily. After hanging up with Frank, David began to make arrangements for support. Although Frank had made Ren sound strong, David still didn't take Ren in his stride. In his opinion, the deaths of Benson and the others were only due to Frank's gullibility and poor command. In the office, Vice Principal Cretan looked at the support list David had drawn up and said thoughtfully, "Principal, will it be okay to send these fresh cadets? Or what?" David continued to write the list with an expressionless face, his eyes indescribably cold. "It's just a female soldier from the Kyushu kingdom, I already look down on her if I can send them." That piece of trash Frank, after taking Holy Light to obtain a title as the #1 mercenary group, he's gotten more and more arrogant. He has an unshirkable responsibility for the failure of their mission this time. I think it's time for him to go back to the drawing board. Hearing the viciousness in David's words, Cretan nodded his head expressionlessly. Frank, he doesn't sympathize. For those of them, they absolutely could not lose the face of the Hunter Academy. The dignity of the Hunter Academy, they valued it more than their own lives. And this time, Frank clearly didn't do it. So he deserved to be punished. It was just that Cretan still had some questions about Ren. Even if Frank and the others had slipped even more, they shouldn't be able to beat a female soldier from Kyushu. He didn't put too much stock in it, though. Anyway, as long as they sent support over, that female soldier from the Kyushu kingdom was bound to die. In the meantime, located on a forested path not far from the Hunter Academy, Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing sat in a sedan arranged by Song Yuan Kong and gradually drove towards the Hunter Academy. But the sedan didn't dare get too close. It stopped just as it was about to pull out of the woods. "Mr. Qin, Miss Hua, I can only send you here." After the driver finished speaking to Qinghua, he rejoined the car and drove off in a hurry. Through the gaps in the woods, Qinghua could probably see what the Hunter Academy looked like. Hidden in the woods, the Hunter Academy was like a solid and impregnable iron fortress. The gray-black outer wall was 50 to 60 meters high, covered in electrified iron mesh that weighed heavily on the ground, obscuring everything inside. The main gate of the Hunter Academy was two heavy iron gates that were more than 5 meters high. The iron gate was carved with complicated ancient patterns, looking majestic and full of oppression. At the top, a string of letters representing the Hunter College. The outside of the iron gate was guarded by 4 men, and there were 2 patrols around the academy at all times. Above the fence, there are also people patrolling at all times, and there are even weapons like rockets installed. The entire Hunter Academy was heavily guarded without a single gap. Is this the Hunter College? Hua Zhi Bing's eyes trembled slightly as he looked at the iron fortress in front of him. She had only heard from Song Yuan Kong and the others before, and hadn't felt much of anything yet. It was only now that I saw it with my own eyes that I truly felt the oppression and shock. It's really a lot of trouble. Qinghua raised his eyes in disbelief and glanced towards the Hunter Academy's gate. Go! Speaking in a light tone, he walked along the path, towards the Hunter Academy. Seeing this, Hua Zhi Bing also hurriedly raised his feet to follow. Same time. Inside the conference room of the Capital Intelligence Headquarters. Song Yuan Kong and the others were watching Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing's every move through the equipment Hua Zhi Bing was carrying. Because Hua Zhi Bing is an artificial intelligence, it perfectly hides the filming equipment. That was why they had the opportunity to see Qinhua's every move in a live stream. Looking at Qinghua, whose back was as leisurely as a scattering in the picture, Song Yuan Kong and the others frowned repeatedly. Zhuo Tianrui hesitated for a moment. In the end, he still did not hold back and said, "Old Song, you say. What exactly will Taoist Qin take to stop the Hunter College? If you ask me, I don't know." Song Yuan Kong was helpless. He's a godsend about most things. This was the only thing that he really couldn't see through at all. As for the other deputy leaders present, they were even more confused. They felt that what Zhuo Tianrui should be thinking about was not what methods Qinghua would use to stop the Hunter Academy. Rather, in the very beginning, they shouldn't have asked Qinghua for this favor. Bureau Son, Deputy Bureau Left, do you really believe he can solve this? Even if he can speak well as a Taoist priest, there's no way he can convince the principal of the Hunter Academy with just one mouth. Indeed, that guy David, he dares to do anything for the sake of the Hunter Academy's reputation. Would he give up the Sacred Light Mercenary Corps just because of Qinhua's 3 words? I'm only afraid that Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing, this time, will have no return. At the end of the day, the deputy leaders had begun to despair. In their opinion, it would be better to send troops to support Renran directly when they had this time to wait for Qinghua to solve the trouble. That way, at least there's a little hope. Letting Qinghua go to the Hunter Academy? That was really no hope at all. Well, don't even say another word. Song Yuan Kong warned in a deep voice, his heart following as he looked at Qinghua, who was already approaching the Hunter Academy on the screen. At times like this, we can only trust him. The others looked at each other and shook their heads, and could only comfort themselves in their hearts in this way. The 4 trainees guarding the entrance of the Hunter Academy had long noticed Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing's approach. After all, the 2 of them were dressed in a way that was just too special for the country of Vatican. Qinghua was still in the same gray Taoist robe, his long hair flowing behind him, and his duster swinging lightly in his hand. Looking ahead with a calm brow, he looked as if he was paying attention to them, and as if everything was out of his mind. The Taoist robe on his body occasionally moved with the wind, adding a dusty mood. Hua Zhi Bing, who walked beside him, half lowered her eyebrows, dressed as a Taoist nun, but with a bit of spirituality. It was just that she was pursing her lips tightly at this time, her expression was faint, and her whole person gave off an ice-cold feeling that was not easy to approach. After staring at Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing for a while, these 4 cadets from Hunter Academy who were in charge of the guards were getting angrier and angrier. Although Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing didn't have many expressions. But they just feel underestimated. This man and woman seemed to have completely disregarded them. Stop! Among the 4, Yellow Hair couldn't bear it anymore and took a step forward, stopping in front of Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing. Seeing that Qinghua only glanced at himself, still with an unimpressed attitude, he coldly rebuked, "Those who have nothing to do with the academy are prohibited from approaching." Upon hearing this, Qinhua's eyes glanced at the Hunter Academy's logo with a clear and cold light. "The poor Taoist has come here to find your principal, so please let me know." After saying that, he immediately lifted up his Taoist robe and just sat down cross-legged in front of Yellow Hair's eyes in a dignified manner. Yellow Hair was originally still glaring at Qinghua. As a result, when he saw Qinghua sitting down cross-legged in front of him like nothing, he reacted somewhat. This Kyushu countryman, his guts are too big, aren't they? The last time someone provoked the Hunter Academy like this, the grass on their grave was 10 meters high. How confident was he in himself that he dared to sit directly in front of the Hunter Academy? And open your mouth to see the principal. Where did he get that face? This is the Hunter Academy. Is our principal something you can meet just because you want to? Waving his hand impatiently at Qinghua, Yellow Hair's face became a few points more vicious. Hurry up and get out. Upon hearing this, Qinghua lightly laughed. The poor Taoist doesn't want things to become a big deal, so why don't all of you do as the poor Taoist says? Don't want to make a big deal out of it? The four cadets froze and couldn't help but laugh. How big of a man are you to say such a thing? It's your Kyushu State Special Forces that came here and didn't even dare to have this attitude. I think you're sick of living. Yellow Hair's eyes were ruthless as he took a step forward, ready to directly throw Qinghua out. As a result, just as he raised his leg, Hua Zhi Bing's figure flashed and blocked in front of Qinghua. The clear eyes were clearly tinted with coldness. She glanced at Yellow Hair with icy eyes, and her voice went a few shades colder. I advise you guys to better do what Master said. You. Meeting Hua Zhi Bing's eyes, Huang Mao's heart inexplicably tightened. For a moment, he even felt threatened in the woman in front of him. But he recovered quickly. As for the sensation just now, it was dismissed as a momentary delusion on his part. The other three trainees could not help but step forward when they saw how arrogant Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing's attitude was. The biggest among them glared at Qinghua and sneered, "Who do you think you are? Want to see our principal? Are you qualified? If you can beat us, our principal might come out to meet you." Qinghua originally had his eyes slightly closed, with an appearance of not hearing anything outside the window with both ears. Hearing this, his eyelids flicked up and a cold aura flashed in his eyes. Since you guys don't want to talk, the poor Taoist can only resort to some extraordinary means. With the poor Taoist here today, everyone in the Hunter Academy shall not take a step beyond the gate. Chapter 81, The Disciples of the Taoist Sect Strike. The moment Qinghua said this, the scene was instantly quiet. The four Hunter Academy students looked at him with their jaws dropped as if they were looking at a madman. In the intelligence conference room, the expressions of the leaders were equally colorful. Even Song Yuankang and Zhuo Tianrui, who had initially gone to invite Qinghua, were looking dumbfounded at this moment, suspecting that they had heard it wrong. Bureau Song, does he think he can stop the people in the Hunter Academy from coming out by sitting in front of the Hunter Academy? What nonsense! Isn't he going to his death? Is he clear about the strength of Hunter Academy or not? How dare he be so provocative? The deputy leaders looked at Song Yuankang and couldn't help but be a little annoyed. Previously, they had only felt that Qinghua, a Taoist priest, was unreliable. Now it seems more than unreliable, doesn't it? This is just stupid and arrogant. Zhuo Tianrui frowned and said helplessly, Old Song, have you passed all the information about the Hunter Academy to Taoist Qin? Upon hearing this, Song Yuankang nodded with an ugly expression, passed it on, and also instructed him to read it. Speaking of this, he said with a bitter voice, but seeing how he's acting, he shouldn't be looking. However, where Qinghua had read the paperwork he had sent, it would be impossible for him to block the Hunter Academy's doorway by dropping a couple of threats like he was doing now. With the temperament of those guys from Hunter Academy, they definitely would not sit back and wait for Qinghua to say something so unpleasant. Tough with Hunter College? Qinghua won't be able to escape this. It seems like we gambled wrongly this time. Song Yuankang let out a bitter smile and leaned back in his chair in a somewhat disheveled manner. His gaze to the screen had become desperate. At those words, Zhuo Tianrui also vaguely clenched his hands. Qinyu's inability to stop the Hunter Academy meant that the Hunter Academy could successfully pursue Ren Ranran. In that case, Ren Ranran was in a bad way. Now it's up to Fox Wolf himself. Zhuo Tianrui muttered a sentence, not to mention how chagrined he was. How could they have believed Ren Ranran's words, sick and desperate to find a Taoist priest to solve such a difficult problem as the Hunter Academy? Now don't say that Ren Ranran is in a bad way. It was Qinghua himself who couldn't survive. Song Yuankang and Zhuo Tianrui once again looked at Qinghua, their eyes helpless and deplorable. In the end, they were too impulsive. Hunter College entrance. The four students led by Yellow Hair also came back to their senses at this moment. Turning back to the three people beside himself, Yellow Hair pointed at Qinghua and let out a cold laugh. Did you guys just hear what he said? At those words, those three people also let out a cold laugh. Looking at Qinghua again, the corner of Yellowhair's mouth hooked as he crouched down in front of him. I said you. Since you know this is the Hunter Academy, you should also know what kind of place we have here, right? Raising his eyes to Yellowhair, Qinghua slightly raised his eyebrows. Seeing that he didn't answer his intention, Yellowhair's eyes narrowed and his voice lowered a few degrees. But anyone who knows something about our Hunter Academy wouldn't be brainless enough to say the kind of things you just said. So that all of us at the Academy can't take one step beyond the gate? Do you think that in the end, it will be you who can block our Academy's people? Or will you and this woman beside you be stomped into mush by us first? After Yellowhair finished speaking, he raised his eyes and glanced at Hua Zhi Bing, once again sneering. In response to his provocation, Hua Zhi Bing acted as if he didn't see it, always silently guarding Qinghwa's side. Qinghua let out a soft laugh instead. A pair of eyes calmly looked towards Yellowhair as he said with an indifferent expression, since you don't believe that poor Tao can do what he says, you all can try. Let's see in the end, will you be able to drive out the poor Taoist, or will the poor Taoist be able to suppress you? Yes. Yellowhair's eyes glared and he smiled back in anger. Since you've said so, then if we don't counterattack, won't we be disrespecting you? He said, getting up and starting to move his arms and legs. The muscles hidden under his clothes loomed as he moved. It doesn't look exaggerated, but it implies an explosiveness. Casually turning his neck, Yellowhair continued, we, Hunter Academy, have always spoken from strength. You even dared to be so foolish at our door, it looks like you are confident in your own strength. Waving at Qinghua, he smiled provocatively, come on, let's compete. Let's see if in the end you get trampled under our feet or we get trampled under yours. Upon hearing this, Qinghua casually glanced at Yellowhair and shook his head in disbelief. Seeing that he was underestimated by him, Yellowhair's heart rose with hidden anger. What? Now you don't dare? Why don't you dare? Qinghua laughed and said with his eyes without lanes, it's just that at your level, you're not worthy of the poor Taoist's hand. What? Yellowhair was stunned and completely infuriated. Ha 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 ha. I've seen arrogant ones, I've never seen you so arrogant. You say that my strength is not worthy of your hand, but if you can't even defeat me, what makes you think you can fight to block the door of our Hunter Academy? The students who stand guard at the main entrance of the Hunter Academy every day are those who have just enrolled for less than a year. It could be said that they were the group with the worst level in the entire Hunter Academy. In his opinion, Qinghua was making excuses when he said that his strength was unworthy. To put it bluntly, they are afraid to fight. Naoxing, you do it. Just as Yellowhair felt that Qinghua was bluffing, Qinghua suddenly opened his mouth. Upon hearing this, Hua Zhi Bing, who had been standing on the sidelines in silence, reappeared forward and stopped in front of Yellowhair. Her eyes were clear and cold as she looked towards Yellowhair, her lips pursed slightly. At your level, you really aren't qualified to fight, master. This battle will be fought by me against you. Seeing Hua Zhi Bing come forward, those leaders in the conference room completely sat down. Song Yuankang couldn't help but get up even more, looking at the screen in dismay. What is he trying to do? Letting Hua Zhi Bing fight that student? Is he trying to ruin Hua Zhi Bing? I said before that I couldn't let Hua Zhi Bing tag along. Duro-song, you guys just didn't listen, now it's okay. If this matter is known by Elder Chang, his old man still doesn't know how angry he'll be. We can't afford this responsibility if Hua Zhi Bing is damaged. The other leaders looked at Song Yuankang and were anxious. Hua Zhi Bing not only received the attention of the whole country, but also the attention of the top management of the Kyushu state. The matter of Hua Zhi Bing following Qinghua to the Vatican earlier, they had originally done it without their superiors' knowledge. For one thing, it was because they did not expect Qinghua to take such an extreme method to stop the Hunter Academy from going out for support. Secondly, it was because they thought that Hua Zhi Bing was there to play the game. They had not even expected Qinghua to send Hua Zhi Bing out. As a result, things are now going all in an uncontrollable direction. Qinhua's actions one after another were simply tying their intelligence department to the fire rack. Duro-song, we need to send someone immediately to bring back Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing. One of the deputy leaders got up anxiously and looked at Song Yuankang, whose face was dark next to him. Really, when they fight and alert the interior of the Hunter Academy, then it will be too late. One man spoke, and the others followed and stood up. Duro-song, you can't hesitate in this kind of thing. It's not too late to mount a timely rescue of the two of them. Duro-song, we can't let Qinghua go on fooling around like this. All shut up. Seeing that the atmosphere in the conference room was becoming more and more chaotic, Song Yuankong suddenly erupted with a furious shout. The deputy leaders, who were still in a hurry to figure out what to do, instantly quieted down. Their hearts trembled slightly as they looked at Song Yuankong, whose face was so gloomy that it seemed like it could drip water. Song Yuankong is, after all, the director of this department, the biggest leader. With his sudden outburst of anger, the people really didn't dare to say anything. Only Zhuo Tianrui sighed and said helplessly, "Old Song, what are you going to do?" "Wait," Song Yuankong said and sat down with a cold face. He clenched his fists tightly to hide the uneasiness in his heart, and said in a deep voice, "You guys open your mouths and say rescue, it's just a matter of minutes if they really fight. A few minutes, if Taoist Qin and Hua Zhi Bing can't fight, what can we do if we send help?" In the end, all that was brought back was the bodies of the two of them, so what's the point? When Song Yuankong finished his analysis, the others were suddenly demoralized. That's also true. If they really fought, even if their people launched a rescue in the first place, what they brought back would only be corpses. Any worse and you might not even bring the body back. Wait. Sighing softly, Song Yuankong re-looked at Qinghua, who had his eyes slightly closed on the screen, bold and relaxed, and said thoughtfully, "I believe that Taoist Master Qin will not watch Hua Zhi Bing go to his death. Since he was able to make the fox wolves metamorphose in strength, he might have a way to make Hua Zhi Bing stronger as well." The leaders in the conference room stopped talking because of Song Yuankong's last words. In the meantime, Yellow Hair couldn't help but laugh as he looked at Hua Zhi Bing, who was blocking his way. "Ha ha 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 ha. You don't dare to fight yourself and let a woman fight me? Is this what you people from Kyushu are capable of? This woman, I can crush her with one hand. What makes you think she can beat me?" Yellow Hair gritted his teeth and finished his last sentence, glaring angrily at Hua Zhi Bing. Being underestimated one after another had already made him unable to bear it. Even if he didn't care to beat up women, he couldn't help but strike at this moment. Since this woman took the initiative to send herself to her death, don't blame him for not being polite. Phew. The clenched iron fist carried a gust of wind and swung towards Hua Zhi Bing's head without mercy. Seeing that fist about to smash down, Song Yuankong and the others' hearts followed suit and closed their eyes in despair. Just when Yellow Hair had raised the corners of his mouth, certain that Hua Zhi Bing was going to be killed by his own punch. Bang! His swinging arm was suddenly intercepted. Hua Zhi Bing's slender right arm was blocking the side of her head, and her watery eyes looked icily at Yellow Hair. Too slow. You. Looking at Hua Zhi Bing with jaws wide open, Yellow Hair only felt a shudder run through his body. Visible pain came from his fisted hand. He felt like he had smashed not into a woman's arm, but into a hard, thick wall of iron. And Hua Zhi Bing's arm, it didn't move. Even though he used his greatest strength, he couldn't make Hua Zhi Bing's arm wobble even half a bit. The sense of threat he felt from Hua Zhi Bing earlier also appeared once again. Damn women! Yellow Hair angrily rebuked and raised his fist again, swinging it towards Hua Zhi Bing's abdomen. Too slow. Pink lips slightly opened. Hua Zhi Bing's body suddenly turned as he said this. While dodging Yellow Hair's fists, she came directly behind Yellow Hair, clenched her fists with both hands, and swung decisively at both sides of Yellow Hair's ribs. Bang! Click! As the two pink fists landed, there was an obvious cracking sound coming from Yellow Hair's body. Ho! Yellow Hair's eyes widened as he jerked back a breath of cold air. He couldn't even cry out in pain before his body fell towards the ground uncontrollably. Boo! Looking at Yellow Hair's body spread out on the ground, twitching from time to time, Hua Zhi Bing withdrew his hands expressionlessly and let out a long breath. Her almond eyes swept icily from the other three students who had long been looking dumbfounded. She rejoined Qin Yu's side, once again turning into the same well-behaved and serene appearance she had initially had. It was as if the person who had just dealt a painful blow and made Yellow Hair unable to climb up with a single move was not her. In the conference room, Song Yuankong and the others were slow to return to their senses when they saw this scene. They had just seen only a flash of Hua Zhi Bing's silhouette, and that Hunter Academy student fell to the ground without a fight. One of the deputy leaders opened his mouth and said with difficulty, "Is Hua Zhi Bing her fighting ability so strong?" Upon hearing this, the other shook his head and smiled bitterly. With the speed and precision of her attack just now, I don't think I'm her opponent. If the AIs all possessed such strength, it would be terrifying indeed. But I've never heard that Elder Chang and the others endowed Hua Zhi Bing with such a strong fighting ability. At those words, the crowd couldn't help but be dismayed. Then who taught Hua Zhi Bing this skill? Song Yuankang's face changed slightly as he looked towards Qinghua, who was always sitting on the screen with his face as usual. If I'm not mistaken, she should have been taught this skill by Qinghua. Qinghua? The crowd gasped again at the words. They looked at Qinghua on the screen again with stunned expressions. Zhuo Tianrui's eyes narrowed as he said thoughtfully, "Don't forget that Qinghua was able to make the foxwolf's strength skyrocket. Hua Zhi Bing is his disciple. It's not impossible for him to give Hua Zhi Bing this kind of fighting ability." But the other leaders looked at the young teenager on the screen. He was dressed as a special Taoist priest, but he looked flat. One of them frowned and shook his head, but according to our investigation, Qinghua has not had any experience in learning martial arts before. At those words, Song Yuankang also frowned. He thought about it a bit more carefully and said thoughtfully, maybe he's good at discovering everyone's talents and is good at pointing them out. There are people who, even if they are not strong themselves, are able to cultivate talented experts. Qinghua, it might be such a person. After listening to Song Yuankang's analysis, the others thought carefully about it and agreed with it. No wonder he's taking Hua Zhi Bing with him. With Hua Zhi Bing around, it is indeed possible to block the Hunter Academy for a while. But it can only be blocked for a while. A deputy leader pushed up his glasses and said in a deep voice, what Hua Zhi Bing just dealt with was just the worst group of students in the Hunter Academy in terms of level. In the Hunter Academy, only the students with the worst levels are assigned to stand guard. Now that Hua Zhi Bing has injured that student, it will definitely alarm the others within the academy. When the stronger students and instructors from the academy show up, it won't be so easy to deal with. The others were originally a bit excited when they saw that Hua Zhi Bing had such strength. At this moment, after hearing this analysis, he instantly calmed down. The joy on their faces, too, was once again replaced by sadness. Qinghua, what exactly are you going to do? Song Yuankang muttered as he looked at the calm and relaxed Qinghua on the screen. While they were shocked, the other 3 Hunter Academy students who were on the sidelines barely regained their senses. This woman, what's going on? She actually put Rory down with one move? And when Rory attacked her head just now, she actually caught that punch directly with her arm. An ordinary woman's arm would have been broken long ago in this situation. Why is her arm unharmed? The 3 of them looked at Hua Zhi Bing's calm and warm appearance and only felt that the scene just now was like an illusion. They didn't notice Yellow Hair's condition until the sound of his agonizing moans came from the side. Quick! Check Rory's injuries. The largest student was the first to rush over, crouching beside Yellow Hair full of horror. At this time, Yellow Hair, paralyzed in pain, did not dare to move even if he wanted to. His face was covered in sweat, his features were even more twisted and distorted in pain, and his face was as white as paper. In his mouth, blood was still coming out from time to time, obviously injuring his internal organs. Seeing that Yellow Hair's consciousness was beginning to blur, the big man hurriedly checked his injuries. Lifting Yellow Hair's clothes to take a look, his pupils jolted. How is this possible? What? The other 2 also gathered around at this time, anxiously checking Yellow Hair's injuries. After seeing the location of Yellow Hair's ribs on both sides, they both held their breath for an instant as well. Shocked at Yellow Hair's injuries, one of them yelled low in disbelief, that woman clearly only threw a punch, why are Rory's ribs on both sides all broken? Hua Zhi Bing was fast, but they still caught some of the action. They clearly saw Hua Zhi Bing come in with a punch on each side of Yellow Hair's body. A row as long as a human rib cage. According to the size of Hua Zhi Bing's fist, it was impossible to break all of them in one blow. But the Yellow Hair in front of him was indeed in critical condition with all his ribs broken. It was unbelievable for them. But for Hua Zhi Bing, this kind of thing was a breeze. When Qinghua was teaching her boxing, although there was no way for her to generate qi in her body, he had allowed her to master the skillfulness of her pace and how to precisely control her power to break rocks with a point. That's why she was able to manage to instantly go around behind Yellow Hair and at the same time cause that much damage to him with a single punch. Quick! Get the paramedics! Any later and Rory's dead. The big tall man yelled 2 low sentences at one of them and quickly contacted the people within the academy through his communicator, before his eyes swept towards Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing in a gloomy manner. We underestimated you guys before. With the strength of a few of us, we are indeed no match for you. But if you alarm the people inside the academy, you won't be able to leave here alive today. Chapter 82, Taoist Sect Overthrown? Master and Disciple in Peril. The large student's threat caused Qinghua to slightly open his eyes. Eyes calmly looking towards the other, he raised his eyebrows slightly. Nothing else needs to be said. Since the Hunter Academy wants to fight, the poor Taoist will accompany them to the end. A simple sentence, but with full vigor. The big man was stunned, the tendons in his face straining. Yes. With great difficulty, he managed to hold a word from his teeth as he winked at another student beside him, and the two of them stood directly on either side of Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing. It looked like they were being watched to prevent them from escaping in the middle of the day. Qinghua smiled disinterestedly and closed his eyes once again, resuming that calm, uncontested appearance. Hua Zhi Bing stood calmly beside him, his eyes looking indifferently towards the gate of the Hunter Academy. The master and disciple, compared to this iron fortress like Hunter College, were obviously very small. However, the aura on the two of them was not weak at all, and even vaguely suppressed ahead. In the meantime, inside a dimly lit room in the deepest part of the Hunter Academy, Principal David and Vice Headmaster Clayton were standing with their hands behind their backs, looking at the 20 students in front of them with expressionless faces. These 20 students were the very same 20 he was going to send to support the Holy Light Mercenaries. They were all students who had just entered the Hunter Academy for a year. Although he had only joined for a year, his strength had already reached the level of King of Soldiers. Compared to those graduates of the Holy Light Mercenary Corps, I'm afraid it's not bad. Because the members of the Holy Light Mercenaries have been graduating for years. Even after they left the academy, they would do all kinds of intense training. But that kind of training is child's play compared to the training scheduled at the academy. Every training session in the Hunter Academy is a fight for your life. The slightest let-up will kill you. As for the few students in charge of standing guard at the entrance of the academy, they were not at the same level as these 20 students even though they had enrolled in the same year. Any one of these students in the room could casually take on those 4 students standing guard at the door with a single strike. Looking at these students in front of him who satisfied him, David's expression remained indifferent and said, "Many of you, although there are still people who haven't reached the level of King of Soldiers, are also the best of your batch of students." There was only one other person on the other side, a female soldier from Kyushu. "On this mission, I'm sending you guys, and because I'm sure you won't let me down. If you guys are like that dumbass Frank and can't even handle a female soldier from Kyushu, you should know what's coming." Speaking of which, his eyes clouded over for a few moments. The honor of the Hunter Academy is not to be desecrated. So for this mission, you are only allowed to succeed, not fail. At those words, all the students' bodies tensed. Although David's voice was not loud, and his threatening words were not that harsh, it created a fear in them that came from the depths of their hearts. Anyone who is in this college knows that the principal, David, is not as merciful in his ways as he is in his looks. So even for the sake of their own lives, they didn't dare to make a mistake. The front of the line. Bill, who had just completed his rating and reached the rank of King of Soldiers some time ago, stepped forward with a straight body and saluted without looking away. "Please, Principal. This mission, we will definitely complete it perfectly, and we will definitely not let the Academy's honor be damaged." Just a few moments ago, he was named the squad leader for this operation. Looking at Bill, the corners of Davy's sagging mouth gave way to a rare smile. Bill was the best one of the bunch. If nothing else, the moment he graduated from the Hunter Academy, he would even be able to reach the 4S rank of Soldier King. Regarding the King of Soldiers, the Hunter Academy has its own rating standards. From weakest to strongest, they are Class S, 2S, 3S, 4S, and the strongest 5S. And they have a rating standard that is recognized by the world. David, who is the principal, and Cretan, the deputy principal, are both 5S. Even if they were not young anymore, their strength should definitely not be underestimated. Currently on the World Soldier King list, the strongest Soldier King was also an instructor of their academy who had reached the 5S level, Brute. On top of that, there are 2 other people in the academy who have reached the 5S level. One of them was the instructor, Reichel, and the other was a graduating student, Angus. Reaching the 5S level without having graduated, Angus is arguably the best of the talented. Even in the Hunter Academy, a place with many talents, he was the first person ever. There were even more 4S level Soldier Kings in the academy, adding up to 10. Reaching out and patting Bill on the shoulder, Davy prepared to get them going. Just then, his cell phone suddenly rang. With a white frown, Davy turned to pick it up. "What's wrong?" "Headmaster, there's been a bit of an accident in front of the college." "Accident?" Eyes narrowed, and Davy's eyes, clouded by age, grew deeper. "What accident?" "We were provoked by a Kyushu State Taoist priest and his disciple." The person on the other end of the phone hurriedly repeated what happened at the entrance of the academy. This also included yellow-hair Rory being put down by Hua Zhi Bing with a single blow, and being seriously injured and in a life-threatening situation. Upon hearing the end, Davy visibly felt a vein jump at his temple. Another Kyushu country? On the front foot was a female soldier from the state of Kyushu who beat up a graduate of their school and sought assistance. On the back foot, another Kyushu state Taoist priest came to block the entrance of the academy and had his disciple beat a student from their school to death. Is the Kyushu kingdom on a collision course with our Hunter Academy this time? David said, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Did you find out who the other guy is? Found out, that male Taoist priest is a freshman at Qinghua University in the country of Kyushu. As for his disciple, it's Hua Zhi Bing, the top artificial intelligence that was just released in the country of Kyushu some time ago. Knowing the identities of Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing, David's eyes narrowed unhappily. One student, one AI? That piece of Rory, they even beat him? Yes. Very good. At that, David chuckled softly, no need to waste resources saving Rory. At that, the person on the other end of the line was creeped out. Even if David's words not to save were heartless, he didn't dare to question them. Off to the side, Cretan could see David's displeasure and stepped forward slowly. Principal, what's wrong? Looking back at him for a day, David seemed to have thought of something, and with a sneer, he explained to the caller, take the footage of the entrance to the academy and send it to the task room. After saying that, he hung up the phone directly and came to Bill and the others. Before you take care of that Kyushu Nation female soldier, you have a new mission. At that, Bill and the others instantly tensed up. Request instructions from the principal. There's no rush, I'll show you a video first. David waved his hand and calmly turned on the task room's projector. A few seconds later, Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing's figures were the first to appear on the screen. The footage of yellow hair picking a fight was deleted. After this, there was the image of Hua Zhi Bing easily taking care of yellow hair. Noticing Hua Zhi Bing's stance, Bill and the others frowned slightly. Principal, they are. I just got the message. David sat back in his chair, his pale voice slowly saying, these two people, one is the Taoist priest Qinghua, who is still in college, and the other is Hua Zhi Bing, the most famous artificial intelligence in the country of Kyushu during this period of time. Just now, they arrived at our Hunter Academy and claimed to be blocking everyone in our academy. As long as they are at the entrance of our academy for one day, no one in our academy will be able to step out of the academy's gates. At this point, David let out a snort and continued, a few minutes ago, that piece of trash Rory was seriously injured by Hua Zhi Bing. Bill looked flabbergasted and tried, so our new mission. The Dawn Guard killed and the AI destroyed. Facelessly stating the latest mission, a ruthless color appeared in David's eyes. Since they intend to provoke our Hunter Academy, we can't let them leave alive. Yes. Bodies tensed with a high-pitched cry, Bill and the others immediately withdrew from the room and rushed to the academy gates. As for Hua Zhi Bing's stance, they didn't put it in their eyes at all. What a dog, what an AI. Today they would overthrow this Tao sect and let this master and disciple duo die here. It was only after they had left that Cretan stepped forward and said thoughtfully, Principal, why do you think this Taoist priest and AI suddenly appeared to us? Is there any need to guess at such things? David's white eyebrows raised and his eyes narrowed, they came to block the door to stop us from supporting Holy Light. So it seems that female soldier from the Kyushu kingdom is important to the Kyushu kingdom. If that's the case, why did the Kyushu kingdom only send a Taoist priest and an AI? Clayton wondered. Even if Hua Zhi Bing had seriously injured Luoli, he did not put Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing in his eyes at all. In his opinion, this move by the Kyushu kingdom was simply stupid. Did they think that inside the Hunter Academy, they were all trash like Rory who could only guard the door? I don't know what the country of Kyushu thinks, and I don't care about any of this. David closed his eyes slightly, his face grim as he continued, since the Kyushu state is intent on provoking our Hunter Academy, we have to give them something in return. Wait for the dowser and the AI to be taken care of and send the body in parts back to Kyushuku. As for that Kyushu state female soldier. Smiling coldly, David looked stern and said, originally, I didn't care about this matter. But since the Kyushu kingdom values her so much, we naturally can't let her go back alive. If I'm not mistaken, she should have something on her that's important to the Kyushu kingdom. Call Frank and tell him to hold out a little longer. Also go give Bill a reminder to hurry up and take care of the dowser and the AI, then head to the face country to take care of that Kyushu state female soldier. With one hand slightly clenching his fist, he said word for word, the Taoist priest, the AI, and that female soldier from the Kyushu kingdom, none of them should be spared. Understood. Cretan nodded and turned to walk out of the room. Staring at Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing on the screen again, David sneered. Dogs, AI. The combination is kinda interesting. I just wonder how long they'll last. While Bill and the others rushed to the college gates. The news that a Kyushu State Taoist priest and a top artificial intelligence robot, Hua Zhi Bing, had besieged the Hunter Academy, forbidding anyone in the Hunter Academy from stepping one step out of the gate, was also quickly spreading within the academy. When they first heard the news, the instructor students of the Hunter Academy thought it was a joke. After confirming the authenticity of the news later, they only thought Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing were two cuties. Want to block our Hunter Academy's gate and prevent us from going out? What a dream! Speaking of which, what's a dog? A disciple of Taoism, right? Similar to the followers of Catholicism. I've also heard that the Taoist priests in the country of Kyushu can summon great winds and rain, as well as catch ghosts and cast spells. So powerful? Then is this Taoist priest who is blocking the entrance to our school trying to summon a downpour that will directly flood our academy? You said it's fine for Taoist priests to be able to summon heavy rain, but what's that AI Hua Zhi Bing from Kyushu Kingdom doing here? At the mention of Hua Zhi Bing, the group of students once again let out a snort. In their impression, Hua Zhi Bing was also just a robot with a higher degree of intelligence. It's very human-like and world-leading technology, but it's not much of a bird. It's not a fist fight against them. A useless Taoist priest with a useless AI, that's a good match. I've heard that they're still master and apprentice. One student shrugged breathlessly. Just then, another student came up and said mysteriously, there's something about Hua Zhi Bing, I just heard the latest news. Someone just noticed the paramedics going to the door, and when they asked, they realized that Hua Zhi Bing had broken Rory's ribs on both sides. Rory? Who is it? The other students don't understand. The student who was Rory's roommate shrugged his shoulders and said in disbelief, the Rory who's watching the door outside is the one who's been training for most of the year and hasn't grown at all. Oh, him. When they heard the word janitor, the crowd instantly remembered Rory's appearance. Learning that the one Hua Zhi Bing had seriously injured was Luoli, the interest they had just bubbled up dissipated once again. I thought Hua Zhi Bing was so great, but it turns out he just injured a loser? Being able to defeat Rory only proves that she's a little better than the average special forces soldier. Which one of us in the academy is not better than Rory? I also heard that the principal has sent Bill and the others. Bill? The crowd was taken aback for a moment at the sound of Bill's name. As the best of the new batch of students, Bill was still familiar to them. Just 1 year into the program, he has earned outstanding grades. In a red and blue confrontation battle conducted before the academy, he defeated 15 students from the same batch with the power of one man, and became directly famous in one battle. Many shook their heads in mock sympathy. Bill's all gone, that dog and that AI are dead. The Kyushu Kingdom is also really stupid. If they want to find trouble with our Hunter Academy, can't they send a few more powerful soldier kings? Indeed, that would at least have a fighting chance. Sending the Taoist priests and AIs over here is like playing a joke on us. After this matter is over, I don't know how the academy will deal with the Kyushu Kingdom. No matter what means the academy utilizes, the country of Kyushu is going to suffer. While the students scoffed at Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing, they also began to laugh at the confusion of the Kyushu state. Meanwhile, Kyushu domestic. After a few moments of hesitation, Song Yuankang and the others still informed Cheng Guodong of the news that Hua Zhi Bing had followed Qinghua to the Hunter Academy. When he received this news, Cheng Guodong was shocked. In the end, it was only with Yang Hongyuan's assistance that he was able to barely stabilize his body and did not directly paralyze on the ground. After reacting for a long time, Cheng Guodong said with chagrin, before, I did know that Xiao Bing was going to go out with little friend Xin, but I didn't realize that they were going to the Hunter Academy. That's Hunter College. Is this where their precious daughters should be? Had he known that Qinghua was going to take Hua Zhi Bing to the Hunter Academy, he definitely would not have agreed. Teacher, calm down first. Yu Xiying saw Cheng Guodong's face of despair and frowned to comfort him. She was anxious too, but it was useless to be anxious. They are far away from home and can't do anything to help. Clutching Cheng Guodong's mottled hand tightly, Yu Xiying said seriously, Teacher, Taoist Qin is not the type of person with an impulsive personality. Since he is Little Ice's master, he definitely won't disregard Little Ice's life and death. You've been in contact with him for so long, you should know him as a person. Right. Cheng Guodong took a deep breath and nodded his head repeatedly. You're right, little friend Qin is not the type of person who disregards Xiao Bing's safety. Since he dares to take little ice with him, he must be sure. Just. Speaking of which, his face was once again ugly. What little friend Qin and little ice have to face is the Hunter Academy after all. Even if we enhance little ice's physical strength, she won't be a match for those soldier kings from Hunter Academy. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiying's brows lowered and her mood was equally heavy as she said, at a time like this, we can only trust Taoist Qin. She didn't understand what Qin Yu was thinking. However, in this hopeless situation, she could only expect Qin Yu to return safely with Hua Zhi Bing. At the same time Cheng Guodong and the others got the news, Ren Ranran's grandfather, Ren Yongchang, also got the news. Knowing that his granddaughter had gone on an undercover mission without his knowledge, and that she was still facing the pursuit of the Holy Light Mercenary Corps, and possibly the Hunter Academy next, he had a direct heart attack. The first thing I did when I slowed down was to return to intelligence. When Ren Yongchang pushed open the door of the conference room, Song Yuankong and the others were staring nervously at the screen. This sudden entrance of his directly gave Song Yuankong and the others a fright. Even Song Yuankong, who was the director, was a bit weak when he saw him. Ren Yongchang is in his 60s. But despite his age, his own aura was half lost. A single look could make their juniors feel fearful in their hearts. Elder Ren, what brings you here? What? Can't I come and ask for an update on my granddaughter? Ren Yongchang said, forcing back his worry and taking a few steps to sit down in the seat next to Song Yuankong. Seeing this, Song Yuankong was helpless. Elder Ren, we don't have any news of Foxwolf right now either. When we have news, we will definitely inform you first. Why don't you go back first? He was really afraid that Ren Yongchang would be in a hurry and have something happen to him. That's a responsibility he can't afford. Hearing Song Yuankang's meaning, Ren Yongchang snapped and placed his heart medication on the table. Don't worry, old man, I've brought my medicine and won't cause any trouble for you. After saying that, he didn't wait for Song Yuankong and the others to respond, so he squinted at the screen in front of him. Didn't you say on the phone that a kid was holding off Hunter College for Ren? Could it be the kid in the Taoist robe on the screen? Taking a look at Ren Yongchang's medicine, Song Yuankong sat down with all the helplessness in the world. That's right, his name is Qin Yu, a freshman at Qinghua, and also a Taoist priest. Following him is Hua Zhi Bing, our country's top artificial intelligence robot, who is now his apprentice. Upon hearing Hua Zhi Bing's name, Ren Yongchang looked at him more. He watches the news at home all day, so of course he knows Hua Zhi Bing. Thinking about the news he'd seen in the past 2 days, his long brows furrowed. This little Taoist priest named Qin Yu, he can't be the Taoist priest who said he could make AI machines soar on the news before, right? Song Yuankong was stunned and nodded hesitantly. That's right, it's him. We would seek his help because Foxwolf left a clue earlier, saying that only Qin Yu could save her. Ren Yongchang sniffed, incredulous at this. It was Ren who personally left the clues? Knowing that it was difficult for him to accept, Song Yuankong solemnly assured, that's right, it was Foxwolf himself who left the clues. Upon learning of this matter, Ren Yongchang's eyes suddenly became entangled as he looked at Qin Yu. He did not trust Qin Yu, the Taoist priest who said mechanical ascension and teaching without class to AI. What a Taoist Buddhist oxymoron. He didn't believe any of it. But knowing that his precious granddaughter had said such a thing, he was confident that she wouldn't make it up. And Song Yuankong said it on the phone before. The one who helped his granddaughter block the Hunter Academy's people, causing his granddaughter's strength to suddenly skyrocket. Because of this, his own granddaughter was able to block the holy light. Thinking of this, Ren Yongchang's eyes deepened. How is the situation now? On the screen, Qin Yu and Hua Zhi Bing were still being guarded by the 2 students who were guarding the gate. Song Yuankong's face sank as he honestly said, Hua Zhi Bing just solved one of the Hunter Academy's students who was guarding the gate, and at this moment, the Hunter Academy should have received the news internally. Although Hua Zhi Bing's strength is good. He clenched his teeth, and although he didn't want to admit it, he said feebly, as you know, there are many strong people within the Hunter Academy. According to our judgment, Qin Yu and Hua Zhi Bing, I'm afraid they won't last long. At those words, Ren Yongchang's fists clenched violently. Meanwhile, Bill and the others had arrived at the door. Just as they walked out of the academy's gate, they noticed Qin Yu and Hua Zhi Bing's figures. Because those 2 figures were just too special. Is that them? Coldly and arrogantly sweeping a glance at Qin Yu and Hua Zhi Bing, Bill's eyes finally landed on Hua Zhi Bing. He knew that the person who had severely injured Rory was Hua Zhi Bing. As for Qin Yu, a punk dog who can only hide behind an AI. He pressed on. Let's go, make it quick. Speaking to the others behind him, Bill took the lead towards Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing. The two students guarding Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing let out a cold smile as they looked at Qinghua after noticing the figure of Bill and the others. The principal just asked Bill to take a shot? This Taoist and this AI, dead. Chapter 83, Taoist Robot, Universal Sentience. As Bill and the others walked out of the college gates, a number of other students followed. They're all here to see the fun. Let's see how Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing will die. When he came to a point located not far in front of Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing, Bill stopped. He didn't strike directly, nor did he intend to do so himself. In his opinion, a Taoist priest and an AI weren't worth it. Looking to the others around him, Bill raised an eyebrow. Which one of you is coming? Upon hearing this, an Qinghua student with flat features and an appearance that could even be described as odd stepped forward and clenched his fist with a cold smile. I'll do it. Bill nodded and said calmly, Matsuda, remember what the principal wants. The principal's request was to leave no one alive. There was no semblance of worry on his face. It was as if Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing would definitely die at the hands of Matsuda. Nodding at Bill, the corner of Matsuda's mouth hooked as he took a few steps to Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing. His expression grew more and more grim, his small narrowed eyes filled with disdain. Will you die one by one, or together? Facing Matsuda's provocation, Qinghua was as steady as a mountain, not moving at all. Without needing him to explain, Hua Zhi Bing had already stepped forward. She had an icy little face, always expressionless. Those black and white almond eyes glanced at Matsuda, showing the same disdain. You are not worthy of Master's hand yet. If you really want to challenge Master, defeat me first. After saying that, Hua Zhi Bing walked around Matsuda and towards the small clearing behind him. Sensing Hua Zhi Bing's contempt for himself, Matsuda's brain boomed. Is this himself, being despised by an AI robot? Tilting his head back and taking a deep breath, his expression suddenly became vicious. Locking onto the sound of Hua Zhi Bing's footsteps behind him, he suddenly sunk his body and threw his right leg towards Hua Zhi Bing before he stopped. Hua Zhi Bing was originally thinking of having a good fight with Matsuda and beating him to the punch. As a result, she didn't expect that this Rainbow Nation would play dirty the moment she came up. Quickly calculating the timing of his opponent's leg sweeping over, Hua Zhi Bing's body deftly flipped backwards, easily dodging Matsuda's leg. Drink! One blow failed, Matsuda's half-crouched body stormed up, hissed, and swung a fist towards Hua Zhi Bing. Raising her eyebrows, Hua Zhi Bing calculated the speed of his punch attack and struck again. The sturdy fist was finally stopped when it was only a centimeter away from Hua Zhi Bing's face. Looking at Hua Zhi Bing's hand that grabbed his wrist, Matsuda couldn't help but be horrified. This AI is surprisingly strong. With his strength, he was unable to break free for a while. And he was obviously moving fast, so why could this robot stop it so easily? Baga! With an annoyed and furious rebuke, Matsuda quickly reacted and directly raised his foot towards Hua Zhi Bing's body. With his left hand still firmly grasping Matsuda's hand, Hua Zhi Bing's body lightly leapt upwards. While dodging Matsuda's kick by virtue of her one horse, she clenched her right hand into a fist and punched directly down towards his knee. Click! With a crunch, Matsuda's leg, which had been taut, suddenly folded upward in reverse. His eyes nearly protruded from their sockets and the muscles in his face twisted momentarily. Ah! While Matsuda was in pain until his body convulsed, Hua Zhi Bing threw another punch, his fist attacking his abdomen. This time, Matsuda clearly felt the impact of Hua Zhi Bing's fist as it swung through his body. What followed was a pain that felt as if the internal organs of the entire body were shattering. For a moment, he even heard the sound of his internal organs exploding inside him. But a mouthful of blood spurted out of Matsuoka's mouth as he fell to the ground. Looking at his constantly twitching, dying appearance, Hua Zhi Bing's expression grew cold. Master had taught Miaoxing that if he challenged, he should do so honorably. Now I'm answering the battle openly and honestly, and you sneak up on me? Her almond eyes narrowed, and Hua Zhi Bing's voice then turned a few degrees colder. But she then spread her eyebrows and the look on her face became light. But life has its own pursuits and its own deeds. You chose to become a villain, and I am not at liberty to say anything. You won't survive this injury today. Instead of struggling in pain, let me give you a ride. After saying that, she took a step forward and stomped on Matsuda's neck. The crowd only saw Matsuda's neck go flat. When he looked at Matsuda again, he was staring at a pair of eyeballs, completely motionless. The Hunter Academy onlookers looked at the dead Matsuda and were slow to accept the fact. Matsuda's strength was not considered top-notch among the 20 of them, but it was definitely not bad either. Placing in the top 10 or so is more than enough. But this battle, how long has it been going on? 5 minutes? 3 minutes? How is it that in the blink of an eye, Matsuda is dead? Drawing back a breath of cold air, they once again looked at Hua Zhi Bing, who was standing beside Matsuda's corpse with an expressionless face. The AI in front of him clearly looked petite and soft. Even if she's an AI and not a combat type, how can she be so strong in combat? And in accordance with their current judgment, Hua Zhi Bing, the artificial intelligence, clearly already had the strength of a soldier king. Who's next? Come on. Hua Zhi Bing said, resuming his 2 steps forward. All she had to do was to help her master keep out all the annoying trouble. Since her master said that she wanted to block the door of the Hunter Academy, she would help her master block this iron door. These guys want to hurt master? She absolutely refused. Because of Matsuda's sneak attack earlier, Hua Zhi Bing had completely lost his good impression of these guys from Hunter Academy. There was nothing but indifference and contempt in her eyes at this moment. Those who thought they were not as strong as Matsuda could only stare dryly in the face of Hua Zhi Bing's provocation now. Unless a group of them rushed up, many against one, they might have a chance to win. Otherwise, carrying them up singly would be a death sentence. Matsuda's body was still hot, and they didn't want to gamble with their lives. As for a group of people coming together, they really couldn't pull that off. If this gets out, will they lose face? Will the academy still be disgraced? As for those students who were a bit stronger than Matsuda, they didn't dare to go on at this moment. Anyone could see that Hua Zhi Bing had dealt with Matsuda with ease, and hadn't utilized all of his strength at all. Even if the masters were fighting, they were all very fast. But Matsuda didn't even last 5 minutes in her hands, which is truly outrageous. They're on it, and it's probably not very effective. For a moment, all eyes fell on Bill. Among their group, only Bill seemed to be capable of fighting Hua Zhi Bing. Bill himself is well aware of this situation. Looking at Hua Zhi Bing in silence, he vaguely clenched his fists before stepping forward and walking out of the group. Even if he was the strongest of all, he was under a lot of pressure at this moment. But no matter what, the momentum cannot be lost. Calmly glancing at Bill, Hua Zhi Bing was expressionless. Looks like you want to go and accompany that person as well. Meh. At that, Bill let out a sneer. We underestimated you before. But you were able to kill Matsuda also because of Matsuda's carelessness and gullibility. Want to send me to stay with Matsuda? Sneering again, Bill scoffed. What? You're a robotic Taoist, do you still want to follow the monk's example of universalization and send all of us to accompany Matsuda? At those words, Hua Zhi Bing pursed her lips lightly and gave a harmless smile. Since you want to, it's not impossible. The Buddha? As long as she could get rid of these troubles for her master, she wouldn't mind doing a Taoist universal crossing. Shaking her head, Hua Zhi Bing once again resumed that indifferent look. Get a grip, master is still waiting for me to finish the fight. Seeing Hua Zhi Bing's disdain for herself, Bill's eyes narrowed as she looked towards Qinghua, who was her master. Throughout the entire process, Qinghua kept his eyes closed. When Hua Zhi Bing fought, he didn't even half react. Killing a Hunter Academy student at the entrance of the Hunter Academy would be the equivalent of going to war with the entire Hunter Academy. By the looks of it, this Taoist priest clearly didn't have their Hunter Academy in his sights. Hubris. Today, he was going to let this Taoist priest and AI know what it meant to be outside of people and outside of heaven. With a cold look on his face, Bill's body surged forward, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Hua Zhi Bing. His speed was far faster than Matsuda and the others before him. Noticing Bill's difference, Hua Zhi Bing also raised his guard. Precisely counting out Bill's blow, she quickly dodged and took the opportunity to kick at his heel out. But Bill seemed to read her mind. He turned his body suddenly, dodging Hua Zhi Bing's strike, then came directly behind Hua Zhi Bing and locked her neck. His purpose was simple. That would be completely destroying Hua Zhi Bing. Since I don't know where the chip ones are, I'll turn my head down for now. Feeling the strong force at her neck, Hua Zhi Bing bit her lips tightly and slammed an elbow strike towards Bill's abdomen. But no matter how much she slammed it, Bill just wouldn't let go. Realizing the other party's thoughts, Hua Zhi Bing panicked in his heart. She hadn't experienced many battles after all. She was still inexperienced when it came to opponents like Bill, who made vicious moves. She had no choice but to grab Bill's arm with her hand to stop him from snapping her neck. Miaoxing, don't forget the boxing techniques that master taught you. Just as Hua Zhi Bing's mind was slightly confused, she suddenly heard Qinhu's voice. At some point, Qinhu had opened his eyes. The eyes that looked at Hua Zhi Bing were calm as always, but with encouragement and trust. With a flash of sanity, Hua Zhi Bing's originally tightly frowned eyebrows instantly stretched out. The clear eyes, too, once again became cold and resolute. Mentally making a quick judgment of Bill's strength, she slashed both hands directly at his wrists, and then kicked Bill in the crook of the leg with her left foot. Though it only touched a little, Bill felt his whole leg go numb. While Bill was in a trance, she turned quickly and came up behind him. On a normal day, Bill would have kept up. But now his legs were still numb and his movements slowed right down. Precisely calculating this opportunity of less than a second, Hua Zhi Bing's eyes flashed, and his two fists, one on top of the other, struck Bill's spine directly and heavily. Click! As the other students watched in disbelief, Bill's entire body stiffened and his face instantly held a reddish color. While Hua Zhi Bing's double fists landed on his spine, he didn't feel pain, just numbness. It was as if the upper part of his body had suddenly deflated, unable to make a counterattack at all. Thinking that he was actually being pressed by an AI, Bill couldn't help but feel stifled in his heart. He had a pair of eyes that had long been filled with red blood in anger. The wide eyes were filled with killing intent. Go to hell! Holding back his strength and hissing, Bill stiffly twisted his body, then raised his hands with all his might and attacked Hua Zhi Bing again. Hua Zhi Bing was shocked, not expecting him to be able to move. The suddenness of the attack didn't even allow her to calculate. Seeing that it was impossible to dodge the blow, she could only raise her arms and cross them in front of her body to resist the punch. Boo! The reddish iron fist, as if carrying Bill's final determination, smashed directly onto Hua Zhi Bing's arm. With a frown, Hua Zhi Bing didn't stand still for a moment and took several steps back. A scar also appeared on the originally polished and flawless arm. Seeing this, Qinhu frowned. To be able to injure Hua Zhi Bing, this Hunter Academy student was something. But that student, Bill, can only go so far. Qinhu raised his eyelids slightly and looked toward Bill in disbelief. After putting everything he had left in him to throw a punch at Hua Zhi Bing, he planted himself directly on the ground. But he didn't die, he just couldn't move his body at all. Even if he used his strength to hold his face red, his body was unable to move the slightest bit. The only thing left to move was the neck. Seeing this scene, the onlookers of the Hunter Academy students were completely dumbfounded. No way. That AI, it actually beat Bill? She obviously just threw 2 punches at Bill, why can't Bill move? It would have been the 2 punches she threw that did the damage to Bill's spinal cord. If I'm right, Bill may be paraplegic. Paraplegic? Incredulous exclamations of shock rang out in quick succession. With horror, the students once again looked ahead to Bill, who was still struggling to move a short distance away. He was no longer as high and mighty as he had been before, no longer as the proud son of heaven he had been before. At this point, he seemed more like a worm. Powerless and desperate. Where's the Pooh-Bah in that? It's clearly sending people to hell. Quickly! Inform the courtyard of the news here. Marin, who had been appointed vice-captain of the squad, gave a low growl to his teammates around him before quickly rushing towards Bill. Matsuda is dead. There's nothing they can do. As for Bill, even if he's paralyzed, they have to drag the man back first. The other students came back to their senses at this point and rushed up to help drag Bill back. Seeing this, Hua Zhi Bing stood expressionless, indifferently watching all of this. Bill seemed to realize his situation as well. As he was being dragged back by his teammates, he kept looking at the sky, his eyes blank. For people like them. Instead of living like a loser for the rest of your life, you should just die. The Buddha? He now wished that Hua Zhi Bing would also give him a kick in the pants and give him poodoo. Looking down to check on Bill, Marin gritted his teeth. Even if he didn't say anything, the others were clear about the current situation through his expression. Bill. The pride of heaven in their group of students. I'm afraid it's really ruined. And the one who had wasted him turned out to be the artificially intelligent robot they had previously despised. The students looked at Hua Zhi Bing anew, shocked and feeling an inexplicable coolness at the same time. As students of the Hunter Academy, they were all proud. However, this time, they felt that their pride had been ruthlessly stepped on by Hua Zhi Bing. Meanwhile, in the Intelligence Services conference room. Throughout the conference room, only the sound of light breathing could be heard. Everyone stared at the screen in front of them for a long time. In the end, it was Rin Yongchang who was the first to come back to his senses, looking skeptically at Song Yuan-kan. If my memory is correct, isn't Hua Zhi Bing an artificial intelligence? Could it be that her true identity is actually not an ordinary AI robot, but an AI weapon secretly developed by our country? Upon hearing this, Song Yuan-kan took a deep breath and silently shook his head. No, Hua Zhi Bing is not some artificial intelligence weapon. Then she. Ran Yongchang frowned in disbelief. How could she possess such strong fighting power? With his eyes glancing at Qinghua, who was sitting in the corner of the screen, Song Yuan-kan smiled bitterly. I think that's probably because her master is Qinghua. Chapter 84, Taoist Qin Strikes. When Rin Yongchang heard this, his eyes slightly condensed as he looked towards Qinghua. This young Taoist, is he really this strong? How strong he is in his own right, I'm not sure. Song Yuan-kan's sword brows frowned as he said thoughtfully, but his ability to train people should be very strong. Both Rin Ran and Hua Zhi Bing. Both human and AI. After Qinhua's cultivation, they all seemed to be able to become stronger. Some selfishness even arose in his heart, hoping that Qinghua could help with the training of their soldiers. If they can all reach the level of Rin Ran, then they wouldn't need to be so afraid of the Hunter Academy. But, looking at Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing once again, a heart of Song Yuan-kan seized up. Even if he had this idea, he still had to wait for Qinghua to return alive. Even if Hua Zhi Bing's performance, time and time again, exceeded their expectations. But think of the 4 soldier kings, the 5 soldier kings in the Hunter Academy who can't hide out. He couldn't help but despair again. Any word from Foxwolf? Taking a deep breath, Song Yuan-kan looked at his assistant at the side. At that, the assistant shook her head. No. Ran Yongchang originally had little expression. The skin on his face involuntarily tightened when he heard something about his precious granddaughter. When he initially learned that Rin Ran had volunteered for the undercover mission, he was angry. Gas, this kid doesn't care about his safety. But calming down, he felt he had no reason to be angry. In the beginning, since Rin Ran chose this path and became a part of guarding the country, she was bound to encounter some critical situations. As Rin Ran's grandfather, not only should he not be angry, he should also feel proud. But think about it. That was, after all, his own granddaughter, and there was no way he wouldn't be worried. I hope Taoist Qin and Hua Zhi Bing can hold on a little longer. Zhuo Tianrui gazed at Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing with extraordinarily complicated eyes. There is admiration, helplessness, and guilt in this. This blocking of the Hunter Academy was supposed to be their own business. When he thought of Qinghua, a person who had nothing to do with them, picking up this beam and facing life and death straight ahead, while they sat in this conference room, he felt ashamed. Sighing, he said in a deep voice, whether this mission is successful or not, it's all thanks to Taoist Qin and Hua Zhi Bing. At that, the other leaders nodded silently. The short-lived victory didn't make them jump for joy, it made them more worried. As for their initial questioning of Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing, they all swallowed back their stomachs at this moment, their eyes filled with a look of shame mixed with admiration. Especially when they knew that Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing were going to dedicate their lives for this mission, they were unable to say a word. Meanwhile, inside the Hunter Academy, David and Cretan were sitting in the conference room as well, discussing the next training program with a few other vice principals and lead instructors from their fellow academies. As for Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing's matter, he hadn't asked about it after dispatching Bill and the others. Because in his opinion, Bill et al. Are bound to win. Until the secretary knocked on the conference room door in a hurry. David noticed her panicked look and his white eyebrows furrowed. What happened? Principal David. The secretary took a quick glance at the others in the conference room, then stomped her heels and clopped over to David. Hesitantly looking to the others in the room, she seemed torn between reporting directly or not. David's eyes flashed and he said coldly, if you have something to say, say it. Yes. The secretary nodded, helplessly, Matsuda is dead. Upon hearing the news, David's grip on his pen froze momentarily. The others in the conference room, too, froze momentarily. Matsuda and the others were impressed. In the new batch of students, the strength could be ranked in the top 10. It's not rated King of Soldiers yet, but it's definitely not bad. How can a student like that suddenly die? Any dangerous training at school lately? I don't think so, do I? The other uninformed master instructors in the conference room looked at the secretary in disbelief. They wanted to ask, but when they saw the look on Davy's face, they were afraid to speak. Cretan, who understood the situation, looked equally hard. Matsuda dying would only be one reason. killed by that Taoist, or that AI. Staring ahead with icy eyes, David said word for word, "Where's that Kyushu State Taoist priest, and that AI robot, Hua Zhi Bing? How are they?" At that, the secretary clenched her cold hands and whispered, "They are safe and sound. That Kyushu State Taoist priest didn't put up a fight, and Matsuda was killed by Hua Zhi Bing." Carefully glancing at his face, the secretary hesitantly continued, "Also, there is bad news." "What?" David's voice was low, no emotion audible. The secretary looked on, but with more caution. After years of following Davy around, she knew Davy's temperament all too well. The calmer this man is on the surface, the more terrible the anger and hatred in his heart. Biting her lip softly, the secretary still said with resignation, "Bill lost too, paraplegic and incurable." Click. As soon as the secretary's words left his mouth, the pen in David's hand turned directly into two halves. Seeing this, the secretary's body trembled and he hurriedly lowered his head. In the conference room, there was also an uproar. Bill paraplegic? What's going on? He was fine in the morning. Who the hell did this? The unsuspecting vice principals and instructors exclaimed in disbelief, unable to imagine why this had happened. What strength Bill had, they knew very well. Just 20 years old, he became the king of soldiers, the future is promising. But such a heavenly talent is paralyzed? It was also too much of a loss for their Hunter Academy. "Principal, what the hell is going on?" Bill's instructor didn't hold back and looked anxiously at Davy. Glancing at him, David followed up by telling his secretary, "Pull up the surveillance at the school entrance. Also, the security footage of the fight between Matsuda and Bill, pull it in." "Yes." The secretary nodded and hijacked the room and left quickly. A few moments later, the large screen in the conference room divided into two parts. One section shows a picture of the school entrance at this point in time. In another part, footage of Matsuda and Bill fighting Hua Zhi Bing is shown. Watching the sequence of maneuvers on the video where Hua Zhi Bing precisely dodged Matsuda's attack and counterattacked at the same time, the faces of the vice principals and chief instructors present sank slightly. After seeing the image of Bill having taken control of Hua Zhi Bing, but still being countered by Hua Zhi Bing and then wasted by 2 punches, their faces had turned as cold as ice. The atmosphere in the conference room was even more somber to the extreme. "Headmaster, what do these two Kyushu nationals mean?" At that, David let out a sneer and gave a brief account of what had happened. Bang! He had just finished speaking when Ulysses, the lead instructor for Bill and the others, had slammed his fist on the table in anger. He worked hard for a year training Bill and others. It was hard to elect such a talented one as Bill, but it turned out that he had just become the king of soldiers when he folded to the injury of 2 Kyushu nationals. It was a breath he just couldn't swallow. "Principal, let me go." Ulysses stood up, a sinister, oozing expression on his face. "I'm their instructor, and I'm the one who didn't train them enough when Matsuda and Bill disgraced our academy. I am willing to be punished for this matter. But I can't bear it when I see my students being humiliated like this." He is a 3S class soldier king. Although it wasn't comparable to those 4S and 5S ranked powerhouses in the academy, it definitely wasn't weak either. Since his own students couldn't beat him, there was nothing wrong with him, the instructor, taking the shot. Success, not failure. David finished, waved his hand at Ulysses, and said no more. With a straight posture and a military salute to David, Ulysses walked briskly toward the outside. The conference room was quiet for a few more moments before David said in a cold voice, "Are Rachel and Angus in today?" Cretan nodded in a hushed voice as he was startled, "In." "Aha." At that, David said nothing more. The other instructor frowned thoughtfully. "Headmaster, are you worried that Ulysses won't be able to beat them?" After glancing at him, David looked at Qinghua with a deep gaze. So far, the only one who has made a move is Hua Zhi Bing. Since this Qinghua is her master, his strength might be above her. It would naturally be better for Ulysses to defeat the two of them outright. Speaking of this, David's eyes went down gloomily. No matter what, the honor of our Hunter Academy can never be damaged. Before, he truly did not place Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing in his eyes. Now it seemed that the Congress of the Kyushu Kingdom had sent these two people over, and they were well prepared. Killing intent grew in his eyes at the thought of paraplegic Bill. That dumbass Frank really did me some damage this time. At that, the others fell silent. This time this incident was indeed the full responsibility of the Holy Light Mercenary Corps. After it was over, even if the Hunter Academy helped them with that Kyushu State female soldier, Frank would be dead. In the rainforest of the Face Country. Frank wasn't aware of what was going on over at Hunter College. He only knew that the Kyushu Kingdom had sent people to block the entrance of the academy. Vice-Chancellor Cretan said he would contact them after settling the two from Kyushu State. But now, as 4 hours passed, there was no news from the academy. Not to mention him, the rest of the Holy Light found it unbelievable. Could it be that the academy side hasn't succeeded in resolving those two Kyushu countrymen yet? Ram said with a heavy heart. It had been a rough 4 hours for them. On one hand, he had to stop Ranran from returning to the country of Kyushu, and on the other hand, he had to delay as much time as possible, waiting for news from the Hunter Academy's side. On the contrary, they couldn't show too much obviousness and be discovered by Ranran. What now? The others looked over at Frank with that look on their faces. If it dragged on any longer, even if they were good at pretending, they would reveal themselves. Fighting hard with Ranran? Even less so. With this fight, they might have to die a few more times. Frank gritted his teeth and said helplessly, "Keep stalling." He didn't dare to call the college to urge him to do so, so he had to drag his feet. And not far from them, Ranran hid in a pit, keeping an eye on her surroundings. Just a moment ago, a member of the Holy Light spotted her. After chasing them for some time, the opponent's figure disappeared again. To prevent a sneak attack, Ranran hid in this pit. As a result, 10 minutes passed and the other party never showed up. It looks like Holy Light is trying to stall me now. Ranran muttered a sentence, making sure that there was no ambush or tracking by Holy Light around, and evacuated the place at the first opportunity. There were only two possibilities for the Holy Light dragging her. 1. They just contacted the Hunter Academy and are waiting for support from the Hunter Academy. 2. The support that was supposed to come from Hunter College was stalled. Of the two, Ranran favored the second. Because at the rate the Hunter College is going, if Holy Light contacted them, they could be here soon. Now that so much time had passed, no one from the Hunter Academy had shown up. That second scenario is much more likely. And to be able to drag it out for so long, it should have been Qinghua who made the move. So it seems that Qinghua should have already traveled to the Hunter Academy. Thinking of this, Ranran felt a sense of gratitude towards Qinghua in her heart. Although she had previously left clues for Song Yuan Kang and the others to seek Qinhua's assistance. But she and Qinghua were also just an instructor-student relationship, and there was absolutely no need for Qinghua to risk his life for her. Looks like it's time to get a grip. Ranran's eyes flinched as her heart made up its mind. Previously, although she wanted to resolve the battle as soon as possible, she didn't know when the Hunter Academy would show up, so she was always a bit hesitant to act and didn't dare to let go of the fight. Based on the way things were going, it didn't seem like she needed to worry. Moreover, she could help Qinghua and the others reduce their pressure by settling the Hunter Academy as soon as possible. It's time for this game of chase to turn into a counter-chase. With a flash of her figure, Ranran's figure directly disappeared into the rainforest. Hunter Academy gates. As time went on, the crowd of students only grew. Many students, after knowing that Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing, the master and disciple duo, had suppressed the Hunter College for 4 hours in front of the entrance, could hardly hide their shock as they came out to watch. During this period of time when Ulysses was rushing to the entrance of the academy, there was another student who was rated as a Soldier King and was about to reach the 2S level of Soldier King, who was not convinced and went to find Hua Zhi Bing to do the fight. The end result was 2 wasted arms. The person who could have become the king of 2S soldiers instantly became a waste. In the college conference room. Even when David saw this scene, he was so angry that he couldn't wait to destroy Hua Zhi Bing. It was just that as the principal of the Hunter Academy, he absolutely couldn't make a move. If he made a move, it would be a true declaration that Hunter Academy was no good. By the time Ulysses arrived at the entrance of the academy, the student who had both of his arms wasted, had been taken back by 2 other students. With a glance at the student who had fallen directly into unconsciousness, the anger in Ulysses' heart increased a few more points. With a glance toward Hua Zhi Bing, who was standing proudly not far away, looking disdainfully out of the corner of his eye, he clenched his fists and walked over in large strides. After settling a provocative student once again, Hua Zhi Bing was about to return to Qinhua's side. Just as she turned, Ulysses had come up behind him. "You're the AI robot from Kyushu Kingdom whose technology leads the world?" Hearing the disdain in the other party's voice, Hua Zhi Bing slowly turned back. The Ulysses in front of him was short and lean. Perhaps because his hair got in the way, he just shaved his head. Most conspicuous of all was the scar on his neck. The 3 or 4 centimeter long scar, across the side of his neck, looked shocking. Meeting Hua Zhi Bing's line of sight, Ulysses sneered, "It's really unexpected that one day a student taught by me, Ulysses, would die at the hands of an AI robot. You Kyushu Kingdom really put in a lot of effort in developing you." Glancing at Ulysses in silence, Hua Zhi Bing spoke expressionlessly, "Miao Shang's kung fu, which was taught by his master, has nothing to do with the research and development of our Kyushu Kingdom." "Master?" Ulysses raised his eyebrows and smiled at Qinghua, who was standing not far behind Hua Zhi Bing. "A Taoist dares to teach, and AI dares to learn. That's an interesting pairing you guys have. I have to say, though, you're a pretty good AI for a Taoist to teach. It's a pity we don't have Taoist priests in our country, or we could learn your ways." Ulysses spoke of learning, but his words were full of mockery. Grinning at Qinghua once again, he deliberately provoked, "I've heard that the Taoist priests in your country of Kyushu are able to call the wind and rain and change the weather? I wonder if you, a Taoist priest, have the skill?" Seeing Ulysses' disrespect towards Qinghua, killing intent flashed in Hua Zhi Bing's eyes. Just when she couldn't help but strike, Qinghua suddenly reached out to stop him, while then smiled at Ulysses in disbelief. "Nothing," says huffing and puffing. "If the poor Taoist has the intention to overthrow you, even if it means summoning thunder and lightning, it is not yet impossible. Just..." Shaking his head, Qinghua breezily said, "You are not worthy yet." Hiss. The onlooker students huffed when they saw how arrogant Qinghua was. Some of the students could not bear it anymore and began to sneer at Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing. "Do you know what level instructor Ulysses is? He's the king of 3S soldiers. Fark. After defeating Bill and Gator, you really think you're invincible? Summoning thunder and lightning? Ha 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 ha. Truly the most ridiculous joke I've ever heard. I don't think you guys are arrogant, you're just bad in the head, ha ha ha. Instructor Ulysses, kill them. Kill them. Kill them." A chorus of cries continued to resound at the entrance of the academy. Seemingly stimulated by the cry, Ulysses' own aura continued to grow. Hua Zhi Bing couldn't calculate Ulysses' strength. But with her senses, she could still feel that Ulysses was not easy to deal with. But despite this, she took a step forward to Ulysses. Glancing at Hua Zhi Bing, Ulysses shook his head dismissively. "You can't beat me, get out of the way." "No way." Hua Zhi Bing refused without hesitation, not allowing a single step. "Until you defeat me, you are not qualified to fight, master." At that, Ulysses was stunned, then laughed. "Ha ha 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 ha. What an ungrateful person. I hadn't planned to destroy you so quickly, and since you asked for it of your own accord, I'll make it happen." When he finished, the smile on his face instantly tightened. His eyes looked towards Hua Zhi Bing in a sinister and spicy manner, and his body instantly disappeared in place. Before Hua Zhi Bing noticed his movements, Ulysses had already arrived behind her and directly punched her slender neck. Hua Zhi Bing reacted quickly. Dodging her body to the side, she managed to dodge Ulysses' punch, and immediately turned back around, calculating how Ulysses would dodge while throwing a punch towards her predetermined position. Bang! What looked like a skinny pink fist carried a powerful force that struck Ulysses in the stomach. But while Ulysses looked dry and lean, his abdominal muscles were very hard. Hua Zhi Bing's punch went up, and although it did some damage to him, it wasn't heavy. Feeling the impulse brought about by Hua Zhi Bing's punch, Ulysses' eyes were momentarily stunned. "So it is." As he mumbled, he immediately grabbed Hua Zhi Bing's arm and directly yanked her arm, lifting her entire body up. Boo! In the next second, Hua Zhi Bing was directly thrown heavily to the ground by him. Although she managed to cushion the force, she still took quite a bit of damage. The joints at the elbows have been somewhat immobile. Ulysses wasn't about to give her a break either. Before Hua Zhi Bing could stabilize his body, he suddenly leapt forward and slammed his fist towards Hua Zhi Bing's abdomen. Seeing that the punch was going to land on him, Hua Zhi Bing wanted to dodge, but his speed was too late. This man, he couldn't fight himself. Realizing this, she could only use her arms to block the punch. But after her calculations, even if she had blocked it with her arms, the punch would have caused damage to the inside of her body. Done. Thinking about what was going to happen next, Hua Zhi Bing closed her eyes nervously. But just as she was ready to meet the punch, it did not land as expected. Opening his eyes in dismay, Hua Zhi Bing realized that at some point, there was already a familiar figure that floated like an immortal in front of him. That punch from Ulysses was easily blocked as well. Chapter 85. Today, the poor Taoist teaches you to be human. Master. Looking at Qinghua, who stood in front of him with a normal face, Hua Zhi Bing gently shouted. A look of shame then appeared on her face, and her grip on her injured arm clenched as she whispered, "It is Miaoxing who is useless." "Master, I'm sorry." "Why say you're sorry?" Qinghua let out a light laugh, his voice as warm as a spring breeze. "You've already done a good job. Just leave the next thing to the master." At those words, Hua Zhi Bing immediately felt a warm current rush through her. The previous bereavement turned to emotion. Yes. Bowing to Qingyu's back, she obediently stepped back and took the initiative to give her place to Qinghua. When she looked up at Qinghua again, her eyes were filled with anticipation. Although she knew that Qinghua was strong. But this was the first time that Qinghua had actually made a move. Inside the intelligence unit conference room, Song Yuankang and the others looked at Qinghua, who stood directly opposite Ulysses, with apprehension in their hearts. The fight between Hua Zhi Bing and Ulysses just now interfered with the video. The video was even interrupted straight away when Hua Zhi Bing was about to be hit by a punch from Ulysses. In that instant, Song Yuankang and the others only had one bad thought. Hua Zhi Bing can't keep it. As a result, the next second, the video footage returned to normal. When they looked again, they realized that Hua Zhi Bing had already retreated to the back. The person standing in front of Ulysses turned out to be Qinghua. What is Taoist Qin preparing to do personally? Zhuo Tianrui said, looking at Song Yuankang with a complicated expression. Song Yuankang's face sank as he helplessly said, "Isn't it obvious? But according to our investigation, he hasn't practiced martial arts before?" I did find out that he led his own class of students in a unique Taoist boxing style, which seemed to be Tai Fist, at the Qinghua military training competition. Tai Fist? I've never heard of this kind of boxing in all my life. I just noticed that Hua Zhi Bing is fighting a very special style of boxing. It could possibly be the Tai Fist. Could it be that Taoist Qin's strength is above Hua Zhi Bing? There was a lot of speculation, and the room was abuzz with talk. Song Yuankang looked at Ren Yongchang, who hadn't said anything, and said thoughtfully, "Elder Ren, what do you think of Qingyu's strength?" "Can't see it." Ren Yongchang shook his head and confessed, "In my opinion, he's just a young man with a peaceful mind. As for how strong he is, based on his appearance, I don't see much. He's a good judge of character." But when looking at Qinghua, it was like a veil had been cast over him. Seeing that Ren Yongchang couldn't even see anything, the mood of the others became heavier and heavier. Just then, a staff member suddenly came and knocked on the door. "Bureau Song, there's something going on online." Upon hearing this, Song Yuankang's eyes narrowed slightly. "What is it?" The staff member handed over his cell phone with a serious expression and said, "On the scarf, a piece of information with information about the Hunter Academy has made it to the hot search." "What?" The others sniffed and immediately took out their own cell phones and opened their bibs. They clicked on the hot search screen to take a look. Sure enough, on the first message of the hot search, the 4 words Hunter College were clearly written. Hunter Academy official news, Kyushu nationals blocking the door to challenge. Eyebrows furrowed, and the people here hurriedly opened this hot search to check the details of it. Clicking on the picture, they realized that the hot search was indeed related to the Hunter College official. Just 10 minutes ago, Hunter Academy posted a message on the Twitter platform, using the official account of their academy. The content of the message is, a Taoist priest from the country of Kyushu brought his disciple to the gate of Hunter College to block the door. This Taoist priest arrogantly said that with him around, no one in Hunter College will ever think of stepping out of Hunter College. For such behavior that provokes the Hunter Academy, our Hunter Academy absolutely cannot tolerate it. Therefore, after deliberation at the top of our institution, this Taoist priest and his AI disciple will be expelled. Below the text message, there is a photo. The angle of the shot is directly in front of the gate of the Hunter College. There were also figures of Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing on it. However, the photos were a bit blurry, and everyone could only make out the physical outlines of Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing, and could not see their facial features at all. Seeing the word expulsion, Song Yuankang's eyes grew cold. Of course, he knew exactly what the Hunter College meant by the word expulsion. It's called deportation, but it's actually killing. The reason for using this term is to avoid being caught in a loophole by the Kyushu state. If Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing couldn't come back after this, and the Kyushu kingdom asked them for their people, the Hunter Academy would be able to completely say that they had only expelled Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing. As for whether Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing were dead or alive, they did not know. Those sly bastards from the Hunter Academy. Zhuo Tianrui looked at this message with annoyance and couldn't help but angrily rebuke it. The faces of the other leaders, too, didn't look too good. This, along with some screenshots of the comments below the Hunter College tweet. What, this Taoist priest must be brain dead. The people of the Kyushu country are also too arrogant, really think that our Eagle country's Hunter Academy is easy to bully. Or, they must not be allowed to be so arrogant, or, they must be taught a lesson, or something like that. It was all about some crooked people trolling and mocking Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing. At the same time as the foreign fishing vessel was detonated. As these screenshots made their way back into the country, the domestic online fishing wheels were set off. Both the disdainful statement from Hunter College and the mockery of those crooked people at the bottom of this tweet have drawn the ire of the domestic public. Not for a while. The first entry below this hot topic had hundreds of thousands of comments. How could our people from the Kyushu kingdom suddenly go and block the door? That Hunter Academy definitely did something. Indeed, our country of Kyushu has always been that if people don't offend me, I don't offend them. If you Hunter Academy doesn't play, we will take the initiative to cause trouble? Isn't the Hunter Academy just a dog of the Eagle Kingdom? All day long they say they are not under the control of Eagle Country. Whether they are or not, we all know in our hearts. Still talking about expulsion, I think the Hunter Academy is trying to play dead. The comments were mostly angry at Hunter College. Being from the country of Kyushu, the masses have always known the principle of dealing with the country of Kyushu. If the Hunter Academy hadn't done, or was about to do, something too much, how could the Kyushu Kingdom have taken the initiative to provoke it? In addition to lambasting Hunter Academy, there were many people in the comments who were worried about Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing's situation. I also wonder what happened to the two people who went to block the door. Cursing aside, the strength of Hunter Academy is still there. These two are dangerous. What I'm more curious about is, if something is really wrong, shouldn't the state send someone out? Why are two Taoist priests going? Indeed, where can two Taoist priests block those soldier kings from Hunter Academy? Many people chatted and started discussing Qinyu's identity again. Speaking of the identity of the Taoist priest, they again feel uncomfortably associated with the previous day's hot search. Wasn't there a Taoist priest who said mechanical ascension on the hot search yesterday, and Taoist priests have been appearing so frequently lately? You're talking about the Taoist priest that Hua Zhi Bing worshipped, huh? I remember it was a freshman from Qinghua University named Qinghua, right? This Taoist priest who went to the Hunter Academy to block the door couldn't be that Qinghua, could it? How is that possible? That Taoist Qin is just a college student. How could he be capable of going to the front of the Hunter Academy and blocking the door? Anyway, go Turi the Taoist master, so many of us from Kyushu support you. It's a shame I can't go to Vatican, or I'd be there to cheer on the Taoist priest. If the Hunter Academy people dare to make a move, teach them a lesson. That's right, we definitely can't let them be so arrogant. Do you really think our Kyushu kingdom is easy to bully? The people who are in the country have no choice but to cheer Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing on the internet. Even though they knew that Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing were invisible, they were still holding on. The comments underneath the hot topic, too, began to rise miserably. Looking at these comments, Song Yuan Kong and the others felt a lot of emotions in their hearts. Whenever the country of Kyushu was in danger, the people of the country had unlimited trust in the country and were always so united. This is undoubtedly the greatest affirmation for those of them. Bureau Song, the Hunter Academy's official account, sent another message. The staff said, handing Song Yuan Kong another cell phone. Song Yuan Kong glanced at it and his eyebrows furrowed violently. What's wrong? Run Yong Chang noticed the wrongness in his expression and stopped his hand with the water. Moving over to take a look, his eyes narrowed in response. If necessary, our Hunter Academy will take the strongest means to expel. The honor of the Hunter Academy cannot be provoked. Looking at this message, the expressions of the other leaders became ugly. I also wonder if the Hunter College has noticed the fishing wheels within Kyushu. With this newly released information, they always felt like Hunter College was fighting back. Toughest tactics? What do you mean? Is the Hunter Academy going to send out their 4S and 5S ranked soldier kings? Then wouldn't Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing be? That leader didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood what he meant. The staff glanced at Song Yuan Kong again from the sidelines and said thoughtfully, Bureau Song, should we withdraw the hot search and respond? No need. Making a decisive judgment, Song Yuan Kong once again looked at Qinghua on the screen in front of him and said in a deep voice, this is everyone's support for Taoist Master Qin and Hua Zhi Bing, so why revoke it? If we have to withdraw even these voices of support, it would be too much of a shame for Taoist Qin. As he said that, his two hands clenched together tightly, and his eyes gazed up a bit. Ran Yongchang only took one look at him and saw what he was thinking. Song Yuankang looked calm on the surface, but in his heart, he was more worried than anyone else. What Qinghua was facing right now was already a 3S level soldier king. There are only two outcomes in this situation. Lose, no life. Winning to face the stronger king of soldiers at Hunter College. Can't really say which of the two results is better. Guiltily shaking his head, Ran Yongchang said in shame, in the end, Taoist Qin was also trying to save Ran. All we can do now is trust him. This time when he comes back, I must go and thank him in person. Yeah. With a frown on his face, Song Yuankang also muttered, they will definitely come back. In this situation, he, as the overall leader of the mission, absolutely could not mess up. Thinking of the perilous situation Qinghua would face next, he could only comfort himself with such words. Outside the iron gates of the Hunter Academy, Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing didn't know what was happening online. Ulysses, who was confronting Qinghua, was also unaware of this matter. At this time, his expression was no longer as wild as before, but instead carried a hint of gravity. Just now, his punch was about to land on Hua Zhi Bing. As a result, just when he was confident, his fist was suddenly blocked by Qinghua. The power of his own punch was well known to Ulysses. Not to mention Hua Zhi Bing. It's a piece of steel plate that you can smash a fist print out of yourself. However, Qinghua did not even change his expression when he blocked his punch. And Ulysses could see that Qinghua wasn't just pretending hard to be fine, he was really fine. If you pretend to be fine, even with a calm expression, something else will show on your body. For example, blushing. Qinghua, on the other hand, looked that was simply calm and breezy. The fact that Ulysses could serve as an instructor at the Hunter Academy meant that he was a smart man who had brains in addition to force. Therefore, after sensing that Qinghua was not simple, he did not dare to be as arrogant as he was when dealing with Hua Zhi Bing before. But the students gathered around didn't know that. Seeing Ulysses' delay, they began to get anxious. Instructor Ulysses, kill him. Definitely can't let him be so arrogant in front of our Hunter Academy. Since he's so unafraid of death, let's give him some color. Kill him. Kill him. The students ranted a few times and began to shout in unison again. Listening to the cries behind him that were even higher, Ulysses took a deep breath and his eyes looked at Qinghua in a grim and brutal manner. Are you really willing to give your life to stop us from going to support Holy Light? The price of life? Qinghua smiled at his words. He looked out of the corner of his eye at Ulysses, and asked back in disbelief, you should ask yourself that instead. Are you really willing to pay the price of your life in order for the poor Taoist to stop blocking you? You. Ulysses heard Qinhua's disdain for himself and his heart burned with anger once again. He was able to see that Qinhua's strength was not bad, and he was indeed somewhat afraid of Qinhua's strength. But that didn't mean he could stand the humiliation. Since you want to die, I'll grant you that wish. Hissing, Ulysses shook with rage, his body bowed and rushed towards Qinghua like a lion and tiger, then quickly threw out a punch and attacked Qinhua's abdomen. He was an accomplished boxer before he entered the Hunter Academy for training. There were dozens, if not hundreds, of boxers he had put down. To the others, Ulysses' punch had been as fast as a stump. With this punch, he was sure to hit Qinghua as well. However, just as those students were waiting for Qinghua to be beaten down, Qinhua's body flashed at some point. Ulysses' punch, which grazed the doily he was wearing, rushed straight through the air. As the Taoists say, it's better to keep the center than to keep the number. It's better to keep quiet when you talk too much nonsense and get yourself in trouble instead. Today, the poor Taoist will teach you this truth of being a human being. As he spoke, Qinghua directly raised his right arm, bent his arm and landed an elbow strike on Ulysses' back. As Ulysses was about to go down from the blow, he followed up by bending his knee and dropping a knee in front of Ulysses in the middle of his ribs. Ahem! Coughing violently, Ulysses slumped straight to the ground after Qinghua withdrew his knee. He stared at the ground with wide eyes and a twisted face, a look of horror on his face. Others didn't see it, but he saw it clearly. When his punch had already touched Qinhua's Dao robe, Qinghua suddenly disappeared from his sight. Qinhua's speed had even exceeded the reaction speed of his eyes. That won't work? While Ulysses was still in a state of confusion, Qinhua's voice with a smile suddenly came from above him. He stiffened and looked up, and with a glance, he met Qinhua's smiling not reaching heart line of sight. The laugh, it was a mockery of him. Realizing this, the anger in Ulysses' heart was once again ignited. For him, even death was not as hard as this mockery. Damn Kyushu State Taoist. While cursing angrily, Ulysses rushed in front of Qinghua like a bull, his arms directly stopping and confining him. Seeing this, Hua Zhi Bing's eyes widened violently, and she took a step forward in unconcealed panic. Song Yuan Kong and the others in the conference room also tensed their muscles in alarm. Just as they were tense, Qinyu's right hand suddenly clenched his fist. The fist entwined with qi gently struck Ulysses right in the center of his chest. Boo! The punch looked light, but the sound was not weak. As Qinyu's punch fell, a layer of bizarre ripples rose in front of Ulysses. In the next second, the movement of his leaning back directly froze. Immediately afterward, a dense shattering sound rang out. Being gently pushed by Qinghua, Ulysses directly loosened his powerless hands and fell backward with his eyes wide with terror. Chapter 86, Declining Taoism? Today, the three Qing deify beings. Boo! As Ulysses fell to the ground, those onlookers of this students from Hunter Academy also looked towards him at the same time. When they saw Ulysses' Qinghua hit, they were already too stunned to speak. At this moment, when they saw the injuries in front of Ulysses' body, they felt an even deeper fear from the bottom of their hearts. The broken chest cavity, the whole thing dented. It was like being hit by a huge iron ball that flattened the entire upper half of Ulysses' body. Ulysses' eyes widened in despair. Blood and some unspoken red crumbs spurted out of his features. Even when he had already gulped his breath, the blood did not stop flowing. In no time, the dirt beneath Ulysses was already red with blood. As for Qinghua, at this moment, he was like an immortal hiding in the world, floating and standing beside Ulysses, out of place with the bright red under his feet. During this period of time, Qinghua did not say a word, his eyes just staring at Ulysses. The eyes clearly looked calm, yet there was a hint of indifference. When the students saw Qinghua, even their breathing became cautious at this point. Thinking that they were shouting "kill him" a moment ago, they even felt chills down their spine, fearing that Qinghua would suddenly remember this matter and rush over to kill them as well. After all, even Ulysses, a 3S level soldier king, was no match, so where were they? Even if the numbers were superior, that would just be giving Qinghua a head start. However, Qinghua did not really rush up to clean them up. Retracting his eyes from Ulysses, he simply swept the students away before he slowly walked back to his original position and sat down cross-legged. Seeing this, the students were relieved and at the same time bitter in their hearts. Even if Qinghua didn't say anything and just gave a look, they knew what Qinghua meant. It was a complete lack of regard for them. But think about it. To someone who could kill a 3S soldier king with his hands, they were really as meaningless as ants. In the conference room on the highest floor of the Hunter Academy, David, who was sitting in the first place, stared at Qinghua on the screen and never said anything. He even had an expressionless face and looked mentally unstable. But others here know. The calmer David appeared, the angrier he became. I don't know how much time has passed. Just as the atmosphere in the conference room was getting more and more stagnant, David suddenly leaned back in his chair. He glared at Qinghua with sinister eyes and said word for word, "Contact Reichel and Angus. Kill him at any cost." Yes. The secretary returned to her senses and left the conference room, trembling. Looking at David's grim look, Cretan hesitated for a moment, but still tried to say, "Is it necessary to have Reichel and Angus in this matter? We're perfectly capable of fielding 4S troopers." No. David interrupted coldly before Cretan's words left his mouth. He clutched the pen that had long since broken in his hand and said in a low voice, "We, the Hunter Academy, can't afford another defeat. The strength of this Taoist priest is unfathomable, a 4S level degree is not necessarily his match. If we send a 4S ranked soldier king and get a few more killed by him, how can our Hunter Academy gain a foothold if this gets out? Why don't we just let Reichel and Angus make a move and kill him in a hurry to put an end to this?" At that, Cretan nodded, "I see." He had previously felt that it would be too humiliating for the outside world to learn that they had sent two 5S ranked soldier kings to deal with a Kyushu State Taoist priest. But after hearing David's analysis, he thought it would be better to just send Reichel and Angus. Instead of waiting for Qinghua to kill a few more people, it would be better to directly kill him. I didn't think before that a Taoist priest from the country of Kyushu could pose such a great threat to our Hunter Academy. Just as the crowd fell silent, David spoke again. He looked at Qinghua and laughed in anger. I really didn't expect it, but the Kyushu kingdom is hiding such an expert. I suspected before that the Kyushu kingdom wouldn't do anything it wasn't sure of. Now it seems that my previous suspicions were right, and we were careless this time. David laughed even louder at the thought of the students and instructors he had lost. Cretan and the others listened, but felt creeped out. How long had it been since Principal David had been pushed this far? As this thought bubbled up in their hearts, they also looked towards Qinghua on the screen. Just by looking at the appearance, that was really just a young, ordinary Kyushu state Taoist priest. Even the information they looked up showed the same thing. As a result, whoever thought? This young man's strength was so terrifying. But it's time for it all to end. Thinking about the strength of Reichel and Angus loosened the emotions of the people in the audience. In their opinion, Qinghua was already considered tough for forcing the academy to send out Reichel and Angus. And that was the end of his toughness. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Kyushu State Intelligence Department, Song Yuankang and the others stared at the screen in front of them, similarly holding their breath. On the screen, Qinhua's immortal figure appeared exceptionally tall at this moment. For a moment, Song Yuankang even entertained the thought of worshipping his master as well. After a long time of coming back to his senses, he let out a long breath and shook his head. Now I finally know why Foxwolf sought out Taoist Qin's help. Yeah. Zhuo Tianrui let out a bitter smile and similarly shook his head. As far as this strength of Taoist Qin is concerned, it is indeed terrifying. The strongest special forces soldier in the country of Kyushu was just barely at the level of a 2S king of soldiers. That was why they had outright denied it before when it came to the matter of sending troops to block the Hunter Academy. Earlier I was wondering what he would use to stop the Hunter Academy. How could I have not guessed that it would turn out to be such a dry means of force? I was even more surprised that his own strength was so strong that he could last so long outside the Hunter Academy. 6 hours. From the time Qinghua arrived at the Hunter Academy until now, a full 6 hours had passed. Before Qinghua made his move, they thought that Hua Zhi Bing was the only one in the battle. The results were not expected. Qinghua was the one who had the ultimate battle power. According to Taoist Qin's strength just now, for as king of soldiers, he should be able to block it as well, right? One of the leaders smiled, a note of confidence in his tone. Upon hearing this, Song Yuankang nodded his head approvingly. That's right, a 4S ranked soldier king, Taoist Qin should have the power to fight. Being able to fend off a 4S ranked soldier king meant that Qinghua would be able to stop the Hunter Academy for a while longer. I hope it's soon over at Foxwolf, Zhuo Tianrui said, his brows furrowed. Upon hearing this, Run Yongchang said in a deep voice, with my understanding of Ran, she should be able to realize that the situation has changed. Once she realized it, she took immediate action. Song Yuankang was stunned and nodded in agreement. Indeed. The reason he chose Ren Ran for this undercover mission wasn't just because Ren Ran had taken the initiative to apply. One of the more important reasons is that Ren Runjun is highly aware. And now, the problem of her strength being somewhat lacking had been remedied after Qinhua's instruction. With her current abilities, she's good enough to join the special forces. Even the veterans of the special operations team might not be her match. After all, she could manage to fight against the 12 members of the Holy Light Mercenary Corps with herself alone. And that's the kind of thing that the other veterans on the special ops team obviously can't do. Let's hope that Foxwolf can catch on. Make sure not to let Taoist Qin have the possibility of facing a 5S ranked soldier king. Song Yuankang looked at Qinghua with gloomy eyes. As long as Ren Ran could rush back to the country while Qinghua was blocking the 4S level soldier king, they would be able to pick up on Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing at the first opportunity. At that time, Qinghua and Hua Zhi Bing would also be safe. While Song Yuankang and the others had expectations. Inside a room dedicated to fighting at the Hunter Academy, two stocky, yet lean-looking men were swinging their fists repeatedly. Boo! Boo! They kept dodging, occasionally still getting hit by the others' fists. Even with bruises already on their bodies, these two had no intention of stopping. Until Anna walked into the fighting room and called out their names and code names. Instructor Reichel, 001, there is a matter that needs to be resolved by you. Number 001 was no one else but Angus, who had already reached the 5S rank even before graduating from the Hunter Academy. Quickly dodging Angus's fist, Reichel let out a long breath and turned to look at Anna. As he removed his gloves, he calmly said, "What could possibly require our presence?" "There's a Kyushu State Taoist priest, causing trouble in front of the academy." At that, Anna's eyebrows furrowed. He just killed Instructor Ulysses. Ulysses? Rachel raised an eyebrow, a stern look flashing in her eyes. What's a dowser? Similar to Catholic believers, Taoist priests are considered followers of Taoism, which is a native religion of the country of Kyushu, though it has long since fallen out of favor. Anna quickly explained. The corner of Angus's mouth hooked and he said brusquely, "So, Instructor Ulysses was killed by a follower of a fallen religion?" Seeing Angus' disdain, Anna shook her head. "He's very strong, so the principal asked you to deal with him." The principal gave instructions to kill him at any cost. Interesting. Rachel nodded thoughtfully, then looked immediately at Angus. "Well? You coming or me?" At that, Angus laughed lightly. "In accordance with our status, of course I, the student, should come first." After that, he dropped his gloves, his clothes casually thrown over his body, and walked quickly towards the outside. Rachel smiled, equally unimpressed, and followed. Watching the back of the two of them, Anna was helpless. People who are strong seem to have less than normal personalities. However, with these two people making a move, that Kyushu State Taoist priest was considered dead this time. Phew. Hunter Academy gates. During the period when Qinghua was resting his eyes with his eyes closed, the sound of the wind became harsh at some point. A gust of wind weaved through the surrounding trees, creating an eerie and oozing sound. The sky, which was already dim, had somehow grown a few more degrees of gloom, shrouding the area in shadows. It gave the already gray and black old castle a bit more of a gloomy feeling. "Master, are you cold?" Hua Zhi Bing stood beside Qinghua, her eyes resting softly on him as she inquired with concern. Upon hearing this, Qinghua shook his head and then raised his head towards the sky. "By the looks of it, it's going to rain." Hua Zhi Bing similarly glanced toward the sky and nodded seriously. "It feels like it should be a not-so-small rain." "Yeah." The corner of his mouth hooked, a faint smile suddenly appeared on Qinghua's face. "It's also time to use a rain to properly normalize this place." Suddenly hearing such an odd phrase, Hua Zhi Bing was stunned. "Master, what does it mean?" However, Qinghua seemed to have no intention of answering. With a shake of his head, he then looked at the Hunter Academy's gates once more. Finally. "What?" At those words, Hua Zhi Bing froze again. Just when she wanted to ask who had come, two tall and strong figures, one after the other, appeared in front of the iron gate of the Hunter Academy. These two people were none other than Rachel and Angus, who had rushed to settle Qinghua. At the same time the two of them appeared. The Hunter Academy students who were originally whispering were all quiet. A pair of eyes looked at them incredulously. "I'm not mistaken, am I? This is Instructor Rachel and Angus, isn't it?" "Nonsense, of course they are. Why are they here? Are they here to deal with that Kyushu State Taoist priest as well?" "Fark. So that Kyushu country dowser is so strong that he needs Instructor Rachel and Angus to deal with him? It's a good thing I didn't challenge him before." "Challenge him? I'm afraid you can't even beat his disciple. But this time it shouldn't be a problem, right? With Instructor Rachel and Angus out there, they're sure to kill him." "You're talking crap again, it's not a given." After a short period of dismay, those students became excited once again. Their emotions, even more frenzied than before. The group of people looked at Rachel and Angus with passionate eyes, as if they could already see them crushing Qinhua's head with their hands. "Must win! Must win! Must win!" Accompanied by a gust of cries, Rachel and Angus walked towards Qinghua in a calm and unhurried manner. They were even chatting along the way. It was as if he hadn't come for a dry run, just an outing. These two are really arrogant. Hua Zhi Bing looked over at Rachel and Angus and frowned unhappily. Compared to Bill, Ulysses, et al. Such an attitude on the part of Rachel and Angus is rather the most irritating of all. Upon hearing this, Qinghua lightly laughed. After all, he is a 5S ranked soldier king. Hua Zhi Bing's small mouth turned away as she lightly hummed. What's so great about a 5S grade soldier king? In her opinion, what a 5S class soldier king? Even if there was a 6S rank, it wouldn't be able to compare to master. But just because she doesn't care, doesn't mean the others don't. After seeing Rachel and Angus appear, the leaders in the intelligence conference room couldn't sit still. Straight up Rachel and Angus? Are they out of their minds? Damn David, what the hell is he trying to do? No, they're being pushed. Song Yuan-kan shook his head with a cold face. Even he did not expect that Qinghua would put so much pressure on the Hunter Academy, causing them to directly send out two 5S ranked soldier kings. One of them, Rachel, was even the #1 expert on the King of Soldiers list. If he hadn't stayed at the Hunter Academy as an instructor, he would have become a fearsome presence on the battlefield. What to do? What about this? Two 5S ranked soldier kings in a lay shell. Taoist Qin is really hopeless this time. Assholes. Those assholes from Hunter Academy. The crowd clenched their teeth in anger and anxious panic. For a 4S level soldier king, Qinghua still had the power to fight and could still drag it out. However, they didn't expect that Hunter Academy would not follow the normal rules and directly come with two 5S grade soldier kings. As they watched Reichel and Angus approach, they even developed a sense of suffocation. It was as if they were going to have to face these two next, too. Bureau Chief Song, what are we going to do? The crowd was anxious in their hearts and looked at Song Yuankang in despair. But in this situation, even Song Yuankang had no idea. He stared at the screen in front of him, his side trembling slightly with anger. If he could, he even wanted to rush into the screen and block Reichel and Angus instead of Qinghua. But they are now thousands of miles away. There's nothing they can do except look at this screen. Quiet. Just then, the pale voice roared. Ran Yongchang forced down his heart-shocked anger and exasperatedly said, "Panic, panic, panic, what's the use of you guys panicking? If panicking works, in the future, when there's a battle, just send you guys straight up." Elder Ren. Meeting Ren Yongchang's angry eyes, the others instantly lost their voices. Even though Ren Yongchang had retired, what he said in the intelligence department still carried a lot of weight. With a reprimand, he really calmed the scene. Taking a deep breath, Ran Yongchang looked at the screen again, his eyes locked on Qinghua. I don't see Taoist Qin as nervous and scared, but rather calm. Maybe he has a solution. What if he's doing it because he doesn't know what Reichel and Angus are capable of? Someone questioned. Upon hearing this, Ran Yongchang glared at him in annoyance, having observed him for so long. Do you guys think he looks like someone who doesn't think and acts impulsively? With that, he looked at Qinghua again and said thoughtfully, Taoist Qin should have calculated every step of the way. He's been acting cool since he initially besieged the Hunter Academy. So I think the appearance of Reichel and Angus should have been expected by him as well. Eyes narrowed, Ran Yongchang continued, you guys can't do anything to help. Instead of being in a hurry to add to the chaos here, just give me a quiet wait. At those words, the others looked at each other and stopped saying anything. Because everything Ren Yongchang said made sense. Helplessly, they could only suppress the worries in their hearts and honestly sit down, waiting to see what Qinghua would do.